Maybe he's just a confident, well-spoken, ex-military intelligence officer who just happens to have lost his mind. Do you have any kind of mental illness?
No.
Have you ever had a psychosis, a delusion?
No.
Is there anything in your medical history that might be capable of being interpreted as a reason why you might be confabulating, making things up?
No.
Do you have any kind of mental illness?
No.
Do you have any kind of mental illness?
No.
Do you have any kind of mental illness?
No.
Maybe he's just a confident, well-spoken, ex-military intelligence officer who just happens to have lost his mind.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. Tonight, we're going to bring you all the latest details of this Dave Grusch revelation and the controversy coming with it. Here we have disgraced Australian journalist Ross Coulthart getting caught lying through his teeth on News Nation so badly that they had to print a retraction of what he said. for those unaware, there was a piece in The Intercept today about someone I call alleged UFO whistleblower. Again, I will renew, I say it all the time, a real whistleblower breaks security oaths, breaks NDAs, and provides evidence of claims made. So far, this person, David Grusch, is actually just a storyteller. He's just repeating stories people told him and has provided no tangible or verifiable evidence. And I don't want to hear excuses about classifications because the DOD cleared him to talk about alien bodies and alien spaceships and alien crash retrievals. He's allowed to talk about any of that. Where is the evidence? We have previously detailed the notorious history of the grifters all around him that are promoting and all profiting from his story. Is it not relevant that everybody connected to him has been caught selling 100% provably fake stories before about UFOs and aliens? Or many of the people connected to him have. Is it not relevant that people that he works for were once part of the TTSA techno scam? Is none of this relevant? And here we go. I love there's this fake outrage now because people are attacking this national hero, right? This decorated intelligence officer. Nobody's attacking him. People are providing the evidence and the facts of things in his past that should have been a red flag to the people selling this story. Should have been a huge red flag. And in fact, I feel fairly confident that a real journalist would not have touched this man's story if they vetted him and found out about the mental illness in his past. You're talking about a man who's making absolutely outrageous, out of this world claims of alien spacecraft and alien bodies. Now we get the stunning revelation that he has a history of mental illness. But in the piece that Ross Coulthart originally aired, they went out of their way to, take that off the table as a possibility for why he's making outrageous claims and doesn't seem to have any evidence to support his claims so far. Just stories. People told me this. Then, of course, there is the issue of his being autistic. So what we've got is a man with a history of mental illness and autism that all these UFO promoter profiteers can't wait to make money off of him. So I ask the public question, a question that demands an answer. Are UFO promoters taking advantage of a mentally ill autistic man in order to fill their pockets with UFO dollars? I'm entitled to my opinion. And in my opinion, yes, absolutely. The UFO grift squad, who has all of these people, Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp, Ross Coulthart, have all been caught 100% selling provably fake stories before. Now they're propping this guy up, telling him to go testify to Congress. We'll get some stories out of this, right? Who in their right mind would not think that a man with a history of mental illness making these claims, who in their right mind would not think it's not relevant that he has a history of mental illness? And what kind of a journalist would run with his story and then direct people away from that history of mental illness in the original interview that they were selling? Let's listen again.
Maybe he's just a confident, well-spoken, ex-military intelligence officer who just happens to have lost his mind. Do you have any kind of mental illness?
No.
Have you ever had a psychosis, a delusion?
No.
Is there anything in your medical history that might be capable of being interpreted as a reason why you might be confabulating, making things up?
No.
Do you have any kind of mental illness?
No.
Do you have any kind of mental illness?
No.
Well, there's always an out. They're going to say, well, he doesn't currently have mental illness. He had mental illness before when he was committed or institutionalized under the order of a judge. And in Pennsylvania, this is called being 302'd. I wasn't really aware. That's a very common phrase or terminology where I live in the state of Pennsylvania. If someone is suffering such a mental breakdown that they get what's called 302'd, that means that a judge has to evaluate the situation and then make a decision to involuntarily place that person under psychiatric care in an institution. And this is often done when a person is termed to be a risk to themselves or others. If you're a risk to yourself or others, you can get 302'd. And it appears that's what happened in the case of Dave Grusch. Why then was this misdirection employed? Do you have any mental illness? No. I just got institutionalized by order of a judge a few years ago. This dishonest, garbage peddling reporting of Ross Coulthard should never again be tolerated anywhere. That guy should be, selling stories in the National Enquirer. He does not deserve to get national headlines with his garbage peddled stories of a man we now know is a man with a history of mental illness who also just so happens to be autistic. And listen, I am not attacking anybody with autism. I have a son who is very severely autistic. He's nonverbal. I'm his primary caretaker. I know a great deal about autism. So when people say that people with autism spectrum disorder are at risk of being manipulated because they can't tell when they're being lied to, these are scientific studies that prove that that is true. People with autism spectrum disorder or autism, which Dave Grusch has admitted to being autistic, they are at risk of being manipulated by people because they can't tell when they're being lied to. There are scientific studies. I have one here from Science News. We'll get into that. But before we do, let's get to the main article. I'm going to share this in the spirit of fair use as well. And the headline is quite shocking. UFO whistleblower kept security clearance after psychiatric detention. The star witness of Congress UFO hearings, David Grusch, retained his clearance despite alleged substance abuse issues, FOIA documents reveal. Non-human biological material recovered from purported UFO crash sites, a decades-long secret program to reverse engineer extraterrestrial spacecraft, a government cover-up employing administrative terrorism to silence truth-tellers. These are some extraordinary claims made to Congress by David Grusch, 36-year-old retired Air Force intelligence officer who also served as an advisor to the Pentagon's Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon Task Force. Yeah, he worked with ghost hunter, poltergeist promoter Jay Stratton. There. Last month, the House Oversight Committee opened an investigation after Grusch claimed he was retaliated against for blowing the whistle on the U.S. government's alleged UAP recovery program. Security clearances of the sort Grusch has held are subject to strict requirements, including regarding psychological episodes and substance issues. Grusch has used his high-level clearance to shore up his credibility, telling the committee, "I was cleared to literally all relevant compartments and in a position of extreme trust in both my military and civilian capacities." But police records obtained by the Intersect under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act reveal that on October 1st, 2018, Grusch was committed to a mental health facility, based in part on a report that he, quote, made a suicidal statement, unquote, after Grusch's wife told him he was an alcoholic and suggested that he get help. Husband asked complainant to kill him, a police incident report produced by the London County Sheriff states. He is very angry, guns are locked up. Grusch did not respond to a request for comment emailed via his lawyer or to a voicemail left on his phone. But on Tuesday evening, Ross Coulthard, an Australian, it says independent journalist. He's an Australian disgraced journalist, right? who covers UFOs and has interviewed Grusch, posted a statement attributed to Grusch. It has come to my attention that The Intercept intends to publish an article about 2 incidents in 2014 and 2018 that highlight previous personal struggles I had with post-traumatic stress disorder. By the way, post-traumatic stress disorder is a mental disorder. So, when he's asked, do you have, mental problems? Post-traumatic stress disorder is a mental problem. Grief and depression, the statement reads, as I stated under oath in my congressional testimony, over 40 credentialed intelligence and military personnel provided myself and my colleagues the information I transmitted to the intelligence community inspector general, and I took a leadership role to represent the concerns of these distinguished and patriotic individuals. Grusch's wife did not respond to several requests for comment. A former colleague of Grusch's expressed shock that he retained his clearance after the 2014 incident, which was also documented in public records obtained by The Intercept. I think it's like any insular group. Once you're in, they generally protect their own. And the former colleague, who asked not to be named because he feared professional reprisals, the former colleague said that the 2014 incident was known to Grusch's superiors, a claim that Coulthard appeared to confirm in an interview on News Nation, a subscription television network owned by Nexstar Media, who also is directly connected to George Knapp and Mystery Wire. The intelligence community and Defense Department clearly accepted there was no issue because he was allowed to keep his security clearance, Coulthard told Chris Cuomo Tuesday night. Yeah, it's really not an issue being 302'd and being forced to spend time in a mental institution. It's not a big deal, right? On the evening of October 1st, 2018, Grusch's wife contacted the London County Sheriff's Office to report that Grusch was drunk and suicidal, according to the incident report. She told him he was an alcoholic and he needed to get help, according to a narrative account from the sheriff's office. He replied, "I've just been waiting for you to kill me." Does this sound like a mentally stable man to you? It doesn't to me. Though the names are redacted, the document described a husband and wife at home that Grusch and his wife owned at the time. According to London County records, the property has since been sold. The incident report also describes the subject as Air International Guard and previously active duty Air Force. Grusch served in the Air Force and National Guard. The man could be violent and very strong, the report notes, adding that he might be suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. Sometimes makes these threats when drunk, and the report continues, has never harmed himself. The narrative case report describes how law enforcement officers detaining Grusch under an emergency custody order and taking him to a local emergency room, where a mental health specialist decided to ask a magistrate to issue a temporary detention order. Based on the order, an officer transferred Grusch to London Adult Medical Psychiatric Services, an inpatient program in the Innova London Cornwall Medical Campus in Leesburg. A separate police report dated October 13, 2014 describes a similar incident. 27-year-old man threatening suicide at the property the county records show was owned at the time by Grusch and his ex-wife, Kendall McCurry. That property has since been sold. The report notes that, quote, he is violent, unquote, and, quote, has access to a weapon, unquote. McMurray did not respond to multiple requests for comment. 2 Republican members of the House Oversight Committee, Anna Paulina and Tim Burchett, were tasked with organizing the July 26 hearing after Grusch's whistleblower claims became public. Not all House Republicans are supportive of the effort. Rep. Mike Turner, chair of the House Intelligence Committee, has taken a dim view on Grusch's claim. Every decade, there's been individuals who said the United States has such pieces of unidentified flying objects that are from outer space, Turner said. There's no evidence of this, and it certainly would be quite a conspiracy for this to be maintained, especially at this level. Grusch emerged as the hearing's star witness, but his evidence was largely secondhand. When asked, Grusch hasn't seen any of the recovered alien vehicles or bodies himself, while two former Navy pilots alleged unidentified aerial phenomenon. Neither said anything about their provenance. Grusch was alone among the witnesses in attributing them to extraterrestrials. My testimony is based on information I have been given by individuals with a long-standing track record of legitimacy. Well, legitimacy is in the eye of the beholder. Is Eric Davis legitimate? Is Hal Puthoff legitimate? Is Lou Elizondo legitimate? Is Gary Nolan legitimate? I think that most reasonable and rational people would call those people UFO wackadoos. Who knows who he spoke to? Shortly after The Intercept reached out to Grusch for comment for this story, Coulthard went on Cuomo's show and said that The Intercept was planning to publish confidential medical records. Here's where we have Ross Coulthard completely lying. He tried to get ahead of this story and put out a conspiracy theory to muddy the waters. Coulthard claimed that this journalist was going to publish, quote, confidential medical records, unquote, about Grusch that have been leaked by the intelligence community. None of that is true. It's all fake. Coulthard made that up. He got caught lying, just as he's been caught lying, selling completely and totally fake stories at least twice before. Now he's caught lying, selling this story. And let's not forget the lie by omission, right? Did he know that Grusch had been 302'd, had been institutionalized for mental problems fairly recently? Why would he leave that out of the story? Well, this is what they do, right? Just as Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp sell a story about an alien spaceship and forget to tell you that there was military flares being dropped in the exact time and the exact place of that sighting, right? It's the lie by omission. That's how you make these stories profitable. That's how you make the stories work. Not only did Ross Coulthard intentionally, in my opinion, leave all of this out, he then tried to misdirect people, right? Oh, do you have any mental illness? No. I just got institutionalized a few years ago. I got forcibly put in a mental ward a few years ago, but no, I don't have any mental illness. It is disingenuous at best and completely and totally deceptive, dishonest, and a lie that they never included this in the story, or that Grusch didn't say, well, I had some mental problems a few years ago, but I'm fine now, or whatever. This is a document that would be, if the media had done the right thing, it would be in his police department file, in the file of the county sheriff's office, Coulthard said in an interview with Cuomo. But Dave has checked today because he assumed that the journalist had done his homework and just asked the local sheriff for the files. The sheriff has confirmed it did not come from him. Well, it turns out it did come from him. It did come from the sheriff's office. So how many times is Ross Coulthard going to lie in one interview to try to cover the fact that all of this is coming out now, right? The only other place that had this information is the intelligence community. Dave's personal files inside the intelligence community were quite properly, when anybody is security assist, things like that have to be looked at. And somebody inside the intelligence community leaked it. Completely and totally 100% false statement. No one inside the intelligence community leaked it. It was a FOIA request, and it wasn't medical records. How many times is Ross Coulthard going to lie about one thing? It wasn't leaked by intelligence community members. It wasn't illegally leaked, and it wasn't medical records. It was police records that were released through Public Freedom of Information Act, completely legitimate legal means. There was nothing illegal here. There was nothing improper here. And by the way, I'm glad that this journalist did the work that Ross Coulthard refused to do. Why didn't Ross Coulthard do a detailed background check and find out that his star witness that he's making documentary film deals with has been committed to a mental institution a few years ago? likely for being a danger to himself and others. Why didn't Ross Coulthard do the background check, find these records, and release them along with his story? That's what a responsible or a real journalist do. That's not what a garbage peddler like Coulthard does. Coulthard went on to compare the purported leak to Richard Nixon's attempts to discredit Daniel Eisenberg, who shared the Pentagon Papers with the New York Times. Well, you know what? That guy, Daniel, he was a real whistleblower because he dropped evidence. He dropped the evidence in the New York Times. He didn't just tell stories. That's the difference between a real whistleblower and a fake one telling stories. Everybody's throwing around this term whistleblower way too much. Whistleblowers break security oaths. Whistleblowers break NDAs. Whistleblowers drop the information and show all their evidence. They don't play this cat and mouse game like, well, I'm going to tell you that there is aliens and people told me that, but I can't give you the evidence. I gave it, it's classified. No, it's not classified. By definition, the DOD cleared Dave Grusch to talk about alien bodies, crash retrieval programs, and alien spacecraft. So by definition, those things cleared classification, meaning he can talk about that all he wants. Where is the evidence? Then these conspiracy theories that Coulthard are putting out there, they try to get ahead of the story to muddy the waters and make this journalist the bad guy for doing a proper job vetting a person making absolutely outrageous, out of this world, fantastical claims, ostensibly with no evidence, right? Where's the evidence? And let's ask a very important question. Would Congress had given this guy a seat at a public hearing and taken his allegations seriously had they known that he was institutionalized in a mental institution a few years ago? And I just really think that these people that are selling his story took advantage of this man. Then we got Burchett. In an interview Wednesday morning, Burchett repeated the false claim that Grusch's medical records had been leaked, going as far to say that someone needs to lose their job. The records, and here's where we get the facts, the records were not confidential, medical, nor leaked. They are publicly available law enforcement records obtained under a routine Virginia FOIA request to the London County Sheriff's Office and provided by the office's FOIA coordinator. Copies of the Intercept's correspondence with the Sheriff's Office are being published with this story. In a clip from the previous interview with Coulthard that was included in Tuesday's Cuomo segment, Grusch suggested that his struggle with PTSD was behind him. Great. So Coulthard's comments would not be the first instance of misinformed media coverage of Grusch's case. The law firm representing Grusch, Compass Rose Legal, issued a statement in June warning of misstatements in the media throughout the nature of their representation of Grusch, which was stressed as narrowly scoped. The whistleblower disclosure did not speak to the specifics of alleged classified information that Mr. Grusch has now publicly characterized, and the substance of the information has always been outside of the scope of Compass Rose representation. In other words, even a lawyer's not saying that he has evidence. Great. Compass Rose took no position and takes no position on the contents of the withheld information. Grusch's ability to keep his security clearance appears to contrast with the government's treatment of other employees. Shortly after President Joe Biden's inauguration, for example, dozens of White House staffers were reportedly denied clearances for past marijuana use, including in states where it was legal. Great. So the debrief cast him as a decorated former combat officer, a phrase echoed repeatedly by Coulthard. This is a great article. By the way, I will do the right thing here and add it to our this description of our video. 1 second here. Let me do that. Someday I'll learn to do that before the show. So I apologize, but let me put that in here. I'll just put article cited. And we've kind of heard enough. It's important that we put this article in context, because we've talked over and over and over again about the lie by omission, right? This is how these grifters sell their stories. They don't give you the whole story. Now we're getting a bigger part of the story. Now, anybody who says that a person who was forced to go to a mental institution, right, by a judge, anybody who says that's not relevant when the guy's making outrageous claims of aliens and things like that, you live in a delusional fairy tale world, because wouldn't most people say, oh, the guy was a mental patient not long ago, that's why he's making crazy claims? Yeah, Spooky, I will do that now. Thank you. Sorry that you had to do that to get my attention. Do you mean on Facebook or Twitter? Well, either way, I'll check. 1 second, friends. Sometimes people are giving me up to the minute information that I did not have at the time of broadcast. 1 second. Yeah. Great. Let me redact this, and then I'll. Oh, wait a minute. I can do it just like this. So we have breaking news that the reporter who did this report was just doxxed on Twitter, likely by a Kool-Aid drinking cult member, right? He was just doxxed. And I'm going to try to share this with you, but please bear with me for a moment, friends, because I'm not going to dox the guy again. I have to redact his actual address, but I think this is extremely important. So we're going to try to... 1 second. Oh, God. Okay. I got the screenshot. Let me just redact it real quickly. And good catch, Spooky. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. Let me grab this, make it a little bigger, and redact his address. So this is the vitriol. This is the, what happens when you tell the truth. And by the way, this is a factually accurate article. Isn't it relevant that this man was 302'd and put in a mental institution a few years before coming out with these claims, right? All right, 1 second. Let me just pop that up here, and we'll share this with you. This is just to be expected, that this person is being doxxed for what? Because he did a factually accurate article. This, first of all, these people are all being lied to, right? These people are all being lied to by Ross Coulthard and other people, and they get all railed up. And what are they going to do? They're gonna dox people who revealed truthful information. All right, I got it. 1 second here. Yeah, let me share my screen with you, friends. 1 second here. And thank you, Spooky, for bringing this to my attention. Let me get that banner down. So the journalist who broke this news is getting doxxed, threatened, and harassed. Here we have it. If I was going to throw eggs at some windows, I'd go to, and then they gave his personal address. See how doxing someone's personal information works, Ken? Amazing that people just think it's okay to do things like this. Amazing. 1 second here. Also, I forgot. So we're going to get into next this issue of Mr. Grusch also being autistic. Uh, you know, before anybody accuses me of attacking a person with autism, you should know that my family is very severely affected by autism. My eldest son, Zachary, is nonverbal autistic. What does that mean? That means he doesn't speak or barely speaks. He says a few words, usually requests for things like food or to go to the bathroom or whatever, but he is severely affected. So before anybody suggests that I'm, don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to autism, or that I'm, attacking a person for having autism, that is absolutely positively not the case. In fact, I have a tremendous amount of empathy for people who have autism. I've been around autistic children for the past 11 years with my son. I've done an incredible amount of research with autism. And as soon as I heard that Mr. Grusch had autism, I was very concerned that he was being manipulated. And there's a reason for that. People with autism are just easy to manipulate. There, I said it. And this is coming from the father of a severely autistic child who, and by the way, I have been his primary caretaker for 10 years now. So, I'm not making that statement lightly. People with autism are easy to manipulate, easier to manipulate than someone that is not affected by autism. That is a scientific fact. There's been multiple studies that prove this. And I have one from Science News, which I will share. Let me share my screen. And again, this is fair use as well. People with autism spectrum disorder risk being manipulated because they can't tell when they're being lied to. A new study shows that the ability to distinguish truth from lies is diminished in people with autism spectrum disorder, putting them at greater risk of being manipulated. Researchers led by Professor David Williams of the University of Kent found that the lie detection ability is significantly diminished in those with full autism spectrum disorder diagnosis. It is also related to how many ASD traits people in the general population have. The more traits, the poorer the deception detection ability. Professor Williams of Kent School of Psychology and researchers from 4 other universities in the UK and the US conducted experiments with participants exhibiting varying degrees of autism spectrum disorder and compared them to those who were deemed neurotypical or not displaying autistic patterns of thoughts or behavior. Participants were shown a number of videos of people responding to questions about their earlier participation in an experiment, during which they had the opportunity to cheat by looking at an answer sheet while the experimenter was out of the room. All the people in the video denied cheating, but some of them had actually looked at the answer sheet. Participants had to judge whether the people in each video were lying or not. In one video showed the participants, a liar responds, "I guess no," to the question, "Did any cheating occur when the experimenter left the room?" Those with a diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder and those from the general population with a higher number of ASD traits found it difficult to make an inference about deceit or being lied to, even when such cues were available. The researchers suggest that limited social engagement among people with ASD, as well as neurotypical people with a relatively high number of ASD traits, may result in a failure to learn the social cues that indicate deceit. It is important to consider whether training individuals with ASD to detect behavioral indicators of lying. They conclude that if such training were successful, it would represent a significant opportunity to enhance the lives of the group of people who, on the basis of the result of our anecdotal reports, are clearly susceptible to exploitation. People with autism spectrum disorder are clearly susceptible to exploitation. So, we're asking the question, and this is a very important question, did a bunch of UFO grifting promoters of UFOs take advantage of this man who has a clear history of mental illness and also suffers from autism spectrum disorder. The sad truth is that if they did want to manipulate him, he would be easier to manipulate than a person that did not suffer from autism spectrum disorder. And I don't want to get too deep into weeds or speculate, but if this person was recruited for this task and they put this guy up to this, let's just say a group of people encouraged him to do this, knowing he has a history of mental illness, knowing he's autistic, then they're slime balls. They are slime balls. And let's also be clear on something else. This would not be the first time that members of the UFO grift squad or community have taken advantage of mentally ill people to make money. We've all seen it before. We've all seen people taking people that clearly need a psychiatrist or some form of mental help, right? And stick them in the spotlight, make content with them because they're telling great stories about aliens. This would be just another example of grifty, slimeball, dirtball, garbage peddlers taking advantage of someone who's obviously at risk of being manipulated. Now, interestingly, today also, let's also be sure that we recognize this News Nation, like literally letting Ross Coulthart sit there and lie through his teeth. They did no fact checking whatsoever. They just let Ross Coulthart lie about this whole story. That should tell you something. They have fact checkers. They got researchers. They could have called the sheriff and found out that this information was released legally through a Freedom of Information Act request, that it was not leaked, that the intelligence community did not put this journalist up to it. There was, this whole thing is turning into a conspiracy theory. Oh, see, they're retaliating against him. Is it retaliation to tell the truth that this guy got put in a mental institution against his will by a judge a few years ago? Is that retaliation, or is that just reporting the facts of this man's history? It's ridiculous that these people can make these claims, right? Ross Coulthart on a national news broadcast completely and totally making up stories that are 100% factually not true. Great. What else has Ross Coulthart told us that is not true? What else did he not tell us about Dave Grusch's past? What other lies by omission? So, but you know what? I'm glad that this happened, because now Ross Coulthart is a proven liar. A proven liar again. That's your UFO celebrity hero, you circle jerkers, right? How many times are you going to let him lie to you and still defend him, right? And I'm getting all these people on Twitter. Oh, he called the sheriff, and the sheriff said they didn't release it. It's right on the goddamn documents that it came from the sheriff's office. It's right on the documents. Ross Coulthart is a garbage peddling liar who's been caught selling 100% provably fake stories several times before. Now we got this. The lie by omission, right? And him purposefully trying to deflect attention away from Dave Grusch's past mental illness. Let's hear that again.
Maybe he's just a confident, well-spoken, ex-military intelligence officer who just happens to have lost his mind. Do you have any kind of mental illness?
No.
Have you ever had a psychosis, a delusion?
No.
Is there anything in your medical history that might be capable of being interpreted as a reason why you might be confabulating, making things up?
No.
Do you have any kind of mental illness?
No.
Well, there's always an out. He'll say, I did have mental illness. I don't now. There's always an out. in the world of griftology, right? They always have some kind of an out. Well, I didn't lie when I said I don't have mental illness right now. I don't. I used to. In fact, my mental illness was so serious and so severe that my wife had to call the police and have me committed to a mental institution with the help of psychiatrists and a judge, right? Great. And here's Chris Cuomo. God, I hate this guy.
First, let me set the table and start with this exclusive information that we've obtained regarding our interview with government UFO whistleblower David Grusch. Now, the interview sparked international attention, right? His claims that the United States government has secretly been in possession of alien spacecraft and that they've had bodies for decades.
Yeah, his claims, right? No proof, no evidence offered, but he claims, okay.
And that they've even killed people to protect that secret.
Yeah, people got murdered to cover up these programs, right?
Now, as I've told you all along, I don't care if that's what it's about or not. I want to know what they know, or I want them to explain why they can't. All we know is that the accusations from Grusch were profound enough that Congress invited him to be the key witness at an historic UFO hearing.
Yeah, and one might ask themselves, would he have been invited to be a witness had they known of his history of mental illness? Had they known that he was autistic and therefore he can't really discern the truth from a lie as well as a non-autistic person? Would they still have invited him? And shouldn't these things have been disclosed to members of Congress before they wasted taxpayer dollars?
There, he repeated many of his claims from the interview, but said he personally faced retaliation. Listen.
Have you faced any retaliation or reprisals for any of your testimony or anything on these lines?
Yeah, I have to be careful what I say. It was very brutal and very unfortunate, some of the tactics they used to hurt me both professionally and personally, to be quite frank. Yeah.
So, of course, the people selling this Grusch story are going to now claim that somebody factually reporting on this man being committed to a mental institution by his wife and a psychiatrist and a judge, that's retaliation for his testimony. And where have we seen this before? This is straight out of the David Wilcock playbook. David Wilcock, all his whistleblowers are always under attack, right? Emery Smith, somebody broke in his house and they left a bullet on the counter because his information is so important, so earth-shattering that people are trying everything to stop him from speaking out and telling the truth. David Wilcock with Pete Peterson. Oh, he's a government whistleblower and his information is so important that the government is ransacking his house and throwing all this stuff in gutters, or excuse me, into dumpsters. This whistleblower is under attack for telling the truth about aliens. Emery Smith, under attack by the men in black, those evil government people, for telling the truth about those aliens. And there are other examples of David Wilcock doing this. So Ross Coulthart is literally taking a play out of David Wilcock Rifter's handbook for how to sell a fake whistleblower. You know how you sell a fake whistleblower? You claim he's under attack. He's under attack and retaliate. He's getting retaliated against. We don't know the basis of his claims of retaliation or whether they're even factual or truthful. Yet, I think that those complaints should be made 100% public. If you're going to claim that you're under deep state attack, why don't you drop the documents? Oh, that's right, because you're not a real whistleblower. And he always has some excuse for not providing the evidence of his claims. We've got claims of retaliation, claims of alien bodies, claims of intact alien spacecraft, claims of secret crash retrieval programs that are being withheld from Congress. He has proven none of these claims so far. None. None of his claims have any evidence associated with them. And now we get the stunning revelation that this man has suffered mental problems for many years.
Have you guys?
Oh, sorry about that. I hate it when I forget to 1 second. Of course, News Nation is loaded up with ads because they're allowed to be monetized. They're allowed to be monetized on YouTube for lying to people. Ross Coulthart is literally lying through his teeth in this interview, in this news piece. And News Nation is fully monetized while people are lying to the audience. Our broadcast tonight was already demonetized. And we've been telling people the truth and providing factual information for this entire broadcast. And I have, to the best of my recollection, I don't believe that I cursed or did anything else that could, make this not advertiser friendly. But we continually have this issue. And the issue is, before our broadcast is even finished, they remove the ads and say this broadcast is not advertiser friendly, and you can't have ads or make money telling people the truth. But News Nation can make money all they want with Ross Coulthart sitting there giving completely and totally 100% factually inaccurate statements about what happened with the release of this information. Let's get back to that, friends. And by the way, I'm not asking for anything special or important here, but if these people are allowed to lie to people on YouTube and they can be fully monetized, why can't we be fully monetized when we're telling people the truth and doing our very best to provide people with accurate, truthful, and real facts and information?
Some saw that as Grusch being dramatic. Well, now it seems that Grusch is saying the government leaked his personal medical information to smear him, discredit his claims that he made against them.
That's a completely and totally factually inaccurate statement. His medical records were not leaked. No one leaked anything. These were legally obtained records.
Joining us now is the man who interviewed him for that News Nation special, Ross Coulthart. It's good to have you, Ross. Thank you for doing this.
Good to be here, Chris.
He's got the right last name
so Ross,
for a UFO cult
tell us,
guy.
What
right?
is the nature of the information that has come out, and why do we believe that it had to come from someone in government?
Okay, so earlier today, David Grusch received an approach from a news magazine, an online news magazine called The Intercept. They're doing their jobs. That's fine. They've been fed information. The problem is the information that they've been fed is information that David had already privately disclosed to us and actually volunteered in his interview with me. It was a section of the interview that didn't go to air. But basically, he discussed with us when I asked him whether there was any dirt that anybody could drag out to try to discredit him. He barely thought this was worth mentioning, but he acknowledged that he'd suffered from PTSD.
Which is a mental illness. PTSD is a mental illness. So what about when he asked him, do you have any mental illness? Do you have anything in your background? Have you suffered a psychosis? Well, no, I haven't suffered a psychosis, but I did get institutionalized in a mental hospital under the order of a judge and a psychiatrist and the request of my wife. It's completely and totally dishonest that he did not disclose this in the original interview. And here we're going to see that Ross Coulthart knew about this, and they deliberately cut it from the original interview.
Post-traumatic stress disorder when he returned from Afghanistan. David served his country honorably and with distinction. He's a decorated officer. And
so just because he's a decorated officer or he served his country doesn't mean that he's not a gullible UFO wackadoo believer. I really don't care about the guy's resume. I care about his evidence, right? And let's stop confusing, a guy who has high clearances with credibility. Just because somebody has high clearances, that doesn't make them credible. You know what makes them credible? Being able to prove the claims that they make with evidence. And that's what we're lacking here.
Fortunately, when he came back from Afghanistan, like a lot of men in your country and in mine, he struggled with the demons of what he'd seen in combat. And at one time...
Was he in combat? He was an intelligence officer. Intelligence officers... All right, we're not even going to get into that. But Ross Coulthart is claiming that he's suffering PTSD from being in combat. He's an intelligence officer.
He wouldn't mind me telling you this. He was suicidal. And his lovely wife was so concerned.
And this whole thing is an attempt to paint him as a victim here, right? He's the victim here because people are telling the truth about his mental history, his history of mental illness in his past. He's a victim. No, people are providing factual information about a man making extremely bold, outrageous claims and not providing evidence. I think that that is entirely warranted. If somebody's going to get up in front of Congress and say, we have alien bodies, we have alien spaceships, I think it's relevant that they were institutionalized in a mental institution a few years before making those claims. And for anybody that doesn't think that's relevant, you know, go ask the psychiatrist. I'm not a psychiatrist. All I can offer you is my opinion. But in my opinion, I would think that most psychiatrists would say that if somebody has a history of mental illness, claims like alien body claims or spaceship claims should be taken with a high degree of skepticism from somebody with a history of mental illness. But then, of course, we're going to turn this into, you know, people are, oh, you're attacking this guy for having post-traumatic stress disorder. No, that's nonsense. I'm not attacking anybody. I'm saying that it's extremely relevant that this man has a history of mental illness and is making outrageous claims with no evidence so far provided. And I get, oh, no, he gave the evidence to this person or that person. We can't see any of it, though. Nobody can see the evidence, but there's evidence. It's a little too convenient that they all have an excuse. And I got to say, if this is all a grift, it's a very well orchestrated grift because they gave themselves outs. He can say these things, and then when people press for evidence, we could say, well, that's classified. Even though the DOD cleared him to talk about all this stuff, which means by definition, no, it's not classified.
Concerned about him that at one stage she did call the police because there were guns in the house. She wanted to make sure he was protected. And in the end, David was taken to a local hospital, given the treatment that he needed. And indeed, this is the most important thing, Chris, the intelligence community and the Defense Department clearly accepted that there was no issue because he was allowed to keep his security clearance.
Yeah, and that's another thing. If somebody is put in this situation and they have a security clearance, I was told by a source today that they would lose their security clearance. How did this man keep his security clearance after several mental health incidents? How did he keep his clearance? Well, I guess that would be a question for Jay Stratton, who is his boss, right? But Jay Stratton is a UFO believing wackadoo who's now the star of Skinwalker Ranch, the Skinwalker Scam television show, right? And he believes in aliens and all kinds of wacky stuff like poltergeists and werewolves. And he was Dave Grusch's boss. I would assume that the person that has to make a decision about him retaining his clearance or losing it would be his boss. Was Jay Stratton involved in the decision to let him keep his clearance? And if so, you know, what are the policies? At what level of a mental illness or a mental breakdown, you know, getting force institutionalized by a judge and a psychiatrist, this means this was a very serious mental breakdown. This wasn't a minor incident, as Ross Coulthard is trying to portray it as.
And he continued to serve his country honorably. Now, there was in the documents that were prepared at the time, there was a thing called a temporary detention order, which transferred him to a medical psychiatric unit, an inpatient program, where he got the treatment that he needed. And this is a document that
he was 302'd.
Would be, if the media had done the right thing, it would be in his police department file, in the county sheriff's office. But Dave has checked today because he assumed that the journalist had done his homework and just asked the local sheriff for the files. The sheriff has confirmed it did not come from him.
This is where language is important. What didn't come from him? The information or the document that forced him to be institutionalized? And there's all of this, conspiracy theories running around now. Oh, this is a HIPAA violation. No laws were broken with this information being released. And the information clearly all came from the sheriff's office. So is Ross Coulthart lying here? Is he using tricky language to get around the fact that, yes, the sheriff's office released this information to this journalist?
The only other place that had
And
this
here we go.
information
Conspiracy
is
theory.
the intelligence community. Dave's personal files inside the intelligence community, where quite properly, when anybody is security assessed, things like this have to be looked at. And somebody
so that's the
inside the intelligence community leaked it.
Somebody inside the intelligence community leaked it. Well, we know now that that's a 100% factually inaccurate statement. It's a lie. No one in the intelligence community leaked any of this information. It came from the local sheriff's office, just as the journalist doing the reporting corrected him, right? And we want to thank William Runner for a kind and generous $10 super chat. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. We appreciate you guys so much. I can't tell you. Thank you all for helping me to praise the cash. I have to fix these bumpers. But in the meantime, thank you very much, William Runner, big show supporter, for helping us to praise the cash, friend.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash, yeah. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash, yeah. Praise it, praise it.
Thank you, William Runner. And we'll check in a bit. I hope I didn't miss any. For those unaware, we read every single super chat and thank every single person. Oh, there's a couple more. Local 556, who I talked to earlier about this. I also want to make sure that I say that post-traumatic stress disorder is extremely important. You know, it's a big problem with service people. The truth is, so much of the UAP narrative is more about journalistic integrity degrading over the past 20 years. There is zero standards for verifying stories before running to monetize them. I absolutely agree with you. And we thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. Thank you for helping us to praise the cash as well.
Praise the cash, 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 praise the cash.
When did I scream the same thing over and over again, Ron Brock? I see we have some critics here. There's nothing in the YouTube advertiser-friendly guidelines that say that you can't be animated, right? And by the way, my broadcasts where I'm completely calm as a cucumber for the entire 2 hours are also instantly demonetized. So, you know, whatever people say, there's always some excuse, right? The fact remains that Ross Coulthart is right now live on YouTube. Well, this isn't live, but the video is live. Well, the video is pre-recorded. The video of him lying through his teeth with 100% conspiracy theory, totally false, fake information about how this information was leaked is on YouTube and is fully monetized. We're making a video being critical of him lying through his teeth, and we get instantly demonetized. So I don't care what anybody says. The lesson that I'm getting from YouTube is that you can lie all you want to sell a story on YouTube. That's advertiser friendly, right? But you can't tell the truth in stories or be critical of people lying to make money in stories, or you get instantly demonetized. Amazing. Let's get back to this.
That's the crumb trail. The Intercept is an interesting outlet for them to go to after all their protection of Snowden. It's interesting that they would want to have anything to do with anything seen as negative. Now, I have two problems with this story. One is that if you're trying to fight transparency by smearing the guy who lit the fire for it, one, it's too late because the horse is out of the barn and we want to know no matter what happens.
Yeah, you want transparency, But Mr. Grusch and Mr. Coulthard were not transparent about Mr. Grush's history of mental illness. They weren't transparent about that. And in fact, we're going to see that Ross Coulthard knew about his past mental problems. And not only did they cut that from the story, but it went out of his way to misdirect people to imply Dave Grusch never had mental problems, right? And I get that language is important. They didn't say never had. He just, do you have mental problems? No. It's relevant that he had mental problems in the recent past that were sufficient and serious enough to have him committed to a mental institution. That's a serious mental problem.
To Grusch, with all due respect. But the second one is that somebody thought that playing with his mental health would be a way to discredit him, which is playing into one of the ugliest stigmas in our society. Now,
yeah, and by the way, I am not, nobody is attacking him for having mental health problems. What people are saying is that his history of mental health problems damages his credibility, especially when all he has is stories. And by the way, I wouldn't care if he's been in a mental institution 27 times. If he came through with real evidence and smoking gun proof of his claims, I wouldn't care if he's been in a mental institution 27 times. But you add the fact, and by the way, he hasn't. Let's be clear. But if you add the fact that this man has a history of mental problems, and then you examine the claims that he's making and the lack of evidence that he is providing to the public, and I don't want to hear he provided it to the government or whatever. No. If you're going to make public claims of alien spaceships, alien bodies, crash retrieval programs, you should have some evidence. If we couple his history of mental illness with his being autistic and his lack of evidence of any of these claims that he's making being able to be shown to the public, the story is falling apart here. The story is absolutely falling apart. And anybody who doesn't believe that this leaving out his history of mental illness and leaving out the fact that he's autistic was done on purpose, I have a bridge to sell you.
Just, people are going to trust you, Ross. You've acquitted yourself brilliantly in this entire situation.
Oh, people are going to trust. This is how stupid Chris Cuomo is. Does Chris Cuomo know that Ross Coulthard has been caught selling 100% provably fake stories at least twice before this fiasco of a Grusch story? Why would people trust somebody if they knew? Why would you trust a journalist if you knew and understood that he's been caught selling 100% fake stories before? You wouldn't. But they don't give you that information. Again, it's the lie by omission. News Nation, if they were a real news outlet, would have detailed Ross Coulthard's completely and totally two fake stories that were completely and totally fake before this one and warned viewers. You might want to be careful with the claims of this journalist because he's been caught making absolutely sensational claims before that all turned out to be 100% provably fake stories. That matters.
But just in case you're saying, oh, yeah, they're just covering for Grusch, listen to him in his own words from the interview. Here it is.
I served in Afghanistan, and I had a friend that committed suicide after I got back, and I dealt with that for a couple years, and I'm proud as a veteran who did not become a statistic, totally took care of that issue in my life, and it doesn't affect me anymore.
So you suffered PTSD?
I am, yes, I did.
Did that affect your?
See, he can't even get his thoughts straight. You suffered PTSD. I am, which means I am suffering from PTSD in the present. Right before that statement, he said, I took care of that. It no longer affects me. Then why would you say I am when somebody asks if you're suffering from PTSD? And then correct yourself. I did. This is a real problem. And the more I analyze that original interview, the more I believe that Ross Coulthard is a bottom-feeding garbage peddler that took advantage of a man who has a history and is also autistic, because he knew that he could sell this man's story based on his credentials alone.
Explanation of what's happening today? Is it possible that you're deluding yourself?
No, absolutely not. I'm very proud to admit that that was an issue in my life, and I encourage veterans watching here to get help, so they're not a statistic, like a good friend of mine.
So I've got to be blunt about this.
Yeah.
You're not making this up. This is not a lie.
No, absolutely not.
1 second, friends. We'll skip me complaining about all the ads on News Nation. It's 3 ads so far, and we're 5 minutes in. 3 ads every 5 minutes. Great. Good for them. They can make money lying to people. We're not allowed to make money here with ads when we're telling people the truth.
It's great that you asked him about it. So what is your take on what's happening here?
Well, it's funny. The parallels here, Chris, are amazing. It's 52 years since Daniel Ellsberg, the last great.
Yeah, now he's going to equate this to a real whistleblower.
Was literally, his psychiatrist's office was burgled in, I think, 1971. In an effort to try and discredit him. And medical records of Daniel Ellsberg were procured by the Nixon administration and used to try and denigrate him. It blew up in the intelligence community's face at the time. And frankly, I think there should be an inquiry into the circumstances of how sensitive records pertaining to a decorated combat veteran's file found their way to a journalist, not through the proper channels.
It was through the proper channels. Ross Coulthart is completely and totally lying. The journalist did nothing wrong. He filed a legal Freedom of Information Act request for publicly available and police records. Police records are public record. They have to give you police records. There was nothing improper done. And for Ross Coulthart to suggest that something improper was done or something was leaked or they illegally leaked it, this is him trying to muddy the waters. Let's talk about how they attacked Dave Grusch and illegally released his medical records as a retaliatory thing. Let's not talk about the fact that I left out of my original story that this man was so severely mentally ill, his wife had to call the police on him and get him put in a mental institution, likely against his will. It was a court order. You got to go to the mental institution whether you want to or not if a judge issues an order like that. This is all to muddy the waters of Ross Coulthart's piss poor reporting. He was supposed to vet this man. So there's 2 choices. Either he knew this man had spent time in a mental institution and purposefully left it out, or he was so lazy in his vetting of Mr. Grusch's background that he didn't do the work. Those are the only 2 choices. And nothing illegal was done. This was all legal and proper, what this journalist did.
Could have been requested under FOI, as is normal, but the county sheriff has confirmed that did not happen.
Yes, it did. Those records came directly from the sheriff's office, and the documents themselves prove that they came from the sheriff's office. So is Coulthart lying when he's saying that the sheriff claimed they didn't give them the records? What's going on here, man? Talk about muddying the waters.
And this is a man who suffered, literally had a phone call with one of his best friends, a guy serving in special operations. That best friend finished the phone call, and then apparently he shot himself very soon after. And that's
yeah. And here we go. Let's all feel sorry for this guy. I'm sorry. Everybody experiences tragedy. I'm not trying to make light of that, but again, let's muddy the waters and make everybody feel sorry for this man who has made absolutely fantastical claims, but so far, it's been several months now, has provided no evidence. But he got a documentary deal, so there's that, right?
terrible.
And all the people selling this story sure made a lot of money off of him, right? So there's that.
I've suffered the loss of friends myself like that. It's a horrible thing to happen. And for anyone to seek to use the suffering of veterans, people who are...
Yeah, here we go. Again, feel sorry for this man. How dare they attack his history of mental illness? you know, I'm sorry, but if you're making claims about aliens and alien spaceships and government cover-ups, your mental health history is extremely relevant.
Dealing with PTSD is utterly reprehensible. It's contemptible. And
Yeah, you know what else is contemptible and utterly reprehensible? You lying through your teeth that these records were illegally leaked by the intelligence community. You not including his history of mental illness in your original story.
it should be exposed. There should be an investigation.
Oh, yeah,
into
we should
how
investigate.
A sensitive file like this was.
How was a sensitive file like this released? It was released through Freedom of Information Act because it's public records. Nothing improper was done. And also, people are suggesting that this is some violation of the Whistleblower Protection Act. No, it's not. Public records are public records.
So obviously leaked within the intelligence
community.
Intelligence community to try and discredit a good human being.
Oh, yeah, they leaked it to try to discredit him. Well, I'm sorry, but being put in a mental institution, having suffered a severe mental breakdown of sorts, and apparently so severe that you get put in a mental institution by a judge for treatment, that's a serious mental issue, serious mental problem, and it's relevant to a man making claims about spaceships and aliens.
You know, PTS is a very common, misunderstood.
All right, I've had enough. I can't take any more of this, Chris Cuomo. I'm sorry. I have something else to share with you. If you're just joining us, you're watching Truth Seekers, and we're discussing today's revelations about alleged UFO whistleblower Dave Grusch. We want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. Great attendance tonight in our peanut gallery. We thank you. Chuck Bam says, Truth Seekers, you need a suit and tie to be monetized. Try it for a month. You know, I think I'm gonna try that. I'm willing to try anything to get our ad revenue back. And by the way, I did do some checking, and it turns out that our revenue since they started doing this here dropped by 40% because the ad revenue was 40% of the YouTube income. The rest comes from super chats or memberships. So them doing that is basically just taking half of our show's income away. And to be clear, they turn the ads on after review almost every time. But by then, it's 4 or 5 days later, and we get no more views. So okay, 1 second here. I was thinking of Hecker all the time with hallucinations, says Foxy Friends. Yeah, I have something else to share with you because interestingly today, a new video dropped from the New York Post with Stephen Greenstreet and Mick West talking about Jeremy Corbell's and George Knapp's manipulation of Congress. And this was before the news broke. So not only do we have George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell manipulating Congress, you know, so that they can have some, you know, great material to sell their audiences. Now we get the stunning revelations that the man that they put front and center to be the front man of all of this is a man with a history of severe mental illness and is also autistic.
On July 26th, there was a historic congressional hearing on UFOs. 3 so-called witnesses, 2 of them actually never saw a UFO, testified to congressional leaders about UFOs and aliens. We previously released a breakdown of red flags, inaccuracies.
Yeah, I did a red flag video too.
From this
He's
hearing.
a good company.
A link to this video is in the description below. The star witness of the hearing was David Grusch, who claims alien UFOs have crashed on Earth. In the government.
Yeah, and is now a confirmed person with mental illness in his past. And they left that part of the story out when they were selling that story. We've talked so many times about the lie by omission. For anyone to suggest that his mental problems in his past would not be relevant to his story, they're living in a delusional fantasy land. Of course, it's relevant to his story.
Is in possession of both the alien craft and the alien bodies. In this video, we'll discuss the
Dubious
characters
characters.
connected to Grusch and how they played a role in pushing UFOs
Oh,
all
look
the
at
way
the
to Congress.
Grifts of a
Another
feather
red flag
grift together.
even before the hearing started, Mick, was the presence and involvement of George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell, who sat front and center at the hearing, walked into the hearing like rock stars.
Yeah, and why is it that people who have sold provably fake UFO stories for years to the tune of millions of dollars get reserved seating at a congressional hearing? Now, we've reported, I did some checking, and it could have been any of the witnesses are allowed to reserve seats for family members or friends or whatever, lawyers. That may be why. But as an American tax-paying citizen, I object to these two bottom-feeding UFO grifters who have been caught selling fake UFO stories for years now to the tune of millions of dollars. Why are they treated like VIPs? Why didn't they wait in line with everybody else that couldn't get into the hearing? Why are they able to manipulate members of Congress?
In our reporting at the Post, we've gone into a lot of the claims of George Knapp, who is deeply, deeply, deeply invested in Skinwalker Ranch and the stories of Bigfoot and the stories of God.
Yeah, Knapp has written 2 nonfiction books about the ghosts and monsters of Skinwalker Ranch.
Knows what, with no evidence ever presented, who admits there's no evidence.
Is there any evidence? Well, no, not really.
But despite that, right?
Is there any evidence? Well, no, not really.
Books about it, claiming it's true. And these two folks, you've got
Corbell is a warrior yoga instructor, artist, and fashion designer. Inspirational lecture and study video, yogic philosophy with Sensei Jeremy Corbell. Warrior yoga, yoga for the martial athlete. Oh, great. Training seminar and study video. And let's not also forget that he was a failed artist and worked for his mommy and daddy who own real estate, right? Yeah. And he also was a MMA instructor, I believe, or some form of martial arts instructor for a form of martial arts that he made up called quantum jujitsu. It doesn't exist. He just made it up. Great background on this this big UFO expert, right? And Greenstreet's going to break down. He's also now a military expert somehow.
Jeremy Corbell, a former yoga instructor turned apparently military expert.
Corbell is currently the media's go-to expert on military encounters with UFOs. A man who has been caught selling provably fake stories over and over and over again is the go-to guy in the major media now. We live in clown world here, friends.
Who's an expert on all of this all of a sudden. We learned that they met Grusch, a long time ago.
Oh. Everybody gets ads but me. Hold on, let me get through that. All right, 1 second. Next time I'm going to remember to post these on a channel that we keep to do things like that and leave it unmonetized. I apologize, friends.
Time ago,
Dave Grusch approached us first
at like a Star Trek convention or something.
We actually did
Star Trek convention.
He came to the event. He heard our presentation. We spent some time together to talk about topics of mutual interest.
And then they met up at a UFO conference. And there's a photo of Grusch sitting at a table with George Knapp, with Jay Stratt.
Yeah, the gang's all here.
Taylor.
All the grifters.
Those three deeply involved with Skinwalker Ranch, deeply involved with dubious claims of just the craziest stuff ever, have never presented any evidence. They're sitting right behind Grusch, and then Burchett thanks them.
Yeah, that was
everybody
wild.
For making this happen today.
Thanks to my UFO grifter
George
friends.
Knapp,
Thank you, guys.
my buddy
Yeah,
Jeremy
the
Corbell.
grifter friends.
What were your thoughts on that whole?
That's
fact?
ridiculous. That was ridiculous, and that was a big red flag. As soon as I saw like the witnesses lined up, you had Graves, Grusch, and Fravor, and right behind on either side, Grusch, very, very visible, were George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell, who, as you know, have this very dubious history of inaccurate reporting of UFOs. And a
Inaccurate
example
reporting
of that was this recent case from 29 Palms, which was a video that was released by Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp. They said that there was this giant triangular craft the size of a football field that was hovering over this camp for a long period of time.
And it was flares. And I believe they knew it was flares.
That went everywhere. That story went everywhere, all over the news as this triangle UFO, this spooky ship, this craft for weeks.
Mystery in the sky. Do you
It's not a mystery. It's flares.
see the 5 dots there on your screen?
Looks like a triangle seeming to hover over a base at a 29 Palms.
A triangular formation of light. Could this really be a mass UFO sighting? Joining us now is Jeremy Corbell. And
Jeremy Corbell himself joins us right now.
The
Jeremy
expert.
Corbell.
He's an expert, and he doesn't know when he's looking at flares. Listen, all you need to know about this whole clown show is the whole clown show with the flares, right? There's two possibilities. Either Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp knew it was flares and purposefully kept that from, being included in the story, or they're the dumbest, laziest UFO investigators on planet Earth. Those are your two choices. And Jeremy Corbell, you can either choose to be a purposeful con man and grifter who purposefully sold a story that you knew was flares as a triangle-shaped alien spacecraft that's a football field in length, or you are an idiot. Those are Corbell's choices. And absolutely the same for George Knapp. Remember, they said they were investigating that story for 2 years. And in 2 years, they didn't find out that there was military exercises in that exact area at that exact time. How come internet sleuths found that information instantly? And how come somebody who's an impartial observer, somebody like Mick West or John from the Black Vault, could instantly identify that so-called alien spacecraft as flares minutes after they broadcast it? But Corbell still doubles down and pretends that it can't be flares.
For coming in.
Well, he did for a time, and then they finally had to give it up.
Thanks for having me.
And then it was almost immediately proven to be flares. What it actually was what a lot of people pointed out within minutes of the video being released was flares. Very common source of UFO sightings are military flares because they often...
Yeah, and something like military flares should be eliminated before you jump to the aliens explanation. But that's not what these garbage peddlers do. They jump ahead to the aliens before they actually exclude other prosaic or ordinary explanations. That's how the grift works.
Drop them in patterns, and they're quite large in the sky, their spacing, and they descend fairly slowly and stay there for a while. So we proved like 100% exactly what these were, these flares. It really wasn't that hard to figure it out.
It wasn't that hard to figure it out. I love Mick West. He is like diplomatic even when he's calling somebody an idiot, right? He's like, it wasn't that hard to figure this out.
And George Knapp, they were the people responsible for leaking the Green Triangle video. And
they called it, yeah, and Knapp, Corbell, they're reporting it was flying pyramids.
Yeah, they said these green triangles were actually
they were pyramid shaped,
triangular shaped, and they were actually like a bunch of
pyramid spaceships.
Things.
LA-based investigative filmmaker Jeremy Corbell recently released this video taken by the Navy, showing what he describes as pyramid-shaped UFOs.
UFOs are real.
Notice how he watermarks these videos too, which, by the way, are the property of the United States government, meaning they belong to all the taxpayers. He has no right to sell those or to put his watermark on those. And I have asked a very important question that demands an answer. You see that pyramid fake UFO video being played on major news networks all over the world. Is he getting a royalty? Does he get paid for the footage that he provides them every time they play that? It's usual that news outlets will pay to use people's footage. Is he claiming that he owns that footage that was leaked from the United States government? And is he making money on that? And if so, shouldn't there be an investigation into that? What gives him the right to make money from taxpayer-funded videos that somehow get leaked to him, but the rest of us aren't allowed to profit from them, right?
They represent an advanced and sophisticated technology.
And then
they represent an advanced and sophisticated technology. Yeah, and they just so happen to also have FAA lights on them, right?
You, of course, proved without a doubt that the triangle shapes we see are actually due to the triangular shape of the camera's aperture. Basically, with a triangular aperture, anything that's out of focus would look like a triangle. You also proved without a doubt that most of the objects in the videos and photos were actually just stars, out of focus stars.
Yeah, great job on that debunk,
But
Mick West
despite
did.
all of this, Corbell still claims
a pyramid-shaped craft, no effing doubt. Yeah. So he's either a purposeful grifter and con artist, or he's an idiot. Again, those are the two choices.
These were triangles, pyramids.
You know, he tweeted, like, when I explained what it was, it's, you know, the aperture of the triangular aperture of the camera. I explained what it was, and he tweeted saying basically it's
the triangle aperture theory was lame and feeble attempt to discredit the obvious. Anybody that considered this theory in the first place should evaluate their ability to perceive. He doubles down when he gets caught selling fake UFOs, and he's been caught many, many times now. He doubles down. There's no difference between Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp, and Third Phase of Moon. None. There's no difference. They're all the same. Or David Wilcock, Corey Good, you know, they're all the same.
Complete nonsense. It's a lie. It's a disinformation. The triangular aperture theory is just a big distraction from the reality of things, when in fact it was all 100% accurate. That's what actually happened, and as was confirmed by the Pentagon.
The triangular appearance.
Yeah, the Pentagon later confirmed that Mick West's debunk was 100% correct. So why is Congress being manipulated by people who are purposefully, some would say purposefully, selling 100% fake UFO videos as alien spacecraft? Why would they not treat them with the same way that they would treat a National Enquirer reporter who sells stories of Bat Boys or Hillary Clinton's alien babies? They don't deserve to be given any amount of respect or credibility based on their track record of selling 100% provably fake stories about aliens and UFOs.
Is a result of light passing through the night vision goggles and then being recorded by an SLR camera. It is simply that light source resolves itself through the night vision goggles onto the SLR camera as a triangle.
But even that's an interesting thing. The Pentagon confirmed, you know, the theory that I and various other people came up with because it was so obvious. But the Pentagon said they didn't figure it out for 2 years. And what's going on there? Who was actually looking into it?
Oh, that's right. These two clowns were the people that were responsible for looking into that sighting. 2 Skinwalker Ranch ghost hunters were in charge of identifying unidentified aerial objects at the Pentagon. And these 2 clowns just happened to be stars of the Skinwalker Ranch scam television show, right? These guys couldn't figure it out in two years, but Mick West figured it out in a few hours and even did experiments, got a similar night vision scope and showed that his theory was accurate and correct. He got star charts out, Mick West did, and showed that most of the objects in the video were just stars, right? He did incredible work in just a few hours to identify that craft. And these 2 people were in charge of doing that for the government. And in 2 years, they couldn't do that. They couldn't come up with what it was, right? And these 2 people, I think, are about as credible as a crackhead holding a gas can begging you for money, right? They're just not people you should believe about anything. You should just, these people are paranormal pushing clowns.
It's the UAP task force at that time which would have been Jay Stratton and Travis Taylor. They couldn't figure it out for 2 years, this simple little optical thing. Travis Taylor, PhD.
Travis Taylor's got a PhD in optical science, and he couldn't figure this out.
In optics.
I think he wasted his money on college, dude.
Couldn't figure it out. What's going on?
These are ancient aliens stars. These are, you know, authors of books about ghosts and werewolves. These are people who have been hawking the UFO and ghost and paranormal story for decades, who make a living off of this. Their life depends on everything being spooky.
Yeah, and that's a very important statement. Do you think that people who are making millions of dollars off of these false stories have a vested financial interest to keep mysteries going instead of actually, you know, look, if Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp would have put out that pyramid UFO story, but been honest and said, this isn't a real UFO, it was a result of the camera aperture, the night vision scope that has a triangle aperture, makes every light source look like a triangle, there would be no money there. There would be no story. So these people have a vested financial interest to see aliens everywhere and alien spacecraft. We want to thank John Lies, continuing show supporter, for kind and generous 1333. The hearing was merely the catalyst to give showrunners a taste of money-making opportunities. Yeah, I believe that you may be correct, and we thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support, and for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, 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 praise you.
Thank you, John Lies, for helping us to praise the cash. So, you know, these people, just as Stephen Greenstreet said, they're not eating this week unless they sell more UFO stories. Could that be perhaps, you know, one of the reasons that they see aliens everywhere instead of flares or, you know, camera artifacts? Daniel Black, with the kind and generous 518 super chat, and thanks also for being a member, says Grusch believing his police records were leaked by the intelligence community also shows his lack of clear, unbiased thinking. I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. And thank you very much for helping us to praise the cash, Daniel Black, and thanks for being a member.
Praise the cash, 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 praise the cash. Subscribe and hit the like button. Smash it like it's hot.
Smash it like it's hot. Hit that like button, friends. It really does help. Thank you, Daniel Black, for your kindness, generosity, and support. We've got just a few more minutes of this. I thought today would be a quick one. It's never that quick. But we thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Yeah, Jello Putin is here and says, got to keep them guessing, grabbing, squinting, and believing. Yeah. This just woke me up. Too loud, says Chuck Bam. I'm going to get complaints from people who sleep to truth seekers now. Let's continue.
And they're not only in attendance, but we hear from congressional leaders, they're part of the process. They're influencing the leaders. They're submitting statements.
They're George Knapp, my buddy Jeremy Corbell. They're not witnesses, but they've provided some statements on this subject, and I seek unanimous consent to enter those statements into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Why are we entering statements from proven UFO grifter con artists who sell questionable stories to the tune of millions of dollars with no evidence whatsoever? Why are we letting them enter congressional testimony in written statements or otherwise? Shouldn't they be, you know, laughed out of the halls of Congress? I think so. Was the members of Congress aware of just how many fake UFO stories they've peddled or how much money they made selling the Bob Lazar story, who's a convicted pimp, fake scientist, bankrupt liar, or he was a bankrupt liar, whose wife was a convicted murderer with strong ties to organized crime, so Bob Lazar could never have gotten clearance to work at any top secret anything base? I think that Congress is extremely misinformed. And in fact, I think that they Corbell and Knapp, and it's my opinion, I'm allowed to have an opinion. I think that Corbell and Knapp are buddies with Mr. Burchett, and they manipulated him into holding this hearing because they could raise their profile, get new followers, right? They have monetized podcasts, monetized documentaries, monetized book deals, monetized speaking engagements at UFO conferences. We have to follow the money here before we decide if these people are credible or not.
Without objection.
Which is just baffling to me,
It is
because Jeremy
baffling.
Corbell has done nothing other than promote a narrative and release a whole bunch of really terrible UFO videos that get almost immediately debunked. He's a very good talker. He's quite compelling if you don't know the facts behind the case.
Yes, Jeremy Corbell, I agree with Mick West, is quite compelling if you don't know the facts behind the case. And Jeremy Corbell doesn't give everyone the facts behind the case. He gives them a narrative. It's definitely aliens. I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's aliens.
But somehow he's managed to have this influence over people in Congress.
After the UFO hearing ended, News Nation reported that Congressman Burchett
Yeah, this was new information to me.
originally had more than just 3 witnesses lined up to testify. On August 6th, Jeremy Corbell claimed that there were 5 congressional UFO witnesses and that all 5 were in attendance at the hearing. So who, according to Corbell, were the other 2 congressional witnesses? George Knapp and himself.
Isn't that great? Testify to Congress, that's an outrage. The fact that they let them put written statements in is an outrage. It is essentially endorsing UFO scammer, grifter, hucksters, con artists who sell fake UFO stories for cash. I, as a tax-paying American citizen, strongly object to Congress endorsing these 2 clowns. Amazing. All right. Well, that was the New York Post piece by Stephen Greenstreet. I thought it important to share. And I can't wait to see what those 2 guys have to say about the recent revelations of Mr. Grusch having severe mental problems in his past. So severe, in fact, that a judge was forced to order him to undergo psychiatric evaluation or care at an inpatient mental health facility. Burchett, after the hearing, doubled down on the people were killed thing. WVLT news interview. Yeah. And again, where's the evidence? If you got people being murdered over this, wouldn't there be like police reports? Wouldn't there be autopsy reports? Wouldn't there be newspaper reports of murders taking place? Couldn't we get that evidence? Could we get a list of the names of people who were murdered here? We never seem to get the evidence. People, look, these people all make fantastical, huge claims. Victor Wag says, sorry, Chuck, dag gummit. No, he says dag nabbit. Dag nabbit. They wanted to get the NASA janitor in there, and he said, hell no. Yeah. There's only 3. What happened to Bob Lazar and Corey Good? Yeah, exactly. They might as well have gotten Bob Lazar and Corey Good to testify. They're just as credible as Dave Grusch at this point. Patty Wilhelm says, I want a refund, right? And World in Chaos 76, thank you for being a member, says Upside Down World. Oh, and then I'm sorry to see, I noticed that a bunch of people dropped off their memberships because we had a bunch of people buy people memberships. So we had a bunch of drop-offs. So I'd like to encourage you, please do become a member. I'm going to try my best to share more on the Patreon and members. Element 115 produces grift-ons. Yes. Again, where are the bodies? I agree. I absolutely agree. Interesting that Mr. Grusch has had 2 severe mental health breakdowns, I suppose. that were severe enough that the police were called both times. I think this is extremely relevant. And I also agree with our viewer here who said the fact that he went straight to this persecution of him, like, oh, the intelligence community leaked that information about me, shows that he is very biased in his thinking and perhaps not thinking clearly like a sane and rational person would. True crime genre on YouTube getting truth blocked by these guys. Yeah. Lavar's wife cheated on Lazar while working at 51, the accounts claim. I haven't heard that. I heard he cheated on her, though, and then he married another woman while he was still married to the first wife. The bodies are in the freezers with the popsicles and the lima beans. Yeah, that's exactly where. I got a freezer here. I'm waiting for somebody to bring me an alien body because we need views, right? Dag nabbit. Exactly. Dag nabbit. What is the outrage is the lukewarm lunch meat people that hold some of these titles at the Pentagon or have positions as respected scientists. Yeah. How is UFO wackadoos getting jobs at the Pentagon identifying UFOs? It makes no sense. Are we touching on the Peru alien attack soon? Yeah, actually, I'll do that now for you. Thank you, Tyrant, for reminding me. So it would appear that the Peruvian alien story is a hoax, and this is why we avoided it. But you'll notice that grifters and grifter shows covered it like it was real. And some people know who I'm talking about, the same clickbait garbage people that promote every false alien story. The news of the aliens in Loreto has just been denied. This is what I mean by sensationalist news. Unlike Latina, ATV, or Willax or the Republic is a medium that does not share ideals with the state and seeks to delve into information in a reliable manner. The headline says they were not aliens, they were illegal miners. Based on the experience that we Peruvians have, we know that the traditional media only seek to support the smokescreens of our state. I do not want this to be real, but it's very important to check the veracity of these media channels. Keep in mind, to date, there has been no real material to support the allegations. I don't think they try to silence the residents, but I don't believe they pay some of them. So it wasn't aliens. It was miners, apparently. And this is why we didn't cover it, because I kind of took one look at it and went, this is a hoax. It's not a real story. There's not good evidence here. But don't worry, because the Grift-On channels, they pumped this up. Of course they did, because they bring you garbage. They're garbage peddlers. Matt G is here. Turns out they're just a bunch of crackheads all messed up on that Peruvian flake. Yeah, could be. Rezo Factor says, Face Skinner sounds like a good TV series or horror movie title. Yeah. Ron Brock says, good presentation. Well, thank you, and we appreciate you being here, Ron Brock. And I will try not yelling at the next. I'll try not raising my voice. I'm going to try a suit. I'm going to put on a suit. I'm not going to raise my voice, and we'll see what they do. We have to take away every excuse that they could possibly give for why our shows get instantly. At least wait till the show ends before you demonetize it. Is it the titles? I don't know. This just started happening a few weeks ago, and it cut our income here in half. If I was a conspiratorial person, I might think that maybe somebody has their thumb on the scale, and they're trying to discourage me from continuing to tell people the truth about this disinformation, misinformation, false narratives, and carefully created deceptive stories being sold about aliens and UFOs. Maybe somebody doesn't want somebody like me here giving people the rest of the story or the whole story, the facts and the evidence that show the deception involved. And we have seen tonight that Ross Coulthart was extremely deceptive in putting this Grusch character out there as a viable or real, credible, credentialed witness. And by the way, for all I know, he does have evidence, but we're not allowed to see it, which is extremely problematic to me. And if you were going to design a UFO grift, it would kind of go like this, right? Like, okay, we'll put this guy out. He'll make these fantastic claims. He'll confirm what everybody already really wants to believe, that the aliens are real. They visited us. We got recovered spacecraft. We got recovered bodies. It's all true. And then when people press for evidence, he could just say, the evidence is classified. I gave it to the government. And then once the government sifts through all of his crap and decides it's crap, they'll claim cover-up. I guarantee that's coming. They're going to claim cover-up. It's been months since Mr. Grusch provided his evidence or testimony. Do you mean to tell me that he gave them smoking gun evidence and proof of alien visitation on Earth and that didn't leak yet? I call bull. I call absolute bull. If there was real and verifiable smoking gun proof or evidence provided to anyone, somebody would have leaked that, in my opinion. And no one has, which tells you that the quality of his so-called evidence, and I think the quality of the so-called first-hand eyewitnesses, is going to be extremely suspect. But time will tell. What I will say again, and I keep repeating this, is I don't want to wait. I don't want to wait 5 years to find out that this guy's got no evidence. Either put up the evidence or shut the hell up and go away. And Ross Coulthard, put up the evidence. Show us the giant spaceship, you dummy, right? Show us the giant spaceship. And all these people claiming cover-ups and all this stuff, yeah, there is a cover-up. Ross Coulthard is covering up where a giant spaceship is. He won't tell us. Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp are covering up the Element 115. George Knapp says he knows exactly where it is. They're withholding the smoking gun evidence and proof of aliens. Or are they full of shit? I know what I believe. Let me know what you think in the comments. Stephen, did you ever catch the Jaime Maussan interview with two guys that saw an alien hiding behind a lamppost? I don't watch anything Jaime Maussan because he is one of the biggest garbage peddlers in the universe. So I don't find I would not think that anything Jaime Maussan ever puts out is real or credible evidence. No doubt Doorbell and friends already have something leaked from Grusch they will use, claiming an anonymous source, of course. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And, it wouldn't be a stretch to find out later that Grusch was their source for the orb, the Mosul orb and the Baghdad Phantom fake, UFO crap stories they put out. A lot of people believe that Grusch was the source of Jeremy Corbell and Jeremy Corbell's story of the Mosul orb and this Baghdad Phantom. And people are speculating further, and this is rumors and speculation, all of this, take from it what you will, that part of the so-called retaliation that he faced was having his clearances suspended, revoked, or looked into because they found out that he was the person leaking this material from classified briefings, apparently, to Jeremy Corbell. What if that's the case? A little slimy, right? And let us also be sure that we recognize that I asked a very important question tonight. Are UFO promoters taking advantage of a mentally ill man with autism? And I want to be sure and clear that I put on the record that the reason that I think that Mr. Grusch, in my opinion, had a severe mental illness or mental problems is because I have a great deal of experience with that. My mother was paranoid schizophrenic, and I know what it takes to put someone under, care. You have to get a judge involved. You have to call the police. The judge has to evaluate. Are they a danger to themselves or others? Should they be institutionalized if it's not their choice to get treatment? You don't just lock up people in a mental ward. There's a whole process, and it has to be a very serious issue for a judge to go far enough to put somebody in a mental institution, for those orders to be issued. And I'm certainly, I'm sure, you know, all the critics will come out. I'm attacking a guy with PSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, I'm sorry. And I'm attacking a person with mental problems or whatever. I'm attacking a person with autism. I'm not doing any of that. What I am putting forth and asserting is that the people who sold us his story so far lied to everyone. They lied by omission. It's still a lie. Then this information comes leaking out, information they should have provided at the start of all this, but either chose not to or did not do because they didn't do the vetting required. And then let's talk about the fact that the New York Times and the Washington Post and other credible news sources didn't take the Grusch story. Could it be that they vetted Grusch and they found out that he was a mental patient, that he was institutionalized with mental problems a few years before this? And that's why they wouldn't publish the story? These are all real possibilities. And these are possibilities that people need to consider. And if you want to live in a delusional fantasy world where a guy getting forcibly put in a mental institution because of a severe mental breakdown doesn't somehow affect his credibility, then you live in your delusional bubble. But I live in the real world. Go ask 100 people if a person making claims like this who has never had a mental breakdown or been institutionalized, or who has, take two people making the exact same claims that Dave Grusch is making, but one of them has been forcibly put in a mental institution for a severe mental problem or mental breakdown, and the other has never. Which person is more credible making those claims? I know what I believe. And the fact that some people are attacking me for saying that this damages his credibility. Really? He was in a mental institution a few years ago, but that doesn't damage the credence of his claims. It doesn't call into question his ability to discern reality from fantasy. And there's also the issue of him being autistic. And again, I have a nonverbal autistic son who's very, very affected by autism. It affects our entire family. In fact, I would go so far as to say that the most challenging thing in my entire life is my son, Zachary. It takes everything for me to take care of him. Everything. He needs 24-hour a day, 7 days a week, constant supervision. You can't leave him alone for a minute. He gets into things and, makes huge messes. He gets naked all the time. He doesn't understand. You got to keep your pants on. So I have to put pants on him, 15 times a day some days. He is severely affected by autism. Now, we can tell based on his intelligence and his well-spoken manner that Dave Grusch is not as affected as my son by autism, but the fact remains that he has autism. And scientific studies prove that people with autism are easy to manipulate, easy to lie to. They can't pick up on the social cues that somebody is clearly lying to them, even when they are clearly lying to them. For anybody to suggest that that's not relevant to a guy who is just repeating stories people told him, is for you to think that's not relevant, that means you are equally, just as with the mental illness problems, you are living in a delusional fantasy land, because science and scientific method proves that people affected by autism cannot discern lies the same way that a person unaffected by autism can. There's been multiple scientific studies published. And by the way, I read all the scientific literature on autism just in an attempt to understand my son's world. Remember, he doesn't communicate with me. We don't have conversations, I don't really ever know what's going on in his head. I know when he's happy. I know when he's sad. He expresses emotions, but he doesn't communicate. So I have read everything that I could find on autism, and just in an attempt to understand my son. And I can tell you that I truly believe that that's correct, because I have been around a lot of autistic people. And I believe, based on my personal experience, that those scientific studies are correct. People with autism, they're easy to lie to, they're easy to manipulate. That's just a fact. That's been my personal experience. That's been what the scientific literature suggests. So if we couple this man's history of very, very serious mental illness with his autism, and then we realize that the people selling his story were aware of both things, and they still chose to sell his story and not disclose those two things at the start of the story, it's very deceptive. It's very manipulative. And it's very convenient that they left those two things out of the story. And then they claim anybody talking about those two things is attacking a decorated war veteran or whatever. You're attacking a veteran. How dare you? Listen, you're the one making fantastical claims. Ross Coulthart, how much money have you made so far on this story? How much money are you going to make on the documentary deal that you got with him? How much money is George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell going to make on all the monetized videos about this and the UFO hearings and all this other hype? They all have a motive to keep pushing this story, even if there is no evidence. And we see exactly what I predicted. Kick the can, chase the carrot. That's what we always get. Oh, there's all this evidence, but we can't show it to you. We can't show you any evidence. We can't name the names of the people who were involved in this project so that you can go investigate the story. We can't name those names, but don't worry. He gave that information to Congress and they're investigating. Great, great. So there's all this evidence, but we're not allowed to see it. What the hell kind of whistleblower comes forward and just makes claims and has zero evidence that he can share with the public? A fake whistleblower. Dave Grusch is a fake whistleblower. He's not a real whistleblower. I'm sorry. You go cry, do whatever you're going to do. You know, send me your nasty grams on Twitter, your nasty emails or whatever. Real whistleblowers break NDAs, break security oaths, and they drop evidence like Edward Snowden did. Or people providing information to WikiLeaks did in the case of the war crimes in Iraq. Those people all violated their NDAs and their security clearances, and they put forth evidence of their claims. They didn't just say things. A whistleblower who just says things is worthless. And I get it. People are like, oh, no, it's Congress's job to investigate his claims. Claims made without evidence should be dismissed without evidence. We've got Ross Coulthart and all these people pushing this grift cart up this hill, trying to make this story work. Well, fantastic story. The government's hiding alien bodies, and the government has alien spaceships, and it's all been covered up for decades now. People have been murdered. Where is the proof of any of this? They haven't. It's been months. There's no evidence. There's no proof. It's time to move on. Move on to the next grift, right? Find some new flares to sell, Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp. And Ross Coulthart has been caught selling 100% provably fake stories about aliens before. Where's the analysis of Jim's balls, right? Nowhere. He promised that he had conclusive proof of alien technology, all confirmed by renowned scientist Michio Kaku. Go ask Michio Kaku what he confirmed. Did he see the alien evidence? No. He talked about theoretical physics, the same thing he always talks about in every documentary or whatever. Not only did they not have conclusive proof of alien technology, they had no proof. Is it such a stretch to think that a guy who would do that would also take advantage of a mentally ill autistic person to make millions of dollars, perhaps, selling this guy's story? It's not a stretch to believe that somebody who's scummy and slimy and dirty enough to stand there in front of cameras and say, we have conclusive proof of alien technology, all confirmed by this renowned scientist, cut to a shot of Michio Kaku. It's not a stretch to think that a guy who would be slimy enough to stand in front of cameras and lie through his teeth would take advantage of a mentally ill or autistic person in order to sell another story. It's not a stretch at all. And by the way, I'm simply expressing my opinion here that these people all of them who are profiting off of this. Leslie Kane and Blumenthal, News Nation, George Knapp, Jeremy Corbell, Ross Coulthard, anybody who's profiting from this man, unless he has smoking gun 100% incontrovertible proof or evidence of his claims, all of these people are taking advantage of a mentally ill autistic man, in my opinion. And there are laws in this country. You can't just take advantage of people who may have mental handicaps or people who are mentally ill. Time will tell. And what we're going to see in the coming months, I guarantee it, is a kick the can. Oh no, new whistleblowers are coming. Forget about that guy. Now we'll all, they're going to give everybody a new disclosure boner off of somebody new that's coming in the next couple of weeks or a month. I guarantee it. And once these guys all get a new disclosure boner, they're going to hope that once the true believers get that disclosure boner, they'll forget that Dave Grusch never provided evidence. Then they're going to put up another guy who's going to tell stories and have an equal lack of real or verifiable evidence of his claims. And then when you tire of that guy, they're going to push him to the side and give you another disclosure boner with another guy that's going to come and tell stories and have an equally piss poor amount of real or verifiable evidence. This is the cycle of grift. This is how it works. It's worked this way forever, right? I'm not, I have not been hopeful that this is going to turn out well. I've not been at all hopeful. And if I've been cynical, this is why. I knew there was something wrong with this guy. I knew it. And then when I heard he had autism, I knew that this guy had likely, in my opinion, been manipulated by a bunch of true believing wackadoos like Jay Stratton, his boss, like Harold Putoff, who was part of the TTSA techno scam. And he's repeating Hal Putoff's theories that Hal Putoff put in papers. Wackadoos like Eric Davis, who's been making claims about aliens for years, but never proving anything. People like Lou Elizondo, who claimed he had superpowers, right? And claimed that he ran a government program that never existed. And then there's also him being a part of the TTSA techno scam that's allegedly right now under investigation by the Securities and Exchange Commission for fraud, right? And then we get Gary Nolan is his boss. This guy who has been involved in several completely and totally 100% fake stories. What if he was just manipulated by all of these true believers that he's been hanging out with? What if he was deceived into believing that this is true? If that's the case, this man threw away his entire career so that a bunch of UFO grifters could get disclosure boners and make millions of dollars off of him and his claims. And if that's the case, it's truly sad. And I think that if this is the case, people should face consequences for manipulating a mentally ill autistic man into helping them sell a UFO or alien grift. Wucha is here. Don't throw your skirt over your head again. We are discussing this subject, hopefully objectively, as such annex. Block me if you want, but that would say more about you than me. Come on, guys. Just keep it respectful. I would appreciate that. I was looking to see. The amazing Mystico says, I expect the Cosmic Con Shuffle. That's exactly what's going to happen. And for those unaware, if you're new to the show, we have our own sort of lingo and terminology. The Cosmic Con Shuffle is what all these grifters do. When the story comes crashing down, they do the Cosmic Con Shuffle and they shuffle away for a little while. And then they stay away for a little while, hoping that everybody forgets that they just got caught selling a 100% completely and totally fake story. Then they shuffle back in and sell another 100% provably fake story. Rinse and repeat. That's the Cosmicon Shuffle. Jello Putin says, my disclosure boner just won't go down. Yeah. A lot of people have a disclosure boner for this Grusch guy. And boy, were people losing their minds on Twitter today. I'm not even going on Twitter for the rest of the week. These people are losing their goddamn minds because their UFO disclosure Jesus turned out to be a man with severe mental problems. And they can't handle that that's relevant to this guy who's making these claims, right? Yeah. Oh, man. My friend Macario shared this with me. One second. He says, I know you're live. You might want to save this for a show about Wilcock. This is how they are building the planes. I don't know if you've seen this. This don't look good. Oh. So David Wilcock's scammy aerospace company. Oh, what a joke David Wilcock's scammy aerospace company is. Oh, this is great. So they're selling what? 3D models? Stavati SM27 machete. These are 3D printed models. This isn't real. David Wilcock's scammy aerospace company, for those unaware, he gave millions of dollars to, and they just got sued in court for investment fraud, essentially, and they had a judgment against them of over $1 million, to the best of my recollection. David Wilcock previously showed us some G.I. Joe toys that, well, they look like G.I. Joe toys to me that they 3D printed. So this is how they're making their airplanes. You can get one up to 8 centimeters long. Great. Let's look at this one. Yeah. So they have 3D printed, they have 3D models. It's not real airplanes. It's 3D models. Great. Great. Bobby Broadway is here, and thanks for being a member, said, I bet Steven could rock some Lock sunglasses. I love those gangster frames. I'm not familiar with them. I'll look them up. I'm always looking for new sunglasses. Every time I see a sunglass rack in a store, I'm like drawn to it, you know, because I wear glasses essentially all the time. And for those unaware, I do that to cover my wonky eye. I have a paralyzed eye, and it just makes me feel self-conscious. I'd rather just wear glasses and not even think about my eye. And if it's, you know, my eyes are going 2 different ways or whatever. But people love to, critics don't know that I have a paralyzed eye, and they love to say stuff like, take off the sunglasses, you're inside, you dummy. Like, I wear them for medical reasons. I have a paralyzed eye, you dummy. How about that? Those planes would just crash and burn on takeoff, says Randy. Yeah, I believe. Victor Wag is here and says, you know, it's a good plane because it's a Ninja food prep prop on the back. It's just so ridiculous. 3D printed are full-scale models from the 8 centimeter 3D printed are the full-scale models from his aerospace company. 8 centimeters. Wusha, you're the only one ignoring facts. Grusch's secondhand stories, fact. Corbell's triangle flares, fact. Boca pyramids, fact. You are either a troll or not interested in facts. Well, Jeremy Corbell's ego is so tiny. He goes into live chats. For all we know, that's Corbell arguing. I always know when it's Corbell in my comments because nobody cares enough about Jeremy Corbell to argue about what a credible journalist he is. And some people come into my YouTube comments here and will argue with me about what a great journalist and filmmaker he is. I know it's him. He's got a real thin skin, and he doesn't like the criticism. You know what, then? Don't do scammy stuff, Jeremy Corbell, and you won't get the criticism. Don't sell fake stories to the tune of millions of dollars. Must be nice he just bought $1 million home with his grift earnings. I can see him just bombing the smoke alarms with his toy planes. Could be. Matt G says, that's why I don't like social media, because people wouldn't say the things they say to people online to their faces, and they can misinterpret it. Yeah, I agree with you. I think Wilcock plays with Barbies. That man is not. Yeah, he could. He probably does. Some of these journalists should go work at CNN. Yeah, that's a good point. You know, some of them used to work at CNN. Chris Cuomo. Only Corbell thinks Corbell is credible. Exactly. That's how I know that when somebody comes in my comments telling me what a credible journalist Corbell is and what an incredible filmmaker and what great work he's done, I know it's him. I know it's him. And I would just listen, I'll tell you to Corbell, grow a set of balls and come on our show and have a debate about the Bob Lazar case with me. I will leave you in a puddle of your own piss if you did that. He won't debate the Bob Lazar with anybody that's actually knowledgeable of the real story. He will never debate anyone. And that makes him an intellectual weakling and a coward. And I extend that same thing to they are facts that they are hoaxes. What are facts that they are hoaxes? Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a fact that those things were hoaxes. He's especially sore tonight on Green Treated. Yeah, he's butthurt right now. Thanking you for the vibrant conversation. Can't say I wasn't cross swords again with you, but I respect the fact that you're not a fence sitter. Yeah, see, you can have a lively debate. All we ask is that you be kind and respectful to everyone here. And I'm supposed to do this every show. I'm supposed to remind you people that we are a viewer-supported show. So the show is not over. I want to have some time with you for comments and questions. For those new here, we usually do comments and questions at the end of the presentations that we give every time we're live. We like this interactive chat, and so questions or comments for me, please put them in all capital letters. That makes it much easier for me to know that you want me to address whatever you're saying. Questions in all capital letters, comments in all capital letters that you want me to share or discuss or talk about. I'll be happy to spend a little more time with you when we return. But we have to remind you that we're a viewer-supported show. And given the current situation with YouTube taking approximately 40% of our revenue all of a sudden for no reason, we're not doing anything, as far as I can tell, that violates YouTube advertiser-friendly guidelines. People keep suggesting, well, maybe it's because you raise your voice. Okay, well, I'll stop raising my voice. I've stopped cursing as much as possible, and they only care about curses in the first 10 minutes, apparently, not the rest of it. Well, you can't really drop F-bombs. We don't do that. I don't know if it's the titles or if somebody just has their thumb on the scale. But we've essentially lost 40% of the show's income due to instant demonetization the minute we go live here. I mean, how do they know that it's not advertiser friendly when it's just an intro bumper playing? I checked today. While the intro bumper, it went from fully monetized to zero monetization, no ads, or excuse me, limited or no ads in the first 10 seconds of the broadcast tonight. How do they know? I didn't even say anything yet. How do they know I'm violating advertiser-friendly guidelines? I didn't even say anything yet. And the reason I keep bringing this up is just to remind you why your support on Patreon, or even here as a channel member, or a PayPal pledge, or those super chats, why they're so important. Because producing this show takes resources. I don't live off of the show income. There's a separate account. It's just for the show. When the show needs something like this wonderful new set we're building, I hope to bring that to you very soon. It all comes out of the till here. So your support is extremely important, especially given this current monetization issue. We want to thank each and every one of you kind and generous benefactors, and remind you that our content is now and will always be free. So if you throw a couple bucks in our hat, you're not only helping us, but you're doing that so that the content remains free, as much of it as possible. We thank each and every one of you for your support. Here's Mr. Ian to let you know how you can help.
Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Campion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members-only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truth Seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Now there's a great way to support these broadcasts and show your support. Please be sure and check out our merchandise store. Links to our 2 merchandise online stores are in the links to this video or podcast. The Amazon storefront ships super quickly in the United States, Great Britain, and in many more places. Amazon may not ship to your country or location. If that's the case, hit our second merchandise link in the description and visit our Redbubble storefront. Merchandise from our Redbubble storefront ships worldwide, but may take longer than Amazon. We've got a great deal of super high quality merchandise for you to choose from, including t-shirts, phone cases, sweatshirts, and even pillows. The feedback from our products have been overwhelmingly great. Quality products and fast shipping. People all over the world are buying some merchandise and showing their support of the show. Praise the cash! Praise the cash! Praise the cash! We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, who are buying some merchandise and helping us to continue this journey. Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Campion. Please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.
Now here's the deal. 1, the UFO phenomenon is not real. The UFO phenomenon is not real. Now here's the deal. 1, the UFO phenomenon is not real. 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 It's not real. It's not real. The UFO phenomenon is not real.
But no evidence of any kind to back up any of these stories has ever been presented. George Knapp, who's built an entire career around stories of UFOs and the paranormal, and who was one of the authors of the Hunt for the Skinwalker book, was asked about evidence on the Joe Rogan show.
Because they weren't there with cameras. Is there any evidence? Like for the first 20 months when the rancher is there, they don't have any evidence because he's not a paranormal investigator.
At this point, Knapp begins telling more stories about UFOs on and near the ranch. Rogan then interrupts and asks again.
Again, is there any evidence? No, not really.
Oh.
If you're looking for physical evidence and solid proof, and they don't have it.
Oh. Knapp saying there's no proof or evidence is quite strange, considering the book Knapp co-authored says this: "We obtained an intriguing body of physical evidence to support many of the accounts described in the book." Okay, so where is that intriguing body of physical evidence?
Folks are doing, and anti-gravity propulsion is something they want very badly. Bob said that the key to it was this element 115. He had a piece of it. I saw it. In fact, he had a little experiment they did with what's called a cloud chamber, where they had, it looked to me like light. They had a piece of this 115 in this chamber. They put some smoke in it, and it seemed, and then had a beam of light through it, and the light bent. Bob, at one point, when he thought he was going to die, had this piece of 115 in a, it was in a lead casing, in a disc-shaped casing, and he had it in front of a particle accelerator at his house, and he had the accelerator on, and all he had to do was flip a button. If this stuff was real, as he described it, flipping that button would hit it with, I don't know, it's protons or electrons, whatever it was, that would make it explode, an annihilation that would have left a great big hole in Las Vegas. And he had that piece. I saw the experiment. What happened to it, that's a story for another time. It's in a spot now where nobody could get to it, but it's still there. One of these days, maybe after Bob's gone, I'll go dig it up.
They come down this dirt road one night, and they see two figures, humanoid-looking figures, standing up with their backs to the road. It looked like they were smoking cigarettes. They had trench coats on, smoking cigarettes, standing out on the road. These guys figure, what are these fellas up to? So they're pulling up, and they go shining their lights on the guys, and they turn around, and they were dogs.
She saw this standing on two legs, a wolf creature, a wolf standing in her yard, its paws crossed like this, leaning on a tree, staring back at her.
Can you tell us more about the non-human entities you'd spoken of in today's hearing?
Unfortunately, I can't speak to that in this public hearing, but I'd be more than willing to talk about it in a private skiff of some kind.
All right, well, let's set that up. Before we end this hearing, can you tell me about the bottles in front of you?
Well, the sunscreen is because I burn easily, and the bug spray is, well, for the bugs, and garlic is for, well, if aliens exist, why not vampires?
Okay, well, I look forward to hearing about the information and proof that you have. I believe we should also include a member of the general public to be present during this meeting.
I think that'd be highly productive. first off, I'd like to thank you for being here. As a member of the general public, we feel like it's very important for us to be as open and transparent with the evidence and the proof that we have regarding this topic.
Hey, I gotta say thank you for having me. I mean, this is kind of an honor to be, picked to be in this meeting with you guys. I mean, I'm sure this is the first time something like this has happened, and I think it's really important that we all kind of get on the same page so we can start working together. And for the first time in history, I would really love it if you guys would just shoot straight with us. Tell us the truth. Give us what you got.
Okay, to start this thing off, I'm going to share a series of photos with you, and you just tell me what you think of that.
I mean, they're interesting, but it's not anything that couldn't just be done in a studio. Who hasn't seen photos of aliens? Am I right? Sorry, just not compelling enough.
All right, so, well, we do have video evidence if you'd like to watch that and let me know what you think.
I don't know, man. I mean, could just be really good CGI. I mean, you guys have an unlimited budget, obviously, and you did fake the moon landing after all, so I mean, it looks cool, but I just don't know if I believe it still. Sorry.
Well, we do have official government documents, very high level. You're the only general public eyes to see this, so love to get your take on that.
Official documents? Like things I can just go on the internet and read? I mean, come on, anybody could have typed these up. You could just be pulling a fast one over on me. Aliens are doing exist, and could have just typed this up. Look at all the black marks on this thing. I mean, how am I supposed to really read into it when half of it's all blacked out? See, I mean, we're here to discuss all this information. You're still censoring everything. I mean, what is that all about?
Honestly, I don't know what else you want. This is all that we have. This is the best proof we have.
I knew this was gonna happen. I want more! I need more! More proof! More, that's what I need. I just need more. I need more. I need more.
I feel like you're being kind of childish about this.
You're a child!
We have
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. Tonight, we are continuing our coverage of the alleged UFO whistleblower, David Grusch. Everybody knows how I feel about this. A real whistleblower violates security oaths. A real whistleblower breaks NDAs and provides an incredible amount of evidence for the claims being made. But this spoon-fed narrative that we have all been having spoon-fed to us is beginning to unravel already. That's right. The story is already unraveling. After all, we saw the stunning article about Dave Grusch being not quite as mentally stable as they tried to pretend he was, even going out of their way in the original News Nation article to ask him if he had any mental problems or anything that would, cause him to just make things up or be less than credible as a witness. And let's be clear, he is a witness to hearsay. Other people told him things. And there are, of course, excuses for why he has no evidence. And, if you ask me if you were going to carefully construct a UFO grift, this would be the way that you do it. Give him an out for why there's no evidence for these fantastical claims being made. Oh, I gave my evidence to the Inspector General of the intelligence community, and I gave my evidence behind closed doors in Senate and congressional, hearings in a SCIF in a secure area. That's because my information is so classified. No, it's not. The DOD cleared this man to speak publicly about alien bodies, crash retrieval programs, and alien spaceships. The DOD essentially said, none of that is classified. If you want to talk about that, go ahead. But somehow we get the stunning excuse that he can't give us any evidence of the claims being made. Then it all begins to unravel more, because now we find out that he's repeating UFO stories from Elizondo. You remember him, the guy who lied to the New York Times about running a $22 million funded secret Pentagon UFO program that he was the director of. Turns out he's only the director of a Pentagon UFO program in the land of make-believe, because the Pentagon in official statement said he had no assigned responsibilities around the UFO issue. Wasn't his job. Now, he may have looked into UFOs in his spare time, but that is a far cry from the false, completely and totally fake narrative that was thrust at us from Leslie Kean, whatever, of the New York Times article that started all of this false disclosure narrative. And the false disclosure narrative continues. This is the 2.0 version. Oh, the main player of the last one got knocked out for lying to the New York Times. We need a new front man. Let's find somebody that we can push front and center into the spotlight and keep this money train rolling. But let's forget to tell everybody that he was committed to a mental institution. Let's forget to tell everybody that he had alcohol issues that may have caused him to be committed by a judge to a mental institution. Let's pretend he's completely and totally mentally stable and keep using words like decorated American war hero. I'm not buying it, and neither should you. Because every single person that is pushing this narrative, and more importantly, every single person that is profiting from this narrative, have all been caught before 100% provably selling 100% provably fake stories. Every person. Leslie Kean, remember the New York Times fake article about Elizondo that was completely and totally factually inaccurate, filled with factual errors, half-truths, and manipulations of available data to sell a narrative. Leslie Kean, whatever, even admitted later that she purposefully left out all the stuff about the werewolves and the dino beavers and the skinwalker scam because she wanted to add legitimacy to the UFO topic. Well, all she did was make it the subject of mockery again. Because when people say, oh, all that stuff is fake, it's because of people pushing fake stories like Keen, whatever. And by the way, she also believes in ectoplasm and mediums, right? The spiritualist movement. Oh, wrapping hands, right? A spirit touched me. She's a wackadoo. Everybody pushing this narrative is a wackadoo. Then we bring in Ross Coulthart, disgraced Australian journalist. And by the way, everyone is so offended right now that a journalist actually did their job and vetted the background of somebody telling fantastical fairy tales so far about aliens and spaceships, right? How dare that guy accurately report on this person's mental instability of the past? How dare he do that? Why did a journalist have to do that? Oh, that's right. Because they lied in all the original reports, or lie by omission. Let's leave that part about him getting committed to a mental institution out of the whole story, unless we get caught, and then we'll spin it. Oh, they're attacking a guy with PTSD. Oh, they're attacking a guy with mental problems. This is a smear job. This is a slime job. No, that's what a journalist is supposed to do. When somebody steps onto the national spotlight and starts making absolutely fantastical claims, right? Oh, we've got alien spaceships that we've recovered. We've got non-human bodies that we've recovered. Well, it's a journalist's job when somebody steps into the national spotlight like that and starts making claims like that. It's a journalist's job to vet the source. And we were sold all this. Oh, he's got impeccable credentials. Oh, except for that time he got committed by a judge into a mental institution against his will. He was so mentally unstable that his wife had to call the police. The police took him to an emergency room, and there a psychiatric nurse placed him, put the wheels in motion so that he could be evaluated by mental health care professionals in a mental institution. These are facts. And if you don't like those facts, they're still facts. The truth is still the truth, whether you like it or not. These so-called truthers are not bringing you truth. They are bringing you a carefully constructed illusion of a true story. And they do that with layers of deception. Welcome to Truth Seekers, old friends and new. Tonight, we are going to be peeling back those layers of deception and bringing you the full story, something that is sorely, severely lacking in the land of UFO profiteering. And I do have some public questions. How much money did everybody make so far? How much money did Next Star Media, which also owns George Knapp's News 7 company, which also has a piece of George Knapp's Mystery Wire company? Maybe they also own News Nation, who is the people that are 24/7 pushing this narrative, right? And I love how Ross Coulthart is so offended that a journalist would do a smear job, right? Oh, it's a smear job. He forgets to tell everybody that Ross Coulthart got paid by an absolute murderer and war criminal. Ross Coulthart was paid by that person to smear the journalists telling the truth about his war crimes. He took that paycheck. He smeared those journalists or was willing to do that for some cash. But this Intercept journalist is the bad guy. And isn't it great that all of the people profiting from this story, all of which lied by omission about Mr. Grusch's past mental problems, are so upset because a journalist revealed that? You know why? Because the grift is unraveling. It's all coming down. That house of cards this whole shit story is built on is coming down, friends. And we're here to help hasten that. I don't want to wait 5 or 6 or 8 years to find out that this guy's full of it like Elizondo. How long did it take for that story from the New York Times to unravel, right? And let's see, friends, let me check my timer here. We are only 20 minutes into the broadcast. I've barely begun speaking, and already our live stream is demonetized, limited or no ads, proving once again that if you want to sell complete and total fake stories like flares being giant alien spaceships, you can be fully monetized. However, if you're going to be critical of UFO profiteering whores that do that, you get your videos instantly demonetized as soon as you go live. As soon as you go live. We can't have anybody screwing up the CIA narrative, right? But I will take those licks and we will keep moving forward. If you're just joining us, we are going to be continuing coverage of this whole Dave Grusch narrative that is slowly unraveling. They forgot to tell us about a lot of things. One of the things they forgot to tell us about is some of that retaliation that Dave Grusch claimed that he was suffering for whistleblowing wasn't retaliation. It was him being investigated for hanging out with UFO grifters who have routinely been spreading classified and sensitive information or information from classified briefings. Did you know that Corbell leaked images of a video that was from a classified briefing? Did you know that that Mosul Orb video was hyped up for release the very same day that Jeremy Corbell met Dave Grusch? Listen, if you have a high degree of clearances, and there are some UFO grifters who are routinely somehow getting in possession of material from classified briefings and then releasing that material, or people who are, did you know that Corbell released videos from inside a Navy warship or command center? You go ask anybody in the Navy if you're allowed to film inside a Navy warship during operations and then give it to a journalist to release publicly. No, you're not. That would be either classified or highly sensitive material, and you'd probably lose your job for leaking that. So is it any wonder that the superiors of this man may have said, whoa, he's hanging out publicly with people who are leaking sensitive and perhaps even classified information from classified briefings? And, you know, these people, George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell is claiming that they're in skiffs listening to what? Classified information? What are they doing in a skiff? A secure location for the discussion of classified material. Corbell has said both him and Knapp have been in skiffs. Why? Why are they releasing government-funded videos and then profiting from them, even watermarking them, copywriting them? I'm here to tell you, even that pyramid video that they released, that was taxpayer-funded video. They have no right to profit from it. And again, go ask somebody in the Navy. If there are unknown craft flying over your vessel that you happen to be on, go ask anybody in the Navy if you're allowed to film it and then give it to a UFO profiteer like Jeremy Corbell to profit from. No, you're not. No, you're not. And these guys are acting shocked, like the government investigated Dave Grusch after he hung out with us at a Star Trek convention, which is a whole nother story. This whole story is ridiculous. So we were told that Dave Grusch is completely mentally stable, has no mental illness, right? And they cut the part about his PTSD and, you know, maybe having mental problems out of the original interview because that did not help them to sell the narrative that they were trying to sell, which is highly decorated, highly placed man with super high intelligence credentials says aliens are here. And we have spacecraft, and we have crash retrievals, and we have alien bodies even. That's the story that they're trying to sell you. Now ask yourself, what evidence have we seen? Except for the mention of a 1933 most likely hoaxed Italian UFO case, the only evidence of which are what many people believe to be some hoax documents. And then another UFO scammer who was involved in the Trinity UFO hoax added on the part about the Vatican, the bodies, and all of that stuff. none of the original evidence of that story included those details. Those details were added. We want to take a moment to recognize and welcome the live chat. And I have a very, very special announcement, something I'm so excited about. I can't even tell you how excited I am about this. Some time ago, we started something that I call the Truth Seekers Distribution Network. And this will allow us to spread our gospel to every place on the internet that will have us, or that we can reasonably do that with. So we created our distribution network. And recently I was contacted by a new website, a new free speech platform. And I got to tell you, I was a little hesitant at first, but I tried out their site. It's called pill.net. And now, having used it, especially having used it as a content creator, I want to tell you how much I highly recommend pill.net. It is a free speech network that combines all of the greatest things that we love from sites like Twitter and Facebook, YouTube and video sharing, live streaming sites like Twitch. They have great live chat, group chats, group video chats. It is an incredible site. And these guys, I got to know one of the founders a little bit. His name is Matt Brown, and we want to thank Matt Brown for being so welcoming of a struggling content creator who needs a greater bullhorn. Matt Brown was there and said, I got your bigger bullhorn right here. Come with us. We have no censorship, no interference. You have complete and total creative control over your show. We won't change anything. We won't mess with you or your show or your format. You could do whatever it is that you're doing now, but come and do it with us, and come and do it better with us. And I got to tell you, we did some tests today. We tested our first couple of live streams over there, which were pre-recorded. We are streaming there live right now. It's our first live stream to pill.net. Now, I could tell you a lot about the site pill.net. What I can tell you so far is that the world sorely needs a free speech platform. I thought for a while that Rumble or Odyssey was going to be that, but we saw that Odyssey, from a technical perspective, it's not working the way that YouTube and other sites do. And so we kind of backed off of that. I hope they repair their issues. I'm a big fan of their CEO, Julian Chandra, who's really trying to do great things there. But we had to pull back because there was no viewership there. There was a lot of technical problems, and we looked for alternatives. Pill.net is that better alternative for us for now. And we also thought Rumble would be it, but we see that Rumble is sort of rewriting the terms of service, and, there may be some censorship, even though we said we'd never have censorship. They're kind of backpedaling. But I still have high hopes for Rumble, and we will remain there. We're currently live streaming tonight to 7 locations. And tonight is the first live stream on our new distribution platform, pill.net. Now, I want to invite you, all of our viewers, to go there and sign up for pill.net. It's free. There's a great deal of content there that you might not get elsewhere, because maybe people have been banned from places and they're going to do their thing there. I got to thank the founders there and the creators of pill.net for really being incredibly welcoming of a struggling content creator like me. And I have decided that I am all chips in. They're willing to use all their resources to help me. They're giving me unlimited space. We're going to upload our entire 1,000+ show catalog to pill.net. So we'll have a backup in case of any outrageous censorship. We'll have a complete and total backup of our entire show's history right on pill.net. It's going to enable us to reach more people. We did some test streams today, and I was amazed. People are sharing the video, and it's got this interesting system of a red and a blue pill. So if you post content, people can choose the red pill or the blue pill. The red pill, of course, if they want to take a trip down your particular rabbit hole. And of course, the blue pill, if they aren't very receptive to what it is that you are putting out. The whole system is new. And I have to tell you, there may be some, weirdness or technical issues. They're still developing it, but you gotta love dreamers. These guys dreamed of a free speech site. They have been coding this thing since 2018, friends. That's a long time to be working on something. They've been working on this thing year after year after year and developing it and getting it better and getting it better. Now they've got the back end to go into wide mode here and let users in and experience this great thing. Here's a quick video that was provided to me by them. And I want to remind you that when you sign up, it'll ask who referred you. Let them know. Let them know that Steve Cambion sent you. Either put Steve Cambion in that line or put Truth Seekers. Let them know that I sent you. And if you are a content creator looking for a new free speech platform, please do put my name in there and I can get with you and help you to expedite the process of getting your system set up and getting set up by them to live stream your content. They're specifically looking for live streamers, for people who create live stream shows. And I'd like to help some of my content creator friends expand their shows to a new platform. Put my name in there, and that may help expedite things if you want to be a content creator there. Now, here's some information on our new distribution platform and sponsor. They're going to be sponsoring our show here. I can't tell you how excited I am about them. I highly recommend you check them out.
Welcome to Pill.net. We aren't just another social media platform. We are the home of free speech. Pill.net offers people a place to share their thoughts, ideas, and content without the threat of censorship. With live streaming, uploaded content, social media posting, and more, Pill.net goes the extra mile by introducing innovative features like mobile push notifications that keep you connected without relying on big tech app stores. These notifications allow creators to instantly alert their audience when they're live or have posted new content, ensuring that your message reaches the right audience at the right time. Plus, with monetization available from day one, you can turn your passion into earnings right from the get-go. Donations and subscription options make it easier than ever to earn income with your content. And it doesn't stop there. Pill.net is constantly evolving to meet your needs. Our updated direct messaging system makes it easier than ever for content creators to engage with people privately. Anyone can also go start their own group chats with friends. Pill.net is more than just a platform. It's a lively community where everyone's voice counts. Make your account today and let our team welcome you to Pill.net. Free speech lives here.
So there we have it, friends. A real free speech network. No censorship there. And again, for content creators, you're monetized from the jump. They do have to go through a few things to set you up so that you can live stream and accept the monetization options, including subscriptions. They have their own sort of in-app currency. They call it gold pills and cookie system and all these things, but it will translate into whatever you want via Stripe, and you can withdraw whatever you've earned. I think it's a great option. We welcome them as distribution partners and sponsors of Truth Seekers. I'm told that we'll be featured there. They've already put us in their promo section, sort of giving us a boost over there. This is going to be great for both of us. I highly recommend them. Now, let's get back into the Dave Grusch story. But first, we will take a moment to recognize the live chat. I see I missed a Mr. Fish 99 pence super sticker, and I apologize. Thank you for helping us to praise the cash. There it is. Praise the cash, Mr. Fish, and thank you for being a member as well. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And there's the Debster, also a member with a kind and generous $5 super sticker. Such generous and fun people here in our live chat. And if you're listening or watching in the Pill.net live chat, we want to welcome all of you wonderful people. New friends. A lot of people there are not our usual audience members. So this new partnership will help us to grow our audience, and I couldn't be happier about it. And I got to tell you, those guys have been more supportive. Like, when does a content creator at my level get to talk to like the founder and CEO of a new streaming site like that and get direct help? Anything I needed, whatever you need, let's get you going. Those guys are awesome over there. I can't say enough good things about them. I'm really excited. And I do want to mention that we will be doing, remember we did the Truth Seekers Uncensored streams on Twitch? We're going to be doing that on pill.net going forward. It's a perfect place for it. We could have dancing girls. Nobody will mind. We could curse all we want. Nobody will mind. You can get drunk. You can do whatever you want. And it's okay. We're all adults, right? So we'll be doing anything to that. Steve Nicholson says Steven loves anything to do with the Matrix. Yeah, maybe. Yes, and Digital Vortex says, sounds good. Hope it gets your show a broader audience. Get with me off air, Digital Vortex. You are one of the content creators I'd like to recommend to go over there, and I can help you expedite the setup for that, hopefully. Digital Vortex just made an incredible documentary on the Aviator. Go over and check out his channel. I'd be happy to help you, Digital Vortex, get you set up over there. It could be good for all people. Then Lizzie Borden, I'm not going to say that out loud, but there you go. I think that would be okay. There's all kinds of streams that say 420 friendly over there. It's probably okay. So back to a more serious note here. I put out a show last week and then got attacked mercilessly for it because I asked a question, and that is, are UFO promoters taking advantage of this man, Dave Grusch? After all, the guy's not very mentally stable. He may have been, suicidally depressed and had drinking problems in the past. And I got attacked mercilessly, even for asking that question. Now, we just found out, thanks to Jeremy Corbell's latest stream, that Jeremy Corbell invited an alcoholic with mental problems to go drink whiskey with him at a bar. But remember, friends, I'm the bad guy. He invites a guy with PTSD that was suicidally depressed a few years ago and had drinking problems to go drink whiskey with him in the bar. But I'm the bad guy. That's how it works. I'm always the bad guy. I'm okay with that. It is what it is. I always say this. I am a hero to some, and I am a villain to others. That's just the way it's going to be. We will report the truth. We will say what needs to be said, and people can form their own opinions. So we are going to be sharing from this weaponized podcast where Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp are so upset over the slime job smeared campaign being run against David Grusch. And in this, we get some stunning revelations. First of all, that they knew about his mental problems of the past. And of course, they kept their mouths shut about all of that. They didn't talk about, him having been committed to a mental institution, by a judge. They left that out of all their stories selling this whole narrative. There's a reason they left that out of the whole story. Just like they left out those military exercises when those flares were being dropped out of their giant triangle spaceship story. These people don't report the truth. They construct false true stories by layer upon layer of deception. And my favorite, what am I always saying? The lie by omission. So we're going to put our fair use banner up. We welcome everybody in the live chat. I can't believe it. We're streaming to 7 locations at once tonight. We have one of the best attendances I'm seeing that we've had in quite some time. So we welcome you, Rumble chatters, Twitch chatters, YouTube chatters, Facebook Live people, Twitter Live people, and now the pill.net people. So glad that you're here. This is fair use. It's a transformative work. Lawyer letters are standing by the way. Occasionally, one of these people get upset that we're using their own words to argue our points. This is fair use. It's a transformative work. We're going to be educating the public using the video that we're sharing. We will be critiquing it. We'll be accepting comments and questions from the live chat about that which we are sharing. It's certainly a transformative work. We're certainly educating the public. So this is fair use. And lawyer letters are standing by. Like I said, occasionally one of these guys does not like us using their video, and they'll falsely copyright claim. But just know that copyright claim, if it's false, we'll use our fair use defense letter. I am 28, I think. 28 for 28 times someone falsely copyright claimed us when we were using a video in the spirit of fair use. We've won every single time, 28 times now. So those lawyer letters are standing by just in case. I have a feeling that these guys are going to get a little upset with me about what I'm about to say. And let me be clear, I am not now a fan of either Jeremy Corbell or George Knapp. There was a time I was a fan of George Knapp's back when I still thought that he did good work. I wasn't fully informed enough to realize that George Knapp does the lie by omission. He carefully constructs narratives, not real true stories, but fake true stories that are all just an illusion of a true story that he creates by leaving out things. You know, like they left out those flares from the story about the giant triangle spaceship, or they left out a very easy to come up with explanation of the Boca pyramid spaceships, right? And then they argued, it can't be that, it can't be that, it can't be that. Yeah, it was that, confirmed by NASA and the United States government. Mick West was 100% right. They sell fake stories that they carefully construct to appear to be true stories, but they massage all the data. They leave things out of the stories on purpose so that you don't know the truth about the story that they're actually pushing. So we're going to be going through this, friends, and I welcome you to put any comments or questions as we do in all capital letters. I'll share those on the screen. And by doing so, you help me to make this a transformative work and make it covered under fair use. We appreciate the help of all those in the live chat. And thank you for joining us. Let's get into it, friends.
This is weaponized. You know, when we launched this
I know it's monetized
project about 6 months ago, Jeremy, we had this goofy idea that maybe we'd cover things other than UFOs. We'd have fun people, creative people we respect and like that we wanted to hear from. And we'd talk about things other than flying saucers and conspiracies and cover-ups. And the universe has other plans for us. So, you know.
Now, that's something I will agree with him on. We try to veer off into other topics, and you can do that, but then you take a hit of half the usual viewers or views, because if you get known for covering this, people are coming to you for the coverage of it. So it is what it is. You kind of get, you know, stuck in that. George Knapp has been stuck in this for over 30 years. This has been his bread and butter. But him kind of complaining about that doesn't sit well with me, because it has made him a millionaire. You would think that he would be thankful to be stuck in UFOs with that kind of a payroll coming in, right? From Nexstar Media and all those documentary deals and book deals and all that stuff.
We had other ideas what we'd like to do this week. History intervened. So last time our viewers saw us, we were in DC. We had just come out of this hearing, a historic event in front of Congress, where they heard direct testimony from 3 key credible witnesses.
Key credible witnesses. Direct testimony. 2 of the 3 people never saw anything with their own eyes. Again, it's a spin. This has all been spun. And the only reason that hearing ever took place is because, I believe, because Tim Burchett is a big UFO supporter. You heard him, you know, thank Jeremy Corbell and my buddy George Knapp. They got the hearing through their friendship, I believe, with Tim Burchett. There wouldn't have been a hearing with these 3 people otherwise, I don't think.
About astonishing events. And in the couple of weeks since then, some dramatic things have happened that we need to talk about regarding our friend Dave Grusch. Can you bring up to date our audience who may not have covered this or followed this in great detail, who Dave Grusch was and how we know him?
Yeah. Let's see.
Okay. So I'm emotional.
I have a headache.
Oh, he's going to use the Bob Lazar excuse for why he's going to perform so poorly during this. Oh, and here's another issue that I just want to bring up. And I apologize for my continued bitterness with the fact that all of our streams get demonetized before I've said a word. Did you know that? The intro bumper starts playing, little or no ads, right? We're not doing anything that is not advertiser friendly. In fact, our coverage of these issues is known to be factual. We have an 8-year track record of factual, accurate coverage of this whole space. But that doesn't matter. Apparently, we're doing something that is not advertiser friendly. Jeremy Corbell drops F-bombs through their entire podcast, and their podcast stream is fully monetized. Kind of makes you wonder, right? Whose thumb is on the scale here? I haven't dropped an F-bomb here in ages, right? I try to not even curse. I don't even want to give them that excuse. Corbell's going to drop F-bombs through this whole thing. They're fully monetized, though. They're allowed to be, right? You wonder whose thumb is on the scale then. I don't know. Could it be a 3-letter agency that's pushing this narrative with these bobos, right? For whatever nefarious purposes. And they don't want somebody unraveling the op before the op has fully, done whatever its intended purpose was.
A migraine, a Bob Lazar migraine. So don't ask me anything too hard, like Rogan asked, fucking Bob. We had an episode after that, after we got back, and that was about Commander David Fravor. But now we're going to focus in on David Grusch. So with everything said that I got a migraine right now, here we go.
Again, I got to have an excuse for why my talking points are going to be super piss poor. I mean, no offense, but Jeremy Corbell is an intellectual weakling and coward, right? And that's true because he will not debate anybody on the Bob Lazar story. You remember that guy, the convicted pimp, fake scientist that they pushed as a government whistleblower before they were pushing this guy, right? The guy with the fake education, the guy whose wife was a convicted murderer, so he never would have been approved a clearance to work at any secret site. Yeah, that guy, he won't debate that because he's an intellectual weakling and a coward, and he knows the story is fake, but he pushed it anyway.
We met David Grusch in Huntsville, Alabama. He came up to you at a bar. It's so funny. Our greatest moments are like, somebody just comes up to us, had heard about Dave, had not met Dave.
Yeah, and this is from where the famous meeting took place. You've got Travis Taylor from the Skinwalker Scam. I think Jay Stratton, and then also Dave Grusch and Corbell and Knapp all sitting together. Very cozy arrangement.
Dave comes up to you. I happen to be filming. That moment is caught on camera. That is the first moment David Grusch talked to anybody outside of the intelligence community.
So he was talking to Elizondo and Christopher Mellon for quite some time before he approached George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell, apparently. I have been told by sources that I trust that Mr. Grusch was talking to Elizondo several years ago. Take from that what you will.
Or government. Now, he has never stepped over a line. But that moment, I can only imagine what you were experiencing when he tells you, I'm going to tell something. It is bombshell. You don't know me, but we knew about him, but you don't know me. I can only imagine what you're thinking, and I would like to hear that before I proceed to tell the factual events that occurred. So what were you thinking in that moment?
Yeah, so isn't it interesting? They already heard of him before they met him because people like Elizondo, Gary Nolan, And of course, Eric Davis, wormhole wackadoo, were already promoting that a new whistleblower was going to come forward, and that would be Dave Grusch.
The SCU conference, Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies, they were formed in Huntsville, Alabama, Rocket City, which is a pretty amazing place. It's got an amazing concentration of UAP, UFO people that fly under the radar, as well as defense contractors, NASA, a lot of high-tech stuff there. So we go to this conference because we had aims to interview somebody else who happens to live in Huntsville. And we had no idea
that was their
exactly
skiff,
what was going
Randy.
to happen. We knew
Exactly.
we'd be at the conference.
That was the skiff.
And we were
A
told
booth
that
at
somebody
Denny's.
might show up and introduce themselves. And the guy who showed up was Dave Grusch. And I happened to be sitting there. I think I must have been drinking iced tea at that bar. Yeah. And Dave Grusch walked up and introduced himself and started telling me some things. And then we spent more time with him away from that event and got to know him.
Thanks, Sandra.
Over the
Thanks
course
for
of the
being a
next
member.
couple of days.
Has
And
Dave Grusch ever said anything to you that was classified? Has he ever showed you anything that was classified? Has he ever talked out of school from what Dopser has allowed him to say? If people don't know what Dopser is, it's basically what he has pre-pubbed. He's been able to say, this is what I'm going to talk about. Has he ever, George Knapp, said to you anything outside of that?
no, he has never crossed a line that I know of.
He has never crossed a line that I know of. But I'm going to ask a very important public question, a question that demands an answer. Was Dave Grusch the source of the Mosul orb still image that you and Corbell profited from? Was Dave Grusch the source of the Mosul orb still? And for those unaware, let me share this. The Mosul orb still came from it was a still image that came from, this is a still image that came from a video that was included in a classified briefing. I'm going to say that one more time. The Mosul orb image that Corbell released, by the way, he hyped up the release of this the very same day he met Dave Grusch. He started hyping the release of this image on the internet. The very same day that he originally meets Dave Grusch, he starts hyping up the release of this image, but then saying, oh, we have to wait because we might be getting some pushback, right? What does that even mean? So I'm going to ask a very important question once again. A question that demands an answer. Was Dave Grusch the source that gave Jeremy Corbell this image? And let's be very clear, this is a still image taken from a video that was included in a classified briefing. I think Corbell's got a lot to worry about here, and so may Grusch, because I'm not an expert on these matters, but I did reach out for some clarification and ask several people in the intelligence field. And this is what I asked them. Can I take a still image from a video that was included in a classified briefing and then give it to a journalist? You know what I was told? You can if you want to lose your clearance. You can if you want to get fired, maybe lose your pension, lose your job, lose your livelihood. You cannot just take an image from a video that was included in a classified briefing and give it to someone like Jeremy Corbell, who leaks things of a sensitive, or sometimes some would say classified nature. But they're going to dance around this issue in this podcast. And you're going to hear Jeremy Corbell say, he didn't give us any documents. He didn't give us any videos. But Corbell does not say he did not give us a still image from a video from a classified briefing. Now, ask yourself this question. If Dave Grusch was the source of the Mosul image that came out of a video that was included in classified briefing, shouldn't he have been investigated for hanging out with Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp? Shouldn't he have lost his clearance, or at least had it suspended until they were able to determine if he was the source of this Mosul orb image that came out of a classified briefing. And I don't understand Corbell. He kind of dances around. This isn't classified because it's a still image from a video from a classified briefing. Therefore, it's not classified. Well, I beg to differ. Jeremy Corbell. And the fact that he just thinks that you could take a still image out of a classified video or a video from a classified briefing and just blast it all over the internet for profit and there will be no consequences shows you just what a lack of gray matter Jeremy Corbell apparently has. And is this leak under investigation? That's another question. Is the leak of this image from a still image from a classified video, a video from a classified briefing? It's a still image taken from a video that was included in a classified briefing. Is the leak of that under investigation? And therefore, would that mean that Jeremy Corbell is under investigation for leaking it? Well, we know that Dave Grusch was put under investigation after he became very public with hanging out with these guys. And again, on the very day that Corbell started teasing and promoting and hyping the release of this image, that was the day that he met Dave Grusch. So again, a question that demands an answer. Was Dave Grusch the source behind this Mosul image? I know what I believe. And I also believe that the reason why the interview was handed off to Ross Coulthart is because things were a little too hot between Grusch and Corbell and Knapp. Especially if he indeed was the source of this image being leaked to Jeremy Corbell, who has leaked very sensitive, some would say, classified information before. You can't just take videos of things flying over your Navy warship and give them to a journalist to release to the public. Those things would by nature be very sensitive, perhaps even classified. You cannot, as a Navy employee, take your phone and take take video of things inside a Navy command center and then give them to Jeremy Corbell to profit from. You can't do that. And I don't care what Jeremy Corbell says about it. My father was in the Navy. I have a very Navy-centric family. I asked around. You can't do that. Well, you can if you want to destroy your career. Let's get back to the video, however. But we're going to see how Corbell dances around this issue. And by the way, this is not the first time I have asked this very important question that demands an answer. And here's the question. Did Dave Grusch leak this image to Jeremy Corbell to profit from? This question demands an answer, Jeremy Corbell, and I'm going to keep asking it until you answer it. And if you don't answer it, I'm going to the Pentagon and asking them next. Who leaked this still image from a video from a classified briefing to a UFO profiteer who constantly gets caught selling fake stories? Jeremy Corbell. Who leaked it? And if Corbell and Knapp won't answer this question, I will force the United States government to give the United States citizens answers and clarity on this issue, and I will not stop until I get an answer. All right, let's get back to the video here, friends.
The things that he did convey to us were absolutely astonishing. I mean, gobsmacked is the word for it.
And were they true?
They are true. They're accurate. They've been proven. They've been verified. We did the homework to verify it. We checked out other people who have worked with Dave Grusch who verified that he really is this guy. He really did work in the positions that he was.
Yeah, just because he is who he says he is and he doesn't have fake educational credentials or fake background like Bob Lazar doesn't mean that what he is saying is accurate. Evidence does. And you notice there's a stunning lack of evidence, but here we have a trust me dude play, right? Just like we were supposed to trust you on those flares, just like we're supposed to trust you that a convicted pimp fake scientist who was bankrupt at the time, whose wife was a murderer, worked on flying saucers at Area 51 at a base that does not now nor has ever existed. We were supposed to trust you on that one too, right? We were supposed to trust George Knapp on the alien in my backyard story too. That turned out to be fake. He's the originator of that. We're supposed to trust Jeremy Corbell on the pyramid spaceship story. That turned out to be fake. We were supposed to trust both these guys on the giant triangle spaceship video. That turned out to be flares. So sorry, not sorry. I'm not taking a trust me dude from either of these two people.
Which is why he became the centerpiece of this congressional hearing in D.C. at the end of July. He's the real deal.
So not to repeat stuff for our guests, but to repeat stuff for our audience, wherever you are.
Yeah, repeat it. Go ahead.
Talked about this a little bit, what Huntsville is, but I just want to remind everybody, you were like, Jeremy, we're going to go do this interview. Get on a plane. Okay, we've talked about this before, but that's fucking hilarious. I mean, that's what happened.
Another F-bomb.
And we get there. I get my buddy Niles Harrison. We get there to Huntsville. You kept telling me Huntsville is important. Huntsville is important. Oh my God. So now we know.
Yeah, I believe that this meeting was prearranged because, Jay Stratton was there. He was the former supervisor of this Dave Grusch. And they already had interviewed him and sold his stories. So, hey, here's another guy you can milk for stories to sell. I think this whole meeting was pre-planned.
Huntsville is important. Dave Grusch comes up to you. He, like many people, starts telling you a bunch of shit. What was your initial feeling when you met Dave? Before any other journalist, before anybody else, what was your feeling?
Well, my initial feeling is always,
I think that if these guys were being honest, their initial feeling was they saw money. They saw money with this guy. They saw money. They could milk this guy for stories just like they milked Bob Lazar. He milked a fake scientist pimp for 30 years. He milked Bob Lazar for money. They saw money, friends. That's what his initial feeling was. I guarantee it. They saw dollar signs.
Was one of trepidation because I'm not quite sure. I get approached every day, every single day through emails, texts, phone calls out of the blue, people claiming to have inside information, and about 90% of it is complete bullshit. Dave came across as a pretty credible guy. And
isn't it great that these guys appear to be able to curse as much as they want, but they remain fully monetized? Again, whose thumb's on the scale? If I did that, hell, I'm not even cursing and I'm getting demonetized before I even say one word.
It was clear he didn't spill all the beans right off the bat, but he let me in a little bit, step by step, about what he had worked on and what he had learned. And so we set about to get more information from him without going over a line. I don't want to get thrown in jail. You don't want to either. And we don't want him to be in trouble.
And we don't want to hurt national security.
Yeah.
We don't want to hurt national security. But we are perfectly okay with releasing videos from the United States Navy that should never have made their way into our hands, right? Again, Corbell has released video from inside a Navy command center of somebody filming things inside there, but they don't want to hurt national security. They don't care about national security. They care about the UFO cash that they can make. That's all they care about. They don't care about national security, but I think that these two guys are a little bit worried about that Mosul orb image. In fact, I was tipped off that they may be worried about that. And that's why all this talk, we don't want to get arrested. We don't want to get anybody in trouble. We don't want to get in trouble. They're already in trouble, or could be potentially, for some of the things that was leaked to them illegally, in my view. But I'm not a law enforcement officer. I'm not an intelligence officer. So I have to go to the government, since they won't answer questions, and get some clarity on questions like, why is George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell allowed to release taxpayer-funded videos for profit. Why are they allowed to do that? I can't do that.
We don't want to hurt national security. We want to protect people who become sources. And over the months, he did become a source to some extent.
Okay, hold on. Has David Grusch ever given either of us in any time in history any video or any piece of paper or any informational evidence that is outside of bounds that we have ever put out in any way?
He did give me a piece of paper.
Okay, so tell that, but videos. Did he ever give us a video?
Videos? No. So I see that on social media, people guessing, well, Dave Grusch must have leaked this or leaked that.
Notice they didn't say still images. Notice they did not say still images. There's the lie by omission, friends. Again, I'm going to ask this very important question. Was Dave Grusch the person that they got the Mosul orb still image from? They seem to go out of their way to dance around this, right? Oh, and this is what they do. Look how deceptive this is if I am correct and Dave Grusch was indeed the source of that Mosul still image. Look how deceptive they are. Oh, he didn't give us any classified documents. He didn't give us any videos. Oh, but he may have given us a still image from a video that was included in a classified briefing. And again, I'm going to ask the question, was Dave Grusch the source of that Mosul image? After all, Jeremy Corbell started hyping the release of that image on the very same day he first met Dave Grusch in person in Huntsville, Alabama. I don't think that's a coincidence, and neither should you.
To you or me, he didn't. He hasn't leaked anything to either of us. He did share with me a document.
He didn't leak anything to either of us. Well, we're going to find out, Mr. Knapp. We're going to find out.
Tell us about it.
It is basically the outline of his complaint to the Inspector General for the intelligence community.
However, there are two documents. One is classified, one is unclassified. Which one did he share with you?
The unclassified.
Cool.
Yeah, obviously, which
Nobody
sort of
cares about
outlined
that one. It
part
doesn't have
of
any
what he's been
details.
going through. And obviously, some people were coming after him because they had surmised that he's about to spill some beans to Congress using correct legal mechanisms to tell Congress what's going on. Things that he had learned in the course of his assignment. He worked for NGA, National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, a spook group.
NRO, National Reconnaissance Office, as well as Air Force and other things.
Right. He has a career in the Air Force, 14 years, distinguished service, and then he went to intelligence work, and he was assigned by his employer.
Yeah, notice how they harp on his excellent, classifications, his job history, and his credentials. If they had evidence, they would talk about the evidence. All they talk about is his credentials. Could it be because he doesn't have verifiable real evidence? He just has stories and his credentials? Why the focus is always on the credentials, not on the evidence? I don't care if this man worked at Taco Bell. If he has the smoking gun evidence and proof of alien spaceships and alien bodies recovered on Earth, I don't care about his resume. I don't care about classifications. I don't care if he worked at Taco Bell and has that evidence. And by the way, I don't care if he got put in a mental institution and still has that evidence. I don't care. I care about getting evidence of the claims being made. Or are we just going to keep letting this guy make claims and not demand any evidence? And how long are we going to just let him keep making fantastical claims without demanding evidence? And the fact that all the people that are profiting from and promoting his story have not demanded evidence like any real journalist would before pushing this story tells you everything you need to know about how this story may turn out.
NGA to go be a liaison to the UAP task force. The UAP task force was set up. It actually existed in an informal way before it was given a name by Congress, and it was created to get to the bottom of some of these UFO mysteries that are persistent.
Yeah, and isn't it interesting that who is the person that sent him on this mission? Jay Stratton, right? Who was part of the wasted $22 million effort to study the Skinwalker scam. I mean, the Skinwalker Ranch, right? And what did we get for that $22 million that Jay Stratton was a part of? Right? What did we get? We got reports of dino beavers and werewolves and smoking dogs. Don't forget George Knapp's story of the smoking dogs and the wolf man. Okay? Don't forget.
To put together a network of people in different agencies, similar to what ATIP was before it officially existed.
Under your buddy, Jay Stratton.
Jay Stratton.
Yeah, again, his buddy, right? Isn't it great? It's a big club, and I ain't in it. It's a big club. Your buddy, Jay Stratton, sent him to find the aliens. Jay Stratton is a guy who believes that poltergeists and werewolves followed him home from the Skinwalker Ranch. This is another thing that no one will tell you. The guy's boss believes that werewolves and poltergeists followed him home from Skinwalker Ranch. Maybe, just maybe, some of these people aren't as serious as they would lead us to believe. Again, the lie by omission. If you're going to say, oh yeah, Jay Stratton sent him on the mission to find the aliens, you might want to include that Jay Stratton also believes in aliens, also believes in werewolves and dino beavers and poltergeists following him home and haunting his family and werewolves, attacking his house, I guess. It is crazy that they leave that out. That's kind of relevant to the story, don't you think? I would think it's kind of relevant.
He was tasked with looking at over 2,000 black budget programs and looking for financial evidence of misappropriation or any type of UAP related, we'll say, exploitation programs.
Right. So Jay Stratton has the UAP task force. They're trying to get to the bottom of it. They're casting a wide net. Which agencies, which...
Yeah, and you know who also was the chief scientist for that same task force? Travis Taylor, the Skinwalker Ranch scientist who's an optical physicist, but can't identify, things like reflections from a laser, right? Who can't identify things like bugs. Everything is paranormal to Travis Taylor because his paycheck depends on it. And he was the chief scientist of this organization. And Jay Stratton, who believes that poltergeists and werewolves followed him home from Skinwalker Ranch, was the head of it. And they sent this guy who, listen, less than a year before they sent him on this mission to find the aliens, he was in a mental institution. So we've got a guy who was just in a mental institution. We've got Travis Taylor, who can't identify bugs in videos and claims they're going 70,000 miles an hour in their alien spaceships. And we have the head of the program who believes poltergeists and werewolves followed him home. Those are the people that we're supposed to just trust with no evidence that the alien spaceships are here and we've got alien bodies. Sorry, not sorry. I'm going to need some evidence from wackadoos like that.
Programs have something to do with UAP, UFO stuff, maybe legacy programs, maybe recovered discs, reverse engineering, things of that sort. They wanted to get information. So they gave Dave Grusch a specific assignment. Look, you guys have access to special access programs. You have an oversight function for SAPs. Dig into this. Go after it. Is there something hidden in those SAPs that you can dig up that the public, that agency, that Congress should know?
And by the way, I fully support and believe that there are a lot of monies being misappropriated and wasted on secret black projects. Anybody that has studied the black world will know that they waste tons of money. Just look up the Avenger, right? Look up that program. They wasted billions of dollars on that program, never produced anything. They waste so much money in the black budget. I think there should be more congressional oversight. I think that more people should look into the black budget world and where all the money goes. It's a big black hole. So that I certainly support. And we want to thank Mr. Fish for being a member and a kind and generous £2 said, slay the scum, Stephen. Let's try to stay away from personal attacks, but I appreciate you. James 4488 with a kind and generous £1 super sticker or super chat, no message, right? I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate your kindness, generosity, and support. I apologize. We're trying to catch up. Richard Crawley with kind and generous $6.99 Canadian. We love our Canadian friends. And thank you, longtime show supporter Richard Crawley, for helping us. We're praising the cash tonight, friends, and it only makes sense. If these guys can make millions of dollars lying to you, maybe we can make a sufficient income to continue covering the lies for you. And we thank all of you, kind and generous benefactors, for helping us to continue this mission. Thank you, Richard Crawley. And we thank Keith Gardeck for a kind and generous $20. Who says Linda Moulton Howe is going to burst through that backdrop like the Kool-Aid Man, holding a huge blow picture of the cover art to Space Invaders. Thank you, Keith Gardeck, for making me laugh and for your kindness, generosity, and support. Longtime show supporter, we appreciate your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. I will continue to try to catch up. I think we're all caught up now. If I did miss any of the super chats, feel free to chime in all capital letters. Let me know I missed one, but we'll check again at the end of our presentation tonight. Let's try to continue with this.
And Dave went to work and did it.
What a fucking better person.
Another F-bomb.
To do that than Dave fucking Grusch. And
another F-bomb.
We have got to know Dave. We vetted Dave. On day one, we asked him, is there anything in your career that can be used to try to discredit you? And we're going to talk about that in a second.
Yeah, and this is great because here comes the stunning admission that they knew this guy was in a mental institution, right? The stunning admission that they knew he was in a mental institution, and they just didn't talk about that publicly. They left that out of the story because that's not relevant. Yes, it is. It's only not relevant if you want to sell a narrative of a completely stable intelligence operative. He wasn't completely stable. He was mentally unstable enough to be committed to a mental institution by a judge. And they left it out of the story because that wouldn't help them sell the narrative that they were selling.
From day one, in ways he knows and ways he doesn't know. We have talked with people that have worked with him. We have talked to people that have managed his work. We have talked with so many individuals that are in his orbit that it's fucking ridiculous.
Another F-bomb. Yeah, he's allowed to curse as much as he wants, and he's fully monetized.
Now, before we get there, let me fill in the second part of that day. So you meet with him. I'm filming. I mean, Niles was filming, but I was there. You have this lean-in conversation. I remember your reaction after. You're like, I think he's worth talking to. And I'm like, cool, man. So if I was a weapon, George, to you, what?
Oh, this is so cringe. If I was a weapon, George, what kind of weapon would I be? You would be a dumb torpedo to me.
What kind of weapon would I be?
A torpedo that I would shoot at targets and, either take them out or gather them in. And that's what you did. So you spent quite a bit of time with Dave that weekend.
And that night, yeah.
And that night, we met for a period. There's a photo that's been released. Colonel John Alexander, longtime friend of mine, took a photo.
Another friend
did not know who Dave was.
That
he
was
just saw.
He who took that photo.
Yeah, he took the photo at this conference. There's me sitting across from Dr. Travis Taylor. Next to me is Jay Stratton, who is the only man in the U.S. government who worked for OSAP and ATIP.
ATIP never existed.
And the UAP task force. A key person that we had on this program in episode 3, I think.
Yeah, you guys already milked him for his spooky ghost stories. You needed a new guy to milk for spooky stories. So along comes Dave Grusch, right when you needed a new infusion of fresh fake stories to sell people with no evidence. Equally no evidence. Jay Stratton has no evidence of all his skinwalker, poltergeist, and werewolf claims, right? And Travis Taylor has no evidence other than videos of bugs he claims are alien spaceships traveling at tremendous speeds like 70,000 miles an hour. That was proven garbage, right? It's all a big club, right? And David Grusch wanted to join it, and he found the perfect group of people that have been selling, these stories for years, and cozied up to them.
major guy. And then the fourth guy in that booth where we're having a conversation is Dave Grusch. John Alexander takes this photo, has no idea who Grusch is. He just knows, boy, that's got to be an interesting conversation going on there. And it was.
He's the leak. Oh, no.
So Jay Stratton is the person who gave this assignment to Dave Grusch.
Again, Jay Stratton is the guy who believes that poltergeists and werewolves followed him home from Skinwalker Ranch. He was Dave Grusch's boss, and shortly after Dave Grusch was committed to a mental institution, sent him on a mission to go find alien bodies, apparently, in alien spaceships in possession of, that are the United States government is in possession of.
To go after the SAPs, find out what's going on in these special access programs regarding UFOs. Are they hiding reverse engineering programs? Do they have somebody has?
And by the way, yes, they are hiding reverse engineering programs, but it doesn't mean that they are studying alien technology. Would it make sense that we have reverse engineering programs to back engineer Chinese technology? You're absolutely right. Would those be special access programs or black budget programs? Absolutely. And where do you think the wreckage of the Chinese balloon and everything else went? Those Chinese spy balloons, they went to a secret program and they were picked apart and investigated to find out what kind of technology the Chinese are using to spy on us. I have no problem with the factual assertion that the United States government has crash retrieval and reverse engineering programs. The problem that I have is there's no evidence so far that these things revolve around alien technology. And what I will say to all the people who constantly attack me for saying this is prove me wrong. The best way to shut me up is to show me evidence. So far, nobody's been able to do that, right? All people are able to do is attack me, attack my family, attack my disability, whatever. You know, nobody's been able to shut me up with evidence so far. So I'll keep asserting that, yes, we do have crash retrieval programs. Yes, we do have back engineering programs, but it's quite a leap into it's about alien technology and not about foreign adversarial technology. Did you know that the United States government has a history of back engineering adversarial technology? We got a hold of intact MiG fighter aircraft in the past. And what do? We pick it all apart. We take it all apart, find out what kind of technology those Soviets have. Same for Russian satellites that come down. Same for Chinese spy balloons or Chinese drones or whatever we can get our hands on that's not our technology. We grab it and rip it apart and study it.
As bodies, are they? Do they have crash saucers stashed in a hangar somewhere? Is somebody in the U.S. government funneling money into a program dealing with UFOs that is hidden from the public, hidden from Congress, maybe tens of millions, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars that were slated for a legitimate national security program that are now being used to facilitate this ongoing cover-up?
Yes, and on that point, I will agree. It could be tens or hundreds of millions of dollars being misappropriated. And I say let's get to the bottom of it. But let's keep the aliens out of it until we have verifiable smoking gun proof and evidence that it revolves around aliens and not around foreign adversarial technology.
Is it possible? And Dave went at it with passion because he had the authority to do it. He looked at 2,000 special access programs.
Over, you said.
More than 2,000. And he found some people who are willing to tell him about it. As we now know, as he told Congress, he has more than 40 witnesses.
40 witnesses that we're not allowed to know the names of any of them. Crash Dive with a kind and generous $1.99 super chat says, enjoying the show tonight. Well, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and your support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. Thank you very much for helping us tonight, friends. We are praising the cash. So praise the cash. Thanks to all of us helping. Thanks to every one of you guys tonight helping us to praise the cash. Praise the cash, friends. Thank you.
People with direct hands-on experience with crash saucers, with reverse engineering, with non-human biologics, the kinds of things that he told Congress.
Non-human biologics.
As astonishing as it may be, these people work in these programs.
I agree,
willing to
Patty.
tell
Thank
Dave
you
their story.
for agreeing.
Dave shared some wide parameters about the kinds of things that he was digging into.
Whatever's in his Doppser, whatever he can say
Yeah,
legally
whatever he was
without being
allowed to say.
fucking arrested.
Right.
Yeah.
Gave us an indication of the kinds of things that he was looking into and the things that he has now shared with Congress in 11 hours of under oath, closed door testimony, classified situations
wild, Rick
where he
Ruckus.
told this very specific information to Congress and to congressional staff. Now, I would point this out.
Yeah, and by the way, after giving that 4-hour testimony to congressional staffers, this is very important. Tim Burchett admitted himself that the congressional staffers said that David Grusch is an unreliable witness. So congressional staffers heard 4 hours of his testimony where he could say anything he wanted because they were in a closed door session, right? They listened to him and his testimony for 4 hours. Then they went back to members of Congress and said, per Tim Burchett, that Dave Grusch was an unreliable witness. So what was the context? What was the content of that 4 hours of testimony? Was it spooky stories from his boss at Skinwalker Ranch? Was it spooky stories from Travis Taylor, the chief scientist of the UAP task force, that doesn't know the difference between a bug and an alien spacecraft? Was it wackadoo theories from the wormhole wackadoo Eric Davis, who's been claiming that the government has non-human spacecraft for 3 years but never proven anything? Is that the quality of this man's so-called evidence? Why would congressional staffers listen to him in a session where he could drop everything and then go back to members of Congress and said that he is an unreliable witness?
He didn't come to that SCU event in Huntsville by himself. His boss came with him, and his boss's boss.
Yeah, Jay Stratton.
It's not they
Was his
by
boss.
that point, by June of 2022, his superiors at NGA knew what he was up to, knew what he had found, and they were all in. They came with him. They
Chris,
wanted to
no
meet
proof,
the
apparently.
key movers and shakers in the topic. They wanted to hear the discussion that was underway at that conference. They wanted to see what was going on. And so it was not like Dave
More
was
mangoes.
a rogue
Yeah.
in his agency operating independently. He had the support of the higher ups in his agency. They were there too.
Oh,
That
that's
is
interesting,
that is
Melvin. Send that to
factual,
me.
And
Email me that
I'm
to
going
me.
to see how far we can go. But just so everybody knows, I've dropped my last about all of this. So I think we can go as far as we can go. And we're going to try to be as clear as people as possible. And I think a way to do that is to talk about what happened later that night.
Yeah,
So
Kevin, those
you
were
call
his
me
handlers,
a torpedo,
not just his
you
bosses.
kind of call me a harpoon. I think about myself more like a really specialized weapon system. I'm like, let's go drink whiskey. So I said to Dave and to Gary Nolan,
I
said,
agree,
"Will you
Victor.
meet me
We're gonna do
at
the
a
math."
bar later in
Yes.
the night, and I just want to get to know."
This is interesting. So remember that Dave Grusch is apparently not long ago was institutionalized in a mental hospital for alcohol-related problems and mental problems. And here comes Jeremy Corbell inviting him to come drink whiskey with him at a bar.
Talk about what happened later that night. So you call me a torpedo. You kind of call me a.
What kind of a person invites a man that's a recovering alcoholic to go drink whiskey with him? Because that's exactly what Jeremy Corbell is about to say he did, right? The guy tells him, I'm a recovering alcoholic. I was in a mental institution for alcohol problems and I have PTSD and I was suicidal, but I'm okay now. And Jeremy Corbell invites him to go to a bar and drink whiskey with him. Great guy, great guy. But remember, I'm the bad guy here. I'm always the bad guy. I didn't invite a recovering alcoholic to drink whiskey with me. And by the way, I've had my own issues with that. And maybe, just maybe, Corbell is a little insensitive. But let me explain something to Jeremy Corbell. If you have a guy who has alcohol-related problems that are so severe he ends up in a mental institution over those alcohol-related problems, you don't invite him to a bar to drink whiskey with you. That would be a slime ball thing to do. But it is what it is. That's Jeremy Corbell. He just saw a payday and wanted to get the guy drunk and see what the guy would say, I think.
Harpoon, I think about myself more like a really specialized weapon system. I'm like, let's go drink whiskey. So I said to Dave and to Gary Nolan, I said, will you meet me at a bar later in the night? And I just want to get to know you a little bit better. Dave and Gary, you've been promising me that you come get a drink with me. Didn't believe for a fucking second that he would.
Another F-bomb. Yeah, so there we have it. Jeremy Corbell invites a recovering alcoholic with post-traumatic stress disorder, a man whose alcohol-related problems were so severe that he got institutionalized. He got committed to a mental institution during a drunken rant. His wife had to call the police, and the police had to take him to an emergency room, and then he was later committed by a judge to a mental institution for, a mental breakdown related to his alcoholism. And Jeremy Corbell invites him to a bar to drink whiskey. Awesome.
So we go, of course, like intel officers and whatnot. Like I'm the only one drinking. That's cool. Just
he was the only one drinking.
No, not that night. Okay. Yeah. We'll talk about that.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll talk about that. Oh yeah. We'll talk about that.
Okay.
You don't invite, I don't care if he's not going to drink. You don't invite a recovering alcoholic to a bar, right? That's not something you should do, period. And by the way, I've had my own issues with that. I'm past the point where that would be a problem for me. And in fairness to Dave Grusch, maybe he was past the point where that would be a problem for him. I routinely now have people drink near me. It doesn't really affect me. Most of me thinks I would prefer people didn't, but it is what it is. Your alcohol is everywhere. You're going to be around that stuff. I've kind of made my peace with it, and I don't mind it if people drink near me. But I would myself still prefer not to be invited out to a bar for a night of whatever with my friends,
So that's not.
Yeah, here he realizes that he invited an alcoholic to a bar to drink whiskey. Dummy.
Important. What's important?
That's not important. It's not important that I invited an alcoholic to a bar to drink whiskey with me. That's not important.
Gary Nolan showed up, and I love you, Gary. You're awesome. And he showed up, and we got to finally kind of get down to brass tacks about stuff. And Gary did have a shot of whiskey with me, and that was really cool. We talked for a little while, and then Dave and I, we stepped out back and, cool, back alley kind of stuff. Oh man, we both love UFOs. Let's talk about this.
Oh, super secret in the back alley.
But what was really important is I said, look, man, I don't know if what you told George is true. We're constantly being tested and used and trying to be used. So I'm like, here's the deal, man. Right now, right here, we need to get to brass tacks. What is it you're doing? And what is it why are you coming to us? Why'd you come up to George? I'm being a little protective. And I'm like, what is it that I'm going to find out about you later? Because I'll find it out tomorrow if I want to. So in that maybe an hour.
And here we're going to get the stunning admission that Dave Grusch tells Jeremy Corbell all about his past problems, right? And they didn't include that in any of their stories about Dave Grusch. Of course, they cut that out, right? Ross Coulthard cut it out. Leslie Keene didn't mention it. And Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp didn't mention his previous mental problems or substance abuse issues because that wouldn't help them sell the alien story narrative that they were going for.
Or that we're sitting outside. He said, look, this is what I gave George, and then he gave it to me, and it was the non-classified IC complaint, which is Intelligence Community Inspector General Whistleblower Complaint through the Presidential Protection Act 19 or whatever.
This is the Inspector General that has oversight responsibilities for the entire intelligence community, CIA, NSA, all of them.
So there's Dave, and we're talking. And what I'm trying to figure out is this the typical thing that you and I get, where there's somebody trying to insert themselves into our lives and give us false information, which there are a ton of.
Yeah, kind of.
Long term.
All the time.
I prefer
And
boring
let's
right now.
be really
worship.
clear with people. There are people in our lives that have come into our lives with good information under false pretense that have been in our lives for multiple years, if not longer. So now we know their positions and what they do. And look, I think
I agree,
maybe us
suffering
releasing the
succotash,
Mosul
absolutely.
orb and the Baghdad Phantom has people confused because they don't understand the laws of journalism, or they want to obfuscate from the laws of journalism.
Yeah, he's going to try to say that releasing a still image taken from a classified briefing, a video from a classified, taking a still image from a video that was included in a classified briefing is covered under journalism laws. No, it's not. No, it's not. And I challenge him to show me the laws that say you're allowed to release that information that came from a classified source. He can't and he won't because he knows he's wrong and he's talking in circles here.
You are a award-winning journalist. I will now call myself a journalist.
Oh, he's going to just call himself a journalist. Yeah. Let me just say this. Journalists don't get caught selling fake stories all the time. This guy gets caught selling provably fake stories all the time. The latest one is the best example. They sold a fake story about flares dropped during a military exercise, and they sold that story as a pyramid spaceship, right? That's where they sold. That's what they sold it as. It was flares. A journalist, and he said they were working on that story for 2 years, and they just happened to leave out the military exercises at the exact time and exact date and exact place where the alien spaceship was spotted, right? He's not a journalist, friends.
So there you go. So we're fucking protected. So here we go.
Oh, he's calling himself a journalist so he could be protected for leaking what may be sensitive or classified information. Just calling yourself a journalist and then leaking classified or sensitive government information doesn't absolve you of the laws surrounding that. Corbell. And, you know, this is great.
Talk with Dave. Everything he says, I take with a bag of salt, but I listen.
A bag of
what
salt.
he told me that
Not
night
a grain
is
of
what
salt,
he's telling
a bag
people
of
now,
salt.
which is like, I am worried about my personal safety. I am about to do something. You don't need to believe me, but I need protection.
You're right, Joe.
George Knapp,
Thanks for being a member.
he's a gangster. He'll be loud. If something happens, he'll be loud. If you find me to be credible and you find this to be urgent, like the ICIG did,
yes,
you'll make noise. We didn't break the story. We got no dog in that fight. But what we can do is we can be
Totally
witness
official.
to
He's
what
an
it is
official
that David
journalist
Grusch
now.
told
Yes.
the public, and we talked about the behind the scenes, but we can say, beyond a shadow of a doubt, and I'm not even gonna look you in the eyes, you tell me,
Tell me
have we
UFO stories
vetted
on Brokeback
who
Mountain.
David Grusch is? Do you believe he is who he says he is and what he said that at least he believes?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, there's no question. Zero question about that. He is who he says he is. He had
I
the
agree,
jobs
Melvin
that he has
O'Brien.
claimed.
They
That has
talk
been
and say
verified
nothing
over
for
and over
hours.
again. It's one of the reasons he was the central witness at this hearing in front of this House National Security Subcommittee.
No, one of the reasons he was a witness there was because your buddy, Timper Chet, who keeps getting things wrong and releasing completely and totally fake information, wanted to help you push your UFO grift. That's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it.
And there are probably things that someone like him can't tell the public of how he served our country. And I am just going to make.
Oh, throw out some red herrings there. Yeah. Oh, he's such a great public servant, you know? Yeah.
Make an assumption right now that he has done other things to preserve our integrity of our country. And you can take from that what you want, but I can just assume there are some things. So with that said, so there's Dave.
Yeah, of course he's done some things like that. Long intelligence community career. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that, you know, they keep harping on his history and what a hero he is, instead of talking about the evidence of the claims that he's making. What is the evidence? Okay, we've got 40 witnesses. Great. Can we get a list of those 40 witnesses so I can interview them? Oh, no, we can't. It's all classified. It's top secret. Can't tell you. It's like a child in a playground, right? This is nonsensical garbage. Let's keep talking about his credentials instead of about his evidence or lack of it, because that might ruin the story.
He's come forward. He said some explosive things, and not just what he said, it's what he didn't say. So I would like to, as a witness, raise my hand and say, I believe David Grusch. I believe not only that he believes that stuff, I believe it's credible and urgent, and it's.
There he goes, using those buzzwords that they were lying. And let's talk about that for a second. People keep throwing around. The Inspector General of the intelligence community found his claims urgent and credible. No, the Inspector General of the intelligence community found his complaint urgent and credible, just like they find every complaint filed urgent and credible. The Inspector General of the intelligence community did not endorse or otherwise say that his alien body claims, his alien spaceship claims, or his claims of a back engineering program were urgent and credible. And I challenge anybody who's repeating that lie to show me in writing where the Inspector General of the intelligence community said that his alien claims or his body claims or his claims of non-human bodies, non-human biologics, his claims of alien spaceships recovered intact are urgent and credible. Nobody can show me that, because that's not the truth. That's not the truth. The Inspector General of the intelligence community never said his alien claims are urgent and credible. These guys are using deception to claim things that are from the land of make-believe are true. They are not. Show me it in writing. You can't and you won't, because it's not true. Stop saying that. And he's going to use those urgent and credible buzzwords here to sell this, what can only be described as a grift.
It's not just a belief, it's an informed opinion. And I think you and I have an informed opinion, and people should take what he says seriously. Now, the whole point is to hear what he has to say. The shame would be if he's muzzled in any way by intelligence agencies.
Oh, now comes the attack. Oh, he's being attacked. Nobody's muzzling him. The guy stood up in front of Congress and he could have said whatever he wanted. And when pressed, he kept saying, I could do that behind closed doors. I can't do it in an open session. Oh, I'm a whistleblower, but I can't, when the spotlight is on and the pressure is on, I can't say anything. Even things I've already said in my News Nation interview, I can't say here. Under the stress of being under oath in front of Congress, I can't or won't say the same things.
By bureaucracy, because that is happening right now.
Oh, no, it's not. And by the way, listen, Jeremy Corbell is somebody who totally and completely believes Bob Lazar, right? That's another trust me, dude story of both Knapp's and Corbell's. So just because he believes Grusch, we're supposed to trust him, he believes Bob Lazar too, a convicted pimp, fake scientist, imposter that never worked at Area 51, that was never a scientist, that was never a whistleblower, period.
And we have a specific example that I think we should talk about, because there's some bullshit story that we met at a Star Trek convention.
Oh, I have to stop it right there, friends, because he's upset that people are saying they met at a Starship convention, Star Trek convention. He's totally upset that people are saying that they met at a Star Trek convention. Well, where would people get the idea that they met at a Star Trek convention?
There's some bullshit story that we met at a Star Trek convention. Yeah, guilty. We actually did meet at a Star Trek convention. There's some bullshit story that we met.
Where'd we get that idea, Corbell?
Trek convention. Yeah, guilty. We actually did meet at a Star Trek convention. There's some bullshit story that we met at a Star Trek convention.
Yeah. Guilty. We met at a Star Trek convention. He's upset that people are saying that. He's the one who said it. And people verified that they did meet with him at a Star Trek convention. But great, they met him before that Star Trek convention somewhere else. Well, great. But you're the one that admitted and said you met him at a Star Trek convention. So don't get upset when you're the one pushing the very disinformation you're upset about, genius Einstein?
So so we didn't.
No.
So that Star Trek.
Yes, you did. You met him there, but you met him first somewhere else. Great. Whatever. You were meeting with him at a Star Trek convention, you space cadet.
Convention, August 29th. Okay, so let's talk about that date. We met way before that. Let's talk about that date. What happened?
We had met Dave in Huntsville, Alabama at the SCU conference, got to know him a little bit, continued the conversation. We knew by August he's the real deal.
Every day we continued that conversation.
And we knew he's the real deal. We knew he was in a unique position in all of American history to have known about some of the things that you and I have pursued for a lot of years.
Oh, yeah. He's the golden goose that's going to lay the golden alien eggs for us. And we're all going to make a lot of money off of this.
That it was his job to dig into this stuff, that he, in fact, did uncover some astonishing information that he wanted to share with Congress. As soon as he got on the radar screen of the people who have been the keepers of the secrets, they started coming after him.
I strongly disagree with the claims being made about retaliation and people coming after him. And by the way, Senator Gillibrand has been one of the people that have championed transparency, right? And she is in a position to get all that testimony that Dave Grusch, all 11 hours of it, she was privy, she could hear all of it. And congressional staffers hearing that testimony went back to at least Congressman Burchett and said that Dave Grusch is an unreliable witness. Gillibrand was in a position to hear all of that information as well. Let's hear what she has to say.
But did anybody watch the hearings last week? We had some strange testimony. We had some pilots say, we saw this craft. It's a Tic Tac. Here's the video. It had strange flying patterns. We don't understand what it was. Those pilots should not be discriminated against. That's true. Information's there. And then the second guy, I think, was in Navy intelligence. And he said, well, I was in charge of looking at all the existing UAP.
Yeah, she can't even get it straight. He was in Air Force intelligence, not Navy intelligence. But, it is what it is. She is in a position to get any bit of information. She could get the complaint that he filed to the Intelligence Community Inspector General. She could get the 11 hours of testimony that he gave behind closed doors. And let's hear what she has to say.
In charge of looking at all the existing UAP programs. And I talked to everybody I could and found out what I could. And I talked to a bunch of people who said, not only do we have a program, but it's super secret. And we have dead aliens and we have crashed aircraft. What? I don't
Everybody's
know what
laughing.
They will not tell me about it. I cannot get to the bottom of it. I cannot get any data and information.
Why can't she get any data and information? She could get anything that she wants that Grusch has provided to Congress or the United States government. Could it be that there's no there? I think what we are seeing is cracks in the dam of an extremely deceptive operation being run either by a group of intelligence assets or UFO profiteers, or perhaps a mix of both, because she can get access to everything and she's saying she can't get any data. Could it be because there is no data?
So we don't know if it exists. We don't know if that's real.
We don't know if that's real. And she has access to all the information that Mr. Grusch has provided to Senate and Congress. And she still doesn't know if that's real. Why?
Those individuals will have to testify in front of the Aero office.
Oh, now they're going to have to testify in front of the Aero office. Great.
But did anybody watch the hearings last week?
Oh, that's it. Sorry. So very interesting that one of the big champions of UAP UFO disclosure doesn't have any data, even though the Griff squad keeps saying that Grusch is giving evidence to Senate and evidence to Congress. Then how come the one senator that should have all that information doesn't know any more than we do as consumers of this UFO, circus? Oh, sorry. Sorry about that.
Shared with us in Huntsville, the Inspector General document. It was kind of a test for us. He shared that with us to see how we'd handle it, and we sat on it. I would not have ever released it without Dave's permission. I didn't do it until he went public.
Oh, I forgot about
a year
that.
or so
Yes,
later.
we will.
And, you know, we were convinced that he's the real deal.
Great. You were convinced. So trust me, bro. And again, I'm not disputing that the man is who he says he was, and his work history seems to check out. All I'm saying is, where's the evidence? Why do you keep on harping on he is who he says he was? His job history checks out. He really did work for the Air Force and the government and the intelligence community. Great. But where's the evidence of the claims being made? And by the way, just a reminder, we have a Discord, and tonight after the live broadcast, we'll be doing a discussion and in our Discord live chat, and you are welcome to come and take part in that.
That he really did uncover astonishing information in the course of his official job, his official duty.
Astonishing information that he can't share with the public. So it's who cares? That's where I'm at with this. I don't care how astonishing the information is. He's sharing it to Senate and Congress, and they don't know any more than we do. Why is that? If the information is so astonishing, why would Gillibrand be making public statements saying she doesn't know if it's true or not? If he had evidence that this was all true, wouldn't she keep her mouth shut about it at least? Why would she be making statements that she doesn't know if it's true or not? She has access to all the information he provided to Congress and Senate.
And that he wanted to share it with Congress and eventually with the public.
Okay, so let's back up for a second. So you have somebody that says, it was my job and I uncovered misappropriation of funds, which is theft, and happens to be about UAP and UFOs. You then give that information to the ICIG. And so everybody knows Intelligence Community Inspector General. Happens that his lawyer is the former ICIG, which
yes, David Grusch's lawyer is the former ICIG, and he is also one of the principal architects of the Patriot Act. You remember that unconstitutional program that took away a lot of our civil liberties and rights? That's who Dave Grusch's lawyer is. That's who's bringing us disclosure. A guy with a lawyer who was one of the original architects of the Patriot Act. Not suspicious at all.
Which is not a bad move if I was being smart. So there you go. So you've got somebody now protecting you. You've got this formal complaint. You are the first official UAP whistleblower before Arrow had whistleblower protections in place. And we're going to get better protections already, but they're not quite there yet. So the guy put his balls on the line, on the chopping block to do this. He went to...
What balls did he put on the chopping block? He has not released anything publicly. He has not broken any security oaths. He has not provided any evidence to the public. All he's got is, dude, trust me, some people told me this stuff.
You to make sure that you could at least report the story as you understood it. However, let's be really specific, which is that you reported way before it was public that people like, I was on stage with you. We sat there with Commander Fravor. And he said, I had meetings with very serious people, congressional people, about the TikTok
One hell of a
UFO.
resume.
You reported that, and you're saying it's happening every day, and everybody's like, okay, you were right. So now we have David Fravor on stage, and he's saying that he has talked to people, right?
This is an excellent point,
people, serious
right?
people.
Everybody wanted whistleblower protection. He's got whistleblower protection. He could say anything he wants publicly, and they can't technically do anything to him because of the Whistleblower Protection Act. And Steve Long correctly points out a very somber truth. All these years later, with hearings and whistleblower protection laws and everything else that they told us to support, no, they demanded that we support this. They demanded we demand all these things from our congressional and senatorial leaders, and we did. And then we finally have the whistleblower protection in place. And the answer is still, I can't answer that publicly. Great disclosure. Very good point, Mr. Steve Long. And thank you for being here and thank you for chiming in.
David Grusch was set to testify, I will say this, in a congressional setting. And then August 29th, tell us what happened.
So
2022.
yeah.
We're no
So
closer
recall, we had
today
met him
than
in
we
June
were
at
170
this
years
SCU
ago.
event.
We're no
We got to
closer.
know him a little bit. We continued those conversations over weeks. We checked into him. We checked with our sources, checked with people who knew him.
Here
who
we go.
vouched
He
for
is
him,
who he
said he's
says
the
he
real
was
deal.
for the 100th
In
time.
August, you and I
He's the
were
real
invited
deal.
by
He
your
is who he
buddy.
says he is. We
With
know
the Star Wars, Star Trek thing.
Rod
Where's the
Roddenberry.
Star
evidence?
Wars. Sorry.
Star Trek. No, that's funny as fuck.
That's
Sacrilege?
that's forbidden.
Okay, so
to say that.
Eugene Roddenberry, son of Gene Roddenberry, creator of Star Trek. Eugene Roddenberry is a black belt in jujitsu.
Well, that's
we
true,
trained
Lucia.
together since we were
Yeah.
children.
It's
Shout
a
out
tragedy what
to
happened to him.
Eugene Roddenberry, Rod Roddenberry. So
Trust
he
me,
says,
dude.
"Hey,
Yeah,
would
this
you and
is a
George
trust me,
come do
dude
a UFO
story.
talk?"
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Yeah, I want to see what this what'd you call it, Star Wars?"
Star
Oh,
Trek.
no, I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
What is this Star Trek thing? And so I was like, yeah, let's do it. And so in my talk with Dave, I was like, yo, just come meet us. And we're going to have a buddy sitting by us, who's gonna be in the room, but just as a witness. So
Yeah, just come and hang out with us as a Star Trek convention before you go and tell everybody that the alien spaceships are real. Just come and hang out with us at a Star Trek convention, because that's not kooky at all, or make him look kooky, or these guys look kooky. They're hanging out at Star Trek conventions, and a short time later, they're pushing for congressional hearings, telling people that aliens are real and we have bodies and intact spaceships and recovered technology, but they can't show us any evidence of those claims.
that we know this all happened. This is Joe Murgia. He always gets so mad.
At least I'm not the only one.
UFO
with
Joe
this.
on Twitter.
UFO Joe.
So he
We're
didn't
all
know
with
what was
this,
up, but like,
right?
he was in the room with us, right? And so what happened? So we invite him there. We invite him to meet with us. We're meeting just because we're talking at this
Melvin
thing.
O'Brien, flying
What
saucers.
happens?
Well, we spent a couple of days. Dave, it turns out, is a Star Trek fan, like most of us are.
I agree,
mean, most
Torvik.
people
No
in the
data,
world are fans of
it's
Star Trek
worthless.
to one degree or another.
This is
It was
worthless
awesome.
then.
He didn't dress up as a Klingon. He didn't embarrass himself in any way. He wanted to see what it's about. So
Yeah,
did I,
exactly,
whether we were
Digital
speaking
Vortex.
or not. So we
Yeah.
had a chance. We did
That's
some
another thing.
presentation.
There's whistleblower protections in place. So why isn't Bob Lazar and George Knapp? Remember, George Knapp claims he knows exactly where the element 115 is. Why didn't they bring element 115? Why did they not bring the element 115 that George Knapp claims that he knows where it is right into the Congress, hearing? If I knew where the element 115, which would be smoking gun proof of alien visitation on Earth, he's been selling that story for 30 years. There's whistleblower protections in place. Why didn't he bring that element 115, since he said he knows where it's buried, into Congress while they're holding a hearing and throw it into the middle of the room and say, there's element 115, proof of alien visitation, bitches? He didn't do that. You know why? Because he's full of shit. That's why. And he has made himself a millionaire selling carefully constructed illusions of true stories that are based on lies, half-truths, lies by omission, and layers upon layers upon layers of deception. And mark my words, this story is no different. The layers of deception are already being peeled back. Remember when Ross Coulthard, asked him, do you have any mental problems? No, I don't have any mental problems. They try to misdirect everybody away from the fact that this man may be, a wackadoo. They tried to misdirect everybody away from the fact that he may be a mental case. There's a reason they did that. There's a reason that they didn't include his stay, non-voluntary commitment in a mental institution into the original stories. There's a reason for that.
And then spent a lot of time with Dave in the hotel room and walking around and talking. He's always very careful in his conversations with us not to go too far. I think Joe Murgia, who was there, was trying to figure out who the hell is this guy, and we didn't tell him really what was going on.
Melvin
So we
O'Brien.
had good
Yeah.
conversations on that Saturday and Sunday in late August. Dave flies out of Las Vegas on a
not
Sunday
one thing
night.
has
He
furthered.
reports to work Monday morning and is met by security guys who walk him out. And he's informed that they have suspended his security clearance. There's an investigation underway.
Yeah, and here's another thing. Language is important. I have heard Ross Coulthard, Jeremy Corbell, and George Knapp all claim that Mr. Grusch never lost his security clearance. And here we get the stunning admission from George Knapp that his security clearance was suspended shortly after meeting with them. Well, wouldn't that mean that he did lose his security clearance? Maybe for a short time, but he lost it. Did he lose his security clearance under review for being in a mental institution? Or was it suspended for a time? But they love to say things like he never lost his security clearance. Here, George Knapp himself admits that a security clearance got suspended or put under review after meeting with them. And why would they investigate him or suspend his security clearance? Could it be because Jeremy Corbell has released sensitive, some may say, what may be classified information from classified briefings? He's released it publicly. Of course, you're going to suspend somebody's clearance if they're meeting with people who are publicly distributing sensitive government information, like still images taken from a video that was included in a classified briefing. You can't do that. These guys, especially Corbell, have released information that was taxpayer-funded videos or people aboard Navy ships filming stuff that they're not allowed to film and give to Corbell, and then he releases it publicly. Of course they're going to suspend that guy's rights to classified information until they investigate whether he is leaking, these guys who leak things to the public. They wanted to know, most likely, is he leaking them things that they're leaking to the public that he should not be leaking them? And again, I will ask the very important question. Is Dave Grusch their source for the Mosul orb image? This is a question that demands an answer, and I'm going to get one.
And then spend a lot of time with Dave in the hotel room and walking around and talking. He's always very careful in his conversations with us not to go too far. I think Joe Merja, who was there, was trying to figure out who the hell is this guy, and we didn't tell him really what was going on.
You're right,
so we
Patty.
had good conversations on that Saturday
Smoking
and
dogs.
Sunday in late
Jello
August.
Putin, thanks for being a
Dave
member.
flies out of Las Vegas on a Sunday night. He reports to work
I agree,
Monday
Sanjay.
morning and is met by security guys who walk him out. And he's informed that they have suspended his security clearance. There's an investigation underway, serious allegations. He's got to go. He called us, and I have to tell you, I felt pretty guilty about it, as you did. I think, good God, did just being seen with us cause this problem and disrupt his life, or what? We now know that is not the case.
That is not the case, but also because that would effectively put the fear of people contacting us that if
and again, they're going to say that this was in retaliation for whistleblowing. No, look, I'm going to say it again, just because I want to be crystal clear. Jeremy Corbell has released sensitive government information that he never should have been in possession of, and in my view, never ever should have made public. You can't, if you're on a Navy ship as a sailor or Navy employee, film things and then send it to him to release to the public. You can't do that. That would be sensitive or classified information, especially filming screens inside of a Navy command center for a vessel or whatever. You can't film things with your phone in a Navy command center and then give it to him to release publicly to the world. That would be sensitive or classified information. So here we have Dave Grusch, a man with high credentials and high security clearances, publicly hanging out with these guys who are releasing sensitive, perhaps classified information to the public. You can't not investigate a man with high clearances who is hanging out with people who are releasing stuff from sensitive government, situations. And Corbell has danced around this issue, right? Here's another issue. Wasn't the Baghdad Phantom thing, didn't that come from a Reaper drone? Did you know that everything taken by a Reaper drone is classified? So how did Jeremy Corbell get that information? That was taken by a United States drone, and therefore that would be classified. Period. End of story. Full stop. Anything filmed or taken by a United States drone, especially a Reaper drone. We've heard John from the Black Vault talk about you can't FOIA videos or still images taken from a Reaper drone because that's all exempt from disclosure, exempt from FOIA. But somehow Jeremy Corbell is getting that stuff and leaking it. And yes, if he's hanging out with a guy with high classifications, they're going to suspend that guy's classifications until they determine where is Jeremy Corbell getting these leaks from. Could it be that he's getting leaks from Dave Grusch and that investigation was fully warranted and should have taken place? And again, I'm not an expert on these matters, but I know certain things that Jeremy Corbell has released that in my view, he should not have released those things. He had no right to even possess them, let alone release those things publicly. And there's the issue of Jeremy Corbell constantly making money from taxpayer-funded videos and images and other information that he gets leaked to him. Can I get on that list and get the government videos and profit from them and slap my copyright on them and then license those videos to all the news outlets to play and loop while they're talking about UFOs and I get a royalty? Does he get royalties every time a news organization uses one of his videos? And are those royalties really him profiting from taxpayer-funded videos that he got leaked to him? Can I get on the leak list? Of course they're going to investigate a high-ranking intelligence officer with high clearances who's hanging out with a guy who is leaking things like Corbell has. And these guys are going to act shocked, and they're going to say this is retaliation. No, that's the intelligence community, and obviously they don't understand how the intelligence community works. If you've got a guy with high clearances hanging out with people who are leaking sensitive things, you're going to investigate him, even suspend his clearance until you're sure that he has not been the source of the leaks to these people that are leaking.
That was the case. If he got some reprisal just by association. However, that's not what happened. That's not what happened. So what you're saying is he went back to the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. Also, we could say NRO separately, but there he is, and he gets walked out. Now, what did they walk him out about? And that's what was so interesting, because he already told us that, there's these attempts of reprisal. What did they walk him out about? Do you remember? I have it written down.
Yeah, I have a couple of the things that were on that list. I'm not sure how far we can go with this.
I think we can say the three things that were kind of identified to him. What did they walk him out?
He told us about it. So among the other things that
by the way, did they ask his permission to release this information? After all, he's got an active Inspector General complaint about reprisals, and this is some of the reprisals that he's claiming were reprisals for his whistleblowing, and that should be kept. I believe that all should be kept secret while the Inspector General investigates the claims. But these clowns are now going to leak information about these things, and that's a problem as well.
Brought up I just got to say, these are such bullshit. Little nitpicky bullshit attempts to silence him. And it is very obviously an attempt to silence him. And
it's your opinion that it's an attempt to silence him. Maybe it was an active investigation because he's hanging out with people that are leaking sensitive or classified information from United States government sources. And he's a United States government source with high classification that has access to similar information to the information that Mr. Grusch and Knapp have been leaking for profit.
Yes. Punish him for what he had already shared, the information he'd already shared as part of his job.
Yes.
For one, they had a beef about his time card. So as a contractor, he had submitted invoices for 12,000 or so hours of work he had done for the government. The complaint alleged that there were...
by the way, that's going to be a very important figure, right? Because Mr. Grusch claims that he investigated 2,000 special access programs. And he did all of that in 12,000 hours, right? I think it's a mathematical impossibility to fully investigate 200 special access programs in 12,000 hours, but we're going to look into that as well. See, these guys should both keep their mouth shut, but they can't help it. They need to keep pushing the grift, and they need to repair the cracks in the dam of the grift. And that's what they're attempting to do here, but they're making it worse because they are providing investigators and, investigative people like me with more data to use in our investigations. Not a very smart move on their behalf. Not a smart move at all.
I forget, 12 hours or 30, 36 hours?
So let's just be real clear. So this is August 29th, 2022. And what it was a personal conduct charges, right? And trying to figure out what's going on. This is through NGA. And it was essentially that there were 12,000 hours billed to the government as a contractor over 5.5 years. There were 32 hours that they were like suspicious about. So they're like, huh? And he's like,
yeah, I don't really care too much about the time card issues. I'm more concerned with this guy potentially leaking classified information or sensitive information to these two UFO clowns and promoters and profiteers.
oh, do I owe you like a couple grand? Like, what do you mean? Did I forget to do a stub? That was one of the things that was in that formalized attack on him.
Yeah, basically.
There's no proof it was a formalized attack. It was an inquiry into his conduct.
4 days of work out of 5.5 years. Hey, we're not sure if you billed us correctly for this. Boy, we're going to get you for it. Come on.
So additionally, in that, there was the idea that he shared classified information with people who were not authorized to receive that classified information. And
there we have it. There was the idea that he shared classified information with people that were not authorized to receive it.
I can definitively say that not only would we protect people that tried to do that, he is so fucking smart. He would never do that. He didn't do that. And
we don't know that he didn't do that because Jeremy Corbell won't answer very important, very direct questions that require questions so important they demand answers. Like, did Dave Grusch leak you the Mosul orb image? Did Dave Grusch leak you the Baghdad Phantom stuff? These are important questions that demand answers that Jeremy Corbell will not answer.
So whatever they were going for on that one, that was the second thing. Now, the third thing was—
This is a really good one.
This is the good one. Going back to PTSD and going at his mental health. And we talked about this day one. You were the one that said, that's what they're going for. They're going to go for that. That thing you just told me, they're going for that. Like, I was kind of like—
yeah. So from day one, they knew about his being confined to a mental institution. And they still chose to thrust this man in the spotlight and make as much money off of him as they possibly could. With Corbell inviting him to come drink whiskey with him at a bar. Great job, guys. And by the way, if you have PTSD, you should avoid stressful situations. And all of this UFO grift squad thrust this man into the spotlight to make money. Let's be clear, they thrust him into the spotlight so they could all make money off of him. Maybe, just maybe, these UFO guys should have been a little more sensitive to a man who is suffering from depression and post-traumatic stress disorder. So severe that he was confined to a mental institution over that. Maybe they should have realized, maybe putting this guy in the national spotlight would, and all of this scrutiny would be stressful for him, and we shouldn't do that just so that we could fill all of our pockets with UFO dollars. But no, they went ahead and did it anyway. And I renew the question that we asked recently. Did a bunch of UFO promoters take advantage of a mentally ill autistic man? Now we see that just letting him hang out with them is enough to get him investigated by authorities.
Like, huh? Like, I didn't understand it at the time, and now I get it.
Dave Grusch spent 14 years in the Air Force. He was in Afghanistan.
Again, with his credentials. They just always hammer his credentials. You know why they have to talk about his credentials for 20 minutes of a 30-minute broadcast? and how he is who he says he is? Because he doesn't have any evidence that they could talk about. Funny that.
He had a friend who, his best friend, came back. Two of them would talk on a regular basis on the phone. The friend had a conversation with Dave, and as soon as he hung up, killed himself. That's the kind of thing that really sticks with you. Your best friend, your closest friend.
Yeah, and that's a tragedy, and I feel for him for that.
Takes his own life after speaking to you on the phone. Dave was messed up about it. He was
messed up. He was depressed about it, and he was stressed out about it and having drinking problems over it. So what did all these guys decide to do? Thrust him into the national spotlight so that they could all make UFO dollars off of his story, right? If they really cared about him, they would have told him not to become a public figure. They would have told him, rightfully so, what amount of stress that would amount to in his life. And they should have warned him, I think George Knapp might have, that they're going to dig up everything in your past and it's all going to become public, right? Now, the UFO promoters here tried to withhold that information from the public, but another journalist found that information and released it publicly, the information about him being committed to a mental institution.
Was in a deep depression. He started self-medicating. He drank. He was depressed. He was talking suicidal stuff, the kind of things that any normal human being, the kind of reaction that any normal thinking, feeling human being would have.
So, brass tacks.
Yeah.
First of all,
these guys are so concerned with his mental state, but they were perfectly okay with thrusting him into the national spotlight, right? Let's go to Congress. We'll sit behind you while you testify, and then we'll monetize our curiosity and make as much money as we can off of your story.
I have received, and I hope so. Dave, I'm sure will watch this.
Yeah, and now we're going to do the post-traumatic stress disorder defense. Oh, you can't ask Dave Grusch hard questions because he's got PTSD. You can't demand evidence from a man making fantastical claims about alien spaceships and alien bodies because he's got PTSD. How dare you ask him questions or ask him for evidence of his claims? He's got PTSD. They care so much about the PTSD, they wouldn't have thrust him into the national spotlight to make money. They don't care about his PTSD. This is just a defense from scrutiny, a defense from criticism, a defense from demands for evidence. That's what this is.
I want him to know too, I have received dozens and dozens per day since that story came out of veterans who are like, I have PTSD. I have not handled it as well as you. I have not gotten over it. He has inspired people. When he sat up there in Congress, like PTSD, I don't even want to, like, do I justify it? Do I talk about this?
I don't think we have to justify that. It's real.
It's fucking ridiculous.
Now they're
So
Jeremy Corbell must be CIA. He can curse as much as he wants and he's still fully monetized. Anybody else that cursed this much through a broadcast, they would cut the ads, right? We don't curse at all. They cut our ads.
Here's somebody that has served the country in ways the public can't know, but has served the country in ways the public can know. And just that alone, if he was active service and feeling and having issues, we would help because he's an asset. We'd help him. But now that he's out, it's like all of a sudden, anything you can do to try to diminish what he said, I don't even want to give it justice, but I'll tell you this.
Yeah, and I love this assertion. There's this assertion that you're not allowed to bring up the fact that the man, shortly before going on his secret mission to find the aliens, was put in a mental institution. We're not allowed to talk about that. How dare you talk about that? The man has no evidence. If the man had evidence, it wouldn't be relevant. Who cares? But he has no evidence, and he's willing to believe everybody's stories, apparently. So it is very relevant. And thank you, Real Steel Rumblehead, for kindly generous $5. Says, blah, blah, blah. It never ends with these guys. Are they crashing bores, or is it just me? Yeah. All these guys do is talk without all they do is talk without getting into any evidence because they don't have evidence to talk about. Exactly. The UFO community are acting all pissed. Laugh out loud. Yeah, I mean, it's relevant. If the guy had evidence, it wouldn't be relevant. But if you couple the fact that this guy's making fantastical claims, he's not providing any solid or verifiable proof or evidence of the claims that he's making, which are truly out of this world, couple that with the fact that he was put in a mental institution, it's relevant. And these guys are all going to sit here and pretend it's not relevant. And you're just trying to diminish his testimony. Well, testimony offered with no evidence should be dismissed without evidence. But I think we can enter into the record the evidence that he was in a mental institution because that matters.
I've had dozens and dozens every day who have texted me of active and former service members who have just called
and thank
bullshit.
You,
and they're
Real
like,
Steel Rumblehead.
So like I should post some of those
thank
tweets
you for your kindness.
or some
Raise
of those
the cash,
messages.
Friends.
So look, yeah, Dave had PTSD and he fucking dealt with it. And
yeah, there were two incidents that got into the public record.
Okay,
one was in 2014, one was in 2018. He was very upset, very depressed, drinking too much, suffering classic symptoms of PTSD, and it spilled over. I think his wife told police he wants to kill himself.
Good point, Sandra.
He needs help. In the second episode, he was detained, put him in a facility to protect him for 24 hours.
Right. You can hold for 72 hours, by the way. So, and by the way, he never lost a clearance.
Yeah, he never lost a clearance, except when he was investigated for hanging out with you guys and they suspended his clearance and walked him out of the building like a goddamn common criminal, right? You forgot about that? He never lost his clearance, except for that time he was investigated for hanging out with us at Star Trek conventions. Right after the day that we met him and we started hyping that Mosul orb image, right?
So think about that for a second, right? You have the highest clearance. There is nothing above TSSCI, whatever the fuck, there's nothing above that. Like he did not lose clearance from NGO. He didn't, or NGA.
Victor Wang.
He did not lose clearance from NRO. And there's more to the story which can't be told, but he reported some things that happened to him through an official channel
I agree, Mark.
of counterintelligence within NGA. So he has received all of this kind of fire. The dude never lost his clearance. The dude is decorated.
Yeah.
He is
Here, let's keep talking about his decorations and his clearances and his impeccable record, except for that mental institution thing. And Wellness Wisdom correctly points out, it's likely there were more episodes we don't know about. Yeah. How many times did he get drunk and threaten suicide to his wife that his wife wasn't serious enough that she didn't call the police? There could be a whole lot more episodes that we don't know about because the police did not become involved. They might not have been as serious of psychotic breakdowns or drunken escapade episodes, whatever you want to call it. There's likely more episodes that we do not know about yet, right? Torvik says, if they can use his career and credentials as evidence, anything about his life is fair game for criticism. Good point, Torvik. You guys are the one that keeps saying what impeccable career he's had and how impeccable his credentials are. Then include the stuff about him being put in a mental institution, committed, right? And you notice how they try to minimize it. Well, he was only committed to a mental institution for 24 hours by a judge. Okay, it wasn't that serious. Sure.
Decorated. Is that wrong to say?
He's so decorated.
Decorated.
He's decorated. He's decorated. He's decorated. Yeah, why don't you talk about his evidence, Jeremy Corbell? Let's hear about the evidence he has. I don't want to hear about decorations anymore. We've heard enough about his background and how he is who he says he is. These guys have spent probably 23 minutes of the 33-minute broadcast talking about his credentials and his clearances and his duty to service and all this nonsense talk. Where is the talk about the evidence? Oh, that's right. There is no evidence. Oh, that's why you can't talk about the evidence he's putting forward, because there is none. It's just stories that he heard.
Dude has I'm sorry, like I'm just like, it makes me so mad. This dude served our country, and this is the treatment he's getting.
Yeah,
that's cool.
He's a hero.
That's cool. Let's report the news.
Hero.
But I mean, on the bigger scale, man, this whole thing that's going on with him is to discredit him. And you're a journalist. old school, 35, 40 fucking years. Tell me about that, man.
Well,
yeah, we're gonna go there. I haven't gone there, but this is important. Grusch was an intelligence guy in Afghanistan for the Air Force, by the way. And I spoke to somebody in Air Force intelligence who reached out to me, by the way, who told me that there is little or zero chance that Dave Grusch could have gotten post-traumatic stress disorder being an intelligence officer for the United States Air Force. Now, he may have gotten, psychological problems from one of his friends killing themselves, but that's not the same thing as getting post-traumatic stress disorder from the war, which is what these people are pushing. If you are an intelligence officer for the Air Force, you're not going to be in active combat. You're going to be in a cushy office far behind enemy lines doing intelligence analysis work or something. You're not in combat. So I want to know, if you're going to use the PTSD defense for everything, then how did he get PTSD? According to some reports, he got post-traumatic stress disorder because a friend of his killed themselves, not from being in a war zone. So is that even a valid way that you get post-traumatic stress? Most people who get post-traumatic stress disorder get it from being involved in active combat and seeing people's, heads blown off and their friends murdered right in front of them. This man was not a combat soldier in a war. How did he get PTSD? How did he get it? According to Knapp, he got it because one of his friends killed themselves. That means he didn't get it from being in a war then. So this whole defense is falling apart. The layers of deception are being peeled away, friends, and we are getting a clearer image of the lie that we have been spoon-fed about this Mr. David Grusch.
When we learned the information about what he'd been through, it was clear that is going to be a weakness to be exploited. It is seen as a weakness. I think it's a strength. He had these very low moments, as all of us do in the course of our lives. He was in a bad spot. He got help. He got out of it. He stopped drinking. He got treatment. He was a valued employee by his agency.
Again, credentials, valued employee, hero, right? Served his country. They keep on pushing that narrative, but they can't talk about evidence. Why?
Him on board. He is a different person now. I'm sure at some degree it will always stay with him, but he survived it and made himself a stronger and better person. Now, to have that lowest moment of his life, the kinds of things that other veterans, military veterans, intelligence folks even, who have served in theaters of battle, who've undergone.
Yeah. And now they are pushing the narrative that if you dare to question a man who got put in a mental institution, who's talking about alien bodies and alien spaceships with zero evidence, you are attacking a veteran with post-traumatic stress disorder. Listen, I have tremendous empathy for anybody who was in a war zone and suffers from that. And by the way, I have family that was in the Gulf War. One of my cousins was a Marine in the Gulf War, suffered from that terribly. Long story, a story for another time. So I have empathy and sympathy for those people, but that does not absolve them of criticism. It does not absolve them of somebody asking them for evidence of fantastical claims like alien spaceships being made. And this is all an attempt to make everybody asking hard questions look bad. You know why? So that they can keep this grift going and make a little more money before it all comes crashing down. 2+ months now, right? 2+ months, zero evidence so far.
Tremendous.
But for the whole 2 months, all these people pushing and promoting this story has been profiting from this story. 2 months, they're all making money with zero evidence of the claims Grusch originally made being presented to the public so far. Well, except for, claims of a 1933 UFO hoax pushed by William Brophy, known tall tale teller and bullshit artist who was involved in another UFO crash hoax, the Trinity crash. That was completely and totally fake. Those are who the claims of the Vatican and the cover-up and the alien bodies all came from William Brophy. that is evidence, it's garbage.
Disturbing personal scenes that so many tens of thousands of other servicemen have dealt with, servicemen and women, to have that particular moment, the lowest moment in his life, exploited and exposed.
How about you guys exploiting him? Because you knew that that was going to come out, but you thrust him into the spotlight anyway, knowing that was going to come out, hoping that perhaps some journalists wouldn't catch that and you could keep the story going for longer, all on zero evidence. They've kept this, I got to give it to them. They've kept a completely fantastical story about alien bodies and crash retrievals and non-human biologicals and all this stuff going for 2+ months now, and none of the people promoting the story, profiting from the story, have shown a single shred of evidence to support the claims being made. That's the problem here.
And ridiculed in a media article is the lowest of the low. It's among the worst slime jobs by a major news organization that I have ever seen.
And by the way, I just want to put this out there because it's funny. Did you know that George Knapp once did what could only be described as a hit piece or a slime job on, guess who? The author of Behold a Pale Horse. Remember the author of Behold a Pale Horse? Some people would call him a whistleblower, right? The author of Behold a Pale Horse was William Cooper, right? Now, what you need to know about the George Knapp, one second, let me get this up so I can share it. What you need to know about George Knapp is that George Knapp decided that he and John Lear were going to do a slime job or a smear piece on author of Behold a Pale Horse, Bill Cooper. And why did they do that? Because they didn't think that the UFO and alien information that Bill Cooper was putting forward was real or true or accurate. So they did what could only be described as a hit piece on Bill Cooper. So for George Knapp to sit there and act so sanctimonious, like, you know, he's such a journalist with integrity, and how dare this other journalist do this slime job hit piece? He did it himself. But in this circumstance, I really truly believe that it was about taking out the competition, because apparently Mr. Bill Cooper was getting a lot of those UFO convention bookings, and John Lear and George Knapp were perhaps missing out on some of the UFO dollars. So suddenly John Lear and George Knapp got together and did what can only be described as a slime job or a hit piece, talking about how Bill Cooper's claims could not be substantiated by evidence. I'm going to say that one more time. George Knapp did a hit piece talking about how William Cooper's claims of aliens and UFOs could not be substantiated by evidence. And he's going to get upset that another journalist ran what he's calling as a hit piece on Grusch because he revealed the truth that they should have revealed in their original reporting, that Grusch spent time in a mental institution. He has no moral high ground, considering he's done just as bad, if you consider it a bad hit piece, just as bad a hit piece on a so-called UFO whistleblower. He did it before. And I'm going to drag out that piece, and we're going to post it here on our channel here, because history matters, Mr. George Knapp. You ran a slime piece or a hit piece against Bill Cooper, claiming that his UFO and alien stories could not be substantiated by evidence. Well, I'm here to say that I believe Mr. David Grusch's claims cannot be substantiated by evidence. And that's not a slime piece, or that's not a hit piece. That's not a slime job or a hit job. That's reality. Welcome to reality. I am popping the delusion bubbles tonight, George Knapp. Pop, 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 bitch.
Is the lowest of the low. It's among the worst slime jobs by a major news organization that I have ever seen.
Except for the one that he did about Bill Cooper. That was pretty bad too.
And you predicted it.
I did predict it.
You literally, if we go back in this show, I believe on the show you predicted it, but you predicted it to a bunch of people, to John Gutierrez. We were talking one time. You predicted it. You predicted it to Stratton. You predicted. I don't know who you predicted. You predicted to everybody. You predicted on the show.
Yeah. Why didn't they tell him that this is going to come out? You may want to think long and hard about being thrust into the national spotlight, lest all your dirty little secrets come out. Instead, they thrust them into the spotlight so that they can make the UFO cash.
I don't have to be psychic to predict that, because that is a standard operating procedure for somebody. You want to discredit them, you find their weakest moment, their most embarrassing moment, and you exploit it and expose it and embarrass them, and you try to make them pay for speaking truth to power. And more importantly, in the case of Dave Grusch, what's happened in the last week is a warning shot across the bow to other whistleblowers who might be on the fence. Should I come forward or not? This is a direct warning to them. This is what happened to Dave Grusch. Are you sure you want to go into this?
Right.
Is there anyone who has a life that is completely pure, that doesn't have a deep, dark secret, hasn't made a bad decision, didn't have a nasty divorce, didn't cheat on their wife, never welched on a debt or something like that? Haven't had a low moment in your life? Is there anyone in the intelligence community, in the military, in the media, in any line of work that hasn't had those kind of moments?
And we have
Real Steel Rumblehead, you may be
been
right.
told.
He doesn't have
we've
any
talked
thoughtful
with
arguments,
numerous
so he'll
individuals
just drop F-bombs.
who are already in process right now. So that's a fucking warning shot, just so everybody knows you can't stop this. So people have already put themselves on the chopping block. And we got calls, you and me, from multiple individuals that have told us
new whistleblowers
they're terrified of how David Grusch is going to be treated. So good job for those of you that want to slime job him. However, it's not going to work. People are smarter than that.
Yeah, people are going to start demanding evidence from a guy who was in a mental institution, Corbell. Welcome to reality. That's reality. When a guy who was in a mental institution starts talking about alien bodies and alien spaceships, but he has no evidence, people knowing he was in a mental institution are going to start saying, maybe this guy's full of shit because he doesn't have any evidence. Welcome to reality, Corbell. Keith Gardeck with a kind and generous $5 super chat. Thank you very much for your kindness, generosity, and support. Continuing supporter of the show. Corbell is the queen of pearl clutchers. He is dying to start each sentence with, how dare you? Yeah. I totally agree. Yeah, it's like, how dare you? B. Baker, maybe you have a claim. You could put a claim in somehow. B. Baker says, I have trauma listening to Corbell. Can I make a claim? Yeah, I think you got a valid point there. I'm getting trauma listening to this. And by the way, I don't know how much more of this I can take. I'm just putting it out there. I had to pre-listen to this and sort of make bullet point talking points and notes. Because there is just so much here that is cringeworthy.
You can't treat your audience and try to punk them and think that you're going to keep their respect.
Oh, wait a minute. We got to clip that. He just said you can't punk your audience and keep them and think you're going to keep their respect. Was it punking your audience selling a story about flares that you claimed was a triangle-shaped spaceship that was the size of a football field? Was that punking your audience? But you think you can keep your audience after selling people flares as alien spaceships, you space cadet clown?
And we got calls, you and me, from multiple individuals. So, by the way, just before you go into what you're about, I know you're about to go into it. It's not going to work. And I can tell you from firsthand experience, it's not going to work. We have people lined up.
Oh, yeah.
Ready.
They got
battle
lots of
helmets
whistleblowers.
on.
Battle helmets.
Everything.
Oh, it's always about we're battling for disclosure with no evidence, right? We're beating the doors down with no evidence. We got our battle helmets on with no evidence. You know what would be better than battle helmets, Jeremy Corbell? Having evidence. You want to shut up, Mick West, Stephen Greenstreet, me, John from the Black Vault, and other people that are asking real and hard and critical questions? You want to shut up all the debunkers and critics and, you know, people that still haven't drank the Kool-Aid and expect things like evidence? You want to shut us all up? Show us 100% incontrovertible smoking gun evidence and proof of the claims you and Dave Grusch are making. You'll shut us all up. But he won't do that, will he? It's going to be kick the can and chase the carrot for the next 3 months. I guarantee it. Oh, maybe we'll get new whistleblowers that will equally tell stories with no evidence.
Document it. Not going to work.
It's not going to work for Dave Grusch. He has already testified to Congress. He's made statements in public. There's a lot more.
And provided no evidence in public. Zero. So what value was Dave Grusch's testimony without any evidence? None. Zero. He has zero value. Dave Grusch is worthless as far as evidentiary value goes. He is a now discredited mental patient that told stories of alien bodies and alien spaceships with no evidence. His testimony is worthless without evidence.
Or he'd like to be able to say in public that he can't. So he's fully committed regardless. He's got a great lawyer, Chuck.
Oh, he's fully committed. He's fully committed. He's fully committed. There's another clip we got to get. He's fully committed.
Testified to Congress. He's made statements in public. There's a lot more he'd like to be able to say in public that he can't. So he's fully committed regardless. He's got a great.
He's definitely fully committed, George Knapp. He was fully committed. Yes, for a psychiatric stay in a mental hospital. He was fully committed, George Knapp.
Great lawyer, Chuck McCullough.
Yeah, great lawyer and Chuck McCullough, one of the original architects of the Patriot Act, which took all our rights away. Yeah, great lawyer. A guy who really cares about, transparency and the government truth. The architect of the Patriot Act is this lawyer. You can't make this stuff up. I'm making a movie out of this because you can't write a better movie than this whole plot of this whole shit show.
Who's going to defend him to the hilt. But I really think that it probably has had an impact on whistleblowers, even people we don't know who've been on the fence about whether to come forward, who have direct hands-on experience.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this will be the excuse for why the firsthand witnesses don't come forward and offer testimony, because I might get a slime job done on me, right? Maybe they all spent time in a mental institution. How do we know? We don't, because they won't release the names of the firsthand witnesses. Isn't that convenient?
With these programs, with the cover-up, who now have to be asking themselves, do I want to go through this? Do I want to have my high school girlfriend interviewed on television or on some bullshit internet publication?
Oh, it's a bullshit internet publication. But these guys are serious journalists, right? The Intercept is pretty well respected. I'm just going to put that out there, and that's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it.
But let's separate it, because there's two ways in which people are coming forward. No longer am I submitting anybody's to Arrow. I'm not doing it.
Yeah. You know why they won't submit people to Arrow? Because that guy's a critical thinker, and he demands evidence, and he's telling the American public the truth. He looked into these claims and found no evidence of alien spaceship or alien bodies or any of this. None. So they don't want to send witnesses to him because he's going to demand evidence. They're just going to do this kick the can, chase the carrot, let's interview him on my podcast. Don't send him into the people in the government whose job and responsibility it is to investigate these claims, because they might want evidence, and that'll screw up the stories we could sell.
You called that many episodes ago, and I was trying to defend Dr. Kirkpatrick, and I was trying to, defend that this might be a good process. It's not. So now here we are, and I'll tell you this, which is that no matter what, people are going to come forward, and that is already in process. And I think Chuck McCullough is somebody that so far I believe you can trust. And I think that the cannon is loaded, baby.
Oh, more war talk. Battle helmets, the cannons are loaded. Do you think that the Griff squad learned their lesson here and they can't put out a person with no evidence again? Or are they going to put out more storytellers with no evidence? I think they're going to try to muddy the waters, and they're going to send out 5 or 6 guys to tell stories that all of which have no evidence. And isn't it funny that Greer's whistleblowers, all of them also have no evidence? Remember all this talk of all these whistleblowers. Look, Real whistleblowers have evidence. And so far, all these people calling themselves whistleblowers have zero evidence.
And let's
They have
see what
stories.
happens.
They're not
Let's talk about the
whistleblowers.
media process a little bit. So we're talking about, if people at home have not read this article, it's in something called The Intercept. It's an online publication.
Yeah.
I get it.
And suddenly an online publication is means that you're fly by night. Oh, do you mean like the Debrief? That's also an online outlet being a rag, right? He's trying to say like, oh, the Intercept's a rag because it's an online outlet. So's the Debrief that originally published this shit story, this garbage story with no evidence and lots of claims from a literal mental patient. Awesome. Awesome.
I read their stuff. In fact, I get pretty much every week, I get a fundraising request from them where they ask me as a reader to.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they're asking for money for their work. They're evil. Hey, how much money has George Knapp made just from the Bob Lazar story alone? Wouldn't we all like to know? It's got to be in the millions by now. But God damn it, this independent of corporate interests online publication that does an excellent job at covering the defense and intelligence communities asking for $15. They're evil profiteers
who donate money. I don't know what kind of financial shape they're in. I suspect that they're on the ropes. The Intercept was created by and for whistleblowers. It was created in the wake of the Edward Snowden revelations.
And they did excellent coverage during all of that, excellent factual coverage during all of that. But now they're the bad guys because they told the truth about our mental patient whistleblower with no evidence.
Now, I know a lot of people have mixed feelings about Ed Snowden. He revealed, intelligence people that we know well think he went way too far.
I
that
agree
he revealed
with that.
way too much, and maybe.
No, I don't think he went far enough, in my view. Everybody has a different opinion. I'll respect theirs, though, on this situation. But Edward Snowden was a real whistleblower because he broke security oaths, he broke NDAs, and he dropped every bit of evidence he had, terabytes of it. So far, whistleblower Dave Grusch has stories people told him, and he has stories of an Italian UFO crash brought to us by a known bullshitter in the form of William Brophy, talking about alien bodies recovered, that there is no other evidence that story is real. The only evidence of alien bodies and the Vatican involvement and all that stuff comes from a known UFO hoaxer, William Brophy, right? There's a huge difference. And I love how people try to compare Snowden to Grusch. It's apples and oranges. There's no comparison, friends.
He revealed things to the Russians that we don't even know about yet. And I agree with that. But he did a fundamental thing in revealing this massive surveillance program of private citizens that we needed to know about.
No, he
did us a favor, and that was the impetus behind the creation of The Intercept. The founders of The Intercept left. They left a couple of years ago, and they were disgusted by how things developed. You know, this is supposed to be, it's in their mission statement. This place is supposed to be a safe haven for whistleblowers. You got some skullduggery that you've uncovered in government, in the military, somewhere else. You can tell it to The Intercept, and it's safe. They have screwed up so many times with whistleblowers and people who shared information with them.
Maybe there's some Brokeback Mountain stuff going on.
So now they've sort of flipped the script, and instead of being a pro-whistleblower safe haven place, they are going after whistleblowers. At least in the UFO UAP arena, they go after them and punish them. We saw it a couple of years ago with Lou Elizondo. There was a despicable article that was written. I cannot imagine that their editor ever went through that article and didn't X out giant chunks of it, or at least ask for, can we get a more balanced view of it? It went after Lou. I think it took some whacks at me in that piece, as I recall.
Yeah, how dare people go after people who sell fake stories on the internet or who lied to the New York Times, right? Maybe if Lou Elizondo hadn't lied to the New York Times, another journalist wouldn't have to do a story about how he lied to the New York Times. Maybe if George Knapp hadn't been caught selling so many fake, completely and totally provably fake stories, a journalist wouldn't have to do a story about him selling fake stories. It's like, blame that guy. You're the guy that caused the stories to be generated by lying to everyone. Knapp and Elizondo?
Can't imagine that it was ever published, but it sort of was a precursor to what they did to Dave Grusch. This article that came out that solely focused on Grusch's lowest possible moment.
No, it didn't solely focus on that.
Now, look, I think Dave Grusch knew it could happen. We both knew it could happen. I just didn't realize it could be so low. And they did it with records that are available through the state of Virginia, FOIA records, police records from the 2 incidents that happened. And they put as absolutely the most despicable spin on those incidents that it would be possible.
And kind of like you put a spin on the Bob Lazar story, telling everybody that he's a former government scientist, right? Is that a spin, George Knapp, when you called Bob Lazar a former government scientist, but it turns out that he's a fake scientist with fake degrees and a fake education who was bankrupt, married to a convicted murderer at the time, so he never could have gotten the clearances to work at Area 51 with a murderer wife who had strong ties to organized crime, right? Maybe you're somebody that has spun a story before. You know, listen, if Knapp was Walter Cronkite and was upset over this journalist doing a hit piece, I would accept that. But Knapp has done some slimeball shit in his career, including selling an entire book claiming that there was all this evidence that the book was based on, and then admitting on Joe Rogan there was no evidence. So talk about spin, right? And you know, I'm reminded of that saying, let he who is without sin cast the first stone. Knapp has been spinning stories to make money his entire life. So he's going to get upset that a journalist spun a story? It's ridiculous.
They had none of the other side of the coin. They had none of the explanation that, oh yeah, those incidents did happen. Dave was at a low point. He got treatment. He got better. His employers support him. The fact that those other NGA higher-ups went.
Well, I think they said that he didn't lose his clearance, right? They did. It was factual reporting. And by the way, let me just remind everybody that George Knapp, Jeremy Corbell, Ross Coulthart, Leslie Keene, everybody selling this story knew about his stay in a mental institution, and they all cut it from their stories that they were selling. Why? It's relevant to a guy talking about aliens and spaceships with no evidence. It's extremely relevant since he has no evidence. And they based the whole story on how credentialed he is and how decorated he is. And they just happen to leave out that part about him getting committed to a mental institution. They did the lie by omission on purpose, friends. And if they didn't lie by omission, another journalist wouldn't have to have corrected the record like what happened. That should have been reported in all the original stories. It wasn't. Why?
With him to SCU, that he was given this incredibly important assignment by his employer as a liaison to the UAP task force to look into these SAPs. They trusted him. They believed him. They helped him fend off these attacks from other agencies that, by the way, are still ongoing. There are other shoes to fall. For them to publish this, to embarrass him. And
how dare they publish this and embarrass him? Maybe you guys embarrassed him because you should have put it in the original story. You didn't. You left it out so that you could make money. Congratulations.
And then, I don't know if you've seen this stuff on social media, but
you know I don't read that
the
shit.
journal. I know you can't. I can't help it because people send it to me. But
yeah, Jeremy Corbell reads nothing, especially anything critical of his fake stories, because he's an intellectual weakling and a coward, and his stories are so piss poorly researched and based on such piss poor so-called evidence, like flares being dropped during a military exercise, that he can't stand to read the truth, the comments of people.
The journalist involved, somebody I don't know, who says flat out he does not believe this UFO stuff.
To be candid with you guys, so people can account for where I'm coming from, I don't believe in the UFO stuff.
Oh yeah, how dare he not believe in the UFO stuff? So now you have to believe in it, or you're not allowed to report on it. That's what they're saying. If you don't believe in the UFO stuff, you have no business reporting on it. Garbage. That is a garbage statement. Absolute garbage. And by the way, now they're doing a hit piece on that journalist, right? And so did Ross Coulthart do a hit piece on that journalist. So if we don't believe in doing hit pieces on people, why are you doing a hit piece on the journalist who did the job that you refused to do and revealed the truth that you didn't include in your story on purpose?
Hostile to it. He has tricked and trolled his own readers.
And he didn't trick or troll his own readers. He tricked and trolled Ross Coulthart and News Nation. And by the way, that was glorious. For those unaware, the original guy who wrote this story, he wrote on Twitter that he got let go from his job. And then the very next tweet was to do more work or something, you know, like it was a joke. News Nation did a whole piece on how he got fired for doing that hit piece. They are so stupid. They didn't do the most basic fact checking. He did troll them. He trolled a multi-million-dollar company into making assholes out of themselves. And good for that guy, because they were running hit pieces on him. He got him back. Ooh, take that, Ross Coulthart, you dummy. You just sold another completely fake story. He didn't get fired. It was a joke.
Put stuff online where he makes fun of his own readers and look at these goofy UFO people who fell for my trick, insults them. I cannot imagine what is the...
His readers, by the way, are cheering him on, and he has 500,000 followers, and they support his work.
The journalism...
He wasn't trolling his followers. He was trolling the people that were going after him for writing a factually correct, journalistic, well-done piece, in my view.
Strategy. What is the marketing strategy where you insult and demean
maybe
your
it's
readers,
not about
the
marketing,
people who would
George,
otherwise
maybe
support
it's about the truth.
your publication? I don't understand it. If I did that shit, I would be fired in a heartbeat.
It is Willowy 13.
It is wrong.
Same thing. Yes.
For you to put out something that is false and misleading just to get a joke on your readers, it is absolutely antithetical to everything we're supposed to do, and to not have a balanced approach. You go into a story and you've already said, I don't believe any of this stuff. I think it's bogus.
Balanced approach. George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell went into that flare story saying, it can't be flares, it's got to be aliens. Was that a balanced approach? This guy has no moral high ground to complain about a journalist not being balanced. Every story they do is spun to be aliens. They're not balanced at all. At all. Was the flare story balanced? Did you consider the possibility it may be flares from a military exercises? In your 2 years of investigating that story, you somehow didn't manage to know about the flares being dropped, but 5 minutes after you posted that story, it was debunked as flares. You guys are a clown show. Talking about spin and how this journalist isn't balanced enough.
And I'm going to set out to prove it's bogus. And you pick a guy and you cut his nuts off in public.
Whoa. Cut his nuts off in public. I've got to get that clip too.
It is abominable to do this kind of thing and not have the other part of it. Dave did have those episodes. Those things happened to him. And then he got treatment and he got better.
He's repeated himself, and so has Corbell. This is the 4th time they've repeated. He got treatment. He had some problems. He got better. We get it.
And his employer stuck by him. That's not included.
How can you? So whoever this idiot is, I'm sorry, I'm a little ignorant. I kind of know what you're talking about.
A little ignorant, right?
Whoever this idiot is, this is not journalism. In your mind, this is not journalism?
A guy who never went to school for journalism, isn't trained in journalism, doesn't have any journalistic credentials, just declared himself a journalist recently, is going to tell you what journalism is or isn't. According to him, reporting flares as an alien spaceship is journalism, right? But posting a factually accurate article about somebody's mental institution stay after they're making claims about aliens, that's not journalism. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
What is journalism? It's yellow journalism, I think would be the term, but it's a hit job. Okay. It's a slime job. He set out to slime Dave and he found a way. And the fact is, okay, UFO people were wrong. They assumed it was some kind of a leak of his medical records. from intelligence insiders.
But it was
classically in a defense.
Yeah, and Jeremy Corbell's buck buddy Cigar tried to nail this journalist down because he may have gotten a source within the intelligence community that tipped him off about this man's past. Who cares where that tip came from? I don't care. This should have been reported in the original story.
Definitive sense, they didn't provide the records, but they did put him on the trail of where to find him.
What I did watch Sagar and Crystal.
Yeah, who are totally and completely in on Jeremy Corbell's grift. They help him sell his grifts. They are compromised.
On Breaking Points. And
Breaking Points is trash.
I did see was an expert job of asking questions and allowing somebody to reveal themselves. Because this guy,
I shouldn't say that. I kind of liked them before they started reporting on UFOs. I thought that the idea behind Breaking Points was one liberal and one conservative, so you get a more balanced view of the news. I think that's an excellent idea. But when it comes to UFOs, they're all on Corbell's side on this. They won't even accept the possibility. And why would they not report on how many times Corbell has sold completely and totally fake stories, right? Why would they not report on Bob Lazar being a convicted pimp, fake scientist that Corbell made millions off of saying was a government scientist? There's no proof he ever worked for the government. There's no proof he was ever a scientist. Why wouldn't they report on that? Because they're buddies and they're all making money off this UFO thing together.
I saw Sagar said something like, so factually it is true. Like it is true. It was from the intelligence community, did leak to you. Like a sort.
Yeah, so they told him, someone on the inside, probably the same people who filed the complaints and tried to get him fired before. That didn't work. So someone on that side
with no proof
funneled the information to a guy who was quite willing to go along with it.
So were you tipped off by members of the intelligence community? It was both the Defense Department. I mean, again, it's a mosaic. You talk to as many people as you can because you don't want to be dependent on any one individual who might have.
I believe multiple sources told this journalist about Dave Grusch's less than stellar mental history. Who cares who told them? They're just pissed off because the grift is coming crashing down now. Because if you couple the fact that Dave Grusch has no evidence along with his stay in a mental institution, it doesn't look good. It really doesn't look good. If he had evidence, this wouldn't be so impactful. But the fact that he has no evidence to share with the American public while claiming he's a whistleblower, and the fact that he stayed in a mental institution for mental problems, it doesn't look good for him.
Have a grudge or whatever it is. But yes, I did talk to both DOD people and intelligence. So
if you actually had spent any time like you and I have to look into and talk with people that have worked with David Grusch over time, it is impossible to come to that conclusion that you came to with an anonymous source, is what I heard, of somebody trashing them, which, by the way, I don't believe.
No, and by the way, somebody would have found this information, including me. I'm going to reveal something for the first time here. People were making claims that Dave Grusch's house was broken into, sort of being under attack for his whistleblower activity. People were breaking into his house. So I had planned to get a background check done on him that listed all of his previous addresses. And then I had planned to file FOIA requests for all of the police reports related to those addresses, right? Which is basically what happened here. This man filed a FOIA request for all of the police activity related to one of his addresses, and we find out about the mental institution thing, right? I was going to file FOIA requests to see if there's any truth to the claims that his house was broken into, because after all, if your house is broken into, you call the police, you get a police report. There should be a police report at one of the local police districts local to one of his addresses. Somebody was going to find this evidence. I just think that they're pissed off because they expected this to come probably 6 months down the road because it takes a while to do all that research. They didn't expect this information to come out so quickly and make them all look like ass clowns. But here we are, lying ass clowns.
1 second that anonymous source exists, because We have spoken with more people, like Commander Fravor said. I've talked to you, and Commander Underwood, that they've talked with us more than any agency, anybody. It is impossible to come to that conclusion if you are being unbiased. Now, are you? So I don't know this. Are you supposed to be unbiased as a journalist? Is that okay to be a little biased?
I mean, there is supposedly the objectivity is the standard. In fact, no one is truly objective.
Well,
Subjectivity creeps into every decision that journalists make. What story is going to be covered? Who gets to assign it when it's covered? What position for TV? Where is it play in a newscast? How much promotion do we give it? A lot of subject evaluations and factors go into any news story. You try to be objective, which is impossible. Right. But what you settled for is fairness, being fair. This was not fair. I can understand.
I'm just going to say this. You know what else isn't fair? Not telling everybody when you're selling the Bob Lazar story that his wife at the time was a convicted murderer, that he was bankrupt, and that his wife had ties to organized crime and therefore could never have been given a top secret clearance to work on any government base, let alone a top secret military base. That's not fair. You know what else isn't fair? Not telling everybody that an on-the-record real Area 51 security guard checked the logs, and Bob Lazar was never in the flight logs going in or out of Area 51 ever. You know what else isn't fair? Not telling everybody the truth about that FBI raid on Bob Lazar's business, how it was about a routine murder investigation, because Bob Lazar was selling dangerous chemicals that someone may have allegedly used to kill their wives. So they raided his business to get the sales records for that murder investigation. You know what else isn't fair? Telling your audience that something is an alien spaceship and forgetting to tell them, or a craft, and forgetting to tell them that there was military exercises and flares being dropped at the exact time and exact date in the same place that the so-called craft, triangle-shaped unknown craft was spotted in the sky. That's not fair. These guys crying and complaining that things aren't fair when they manipulate every story they sell with layer upon layer of deception, lies by omission, outright lies, anonymous sources. These guys crying that things aren't fair after they are huckstering stories to the level that they do, lying to their audiences constantly to make money, are going to cry and complain that something's not fair. Again, if these guys were Walter Cronkite types with excellent, impeccable credentials and backgrounds of selling totally, completely accurate stories for a career, then great. They have the moral high ground to bitch. But these guys are garbage peddlers. You're talking about garbage peddlers that got caught selling a fake story again with no evidence from a guy who was in a mental institution. They got caught, and now they're saying this isn't fair.
Understand that Dave did not talk to him, so maybe that lets this reporter off the hook. But Jesus, how in the world does Dave Grusch get invited to speak before Congress? How is it that he kept his security clearance even after these same allegations were raised by
that's a good question. Would Congress still have put him in that hearing knowing about his mental problems and the fact, coupled with the fact that he's not going to release any evidence? Would they still have put him in that hearing knowing about that? We'll never know, because these guys didn't disclose that information. It came out after the hearing because a journalist had to do the job that they didn't do.
His enemies in the intelligence community because they wanted to shut him up.
There's no proof of enemies in the intelligence community yet. That's all claims and speculation, just like his claims of alien spaceships and alien bodies. They're claims, they're allegations, they're not facts. There is no smoking gun evidence.
Shut him up.
There's no smoking gun evidence or proof that he's being retaliated against. Until that investigation is complete, it's just allegations of that. And by the way, some of the allegations of reprisals we've heard about, and it's the fault of Corbell and Knapp that he got investigated. Dave Grusch got investigated because he was hanging out with people that are leaking sensitive government information without permission, right? Great.
As a whistleblower, they filed this stuff. They delayed his testimony to Congress. They tried to smear his reputation, and that didn't work. So then they fed it to a reporter who smeared it all over the place.
So what I took away from Sagar and Crystal's interview on Breaking Points is that they had this journalist on,
exactly, Lady
and
blah,
it was
blah.
like,
who are they to attack
this
other
dance
journalists?
the guy was doing, like, oh, it's a mosaic of sources. No.
Yeah, it is a mosaic of sources. That guy's got great sources. And by the way, I just want to mention that Lady Blah Blah mentioned in our live Discord chat earlier that if somebody is suffering from mental problems or alcoholism or PTSD, you don't want to put them in a high stress situation. These guys pushed him right into the national spotlight. Go testify before Congress so we can make some UFO money. They don't care about this man. They're taking advantage of this man. He's a payday to them. Nothing more. Just another payday. How long are they going to milk this guy? They've been milking Bob Lazar for UFO dollars for 30 years.
Sagar fucking nailed in there, and he's like, so it's basically true. You gotta leak from the IC.
In terms of the substance of the tip here. the
Yeah, I wonder
accusation,
who told him to
aren't
say
they
that, too.
fundamentally correct that like you are publishing dirt that was tipped to you by intelligence community?
Well, here's the deal.
Yeah, and then
The biggest thing I took away from that.
Don't show his reply to that, which was in perfect defense of that argument, right? Selective editing, another tool of the UFO grifter that's an intellectual weakling and coward and can't actually withstand real debate.
Piece from Sagar was that what are you trying to say with this article? Like, what information are we supposed to take away, from this article? And he really nailed it down, which is that there is nothing tactile, there's nothing tangible, there's nothing valuable other than you trying to smear this person to discredit their testimony under oath at Congress. Now,
there's no value here, right? Just like is there value in a story about an alien spaceship when it's really about flares? These guys are such hypocrites. It's ridiculous.
Now, for our audience, if David Grusch lies under oath at Congress, and this is not debatable, like you can be jailed and imprisoned for lying. I mean, people will do all these gymnastics. No. You don't do that. But remember, to get him to that point, he has to walk this really fine line of what is classified, what is not. Now, we all want to know.
Yeah, according to the DOD, the alien spaceships, the alien bodies, and all that stuff is not classified. He could talk about any of it, but yet he won't. Why? Is it maybe he's keeping his mouth shut to keep the grift going with these guys? Maybe, just maybe. Because the more information they release, the more this story starts to fall apart.
Oh. Is what he says true? But in order to have that opportunity, he can't be muzzled. I will tell you this right now. He's been effectively muzzled for this coming week. He's muzzled. And he's muzzled. I can't explain why, and you know why, but I can't explain why. But
you can't tell us. It's top secret.
Who are they? So people invested in not having him talk. Because look, all this is nonsense, right? If it was nonsense, would you have all of this reprisal going on? So they've effectively muzzled him for this week.
Yeah.
We'll give it a week.
This is the David Wilcock defense. Oh, the information must be real because we're under attack. They're using a David Wilcock tactic. Did you know all of David Wilcock's whistleblowers were under constant attack from the intelligence community and the CIA and the Men in Black and the Deep State, right? And they had about as much evidence as Dave Grusch does of their claims. But they were always under attack. So this is a David Wilcock, right out of the David Wilcock playbook. Say that our whistleblower is under attack so that it adds credibility to how important his information that he won't share with the public is. It's a ridiculous circle jerk argument.
It's not going to last. It is not going to last.
So I'm wondering.
No, this story's not going to last unless you clowns come up with some goddamn evidence. This story is in the shitter. This story is in the dumpster fire of UFO history here. It's going to go right up there with the alien autopsy hoax.
The Air Force involved in this? We've been having open discussions in multiple media platforms in Congress about UFO, UAP, secrecy, reverse engineering, crash retrievals, all that stuff for 5 years now, or more than 5 years.
I agree, Wush. I remember that. Yeah.
It's out there. People are talking about it. Is it possible that there are still operatives within different parts of the government that want to put this genie back in the bottle? And the answer is yes, it is. And they are active now, and they are not done with Dave
Exactly.
Grusch.
I don't trust them anymore.
Know who's involved and the kinds of things that they are pulling. And it's meant to send a message to scare the shit out of anybody else who might want to step forward.
So let's pull back from right there.
Let's scare all the
report that news when
whistleblowers
we can. But let's just.
How about they just want to scare away Let's do a thought experiment. What if the government does just want to scare away people who make wackadoo claims with no evidence? Would you support the government scaring away people who make wackadoo alien and UFO claims that don't have any evidence because they don't want to waste time on wackadoos? I would support that. Claims made without evidence should be dismissed without evidence. We're going on 2 months that all these guys have been making all kinds of money. This has been one of the most profitable stories ever for Ross Coulthart, Leslie Kane, Blumenthal, and these two clowns, right? One of their most profitable stories ever. For 2 months, they've been raking in all these UFO dollars. No evidence. 2 months collecting money for a story with no evidence. But let's talk about his credentials again. Let's talk about his high-ranking security clearances again.
If allow me to go through 4 thoughts. My thoughts are really migraining right now, but here's 4 thoughts. I love my wife and my dog. Here are my 4 thoughts. All right. This is for our audience.
God, this guy's married.
If we can agree,
that's pretty scary. Somebody married that guy on purpose. Jesus Christ.
UFOs are real. That there are machines of unknown origin. So we all have to get there. That is fact, but let's try to get there with consensus.
And that's another thing. People dog me for being so skeptical. I truly believe that UFOs are real. There are unidentified flying objects sometimes, or unidentified aerial phenomenon, if you prefer. Certainly, that's a real thing. The problem that I have is all of these guys, including Corbell and Knapp, jumping right to the aliens without evidence of aliens. If you're going to say it's aliens, you better have some really substantial and supportive proof of aliens. But somehow they just say UFOs are real, therefore aliens are real. It's apples and oranges, and it's a terrible argument, and it shows you what an intellectual weakling Corbell is. That's his best argument. UFOs are real, therefore aliens must be real. Garbage argument.
It's reality. Then let's try to agree that there has been reverse engineering attempts on these unidentified physical craft by our government.
That would be true if you're talking about foreign adversarial technology. I'll agree with that. There have been reverse engineer programs that may have back engineered once unidentified craft, but they grab them, identify them, rip them apart, assess their technological makeup and capabilities to learn more and to be able to defend against adversarial technology. But again, making the jump to aliens is a bridge too far unless you have substantial and supportive proof that the UAPs or UFOs that the government has recovered and back engineered are indeed of alien origin. There's no evidence of that, period. Full stop.
Just, I'm there. If you're not there, please try to catch up.
Oh, yeah. Catch up to my belief system.
This has been done so illegally. And I know that's a loaded term, illegally, because there's a lot of people. I was told by an authority figure today that word has a lot of definition. But
there are actually unacknowledged special access projects that are beyond congressional oversight. Does that mean they're illegal? It's kind of a gray area. I think that means they're unconstitutional personally, but I'm somebody who actually believes in the principles that we're supposed to follow set forth in the Constitution. Other people say, no, that's required for national security. Therefore, it's not unconstitutional. It's not illegal.
I would say illegal, or at least secret. We can agree on that, secret, because you brought back all the Russia files. It's secret. So now we're at the third phase, which is that, yes, we've been trying to work on these craft, and yes, it has been secret. I will say nefarious or illegal. So if we are at those
nefarious and illegal are two different things.
And everybody needs to try to ask this question within themselves. this is the critical question, which is that if UFOs are real, and if we have been working on them, and if we have kept it secret illegally, this is the fourth. What makes you think? My dad used to say,
Corbell's daddy.
Do not be surprised when people act in character.
Do not be surprised when people act in character. Well, that's a great statement. And couldn't that statement, do not be surprised when people act in character, be applied to Corbell, who's been caught selling fake stories about UFOs and aliens over and over and over and over again? Do not be surprised when Jeremy Corbell acts in character and sells us all another fake story about UFOs and aliens. After all, Jeremy Corbell's daddy says, do not be surprised when people act in character.
And he meant by that, if they were doing something then, the best way to predict the future is what happened in the past.
The best way to predict what they'll do in the future is what they did in the past. Corbell and Knapp have been caught over and over and over again selling provably fake stories. So should we assume that if they act within their character, they'll sell fake stories again? I think Jeremy Corbell's daddy is onto something, right? By the way, his daddy is the one who bankrolled all of his artistic adventures that failed, his jiu-jitsu school that failed, his trips around the world, right? His yoga school that failed, right? His daddy bankrolled all that. Got a rich daddy. Good for him, right? Great.
If this has been illegal and secret before, what makes you think this is organized? What makes you think that this is something that they're going to let out, whoever the keepers of the secrets are? What makes you think that any means necessary, legal or not legal, will be used to silence and to harm the people trying to talk about it? We have personal experience with that.
Sure.
And I want everybody to get there with our audience is if you understand
those evil men in black are keeping the truth about aliens from us, not George Knapp, who knows exactly where some alien isotopes are buried that could prove unequivocally tomorrow with absolutely smoking gun evidence that aliens have visited Earth, right? He's not the person. It's those evil men in black keeping disclosure from us, not people like George Knapp or, hey, how about Ross Coulthard, who knows exactly where an alien spaceship is on Earth, but he won't tell anybody. The gatekeepers of disclosure are the UFO profiteers. They claim they have smoking gun evidence of aliens, but they won't give it to us. Why? Maybe they don't have proof of shit, right? You have to at least, no matter what level of true believer you are, you have to at least accept the possibility that these people are just full of shit.
First three things, please be aware of the fourth question you should be asking, which is, would anything be different today? Is this some sort of orchestrated attempt to become clean about UFOs? Is this an orchestrated attempt, super orchestrated attempt to try to come clean in any way, or even to create a false flag operation? These are not ours. These are not ours because they have existed prior to the Wright brothers taking flight. They have existed prior to our Department of Defense. You know this better than anybody, but this is reality, whether or not we accept it or not. Consensus reality needs to catch up.
Oh yeah, this is reality. Catch up to our reality. Our reality that's based on no evidence. Oh, let's see. Convicted pimp, fake scientists telling stories, a mental patient telling stories with no evidence, right? These guys milked the Bob Lazar story for 30 years for every penny they could. And they have no evidence of the claims that Bob Lazar put forth, just stories. Is Dave Grusch any different? I submit to you, no, he's not.
Those are the 4 points.
So far,
I'm done.
He could fix that situation by presenting his evidence, but so far he won't.
I don't know what's going on with The Intercept. I do read their stuff. There's got a lot of great content in there.
The Intercept is a good publication, in my opinion, in my view. I think they do a great job covering their area of expertise.
It does seem, based on the appeals begging for money, that maybe they're in financial straits.
Oh yeah, they're begging for money. It's just because George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell don't explicitly beg or ask for money doesn't mean they're not taking in all kinds of money for their work. And if they can get paid millions of dollars to sell completely fake stories, why shouldn't The Intercept ask for $5 or $10 from its readers? They have a track record and history of presenting factually accurate stories. Show me The Intercept getting caught selling fake stories constantly. You can't. So this argument, oh, they're money whores. They're whores asking for money. These are the two biggest UFO whores on planet Earth. They're taking money in constantly. For them to bitch that somebody else is getting paid for accurate reporting when their reporting record is fake story after fake story after fake story is laughable.
So maybe the strategy is we don't care what the story is, how valid it is. If it generates readership, we're all on board. I don't know if that's the calculation they made. It does not seem to be sustainable. When you publish a story that directly mocks and humiliates your readers, not only the guy who's the subject of the story,
I agree,
that cannot continue. I don't know if it's a desperation thing or what, but and a media organization set up to protect whistleblowers, to be a safe haven for whistleblowers, who then adopts a position of pummeling anybody whistleblowing on this particular topic.
It
is not sustainable. I don't
investigative
get it.
journalism.
I think it is also, it's kind of a telling
and
thing.
That's an important point that we should make. Nap wears Barney nappies. Pardon me. An important point that we really should make is that investigative journalism, by its nature, is adversarial. You ask questions as an investigative journalist that people don't want to answer. Kind of like I'm asking these two, who was the source of the Mosul orb image? Since you guys started promoting that and pumping it up and overhyping it and over-sensationalizing it on the very day that you first met Dave Grusch, it's a question that demands answers. Investigative journalism, by its very nature, is by nature adversarial. So for them to cry and complain about what that guy did, that used to be considered standard journalism, investigative journalism. You know, now we live in this, you know, strange society where you can't tell the truth. You got to walk on eggshells around people who may be affected by this or that.
Who this reporter now is hanging with, you know, birds of a feather.
Oh, I
the
see what
people
you're
that
saying.
he is now who have given him a platform are the same people who gave a platform to those who wanted to bash Lou Elizondo, who made fun.
It's not bashing Lou Elizondo saying that he lied to the New York Times. It's a factually accurate statement. And by the way, George Knapp helped them pump up the TTSA techno scam, right? He used all his media context to do story after story after story promoting TTSA while they were soliciting public donations and investment. And he forgot to disclose that he was an early investor in TTSA, right? So, boy, pot kettle black here. It's ridiculous. These guys are such hypocrites.
Of the BASS OSAP program.
Yeah.
It's a small cadre group, but they hang together, and now they've got a new member. Maybe they were lonely and needed a new friend. I don't know.
Your friend and my friend, Robbie Williams, would have a 4-letter word to describe these people that is very British.
Yeah.
Just saying. Anyway.
It's a line we don't want to cross.
No.
I think a British person would be correct in calling Corbell and Knapp wankers. That's my opinion.
Well, I'm not cross now. Dave Foley did a great podcast about it, though. Anyway, check it out. I'm going to say something right now that I don't think is going to make the cut for this episode, but I do need to get it off my chest, which is that
I agree, Christian.
This is fucking theater.
This is theater.
I want people to understand. The news segments and this kind of thing, I have trusted and learned to trust producers, and we get calls every time to go on the news. And I only do it if I have something to say. You don't get paid. I heard some people get paid. I don't get paid to do news hits. I take time out of my life fixing sprinklers and hanging with my wife and my dogs to do these.
Yeah, and by the way, he might not get paid for the pieces, but I'd like to ask the question, is he getting paid royalties for the government-funded videos that he slaps his copyright on and then licenses to all the news outlets? Is he profiting from the exposure he gets from being on all these national and international news organizations. Of course he's making money based on those appearances. They may not pay him directly, but it's to his benefit to publicize his own monetized videos and everything else.
I think that's really important people understand.
Oh, yeah.
I go on
I'm
there
doing this
because I got
as a
fucking something
volunteer.
to say.
I'm a
And if I
volunteer.
don't do it.
I'm
And I want to tell somebody
volunteering.
I got into a trap. And this is going to air after I get my redemption moment. So I'm cool putting this out. And I don't know if this is going to make the cut because it's super
Oh, he's going to
ugly,
cry about
but
the interview that made fun of
the
him.
Pierce Morgan show.
They
I
made
heard it's like
fun of
some
him.
big show in Europe. And I'm like, okay, I'll throw one punch this
Yeah,
week.
they made
try
fun
to
of
drop
him.
some truth. Talked with the producer, super cool guy. I don't want to go into details about him because it'll reveal him. Super cool guy. I said, look, cool, man. Don't play X-Files music. I am not a UFO enthusiast.
Yes, you
I am
are.
an investigative journalist.
No,
because
you're
that's
not.
what I actually do.
No, you don't. If you were an investigative journalist, you would have caught that the last story you sold was flares and not an alien spaceship, you wanker.
Just don't fuck up those two things.
Yeah.
Anything you
They played X-Files music and they asked him critical questions, so he lost his mind.
throw out, I don't want to go into the third thing, but anything you throw at me, I'm cool. Let's rock, baby. Right? I come on. I just want to say, man, so it's like theater. It's like everybody's watching this like Wizard of Oz shit. Now the anchor is super cool. Like I got nothing. People got to stop yelling at her about this. Like
nobody's
she
yelling
is
at
super
her.
cool.
Somebody
They're
wrote this
making
stuff.
fun
Oh
of
my
her.
gosh,
No.
you can tell people what that's like. So there's a new, so you actually do investigative journalism and will anchor sometimes, right?
Sometimes, yeah, not anymore.
Right, but you understand. So they're reading off a teleprompter. So this awesome person who is cool is reading off a teleprompter and they play the X-Files music, they mislabel me, they actually
Tinfoil hat.
Might be time to grab your tinfoil hats because the aliens are coming. And apparently a lot of them. There have been almost 1,000 documented UFO sightings in the UK since January 2021.
He told him
And
not
they
to
even
play the
seem to be
X-Files
targeting
music
certain
and to
areas
call
of the
him an
UK more than
investigative
others.
journalist. They
Pandemic,
called him a
there's more
UFO
going on, and the price
enthusiast.
of everything is shooting up, and aliens suddenly aren't that interesting or worrisome to them anymore.
Well, first of all, that's incorrect. And hello,
See
Nick.
how
Nice
upset he
to
gets?
see you. That was on the moment they said tinfoil hat. I said put on your battle helmet. So like, bang! I got so pissed.
We don't need
They
a
even
battle
used
helmet.
my bio and put it in front of someone else. It was
Yeah,
like
they gave a great bio for Nick Pope, who was there, who had nothing to
Poor
do with
Nick.
the congressional hearing.
Poor Nick had nothing to. He didn't have any idea about it. And like we're sitting there, and I'm like, "Hey, Nick, nice to see you," because I think we're having a Twilight Zone moment. Not her fault.
He's so
not
upset.
Nick's fault.
He's so upset because they played X-Files music and they said, put on your tinfoil hats. He's so upset. But listen, the reason that people mock this subject is because of idiots like Jeremy Corbell who put out videos of flares pretending they're alien spaceships, or put out videos of camera artifacts of stars and say they're pyramid spaceships, or I don't know, put out documentaries and say that this guy's a government scientist when he's really a fake convicted pimp, fake scientist. That's why people make fun of this subject. It's his fault that stuff like that happens. He's contributing to the stigma around this by constantly selling fake stories.
It is the producer's fault.
Oh,
now,
so
I've
the
made peace
producer's
with that
fault, yeah,
because they pass things on. But I just really want people to get something clear if we put this in the episode, which is this. I was like,
it's their fault.
Done.
It's
I
all
am
their fault.
never, ever working with these
all their
producers for that
fault.
show again. Well, they're made a big mistake. And that's going to air before this episode comes out. They're giving me 15 minutes of uninterrupted time. Big mistake.
Just keep your clothes on, all right?
Just
do us all a
big
favor.
mistake.
All right.
No, I mean, because here's the deal, man. We
I
need
agree,
to talk
Jason Parker.
with the audience, kind of like where everybody's at. But if you set the tone that way, no one's going to.
Exactly.
You can't even start at square
They
one.
took advantage of
so
a-
I
of
just
a
want people to know when you
vulnerable
see
man,
these things on the news.
in my
like,
opinion.
sometimes it's legitimate and it's straight. Other times there is nefarious ways to try to make people feel a
Good
certain
point,
way.
Steve. There should
That's
be,
what you
yeah.
saw on that. But there's going to be a redemption
Corbell
moment
knows.
for them, not for me. For them, and hopefully their audience, they can hear a little bit about this topic from the right perspective. I just have to get that off my chest.
He's just repeating what he
You're not
heard.
going to write any songs or strum a guitar in your 15 minutes, are you?
I just,
know, 'cause
I like-
the world's not ready for that.
I'm like too serious and angry right now.
Oh yeah,
because I have
Batman
no
balloons.
sense of humor.
They're selling
Anyway,
Batman
let's just,
balloons as alien
Just to
spaceships.
return back to Dave Grusch, to wrap this up. So we mentioned about
Exactly,
the
Lady
allegations
Blah,
that
blah.
were leveled. He comes back from Las Vegas. The next day, they walk him out. You're gone. You're
It's
done.
not that great a
because of these
production, though. It's a couple
just really
cameras and a
puny,
backdrop and two chairs.
allegations that were made against him. His use of a time card, 32 hours or
Exactly.
something out of 10,000, that he had spilled some secrets beyond what he's allowed to say, and that he had mental health issues that hadn't been resolved. There was an adjudication of that.
Yeah.
Those 3 points were considered by an official panel. There was a 147-page document. I wish we could get it. We can't, but that responded to them in great detail. And the organization that oversaw this and heard the complaints against him ruled unanimously in his favor. That was wiped
he's had
out.
team
That
members
stuff was
assassinated. Sure.
Gone.
Gone.
So
and
those-
Chuck McCullough actually also
I agree,
said that
Christian.
they personally went in person, and it was immediately like they couldn't even provide any. It was such a falsified thing that they had no response. They had.
I agree.
When they fought it, it was like it immediately died on the vine.
Yeah. So, those allegations were considered bullshit by the U.S. government.
Then
by
why
the
did they
intelligence
have to
community,
investigate it?
Wiped out. And then they
And
get
why can't you tell us who the
resurrected
source of the
by
Mosul
a
org was?
media organization to slime Dave and embarrass him and to intimidate other
agree, Real Steel.
potential whistleblowers
Yes.
going forward. We've been saying it for a long time on this program and in other
I'm way behind in the
forums.
chat. I
The
apologize.
keepers of the secrets, the closer we get to the goodies, the closer the public and Congress get to figuring out what's really going on. Do we have crash saucers? Are they hidden in a hangar somewhere? Are there bodies?
I
Is there
agree,
a reverse
Lucia.
engineering
Yeah,
program?
probably
The
Chinese
people who
tech.
know that stuff, who've hidden it away, who've maybe diverted hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars to keep this cover-up going,
Maybe,
are not going to give this
007
stuff up
SN4P?
willingly and easily. They will fight tooth and nail to the very end. And although a lot of people in our audience think we're on the eve of disclosure, boy, all this stuff is coming out. Hold your horses, because the folks who really control things are not giving up. And there's a long way to go in this. And, Dave
Long way to
Grusch
go.
is a hero,
Sure.
and he's also a victim in this. And they're not done with him yet. We know
No,
that they're not done with him yet, and they're not done with maybe us and some other people too.
Yeah, we'll get more into that specifically, but also, his wife, his family, his cute dog, like everybody's like a casualty to this experience. But I respect, I respect David Grusch and what he did. If I ever find out anything he said was a lie, I will immediately turn around and tell people.
That's a factually inaccurate statement. He watched that interview where he said, no, I haven't had mental problems. When he was asked by Ross Coulthart, he didn't report that. Wait a minute. Yes, he did have mental problems. He's not going to tell us the truth if Grusch gets caught lying or lying by omission.
But I can testify to this moment that everything he said has been absolutely like over the top, factually perfect in the sense that, he is meticulous with detail. So look, do you know that movie called Network?
I've heard it once or twice.
Hey,
yeah.
So that movie called Network, where the reporter, I'm mad as hell and I'm not gonna take it anymore.
Howard Beale. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm mad as hell and I'm not gonna take it anymore.
Well, I
put
feel
on
the
your
same
battle
way. I hope
helmet,
Dave
everybody.
feels the same way too. We support you, Dave. We're there for you.
We support you as long as you're making us money. We're there for you as long as you're making us money.
And also
they will drop him in a minute if the money dries up. Guaranteed.
Your fellow whistleblowers who are still on the fence about whether to come forward, and we'll be here and we're going to cover it.
Yeah,
more.
yeah. Time is now and fucking do it.
Yeah.
Oh God. All right. We made it through, friends. We made it through. We made it through the whole garbage stream. Jeremy's mad at what? He's mad at the grift coming crashing down. He ain't going to take people that don't accept fantastical fairy tales about aliens and UFOs without evidence anymore. He ain't going to take it. You people better just buy our stories with no evidence, right? Grusch is perfect, just like Trump's Ukraine's calls. Apparently. Clearly, Corbell has not seen Network. Yeah. Yeah. Thank God it's over, says Wreaking Havoc 215. And thanks for being a member. Whiskey Disclosure. Who knew? Yeah. So I really think we've done more than our due diligence. We're going on 4 hours here. But now is a good time to remind you that we're a viewer-supported show. And if these guys can get paid millions of dollars to lie to you, I gotta believe that the universe will let us make at least enough income to cover our show expenses so that we can tell you the truth. We thank, love, and appreciate all of you people who offer us some support. Our content here is now and always will be free. Even the stuff we put behind the paywall, which is $1 or $5, depending. The Patreon is $1. The YouTube channel membership is $5, and you get the same thing you get on Patreon for the $5, but you get a few YouTube membership benefits. But anyway, even that is free if you just email me at truthseekershow@gmail.com. If you're having a tough time, I hate putting the things behind a paywall. We maintain a list and we share it with people. We're a viewer-supported show, and here is, I'm sure Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp are going to say that we're begging for money and we're having financial problems, right? No, all people deserve to be paid for their work, including us, and we appreciate all of you that are sharing in the expense of running the show. We'll be launching our new and improved set with in-person guests. We got a nice couch and a new desk. It is beautiful. Can't wait to bring it to you. Here's our announcer to let you know how you too can help.
Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month, you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Campion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members-only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truth Seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Now there's a great way to support these broadcasts and show your support. Please be sure and check out our merchandise store. Links to our 2 merchandise online stores are in the links to this video or podcast. The Amazon storefront ships super quickly in the United States, Great Britain, and in many more places. Amazon may not ship to your country or location. If that's the case, hit our second merchandise link in the description and visit our Redbubble storefront. Merchandise from our Redbubble storefront ships worldwide, but may take longer than Amazon. We've got a great deal of super high quality merchandise for you to choose from, including t-shirts, phone cases, sweatshirts, and even pillows. The feedback from our products have been overwhelmingly great. Quality products and fast shipping. People all over the world are buying some merchandise and showing their support of the show. Praise the cash! Praise the cash! Praise the cash! We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, who are buying some merchandise and helping us to continue this journey. Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Campion. Please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.
All right, you got the business side of it out of the way, and we are back. I'll take a few comments and questions from the live chat. Please put them in all capital letters. B. Baker reminding everybody the show is not over. Everybody jumps off. I don't know how we're going to do. Sometimes I think, B. Baker, we should just play that business stuff in the very beginning so people don't jump off, right? A lot of people jump off, and I get it. People don't want to sit through that, especially if you're a longtime viewer, because you've heard that pitch a whole bunch of times. I used to do the pitch manually myself try. I would always say I'll do it on tomorrow's show. And yeah, Patty wants a Dino Beaver shirt. We might get that. We might get there. And B. Baker reminding everybody, hit like on the way out. I just wanted to say, I just checked in with the Pill.net live stream. It's up. It looks great. It sounds great. It's beautiful. For those unaware, we have a new distribution partner in the form of Pill.net. It's just www.pilled.net. It is a free speech, wonderful new platform who have become part of our distribution platform, and they are now going to be sort of sponsors for our show. It's a great relationship that we are beginning with them. I got to know one of their founders, Matt Brown, who I want to thank immensely for making the transition to streaming there just effortless. This was the best experience that I've ever had bringing Truth Seekers to a new platform. Rumble was a little rough. Odyssey was really rough. BitChute, this was the easiest experience that I had. For those who don't know, Pilled.net is a new free speech platform that's sort of, in my view, it's a great platform that combines things that I like about Facebook with things that I like about Twitter, with things that I like about Discord, with things that I like about YouTube, with things that I like about Twitch. It's like they've taken the best of all these different platforms and really expertly mixed them together. Matt Brown and his co-founder have been programming this site since 2018, just now recently making it publicly available, and now publicly available for content creators. If you sign up at Pill.net, they will ask you who referred you. Please put my name there, Stephen Cambian. I want them to know that I appreciate this new relationship with them and how they made it so easy for me to sign up and get my streams going as a content creator there. Matt Brown, one of the co-founders, even threw us some of those gold pill monies. We're already praising the cash over on Pill.net. It's instant monetization if you are a content creator, and there's various ways to earn an income at something you are passionate about or love. So if you have an audio podcast, if you do YouTube videos, if you do live streams, especially, they want live streamers. It's super simple to set up. I can't recommend it enough. Put my name, Stephen Cambian, where they ask you who referred you. And then you might want to shoot me the email address that you signed up with at Pill.net if you're a content creator, and I can try to help get your information to the founders and the creative team there, who can possibly expedite your getting set up and monetized to stream there. I think it's going to be a great relationship for both of us. We played this bumper earlier, but I'm going to play it one more time to tell you a little bit about our new distribution platform and show sponsor, Pill.net.
Welcome to Pill.net. We aren't just another social media platform. We are the home of free speech. Pill.net offers people a place to share their thoughts, ideas, and content without the threat of censorship. With live streaming, uploaded content, social media posting, and more, Pill.net goes the extra mile by introducing innovative features like mobile push notifications that keep you connected without relying on big tech app stores. These notifications allow creators to instantly alert their audience when they're live or have posted new content, ensuring that your message reaches the right audience at the right time. Plus, with monetization available from day one, you can turn your passion into earnings right from the get-go. Donations and subscription options make it easier than ever to earn income with your content. And it doesn't stop there. Pill.net is constantly evolving to meet your needs. Our updated direct messaging system makes it easier than ever for content creators to engage with people privately. Anyone can also go start their own group chats with friends. Pill.net is more than just a platform. It's a lively community where everyone's voice counts. Make your account today and let our team welcome you to Pill.net. Free speech lives here.
Free speech lives here. And I'm looking forward. We're going to be doing some Truth Seekers Uncensored. We're going to be doing it there at Pill.net. They're going to let us use hot dancing chicks in our introductions and not demonetize it for us. Imagine that. They're going to let us have pole dancers and not demonetize. We're going to need some stripper poles up in this new set, up in this bitch, right? Because we can use that now, and we can have live dancing girls, or live dancing men for you ladies. I'm all about both. Let's keep everybody happy, but let's realize we do have a 90% male audience, but we love you ladies here as well. We'll try to do something for you. So we're going to be doing Truth Seekers Uncensored. The first one is not this Saturday night, but the following Saturday night. And I'm going to be doing it from the cabin. You never know who might show up. We might have a Sam Squatch. We might have some special guests at the cabin for a fireside chat next Saturday night, which would make it, let me get the exact date here so I don't misspeak. So Saturday, August 26th is going to be our first live stream from the cabin is going to be Saturday 26th. Our first Truth Seekers Uncensored. It's going to be on Pill.net, a free speech platform. We can do literally whatever we want over there and not get censored for it, not get demonetized. And once again, I want to thank Matt Brown and his co-founder for a great site, Pill.net. Give it a try, friends. Make sure you put my name, Steve Cambion, in who referred you. I just want them to know that I appreciate them becoming new distribution partners for us. They are going to be heavily featuring Truth Seekers on their site. They've already put us in the promo section, kind of letting everybody know that we're there now. We got a huge welcome, and I love it already. I don't want to get competitive with the other content creators there, but I noticed that we are really doing comparatively incredibly well on views over there compared to some of the other content creators who are also, but everybody's new there. It's a new platform. So I'm excited about it, and I hope you are too. Tonight was the first time in Truth Seekers history that we streamed to 7 locations at once. We're already doing the live show. We want to stream it to as many locations as we can get. And again, I want to thank Matt Brown, awesome co-founder. I'm going to ask him if we can have him come here and do an interview about Pill.net and his thoughts on censorship, free speech, things like the Biden laptop situation or the other censorship that has been taking place on major platforms. They don't have that over there. Everybody has an equal voice, and no one is silenced or censored based on race, ethnicity, political leanings, whatever. It's an open public sort of town square where you too can have a voice. And we're excited to be over there. Welcome new distribution partner, Pill.net. And to be clear, they're going to be sort of sponsoring us as well. We're going to be helping them to promote the site, but it's a mutually beneficial relationship. They are supporting me and our show here greatly, incredibly. In fact, I've got unlimited space over there. We're going to upload our entire 1,000+ episode back catalog over there. It's going to take us a while to do that, but they were very generous with me, very welcoming, rolled out the red carpet for Truth Seekers. And I got to tell you, that feels great to be appreciated. They know that we do a good show and that we have a great audience here that is an audience of truth seekers who appreciate free speech and things that are important to them as well. So it's a great synergy. I'm looking very, very forward to it. I'm excited to be there. I hope you will check us out. Now, I'm a terrible show host, and I did not provide the link yet to our Pill.net site, but I'm going to do that right now. I am going to copy it, and I'm going to be putting it right in the live chat here on YouTube, our main hub, and I will put it as well I will tweet it out as well. And I'll say, join us on Pill.net. And here is the link to our site. I've put it into the live chat. I'm going to tweet it out right now. I'll just put join us on Pill.net. Use my name as who referred you to sign up. And if you're a content creator, especially if you're somebody that I am familiar with and would be willing to endorse as a good content creator, please do reach out to me and give me the email address that you sign up under, and I will pass that along to the Pill.net team and hopefully expedite your becoming a content creator there. We got to say, great situation. And, sometimes the universe does reward you when you have good karma. The founder kind of contacted me. I was a little skeptical at first. I looked into it. I started looking at the site. Remember, I have a background in computer science and programming. I started looking at this site, and I'm noticing aspects taken that I know or taken. I sort of went, oh, this messaging system is like based on Discord, and oh, this streaming system is like this site or whatever. I noticed elements that appear, the social media posts remind me of Facebook, which I prefer for social media posts. And if I'm going to post a lot of pictures, some of the stuff like just the text posts and the discussions being had remind me of Twitter. So I was very impressed. I think you will be too. If you, and by the way, if you just want to sample a lot of new content that you might not have ever seen before, there's all kinds of content over there that's new, that a lot of people are streaming there exclusively. Maybe they got banned from other sites, or maybe they just decided they want to be on a free speech platform and not one of the other major platforms. In any case, check it out, Pill.net. I highly recommend it. I have tweeted out the link to follow us on Pill.net, our profile and account, and I've put it in the live chat. I hope you'll give it a try. Once again, be sure to put my name for who referred you. I want them to know that we're sending good people there who believe in free speech like me and them. And I look forward to a great working relationship with them as distribution partner and maybe sponsor us. We can help each other. I'll be promoting them and promoting them for other content creators. If you'd like to speak to me off air about being a content creator there and what the experience was like for me, all I have to say mostly is good things, though, what I've already said. But I'd be happy to talk to any of my content creating friends off air and see what I can do to expedite your becoming enabled as a content creator there. So, friends, we have really done our due diligence. We've just hit 4 hours. And I got to tell you, tomorrow night, I think we're finally going to do the not so brief history of UFO crash retrievals. That'll be another long one, but it will be data rich. I have been researching that piece for weeks. It's just about ready to go. Just got to button up a few things, and I really want to get it off my to-do list. So I think The next show will be tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and that would be 8/16 at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And I have to change this to tonight because we've gone over midnight. So tomorrow night, I will be here at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we will be streaming to 7 locations again, including Rumble, YouTube, Facebook Live, Twitter, Twitch, and now our new distribution partner and show sponsors, Pill.net. I hope you'll be here with us. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. What great attendance. We had over 200 in the live chat, and I don't think that it aggregates the Pilled viewers. We had a bunch of viewers over there. Welcome new viewers from Pilled.net. Excited to find new friends on Pilled.net, and I highly recommend it. So we'll be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. We want to thank you, Twitch subscribers, Patreon supporters, YouTube channel members, Super Chatters, Super Sticker purchasers, Super Thanks people, and of course, you PayPal pledgers. And by the way, I just want to check in with that really quickly. For those unaware, we read every single Super Chat, and we thank every single PayPal pledger. Instructions for how to help our show off or on air is in the description of the video. So we want to thank Maria for a kind and generous $50 PayPal pledge, who says, good things are coming for you and your show. I can feel it. Yeah. Do you feel that? Things are starting to happen for us. We got this new set going. We've got new distribution partners, new sponsors. We're praising the cash all over. And Maria, thank you for helping us praise the cash to the tune of $50. Very, very kind and generous of you. We appreciate that very, very much. We also want to thank John for a kind and generous $10 PayPal pledge. No message, but thank you, John, initials JP, for a kind and generous $10 PayPal pledge. Praise the cash, friends. And by the way, we already are praising the cash over there on Pill.net. We've already made money today. We did 2 test streams, both of which made a little bit of money over there on Pill.net. Now we have tonight's stream, I think, made some money on Pill.net. Kind of hard to tell on the fly, but I think that it did. You kind and generous benefactors. We want to thank our chat room moderators, our announcer, Mr. Ian, and everybody else. And we thank Alga Ray, who is always holding down the Twitch chat, who says, congrats, Truth Seekers, on the new distributions channels. Yes, and by the way, I want to thank you, Twitch subscribers. If you don't know this, you can give us a few bucks on Twitch for free if you have an Amazon Prime account. All you do is link your account and then go back to your Twitch account, and you could give us a couple of bucks for free. We're praising the cash on Twitch, taking money out of Jeff Bezos' pocket. Praise the cash on Pill.net. Praising the cash on Facebook now. We're monetized on Facebook. Praising the cash on Pill.net, YouTube, Facebook, everywhere. I'm trying to get it going for Twitter. We'll see about that. But thank you, Alga Ray. We want to thank all of our kind and generous benefactors. You all in the live chat, all of them. You chatters in the Pill.net chat, you Rumble chatters, you Twitter viewers, Facebook Live viewers, and of course our YouTube chat, which is essentially our main hub. We have done our due diligence, friends. I'll be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I sure hope that you will be with us. Until next time, friends. And by the way, this really is all I got for you for now. But I'll be back. Until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you, especially you, David Grusch. I will pray for you because I truly think that you are getting taken advantage of by a bunch of UFO profiteers. I will keep you in my daily thoughts and prayers. I care about you, even if they don't. Good night, and God bless all of you. Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. Tonight, we're doing sort of a Truth Seeker special event. I'm happy that there's so many people already joining us because tonight we will have legendary television producer and film producer, Bob Kiviat. Bob is a television writer and producer. And when I was growing up, I didn't know it at the time, but everything that I liked on television was produced or had some involvement from Mr. Kiviat. He's produced 11 specials for 20th Century Fox Television. Of course, the most famous of which, however, is The Alien Autopsy. He's also appeared as a guest expert on Coast to Coast AM and many other shows. Bob Kiviat is a big part of my childhood, though I didn't know it at the time. Growing up, I have fond memories of watching things like Alien Autopsy and Unsolved Mysteries. And interesting to me that years later, I would get to interview him. He's been here before as well. But the reason that we're bringing him here tonight is because I have a very special interest in something that many people seem to be ignoring, and that is speaking to veterans of the paranormal world about the recent claims made by UFO whistleblower Dave Grusch. And many of the claims that Grusch has made recently align perfectly with the claims that were made in the alien autopsy hoax. I think it's extremely important that we both recognize and seek the guidance and maybe the opinions of people who have been through all of these claims before and how they panned out. We recently did a show on Mr. Kevin Randall's thoughts on the Dave Grusch controversy. I think it's important that we realize that the paranormal world is filled with an incredible history of people making fantastical claims and not quite having the evidence to back up those claims, or years later, in some cases, we find out that the so-called evidence that they had is not what they purported it to be originally. We see this in cases like the Roswell slides hoax and other hoaxes. But Bob has produced so much television about these topics. He has seen so many different people make very similar claims. So I thought it would be really an important moment to bring him here and, to be quite honest, for me to quite grill him about what he thinks about the recent claims. So joining us tonight is my very special guest, Mr. Bob Kiviat. Welcome, Mr. Kiviat.
Steve, always great to be back with you. And I think you set it up real perfectly. And, you know, the word paranormal, just so you know that you use it a couple of times, that's one of those things in my career that I've tried to shy away from.
Yeah, it's a catch-all. I shouldn't use that word.
But I think it's very important you brought that up, because years ago, maybe a year before the alien autopsy came across my life and desk and all that, I was working for another show called Encounters on Fox. Fox brought me in from Unsolved Mysteries. It was sort of my little segue in. And there was a show called Encounters. And to me, it was filled with a lot of not believable stuff. So they brought me in to try to shore up the ship, bring in credible stuff. I remember walking into a room and there was a psychic trying to pull a ghost out of someone's body. And I was like, you got to be kidding me. And there was I asked the camera crew, why are you filming this? What are you filming? And they went, because I was coordinating producer at the time, like kind of overseeing. And I kind of shut it down. I said, this is ridiculous, right? A psychic pulling a ghost out of someone's chest invisibly, you know, and based on who say so? The psychics? So the word paranormal usually does not conflate with evidence, courtroom, journalism. These are factual things, Steve. These are things that you present evidence. A jury or a judge or even the public, if you're a journalist, makes decisions based on what you presented. I'm going to always hark back to the New York Times story in 2017, one of the worst reported stories ever. Whoever
I agree,
whoever Cooper is, whatever Leslie Kean thought she was doing, it's a debacle. It's a debacle that brings us right to what your opening was, the alien autopsy. There are people that have been milking the alien autopsy from the periphery even There's a guy he was at the CIA years ago. His name was Kit Green. He had the audacity to come out a couple of years ago and claim the alien autopsy might be real and all that. Well, there might be a real alien autopsy somewhere. There may well be on film. There may well be crashed alien saucers and whatnot, but nothing that this guy Grusch has presented, not one scintilla of evidence, is something you could bring into any courtroom, any journalistic theater, of any kind. And then you end up with this ridiculous claim that he can't divulge who he's talking to. Then you got a character named Schellenberger. Whoever the character is, this guy shows up out of nowhere, goes on unbelievably, a podcast with a former skeptic named Michael Shermer. And Michael Shermer buys this guy's research, hook, line, and sinker. Like, you talk to people who knew Dave Grusch is telling the truth. You talk to people that were in the intelligence community.
Yeah, I thought that Shermer just failed miserably in that interview. He just kind of accepted it because he couldn't dispute it, because these are just things that
I'll go a step further, Steve. Mike Shermer needs to turn around now and become a clickbait guy, because he got to survive in this world of clickbait.
It's attention-based. It's an attention-based economy, Bob. That's the more attention, the more your economy is good. The less attention, and Schellenberger's kind of like he's kind of like a failed indie journalist that jumped onto the UFO topic because he thought there was money there.
Time out. As a guy who wrote for cover articles for Omni magazine, who wrote for major publications in New York, where you're judged by your journalism, I take great umbrage that a guy like Schellenberger, when you go to his Wikipedia page, you are bleary. You don't even know what you're looking at. Not a journalist, totally opinionated, completely coming from a set of, ideas that are not, balanced or, objective. And
like an agenda-driven pieces is what he writes, and this is all real.
And by the way, let's say it like it is for a guy 20-something more years on this thing called UFOs and Unexplained for network television. Who the blank is he in the first place? Where did he come from?
I guess.
And he's gonna wait. We'll get to that. I think we have an answer on that. It's not rhetorical. We do know where that came from, and we'll get to that if you want.
Yeah, but I want to get your general opinion. So we have this person, and when a lot of the true believers are conflating things, and they're conflating his background being real with him being absolutely 100% telling the truth about all of this. That's a problem. They've also conflated the fact that the intelligence community inspector general called his claims credible and urgent, but he was the intelligence community inspector general was talking about his claims of some sort of retaliation, maybe urgent or credible. And because of the whistleblower new laws, they have to take every complaint as urgent and credible and fully investigate. It doesn't mean that the IG was saying that his alien claims were urgent and credible. There's a lot of language that I noticed. There's a lot of play on language that is taking place that I think is extremely deceptive. But when you think back to the original claims made about alien autopsy, these are a lot of the exact same claims, right? We have alien bodies, we have alien crashes, we recovered materials, we've recovered bodies. I've been here before.
Not really.
As a child, a young child watching alien autopsy going, it's real, arguing with my friends, I'm
going to repeat what I said on an earlier show, and then we'll get right into the bigger gist here. When I did alien autopsy, I told many people I would never have touched the Roswell case ever, if indeed there was not some kind of evidence, film footage, something presented. There were rumors for years at Disney. I knew people at Disney, Walt Disney Company. The rumors were that a guy named Ward Kimball, who was an animator, and a few other people at Disney were shown proof positive evidence by the government of alien crash bodies, pilots, if you will, like Grusch claims. Pilots. What does pilots mean anyway? But the idea that you had a crash saucer, that you had alien beings that you had UFO footage. This supposedly was given to Disney's hierarchy by the government. This is the rumor for years. They were trying to get the message out to the American people that we know we're not alone, and try to figure out a way, whether it was before the Brookings Institution did their study, which was in the 60s, which was the conclusion was, if we ever do get evidence of an alien or proof of extraterrestrial life on Earth or in space, then we're not going to tell the American public too easily, because maybe we'll freak out, the world will freak out, economies will be ruined, religious issues will be brought up. So based on all of that, it was almost easy to understand that if Disney was brought this material, and ironically, the story is that they brought the government was going to let Disney tell the story about where aliens are here. They visited Earth. It became a comedy at the end. Somehow the government decided to not let Disney have the material. And
I heard this I heard this story.
Disney people for years. This guy, Ward Kimball, who drew a lot of the people that our children, me, you, all the characters Disney has, all the famous characters.
Yeah, he was the person who designed a lot of those characters.
Ward Kimball was that impactful to society. So when he went around to UFO conferences or wherever he spoke before he died and said, hey, this happened, nobody believed him. And I was one of those who went, look, show me, prove it to me, right? So I hear the story that there's this guy in England and he claims he's got footage of an alien. And I'm like, what? So like a journalist, you just track it down. You find out who had it, who claims it. It's a story that we're going to possibly tell properly and fully in a brand new series that a company has approached me. They want to do a very major series. I will have to say maybe a little bigger than I might do on my own, because I'm kind of been there, done that. But the story in the complexities, and these people are ready to tell the full complexities, are astonishing. When you hear the possible things that aren't true or that might be true, whoever put this hoax together, it's one for the ages. And that's why we're hearing about it now. So when Grusch goes public and he talks about aliens and alien crash vehicles or given vehicles and pilots, everybody thinks about the alien autopsy, because it had the one thing about the Roswell case, allegedly, film evidence.
The thing that they were always missing, which was real evidence that this is all true and this all really happened. The bodies, the crash, the retrieval, And do you recall, because I was thinking about the New York Times article that you mentioned, it's taken 5 years for that narrative to come crashing down. It took a while for the alien autopsy to be fully debunked and for us to know the truth that it was all, an elaborate hoax, right?
It's a masterpiece in playing with the media by these individuals. They found it. I don't know how. Give him talent, gift of gab, salesmanship, whatever. They convinced Warner Brothers in 2006, UK version of Warner Brothers, a film company, to make a movie about the alien autopsy saga. And it's filled with, look, I feel it's a compliment here. They had Bull Pullman playing me in a way, this older kind of.
I remember. I thought that was an enjoyable movie, though, to be honest with you. I enjoyed it.
They even have Jonathan Frakes, my host. My show is playing in front of a bunch of English viewers, and sitting on the couch. And it's a very entertaining story. Mostly bullshit. But the parts that aren't bullshit are still fascinating. We can talk about those. Now, alien autopsy has one thing that I think every hoax out there has had that's worthwhile. The Hitler Diaries, which Ray Santilli says in my Fox specials, it's not like the Hitler Diaries, because my director asked him, is it like, because I told Ray, we're going to ask you point blank, is it like the Hitler Diaries? Hitler Diaries was a hoax allegedly written by, Hitler's diaries by Hitler. And it turned out to be not his handwriting after all. It wasn't Hitler, and it was all fake. He played this so much more cleverly than those people. He promised me and Fox we would meet the cameraman. the allegedly 80-something-year-old guy living in Florida at the time.
And then they hired a homeless man to play the cameraman.
Well,
right?
hold on. There's two different people. There's in the movie Alien Autopsy in England, they made this movie. They have a famous actor named Orson Bean playing the cameraman fraud that Gary Shewfield and Ray Santilli concocted and tried to convince me and the Fox network that this was the real cameraman. I wrote 25 questions for this guy. He comes back and they deliver. And the story how he delivered the tape to me of the cameraman interviewing, being interviewed by himself, like reading my questions and answering on a video feed, it's to die for. When people see that story properly played out, hopefully by the company I'm sort of maybe pacting with, I got to tell you, it's an unreal story.
I think this would make, given the number of like Netflix streaming, mini series and things, the whole story would be amazing to hear the whole story of
Netflix picked up Alien Autopsy like in 2017, and it was extremely popular. I mean, it doesn't die. It does not die.
Even after all these years,
So I have no doubt that Netflix or Hulu or another company, they're going to want to do this probably either with this company or maybe me. But I would really like it to be with other company because it frees me up to do the bigger job, which is the Ufolotics show. And the Ufolotics feature documentary that I'm working on is going to lay bare who the fraudsters were, how the New York Times got bamboozled, how far back this goes to Harry Reid, the former Senator Majority Leader and Senator from Nevada, being completely taken in by George Knapp and the Area 51 story, and somehow being, again, approached and I believe bamboozled himself by a guy from the DIA named Lukaski, who wrote a book announcing it 2 years ago, how they made up the entire ATIP word. There was no ATIP. It's all bullshit. Elizondo is a complete fraud, completely made up in terms of what he did or did not do. He never ran any program of UFOs. There wasn't even a program of UFOs. It was a program funded by a couple of senators who got into the black budget kind of program, funneled $22 million to good old Bob Bigelow, because good old Lukaski at the DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency, thought there might be something intriguing to study at Skinwalker Ranch. Skinwalker Ranch is the test study, whatever, that Bob Bigelow invested in, and he wanted to get people to treat it seriously. So when Lukaski came,
if somebody was going to give me $22 million to study my own ranch.
Of course, great, right?
Yeah. There's various stories of people that worked for him, like getting drunk and faxing him fake stories about stuff because
then they wrote a bunch of nonsense papers through Hal Puthoff and company. And by the way, we believe, and that we're just looking into this. We'll get back to the alien autopsy mirroring and connections here. But when you look at what's going on with that New York Times story, going out to that movie called The Phenomenon, which needs to be basically remade. I mean, a lot of the things in that movie are not accurate, not true. Yeah. And so one has to wonder why Chris Mellon from the Mellon family would be kind of pushing all this stuff. Why is Mellon involved? Why would he be involved in the TTSA? By the way, TTSA organization, whatever they're called, they're going to be looked into for sure as a Regulation A+ stock scheme, likely to be possibly prosecuted in the near future. I believe that. So
I've heard many people say that. I don't understand some of the things with that. Like, I don't understand how you can promise people a spaceship while you're soliciting investor donations and then you don't deliver anything. Yeah. How you can tell them, oh, this guy that works with us, he ran the Pentagon $22 million UFO program while you're soliciting investor money. And then it turns out he didn't do any of that. And it was unfunded. It wasn't a real program. It was an activity.
He lied to
his teacher. Spare time. Yeah.
This guy Elizondo looked in the front of the camera at CNN, whoever else he was talking to, and lied through his teeth. He never worked for any government UFO program. He had some relationship, as it appears, with Bass, Bigelow's company, Hal Puthoff, possibly a few other people. There is absolutely no evidence at all that this guy ran anything, which of course was confirmed by Sue Goff over at the Pentagon. For me, like back in 2018, why the regular media continues to play this card like there's a great story here. But if Grusch or other people are the end of that scam, if you will, it does not surprise me, because the big hook, the New York Times writer, we'll call him Blumenthal, the one who was credited most, he was trying to claim that Bigelow has these, places to store alien wrecks, alien bodies.
Yeah, I remember
the New York
that.
Times, the editorial board of the New York Times, and I'm from New York, read New York papers every day until I was 30, until I moved to LA. Let me tell you something. It's egregious. They need to retract the story. They need to do the right thing for journalism in general. And all it takes is this. We were doing a clickbait piece for our online site. It did very well. We decided to sneak it onto the front page of the Sunday paper that weekend with a tiny little column, tiny, different headline. Like they snuck it on there, like, maybe we'll continue. It's egregious because I'm a journalist.
It's very deceptive, yeah.
I'm a
The
student
whole
of
thing was
journalism.
deceptive.
Yeah.
The
I
whole
got my
thing was
degree in
completely
this.
deceptive. The whole thing was very deceptive from the start. And what troubles me, and I'm getting a lot of attacks for this, but I established that this Grusch has direct connections to many of the TTSA people.
Exactly.
That's directly established. We found out that he was meeting with Canadian members of parliament on the week of May 15th. Nobody else had that story. I broke it. He was meeting with Gary Nolan and Ross Coulthart with Canadian members of parliament. Coulthart wasn't involved directly with TTSA, but Gary Nolan was. And then we find out that Eric Davis is also connected to him.
If we don't do the full alien autopsy in my own productions, and it is done by this other company, which I'm kind of hoping for, it kind of frees me up to worry about other things and let them do their job with me helping, right?
Yeah.
There's no doubt that what you said is utterly true. Whoever Grusch is, he's tied to these TTSA people, roughly, could be informally, but it's the continuation of building falsehoods about what is known to be true about UFOs and recovered craft or beings or whatever. And it's a continuation, we believe, and this is what we'll say in my Ufologics feature doc, that I really believe it was all done to take advantage of the popularity of UFOs. This UAP, drop that bullshit right now.
That's the CIA word, yeah.
Is nonsense. Nobody buys it. Jimmy Kimmel didn't buy it when Hillary Clinton said it that day. He doesn't buy it now. Nobody buys it. We all know what UFOs mean. When you say UAP, you're trying to bring it into some other kind of scientific mumbo jumbo. It's nonsense. The public is smarter than that. We all know there's a lot of UFO, evidence mystery out there. Steve, I'm putting together a possible series that might be called the 100 Best UFO Video Hotspots. We are going to show 100 videos, 70 of which I've shown on my Fox Network specials, UFOs, the best evidence ever caught on tape 1 and 2. By the way, collectively seen by more viewers than Alien Autopsy, close to 1 billion people combined.
Yeah, I remember that series. That was
in these specials,
incredibly popular, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I appreciate that. Up until 2000 or so, we amassed videos shot by everyday people, NASA from space, a potpourri of sources, all verified, unimpeachable in many ways. And these videos show craft, structured craft, gigantic, some of them. One thing over a kibbutz in Israel looks like a freaking building in space, in the sky, shot by 2 different cameramen.
Yeah, I remember that footage. I remember that whole series. What did you have? Was there 2 or 3 of them? There was like
by
several.
shows. There were 2 shows, UFOs, the best evidence ever caught on tape, 1 and 2. Netflix picked them up in 2017 with Alien Autopsy. So they took essentially my UFO alien package, and they loved that because they also saw my previous 2015 show, Aliens on the Moon, The Truth Exposed, which, by the way, Steve, I'm wearing this shirt today for a reason. This shows Buzz Aldrin getting eaten by Sharknado. And that's what happened. New York, the Sci-Fi Channel decided in 2015, 14, 15, they were going to put on my show, Aliens on the Moon, The Truth Exposed, which shows bona fide photos from NASA's archive that Buzz Aldrin wouldn't want to look at. The late Edgar Mitchell didn't want to look at, but said there is evidence, especially Edgar Mitchell, that we found things on the moon that might be alien. And Buzz Aldrin says, don't bother looking at our moon, Bob. Let's look at the moon near Mars called Phobos. There's a monolith there. Someone thinks that a scientist thinks that's artificial. That's what we should be looking at for going to Mars. So Buzz tried to move the story. We don't have aliens on our moon. We might have aliens on the moon by Mars. So by association, he's sort of saying the alien connection to moons and to what we may find in space. That's real. Buzz is a tough interview, by the way. So if anybody wants to see that show, we're trying to bring that back because we know people in America want to see that. We're going to be going to the moon in 2 years now. They're sending, I think, 2 male astronauts, if not 3.
Well, they say that, but they always cancel plans. We've been trying to get back to the moon for like 50 years now.
This won't be canceled. This will not.
Yeah, I think you're right. I know somebody at NASA who told me no, Stephen. It's a go. It's all a go. They've got the funding. They've got the vehicles now. Finally, got the vehicles. So
yeah, but now we also have the Orion spacecraft, which apparently is the only one ever to go through the Van Allen belt. That's crazy because we sent astronauts on many missions, 2000, the missions from Apollo 11, 12, 13 didn't land, 14, 15, 16, and 17 did land. So what are they talking about, So there's so many mysteries about NASA.
Yeah. And I don't trust NASA. I don't trust them to tell us the truth. They have got those 2 channels and they do a lot of shady stuff. And there's various reports of airbrushing photos. And, I don't trust them to tell us the truth.
Yeah, we have countries that all want to go to the moon. I mean, we're not going to be able to hide the moon. So I got a phone call today from a very well-known and prominent former television executive. And he's sort of an associate of mine. And he called me up and he said, Bob, it's possible we might be seeing a lot more information coming out than we've seen already, like this Grusch guy. And possibly, I think he said more definitely, he thought that we're going to be told soon that aliens are a threat to us. This is the
threat
same
narrative.
stuff.
Yeah.
This is what these grifters want to convince a very intelligent guy like this, which he is, that we might have. There's no reason to believe anything right now that the only reason we believe, I'll say it this way, that there's any connection between UFO sightings and evil, demonic, or whatever you want to talk about that Harry Reid was talking about before he died. The only thing we have to pin that on is Lakatsky, that DIA guy, looking at Skinwalker Ranch, and we'll get into this in our documentary, Ufologics, looking at Skinwalker Ranch only, this little property where allegedly they see UFOs, Bigfoot, beaver creatures, gigantic, God knows what, coming through portals, whatever. The stories are that people would leave the ranch and head home. Even Bob Bigelow had
they took the poltergeist with them.
And poltergeist would follow them home, meaning there are aliens there, there are demonic forces there. There's no reason to believe any evidence at all that UFOs from another planet, another dimension, the future, whatever, have caused any damage to any human being, whether it be cellular or any other kind. Gary Nolan, let's talk about him. I contacted his university, Stanford.
So did I. Yeah.
I want interviews with him. I want interviews with his superiors, his dean. I've been talking to a very, very thoughtful fellow professor there at Stanford. She's great. I'll tell you more about her maybe later. She recognizes what I'm talking about. Gary needs to step up now and say what the hell he's doing. He is a grifter. He goes around to people and tries to convince them that there are UFOs may have affected you. If you're a witness, you may have seen something. You did, and your body's affected. But there's other people around Gary who are telling people for lots of money, we can pull those things out of you or work with it. Sounds a lot like Scientology to me. And yes, you have a Scientology connection between Hal Puthoff,
yeah,
and all of them. So I'm telling you right now, whoever Grusch is involved, in my opinion. As a journalist, I reserve the right to correct it. But I believe we're going to find out that Grusch bought a whole line, kit and caboodle, bullshit round of evidence and stories from the people I'm referring to.
Yeah,
And this is
the
a grift.
TTSA crowd. We've got them directly connected to Lou Elizondo and Gary Nolan and Eric Davis, who's directly connected, who works for Hal Puthoff. So, and interesting that there's, I think what I'm very disappointed about is that there are a number of people who haven't woken up from being lied to and originally with the TTSA thing, or they make excuses for that.
They can't believe it. It's very hard for people to believe.
But this is the same. You're right. I'm leaning towards thinking that this is a continuation of the same sort of operation, the for-profit driven thing. And
completely.
I want to always say, though, that it's not that I don't believe that there may be some great mysteries involving crashes or even alien crashes. But I don't believe these people who are all pushing this story. I don't believe them because they have all lied to us before, provably.
Did you see the interview? Did you see the way his interview with whoever Coulthard is?
Oh, he's a disgraced Australian journalist.
This is a buffoon.
Yeah.
It's almost like he walked out of I don't know where and thought he was going to come onto the UFO scene and sound all British and all respectful. But let me tell you something right now. He's made a fool of in that interview. I mean, there are so many times, even though it's Newsmax, I don't know what they really are. I'm not sure what the name are.
They hire everybody that gets fired. If you get fired from CNN, you go to Newsmax.
Let me tell you what I feel bad
everybody
for.
that got fired from
As a
CNN
journalist,
goes over there.
I got to tell you, as a journalist, I must tell you that I'm very sad to see Elizabeth Vargas, former ABC News anchor. She was on the track to become what David Muir right now is the ABC News nightly. Probably you don't watch it at all, I'm sure. Older people watch it. So nightly news.
I watch NBC nightly news, not ABC.
So
but
she
was on track to be the main person. Yeah.
She was on track. Whatever occurred, I'm not going to get into all that, but all I can say is I feel bad for her because there she is trusting, like she used to trust ABC News producers to make sure what she's talking about. Yeah, and there she is talking to this guy Grusch, and he's like, or about Grusch. So all I can say is when his interview was analyzed by these people that are very, very key experts on body language and whatnot, this guy falls apart on almost every test.
I thought that was interesting. I don't normally put much stock into like people who are like body language experts, but the fact that all four of them were ripping him apart on the panel.
Oh, Steve.
Usually, and by the way, I watched some other of their shows. Usually they disagree, but in this case, all four of them were ripping him apart for being deceptive or for being not sure of himself. He's not giving any evidence. It's all.
I'm going to do a real flip flop here and tell you before we get more into the alien autopsy and mirroring here. I really believe that Grusch might be a victim.
I believe so too.
I've learned that he might be a little bit. I'm hearing words like on the spectrum.
It's been confirmed that he has autism, but and Bob, I don't know that you know, but my son is nonverbal, very, very severe autistic.
You told me it's very serious.
People need to understand too that they're using this autism card to basically say you can't be critical of him because he has autism. And that's not fair because autism is a spectrum and people should be aware that some people are so affected by autism, like my son, that they're 100% handicapped and they need constant total attention and care.
Very serious. I agree.
This man is what would be considered very high functioning autism, which means he's able to feed himself, hold a job, be productive. So if he is affected by autism, and by the way, I'm not downplaying, his condition, but he's not that affected. He's able to speak and he's able to write and hold a job. But for people to suggest that you can't be, people are literally on Twitter right now. You can't criticize him because he has autism.
I couldn't.
It's almost like they put that out to stop people from being so critical.
But let me ask you
of
this:
his mannerisms and his weird tics, which could, I will say, which could be partially from being on the spectrum. And also, we need to recognize that several years ago, the United States Medical Everything decided that several other conditions, which used to be their own separate condition, like Asperger's, which is a problem understanding social cues and being a little socially awkward, people would be diagnosed with Asperger's. Now it's all in autism spectrum disorder. So this man could simply have a few problems with social cues and he got labeled autism. We don't know the full extent.
He's very much minor, and I'm sure, Steve, you have a very serious issue there. It's not, it's so minor. I can't.
Yeah, he's not handicapped. He's affected, but he's not handicapped.
And let's get back to Arrow. Whatever Arrow represents, any good journalist can tell right away. Arrow is an apology. It's an apology. They're apologetically trying to look into the UFO database. They don't even know where to look exactly.
I don't know how to find the Robert Salas documents. He lost his mind. Like, how can you not find the documents? They're from 45 years ago. We don't know where they're at even, you know?
I want to tell a story that no one really knows. So
great.
We're doing the alien autopsy story. Fox is calling me up every day, like at the production office. Bob, what's going on? You know, we have an air date coming up. Have you found any information? You think it's a hoax? We don't know. We're rushing to air with this because the way it was given to us, we had to meet an air date, a certain date, August 28th. That date was critical. Everybody in the world who had access to the alien autopsy material was going to do a documentary of their own, which paled, of course, to mine, I'm proud to say. But they're calling me up and they're saying, have you heard from the Pentagon? I said, no, Mike, the guy at the Fox Network. I said, no, but I have a call into them and I'm confident they're going to call me back. So I come back from a meeting at the Fox Network and I come back and my assistant's like, Bob, the Pentagon's on the phone. I was like, get out of here, right? So I get to my desk and there he is. Hello. Hi, Bob. It's Sam Sizzle. I'm going to give the name. I want people to know I don't bullshit people. I'll throw names out there. I'll give you the truth. You want to go track this guy down? He might be, God knows how old. I don't care. Sam Sizzle from the Pentagon. Hi, Bob. How are you? Sam Sizzle, Pentagon. How are you, Sam? Bob, good news for you in the network. There was a fire. We don't know what happened to the Roswell material. There was a fire. For all we know, a military cameraman took footage, like you're claiming you guys have to show the public, took it to his house, kept it there. We have no record of it. Didn't go through the fire, nothing. We don't know. So good luck. That's exactly what the Pentagon told me. We aired the footage, did our show. The network was a little nervous. But to say that the Pentagon is giving Arrow some kind of secret access to whatever it is, ludicrous,
yeah, they
right?
don't know what they're doing.
So
yeah.
if there's a secret cover, let's say for the record, because people seem to love these words, if there is a cover-up or a conspiracy with UFOs, Bill Clinton said it best. Others have alluded to. Ronald Reagan even alluded to me in a letter. It's above them.
Yeah.
They don't know. It's a level above them, like above top secret, all the other cliches.
I kind of hate it when I hear people say that. Oh, this program was 22 levels above the president or something. I go,
but there's a reason.
Yeah,
maybe only one level. People have tried when they became president.
Oh, I'm fully aware of the history of that.
And they're told, take a number, sit down. We'll get you a corned beef sandwich in 5 minutes, maybe if you're lucky. And they'll take it like a deli. Take a number, sit down, and that's it. And they don't ever get the information. They never get what they want. They come out from being president, scratching their head going, I don't know. So all it means right now is don't expect the Pentagon, Arrow, some ridiculous TTSA group or anything else, or Mellon himself, Chris Mellon, to push the world into some disclosure. It's ludicrous. However, the alien autopsy actually has more tantalizing evidence in it as a story of the saga that we can get into. And one of those things was the way that the footage initially looked. You know, when we first saw the alien autopsy footage, it was weird, no doubt. You know, is it 1947 footage? There were 2 other films that show the lead-in to the autopsy footage.
Yeah, and people to this day still post those, claiming that they're like people recovering bodies at Roswell or something.
It's like, it's insane. Santilli had a sales guy, come to LA, dazzle everybody. Not me, really. I was just like sitting there, just like the master of ceremonies, letting this guy. And he would be like,
what did you first think though when you heard that they had alien footage? What did you think?
I was told the 10 footage was all he had. So I fly to England thinking, he says, Bob, when you come to England, whether you're representing yourself or you're representing Fox Network or NBC, wherever you've worked before, I will show you Harry Truman walking around the crash site. I'm like, really? That sounds great. I get to England. I'm a jet lagged. I come through that whole thing. I come to their offices, the hotel, whatever they had, and they pop in a tape, Steve. And it's the brightly lit alien autopsy scene with the one damaged leg. We'll get to that in a minute. With the one damaged leg, what appears to be this bulbous stomach, this weird gaze that's looking up, kind of sublime, you know, very much, you know, kind of gets you. And then, of course, you see the maneuvering of the doctors and the window and all that. So I was shocked in his office to even see this. I said, Ray, this is not what I was told. I was told there was a tense scene. There was a creature on the table. This is not what I was told. He goes, oh, I'll show you that now too. So he shows me the tent footage, which looks like a flickering light with a body on a table with a bunch of people pulling stuff off, but you could see faces. Right away, my brain went, there are faces there. It did, you know, enhance those and see who they are. But I forgot about that for a minute. I said, show me the rest of the package. And they show me this metal debris, some khaki-dressed military guy spinning around metal parts and stuff, whatever, showcasing them on a table, 6-fingered hand.
The 6-finger hand. Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
People still post that to this day saying it's real.
So Ray says to me, tomorrow morning, Bob, I'm going to sit you in the front row and you're going to see in front of 200 people at the Museum of London this presentation. I said, Ray, you're going to show all this footage, these 3 scenes? He said, he didn't really answer that. So I got there the next day and I'm sitting in the front row and I moved back 1 or 2 so I could see better. And I'm all there, empty. The theater is empty. And I'm sitting there waiting. So they all file in, news people, producers, whoever they may be. And Ray's up there talking to the projectionist. I don't know what he's doing. The next thing you know, the lights go off. Everyone's sitting down. It's pretty packed. And the lights go on. And they play this scene. Only 10 minutes, by the way. It was not the entire film. It was like a short version, a 10-minute version of a 17-minute autopsy. We found out later. So everybody saw it. There was no real questions, answers, or anything. It was sort of like Ray just showed it, and everybody kind of walked out. However, there was one guy who was like tailing everybody else. He's this guy. He looks like grayish hair, pretty long. Looked like an older Beatles like guy almost. He liked the Beatles, you know. He looked like he's very quiet, wouldn't speak to anybody. I asked someone, "Who is that?" Someone said, "That's Ray's investor. That's the person who put up $100,000 to buy the cameraman footage from the U.S. cameraman." Allegedly, the story was that the cameraman needed money for his daughter who was getting married and needed money.
I remember that.
So he decided to sell the alien autopsy footage to Ray Santilli after protracted whatever negotiation. But all I'm thinking of at this like London scene here is, who is this guy with the shaggy gray hair walking around, nodding around, not speaking to anyone? Finally, we go outside where there's a bar where all people are walking to a pub to maybe have a couple of drinks and talk about this film. And this guy comes sashing, kind of the best way to put it, he's like swashbuckling up. He's like this guy walking up the street with 2 girls on his arm. I realized right away those are Ray's assistants, Sarah and someone, I forget the other name. And they're walking with this guy, and he walks right up to me. I don't know why he zeroed on me. Maybe he knew I was the producer. And he says, Bob, how are you? Volker Spielberg, nice to meet you. I said, Volker, you're the investor, I guess. German investor, right? And he just broke right into it. And he says, are you Jewish? And I said, I happen to be, but I'm also part Italian, but I'm Jewish. He said, didn't miss a beat. He goes, you know, Bob, there's a better chance the alien autopsy footage you just saw today is real than that 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust.
Oh, God.
Really, Volker?
Jeez, God, who does that?
We're off to a smashing start, me and Volker Spielberg, right? Now, what's interesting is Volker Spielberg made sense to me as I walk into the pub because I realized the rumor was, I think I showed you this for a reason. I did. Omni magazine, that I wrote the cover article about the face on Mars for them. That's kind of broke my journalism cred right into the UFO field.
I'm sure that I read that back in the day.
In the same edition, a couple of months later, September, there was an edition where they had a story, a short story about the alien autopsy before I ever really got involved. And in the story Omni did, they called me up, in fact, and asked me, what have you heard about this? You're in Hollywood now working there. What do you make of this thing? And I said, what do you mean? They said the rumors are Steven Spielberg is behind a Project X. That's what the article said in the Omni edition. Project X. Some movie is being made by Steven Spielberg's Amblin Entertainment. And it's all about the recovered Roswell footage. Holy shit, I'm thinking. Could that be real? So
yeah, but I want to ask you, when you first saw the footage, did you like have a gut reaction to it, or did you just say we have to find out more? Like, did you think it could be real? It might be real. It's definitely not real. Like, I want to know when you first saw it.
The 10 footage was a non sequitur. I couldn't make any sense out of the 10 footage.
Yeah, that's kind of worthless. And the wreckage footage looks kind of worthless.
Well, until I discovered one of the guys was named Elliot Willis, and he wasn't from 1947. He was from 1994. Was a technician. Okay, so when we found out that was the unraveling of the hoax, as far as I'm concerned. We started with that. But you asked me the first moment I saw in Ray's office. Too small a screen, couldn't really judge it, wasn't sure, wanted to wait till I got to the big screen. When Ray played it on a major theatrical screen, I got to be honest, my dad, my late father, was one of the top photo experts in Madison Avenue in New York. And he was known for doing some of the finest retouching. He had a company that had all these artists. They do photo retouching and change images and whatever.
Cool.
My dad taught me about when something is photographic. He would say, Bobby, let me show you something, little kid. You know, when something is photographic, Steve, you see the natural light. You see certain things. It was a good job. You can't. Anybody who says they thought the alien autopsy was fake from day one is just lying.
Yeah,
nobody knew.
When you first saw that, I just remember when I first saw it. But I was a child, and I totally wanted to believe. You know, when I read about Roswell, I think I had a book on Roswell. So I remember my dad thought it was all BS. I go, Dad, look, this is from the Roswell press, the book, and he's like, no, it's not. It's fake. It's rubber.
Your dad was keying on, I think, the obvious. If you look at the story being told and you look at the footage, they don't match. The story is ridiculous. The footage, now I know, made by a major special effects guy with the help of a cameraman / journeyman, we'll call him journeyman director. This journeyman director.
For faking it, they did a good job faking footage.
You got to give credit. By the way, just take a look at the remake of that scene in the movie called Alien Autopsy in 2006 and from England. He doesn't come close. The same special effects guy doesn't even come close to the feeling and possible reality of that black and white film. So people who say they thought it was a lie, it wasn't real. Stan Winston, the late Stan Winston, was interviewed by Time Magazine after our third broadcast. We did a third airing of this thing before World's Greatest Hoaxes, where we debunked it. And Stan told me on the way to the rap party on the phone and other times, He believed it was an amazing job. But there were a couple of times Stan felt when they put the kind of flesh into the bowls, there were things that did not look right. You wouldn't treat alien flesh in that way. There were problems in the execution of the autopsy.
Sure.
But the actual look of it, it was a mystery. People who say, oh, I can right away see it was fake.
There's still people today arguing that it was real and that you're part of a CIA cover-up, Bob. There's a Facebook group. I
know.
There's a Facebook group, and he's a very nice guy, but he totally believes it's all real.
I feel for him, but then you have Santilli, like Grusch in a way, saying things that are unsupported by the footage or anything else.
Did you ever ask him where's the Harry Truman walking around?
Oh, no, we have that. Yeah. Harry Truman was, if you watch the 10 footage, it's kind of weird, kind of wonky. But if you look at it, there's a guy in a trench coat.
Oh, so they're saying that was the guy. Oh,
Harry
that was
Truman.
it.
Harry wearing a trench coat. Ray will never be able. I mean, I was telling this company that I want to do this with. I hope we do it together. There are so many details about this story that nobody knows, that when they start hearing about Ray taking me out for the day in London, looking around as if he's being followed, I believed he was really worried. Who's following him? What's going on? What is this exactly, this alien autopsy? Is it a psyop? Are there government people trying to fake out the world with this material? Is Ray possibly working for is he an operative? To this day, I don't know, to tell you the truth. He would almost fit an operative to plant an alien autopsy story out there for reasons that might be hard for us to understand right now. So you got to give Santilli credit about one thing. He's been able to keep the story alive and convinced some journalists, I don't know who, but I'm not going to name them, LA Times, okay. The LA Times actually wrote a story. I love doing that. I may teach a course one day in journalism, and I'll bring this up. In college, if the New York Times can get fooled by Bob Bigelow and company, what do you want to call them? Group, whatever, Hal Puthoff and all the other people. If the LA Times can write several years ago, I believe it was the anniversary of Fox, either 25th anniversary. I don't remember exactly when this was, but I remember there was an event several years ago where the LA Times were covering Fox's hits over the years. And they mentioned Alien Autopsy, which I appreciate. It's one of their biggest hits of any kind ever, right, on the network. And they're talking about the story. They're telling about, the footage now known to be a possible reconstruction of actual footage that actually existed. I'm like, what? Where did you get the belief that there was any proof that Ray had footage? I don't want to spoil it because I want this other company and/or me, if I do my own version of it, to tell the story properly. But let's put it this way. There was no reason to believe, and there is no reason to believe, that a cameraman ever existed from the U.S. military, although it is registered that way at the Copyright Office that I registered, which is it came from a U.S. military cameraman. And so that's pretty much, that story is locked in now. You can't undo that. If Santilli were to say, by the way, no, sorry, I reconstructed what I saw from an old guy in Florida, fraud now is what we're dealing with. Fraud in the Fox contract, fraud in my contract with him and the network. It's a nightmare. So you can't mention, by the way, I reconstructed lost footage. It's a document like the Mona Lisa or something. Like, reconstruct the Mona Lisa. Wrong. We're going to show, or the other guys, if I do it with them, we're going to show why the claim that this special effects expert copied stills from the original film, we will show undeniable 100% evidence that cannot be true from another autopsy they did that didn't work out very well. So
so they had B-roll. They took it from the B-roll?
No, they went and made two bodies. They started with the first body, or they had made one body, and it wasn't working out too well. But they decided to kind of experiment with things. So they have material being removed from an orifice of the alien. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
that's pretty interesting.
And
I've
then,
never seen
hold
that.
on.
Yeah.
The other leg, 2 legs are fine. Now, wait a minute. If you're matching the Mona Lisa, how do you reconstruct?
Yeah, you missed
two
the leg
separate looking-
detail.
What's it? 2 separate detailed creatures. So if a jury in America or a judge were to see this case prosecuted, Ray would lose badly. But people want to believe, and I'm one of those. I want to believe that the rumors for years from either the Roswell crash or other possible events are proof that aliens have visited Earth, and they may be, here to watch us and whatnot. The thing that I really find egregious, without any of those facts proven, because I could show you 100 videos. We could do 100 videos of UFOs around the world. It'll be an amazing show. See the cultures of where they were shot. Like the late Anthony Bourdain did a series around the world with food. We might go around the world and see this video was shot on November 5th, 1993, but where did it, what does it mean? That's all great, but it doesn't prove anything. I want the public to keep the fascination, the sense of wonder, but not be bullshitted to by a bunch of people that are really rank amateurs when it comes to UFOs, like Elizondo, like Mellon, like this guy Grusch. Are you kidding me? We've been there, done that. If we're good journalists in the field, we know what we're doing, and there aren't too many. I'm proud to say I might be one of the rare ones out there. So
Yeah, I don't consider somebody that runs with a story just based on somebody's testimony very credible as far as being a journalist. I would want to. You got to see some evidence, and that's what we're lacking here.
Steve,
my biggest fear, Bob, is that it's going to take 3 years, but then we're going to find out that this guy got all the so-called evidence that he's talking about. He got from people like Putoff and Eric Davis and other people.
A nightmare. What you're describing to me is a career nightmare. I spent all these years trying to bring, of all the mysteries I did, whether it be unsolved mysteries, crime and UFOs and ghosts and miracles and whatever it might be, whether they were highly rated, most of my stuff was, but still, the idea was, let's get to the truth. Let's get to the truth. Unsolved mysteries we always wanted, and the executives there were very clear, we want to solve mysteries.
Yeah, and one of the things I liked about you, and we talked about this before, is that for those unaware, Bob would bring in very skeptical people and almost give them equal time with the people that were pushing that this is real.
We will.
And that's something that's been lost. Like this. Oh, and by the way, just a correction. Somebody's messaging me like sporadically. I have a few messages. I'm not sure if it was you or me that said News Max. It's News Nation that ran the story. Just a correction.
They're equal to me in their journalistic.
Yeah. What's funny is Kevin Randall said the same thing. He said News Nation, not News.
It don't matter.
News Max, not News Nation, and people attacked him for it. They know what we're the outlet about is News Nation. But the interesting thing is when they run this Grusch story, they do an hour-long interview with this guy, and then they give one skeptic, Mick West, I think I timed it was like 3 minutes. So we've got an hour of, but we've got an hour of, this is a true story. This is definitely got to be true. And we've got 3 minutes of somebody with the skeptically slanted
in the new documentary. Right, in the feature we're planning on doing, which may or may not delve heavily into the alien autopsy, mirroring if we don't do with the other people, I have to tell you that we will lay bare the journalists that have concocted this 6-year UFO nothing burger, this UAP complete vacuous nothingness, these gimbal video, FLIR video, which came out in 2007 on Above Top Secret. It didn't dazzle anybody, by the way. And this other video called, Go Fast, which is a balloon.
Yeah, it was doing 40. It wasn't going fast. It was doing 40.
Mick West calls me up like 2 years ago and goes, Bob, by the way, if I do a little, I did a little stream with him. If you ask me about that, that's probably going like 40 miles an hour. He nailed it. It's amazing. He nailed it before the government went and concluded in their own little
analysis.
They basically copied his homework.
So
Yeah.
the guy in the audio going, wee! I mean, who is that guy going wee? Who is that guy in the audio on the plane going, we locked into a balloon? Good job, buddy. Nice job.
Well, there's no provenance to even prove that the audio goes with that video. They could have added it.
Steve, maybe of the 3 videos, I'm not going to say for sure, but we'll dig into this for the documentary feature. I believe that they know for sure that was a object that they were using to lock on. So it wasn't like they were out there and some unknown balloon showed up. Hey, balloon! The way he's acting, it's like he's playing a video game and he was able to lock it in and use the machine. He's more excited about the machine, and the government seems to be concluding that. So we'll see. I know they want to kind of stay away from it because they're so taken advantage of by these grifters, Hal put off.
Yeah.
You know, but let me tell you one thing that people don't know. My company kind of broke ranks a little bit to our usual modus operandi back in 2020, 21, or 19 actually. And we tried to bring the head of CBS News, who I knew personally. I think she was already there, but she was becoming, I don't know. We tried to bring the definitive story about the gimbal video we felt at the time, the FLIR video, the other Go Fast video. We wanted to show the public that this was probably not what we thought. And we wanted to show Congressman Joyce Beatty from Ohio on the House floor on video. I can send it to you tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, I want that clip.
Give it to all your people. She's on the House floor saying, we need to, I'm paraphrasing, we need to regulate Regulation A+ stock schemes like
talking
this
about
company, which she says is her favorite example of abuses. A company with a guy running it from a rock and roll band who claims he's going to get he's going to sell stock essentially to middle America from Wall Street, sell stock to have a company that's going to, create faster than light travel speed and study UFOs. Now, we all know she was talking about, To the Stars Academy.
TSA, yeah.
Do you think that the New York Times felt worthy enough to comment that a congresswoman on the House floor was pointing out this company as a scam that should be used as a reason to change the laws? Do you think the New York Times?
Yeah, I would think that they would have to, but they didn't.
They didn't want to because they probably didn't even know it. Number one, they don't follow it. No, here's my big pet peeve with journalists and UFOs. My pet peeve is that they don't know the beat. They barely cover it ever. And then in comes Leslie Keene and her partner, Ralph Blumenthal, and other projects. And they're going to do an objective job about UFOs. What kills me?
Meanwhile, Kane is married, or she lived with a UFO abduction researcher,
Bud Hopkins.
And Bud Hopkins, yeah, and she believes in spiritualists like mediums and ectoplasm. She believes in rapping. She believes in all of that stuff.
No evidence, no credibility at all. She decides she wants to look at near-death experiences and life after death. Stay in your lane. You were married to an abduction artist /
Yeah, and I wanted to ask you about that. Did you I don't know how closely you've been following it, but Blumenthal and Kane essentially said like, oh, well, Grusch didn't tell us about the bodies. We don't want to talk about the bodies. That wasn't part of our original reporting. Meanwhile, she lived with one of the most famous alien abduction researchers, but she doesn't want to talk about the bodies. And is this a case of that's too far? That's a bridge too far.
It's too much.
So it's too much, right? So
perfect.
in order to make it believable, you have to pull it back a little bit.
You got it. So she said recently that she might have exaggerated some of the TTSA story. I'm paraphrasing, but as long as it gets the UFO subject back into the news, back people talking about it, it's all okay. And I disagree vehemently. You have to treat this subject very straight. Otherwise, people are not going to believe you when you have amazing evidence to show. And that's what we're going to show. We're going to bring on in our feature doc, called Ufologics. We're going to bring on the top CIA scientists that people have talked about for 2 decades or more that I've heard about it.
Yeah, and I for one, and for those unaware, he's talking about a literal guy who's like just kind of legendary in the shadows, and you can talk more about him.
I'll show you how weird it gets.
He's never given this CIA person has been heavily involved in all of this UFO stuff for his whole
Let me show you
career.
guys something right now. In the same edition,
Oh, here, I'll solo you here.
Faith on Mars, the same exact edition. There's an article about the individual we're going to be talking about. And Bruce Maccabee is a top expert. And the individual we're going to be talking about is profiled in this article. It's the only article I'm aware of. The coincidence is really uncanny here. That my first big feature article I wrote for a cover for a magazine like that, in the same edition, the writers of that magazine were interviewing both the scientists at the CIA and Bruce Maccabee about their collective interest in UFOs. Maccabee would bring, Bruce used to be in the Fund for UFO Research. He was a prominent Navy optical physicist that did work with the CIA jointly. He did a project with this individual at the CIA. They became fast friends, somewhat. And then Bruce Maccabee would be asked to come up to the CIA, as this article indicated, and give kind of like paper bag lunch meeting seminars about UFOs to CIA scientists. And Ron, this individual, we'll call him Ron, he will.
Well, people know who you're talking about. It's Ron Pandolfi.
Well, you know,
right?
I'm not going to quote him because I don't want him, you know.
You don't want to
over promote him.
Sure.
But
don't upset a CIA guy. You might end up vanished.
Well, there are people that know his name. He's very well known in terms of the annals of UFOs. Whether or not he would state to the public whether he's been misquoted, represented,
or misled by people feeding him information.
Is for him to finally come on.
But he's really going to give an on-the-camera interview with you, a deep one, right?
Yep, this is it. And I will say it's the first time we've been cultivating this for over 3.5, maybe 4 years. There is an interesting backstory. Some people may even know about it on the internet. But overall, however a journalist like me gets to meet a source like him and develop a camaraderie and some sort of rapport and be able to tell that story, that's what a journalist does. Any good journalist who gets, it's called a get. When you get an interview that's hard.
Yeah. Oh no, it's a good get. That's an amazing get. And by the way, I for one have heard whispers about what he knows for my whole life. So I am very keen on hearing exactly what he has to say and what beans he's going to be spilling, if any, or what his take on the whole situation is.
I want everyone to know who's watching today on your show tonight that though he will expose and help me and my staff expose the fraudsters, the grifters from Harry Reid, unfortunately late Harry Reid, maybe innocently believing these things, believing that aliens could be evil because of the activities at Skinwalker Ranch, following people home, whatever reasons they come up with this evil UFO narrative. When people hear the truth of the individuals he knows oh so well and has watched them navigate, he will be telling the truth. But on the other end, he will be talking about cases that are fascinating, that he was brought into. I believe he will. I don't think it's been confirmed 100%, but I think he will be willing to talk about cases that are on the public record, that other journalists have touched on a little bit before me, a little. And these stories are proof positive, in my opinion, of some kind of otherworldly activity by nuclear bases that cannot be explained. There's footage, thank God. There's a radar tapes, thank God. There are credible.
Oh yeah, well that stuff is incredibly interesting, and it should be.
Right, B-52 pilots that pull up next to the craft and look at it and see the dome on it and see how big the craft is. Now, you want to impeach the B-52 pilot? Well, he drove a plane with nuclear bombs likely on it. So you would trust this source and others like that. There's also a film that was allegedly recorded during a missile test where the missile was, they were testing nuclear warheads. And apparently the record shows in the government records that a UFO, a flying saucer, flew in, zapped the warhead a couple of times, all on camera, all caught because they're filming to watch how the warhead comes out, learn about the nuclear possibility. If this it's a dummy warhead, it's not nuclear active, but they're using this to test their weaponry. And this is in the files. Where is the film? A flying saucer, a saucer flies in, shoots.
Yeah, I've seen a recreation of that footage, but
people have seen
I was
the
aware it was a
recreation.
recreation. Yeah.
We want to see the actual evidence. Now, if Arrow or anybody else wants to really do their job, they follow that case, Jacobs and Mansman, those are the two names. You follow their story. See where that film may have been taken to. Clearly was shown, clearly is described. No one's lying. Those are the kind of evidences, or I should say, no one's likely lying. Now, again, I do believe that this individual from the CIA will say that people lie. Yes. People, this guy Schellenberg, whoever this dude is.
Well, it'd be nice to have somebody admit that for once instead of just pushing that it's all true.
He tries to make it seem like just because you had intelligence clearances, just because you had a military level, you won't be lying about this stuff? Military people lie all the time. In fact, the DIA, I understand from my own journalistic research, is notorious. The Defense Intelligence Agency. And I'll let our source from the CIA explain the differences between DIA and CIA, if you will. But from what I've learned, the CIA operates out of the country. They're there to protect us from outside the country. Inside the country, the DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency, they operate in a way that could be to fool the other military, Chinese, Russian.
Yeah, let them think we have alien technology. Let them think that we have super advanced.
The DIA they birthed Skinwalker Ranch. The DIA went there with a few people like this guy Lukaski. They claim they saw certain things because they were DIA. You give them some credibility. Guys like George Knapp write the little books and write the little thing. But people have to ask the question, would DIA personnel lie? I'll tell you a story, hopefully, in my own documentary. It was for the Guardian story on Unsolved Mysteries. It was probably rated higher than the alien autopsy. We did a story about a UFO landing in Canada. The video was shot by what looked to be a person named the Guardian.
Yeah, I remember this.
Some kind of a thumbprint. What's funny is a young Bob Kivia played the part of the Guardian. There I am behind the camera. You can see me. And they wanted me to do like a Hitchcock thing. I'm going to be in my own story, right? But Guardian has never been found. We have no idea what Guardian is. Some Canadian group did a documentary. It was like, you got to be kidding. It was ridiculous. It didn't prove anything. And so this video is a fascinating video, right? We don't know to this day anything more than NASA's head of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, Dr. Robert Nathan, analyzed this scene, mainly the main scene where it's blinking, pulsating. You can see the saucer shape and everything else. It shines a blue beam directly at the cameraman, whoever that is. So Robert Nathan, the guy who invented image processing for NASA, how you get an image from space where it's all ones and zeros, and it becomes an image you can show the news and all that, right? Of the moon, of let's say another planet, whatever. Dr. Nathan analyzed this for us. He also did the enhancement of the tent footage. He's my friend. He was my friend. He's an older guy now. He's like 90. But he did these favors for me, Steve. He enhanced the tent footage so we could see the faces. So when we met Elliot Willis, the young technician at AK Music, a karaoke company, we were able to verify how he was fake. He was not a real cameraman. The real doctor, a real doctor. So in the alien autopsy footage called the tent footage, that one scene, there's the Guardian footage. So Robert Nathan concluded for Unsolved Mysteries and me that it was some kind of luminosity. He's never seen colors like that. It's on the right side of your screen there. He's never seen anything like this. He could not ever call it a hoax. He had no idea what kind of apparatus would create these light signatures. So why do I tell you the story? While we were waiting for our airing to happen, we were waiting for the broadcast. TV guy to come out with an ad, or was working on an ad already, full page or half page ad of Robert Stack holding the tape or showing the footage. All I can say is I got a call. I had to go up to NASA, JPL. Dr. Nathan said, Bob, I told you if I ever see anything that could be a hoax on this thing, I'd let you know. I said, what, did you do a new analysis? He said, no. I got a call from a guy named Carl. He's from the DIA. And he says he can show us why this is a fraud. I said, oh my God. So we had already shot our story, Steve. It's way before it ever went on the air. It turned out to be the highest rated Unsolved Mysteries broadcast ever.
I remember this one because I watched Unsolved Mysteries every time with my father. And my father would get up to get snacks during this crap, like he had no interest, but I was right there oh my God, it's aliens.
So listen, 1 out of 4 TVs, a 25 share in homes, meaning
25% of people with their televisions on were watching this. Amazing.
So before the broadcast, Dr. Nathan says, Carl's coming up, you got to come up. So this guy, Carl from the DIA, meets us at Jump Motion Laboratory. He wheels in this apparatus that looks like a tower of equipment, video, camera, whatever. He says, I'm going to show you guys, Mr. Kiviat, I'm going to show you and NBC, Unsolved Mysteries, and I'm going to show Dr. Nathan why it's fake. So he says, play your video of the footage. So I put a tape into the footage. And he goes, okay, I'm going to shine my camera on the TV screen. He has a monitor underneath his apparatus here on the tower. And he says, look at the monitor. Nothing. He's shooting the television. We're seeing the Guardian footage like you showed, but we're not seeing anything. It's just black on his screen. He says, you see everybody moving around? What are you talking about? Bob Nathan threw this guy out so summarily. It was almost embarrassing. He was like, don't bullshit a bullshitter, Carl. You get the hell out of my office. You wasted Bob Kiviat's time. You wasted NBC's time. Get out of here. He threw the guy literally out. This guy's sheepishly leaving the building. Why would the DIA send someone in like that? Now, Bob Nathan called me up the next day and said, Mr. Bob, I want you to know, Bob Kiviat, he was really DIA. I've checked him out.
That's pretty
interesting.
DIA. So they came in to try to debunk it as fake, but they weren't showing you evidence, right? It was like a blank screen.
It was a comedy, Steve. It was almost like a dog and pony show, comedic, like Laurel and Hardy, the old days. It was funny only because of how goofy it was. But the question is, why would the DIA try to contaminate an interesting mystery? Like I told you about the guy Sam Sizzle at the Pentagon with alien autopsy. He didn't make anything up. He said, look, as far as we know, we couldn't tell you if it's a real autopsy or not because the guy took it away from the military. We have a fire that happened at Roswell. We don't know what to make of it. Good luck with your show. That's more honest.
That's fair. Yeah, right, that's fair. And people are guessing it's the body of a helicopter, it's a truck. Can you talk a little bit about
that's such
how that panned out?
You had a guy from the RCMP, this guy Dennis DeHate, who comes in on the Guardian footage and he says because there's a Royal Canadian Mounted Policeman, he knows it's a helicopter. There is nothing in that footage that looks even remotely like a helicopter. But because people had heard there were helicopters in the area, flying around, analyzing something those days before, there was a lot of activity around that area for about 2 or 3 years of UFO sightings. So helicopters have known to fly in. So it's just a complete conflation of nonsense that this guy said that in my Fox broadcast I did in UFOs, the best evidence ever caught on tape #1. We did show the Guardian footage, and we did let this guy Dennis DeHate from the Royal Canadian Mounted Police speak. But then we have Bruce Maccabee shutting it down like that's a ridiculous explanation. Nothing looks like a helicopter, and we move on. So I just want to let you know that your people and anyone interested in UFOs should know I'm not debunking. I'm just clarifying what's real, what we can say.
Yeah, but I mean, there were some, I remember there were some other claims of like neighbors or somebody nearby who saw that bright light and heard helicopter noises.
There's definite story still to be told.
Yeah. So it's still open-ended, right?
What was that?
And it's still open-ended.
Oh my God! And there's one
still argue over this. Yeah,
there's one suspect in that case, but we deviated from the main story, which is if you have an alien autopsy that made such impact on society, which I'm proud of in a way. It's an interesting film. It showed the world that you could show a possible alien, and no one's going to freak out. They're still going to go to work the next day. I know people were talking at the water cooler about the show, but they weren't saying like, oh my God, if it's an alien, I got to just quit my job. Nobody was saying that. It's a great study. If you look at it carefully, alien autopsy did not freak the world out. In fact, it kind of brought things a little bit more center. Okay, maybe the X-Files was very popular at the time. That show and I have kind of a love-hate relationship because they mentioned me in the show a couple of times. They showed some of my stories in the show a couple of times. They used my name. All I can tell you right now is I had a very good friend on the show who became a top executive producer for Chris Carter. And that's why my childhood friend, Howard Gordon, who became, very prolific on Homeland, he did that show, 24 on Fox. But when Howard went to work on the X-Files, he consulted with me at Unsolved Mysteries. And he left with my materials, and those became some of the X-Files stories. So I have that feeling about the X-Files. It's kind of a love-hate relationship. But I got to tell you, the public, as you remember as a kid, was fascinated with UFOs at that time. It was it makes this period look like a joke, to be honest with you. It's much more. It's only in the insular world of whether you call it Newsmax or News whatever or Fox News Channel or CNN that on average at any given time have anywhere from 500,000 people watching to maybe 2 million people or 3 million people watching at the highest level at the Fox News Channel or CNN.
Yeah, but they're just so you know, Bob, I'm a big supporter of new media like we're on, and there are live stream shows that are beating CNN's
I know. So let's talk about that.
daily rates in one day. Like there are people who beat their views in one show for the whole day.
All right, so let me ask you this stuff. As a guy, you're prolific. We had a mutual friend, Manny, who works with me. When I heard I go on your show, I had seen your show. I love what you do here.
Thank you.
I consider you to be, even though you knew my shows and you were younger and stuff, I appreciate it. But I'm not just saying that to make you feel good. I mean, you present truth-seeking thoughts. You're looking for truth. I'm about truth, even if I don't get it right away. I'm trying for the truth, right? We're trying. We may tell some stories along the way if we're not sure. They may be entertaining and all that, but we're looking for the truth, right? So if the truth is that there's evidence of alien beings, there's evidence of crashed saucers, crashed UFOs, we have to be really careful and not accept everything we see, right? So if you have an alien autopsy film and it matches some of the story, you analyze it and you see if it matches. But if you have no evidence at all and you come out with these claims, why would Senator Rubio just the other day on Twitter, on Reddit, whatever he was, make like this credibility here? Is that the way he judges every governmental issue?
Well, actually, I just saw that somebody posted another interview he did after that one where he said, I'm not saying that man's claims are either credible or not credible.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. He's already backpedaling in case it's a fake story, I guess.
Yeah, and his future goals of being president or anything else all over again are affected by these kind of like whimsical, go along with the ride, whatever the story is, go along with it, get a little bit of media. There's a guy from Tennessee I saw in the air. I don't even know where to go with this guy. I'm going to try to be nice. I mean, he was trying to make it seem like that Grusch is credible. Oh, because other people who've had clearances in the military and the government, they're claiming similar things. Who?
Yeah, and can we talk about that
exactly?
for a minute? Because I think it's important that people realize that most modern governments have a crash retrieval program. If there's a
Or
Soviet
enemy
satellite,
bunkers.
if there's a Soviet satellite going down, we try to go get it. If there's a MiG that crashed in Africa from the Russian government, somehow crashed in Africa, we go and we get it. So I'm also concerned that this man Grusch might be a victim, and that some people might have mistaken a real crash retrieval program for something involving aliens or it could be as simple as somebody got some tech. The materials were strange. They didn't understand them. They thought this can't be human and started rumors. And then this guy gets a whiff of the rumors, or other people do. It's all like a game of telephone when you're a kid. And by the time you get to the truth, so I think they might trace this back to some real crash recovery programs.
You're being kind.
But there's a big jump. It's a big jump to aliens. And by the way, I always correct people. If this guy Grusch's story all turns out to be 100% true, I would cream in my pants, because I think that would be awesome. That would be awesome. It would prove we weren't alone in the universe.
By the way, I can assure you and all your viewers and listeners tonight that Grusch will present absolutely no evidence at all that he saw anything remotely alien, remotely.
No, he's already kind of admitted he never saw anything himself.
I'm willing to bet that he'll be on a stage eventually with people like Hal Puthoff, others associated like
Gary Nolan,
Mellon. I think Elizondo is leaving the party. I think Elizondo realized the jig is up. Manny did a great job on Who's Lou. Many people.
Oh, there's a lot more than that. Yeah, there's recent piece in the Black Vault.
Yeah, John
Greenwald, everybody, and Stephen Greenstreet's been ripping his story apart. Yeah,
I can't deny the New York Post. We like some of the work they've done. We're a little bit unsure about why such a fanboy approach was adopted for this character who now stars in Skinwalker Ranch. When after he bought Skinwalker Ranch, he begged me, Bob, please don't tell anyone I bought Skinwalker Ranch. It's gonna hurt my business. It's gonna.
Yeah. Oh, a lot of people don't know this, but Bob, you got to tell this story. So Bob was the first person that knew who bought Skinwalker Ranch, right? Tell me about this, because this is funny. You're one of the first that knew.
I was working with a research group in Florida that were pinning down where the gimbal footage was shot. They were analyzing the sky. They were doing a great job. And sure enough, they collaborated with me to some degree. And what happened was this guy had good old Jeremy Corbell filming him for a Skinwalker Ranch cheesy documentary that I would have never made years ago, but for whatever reason, he was able to get it out there. And so apparently they were filming this individual, and there were things, we'll call it jewelry, we'll call it the plane they were on, piecing together the evidence of who this person was. So sure enough, on a whim, I just thought it might be who it was. I contacted the security person at Skinwalker Ranch, and I said, I believe your boss is named so-and-so. And I believe he goes back.
Well, you can say it now.
I'm not going to, because you know what? This guy is a loose cannon. He literally threatens everybody legally, or
called everybody pigs because we wanted some evidence, Mr. Kvyat. We're all pigs because we want evidence.
Well, the individual who stars in Skinwalker Ranch is Brandon Fugel. And Brandon Fugel was profiled heavily in Stephen Greenstreet's little story about what we're seeing in UFOs. And because he's a prominent real estate agent in Salt Lake City, and the family goes back to Utah history lore like crazy, you want to give this guy a degree of credibility. But when you see the behavior of someone who is trying to build some kind of mythos in an area that I've been studying for 25 years to come up with there's nothing there, There's no there beyond George Knapp buying a line of nonsense that we now find out Lukaski, the DIA, was foisting on Bob Bigelow and Harry Reid and everybody else. Just read Lukaski's book that came out.
Yeah,
2
I
years
did,
ago.
and I was just
read-
shocked that this whole thing was
All
like
you got to
a
do is
thing.
read the forward by Harry Reid, the late Harry Reid. The first chapter, I'm not making it up. All swap never really was what it claimed to be. ATIP never existed. Completely made up word. Just ridiculous. Great Lou Elizondo ran a make-believe name company.
I always
that
get
had
in
no
trouble.
meaning.
I get nasty messages, Bob, because I say he ran a Pentagon UFO program in the land of make believe, and I get messages every time I say that. But it's true. Yeah,
Your readers, your viewers should become readers of a book called Blank Check by Tim Weiner.
Oh, I know that book. Yeah.
When I exposed with Geraldo Rivera years ago, right before Unsolved Mysteries, I moved from New York to LA. I worked for a show called Now It Can Be Told with Geraldo Rivera hosting. 1 year it was on, like a hard copy, current affair kind of thing, right? And we debunked in a half-hour episode the entire psychic warfare program.
Oh yeah, Stargate. Yeah, it was ridiculous. Men who stare at goats. That's basically the story. Yeah.
Hal Puthoff, the same guy behind some of that nonsense, is in TTSA.
Yeah, he's behind the TTSA thing, and he's behind Skinwalker, and he's behind Grusch, probably.
So my understanding,
yeah.
and I don't know, I didn't do all the work on this yet, because for the documentary we will, because we want to touch on all of it. The alien autopsy mirroring, what's going on right now with these people, and the former stuff with the New York Times leading to where we are now. So Politics is an important documentary, Stephen. I'm just going to chomp in right now and say, we're in a different world right now. When I used to go to the Fox network and present this stuff, they'd be like, Bob, we love this stuff. Now it's just 4 months ago, an executive there. Hey, Bob, we love what you did for the network years ago. We love what you're doing even now. We can never touch this now, UFOs anymore. Why not? Because cable television and other types of platforms have really lowered the standard.
Yeah,
and
they lowered the bar. Yeah.
The concept, two different executives kind of said it different ways. If we do your stuff on our air, we'll look like a cable or lower outfit. We're still broadcast. We're still respected. So the glomming on of this subject matter you call the paranormal and UFOs by cable TV outlets like History Channel, which for all intents and purposes has nothing to do with history.
You're right.
I'm not saying everything, but
well, no, they used to, but then they got a whiff of those ratings and they decided to just go all chips in.
Exactly.
And I know somebody that worked there who told me, if
anybody wants to have
as soon as we saw the Ancient Aliens ratings, the first few weeks of ratings, they launched 4 new series.
They might as
all
well
around the paranormal.
They might as well call the Ancient Aliens, the channel, Ancient Aliens channel. They might as well do that. And then leave History Channel to do like you see in the old Sopranos episodes. If you go back and watch Sopranos on Netflix or whatever, Tony Soprano's watching History Channel in 2000. It's like war stuff.
Yeah, my dad loved it. He loved World War II, and Vietnam stuff. So he loved the History Channel before they did the switch.
Exactly. So what happens now is that we have channels that have really just gone for the money, have given up their entire branding, okay? But now, because you can't get the funding from them to make a kind of show that I'm known to make, which costs several $100,000 to make, usually, if done well, not like these cheesy documentaries you see coming out from, like Stephen Greer. Stephen Greer shows up in my office in 1993 at Unsolved Mysteries. You're my young producer. I just moved from New York. I'm working on the Guardian story. I'm getting a few other stories going. I'm kind of an eager beaver producer there. I have a meeting set up with a person that will remain nameless. Okay. Just a UFO researcher. He's got a second guy coming with him.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
So the person in the front desk at Unsolved Mysteries just thought he was with him. So I said, who are you? My name is Stephen Greer. I'm a medical technician. I'm an EMT technician. And I'm going to be, with a matter of minutes, he's telling me he's going to be the biggest UFO researcher because he's got government contacts. And I'm sitting there going, I just had Bob Nathan from NASA. I've had people in my shows, major people.
Yeah.
You know, I don't
yeah.
need to hear that bullshit. I go, Mr. Greer, not doctor, right? Mr. Because he did say to call him doctor. Mr. Greer, what do you mean you're going to be the number one guy? Is this your goal? He pulls out a tape and he had a copy of the Guardian footage. I don't know where he got it. I said, number one, you put that in your freaking bag again. You never bring that tape out again. We have an exclusive with the guy who got the footage from this Guardian.
Yeah, you own the footage.
You better never let that out of your sight, which he didn't, okay? But I've been watching that guy build a complete farcical career, teaching people that he could communicate with flashlights, with UFOs, CE5 technology. Now he's giving lectures, he's giving whatever. But here's the killer. He makes documentaries by crowdsourcing it, never giving money back to the people, keeping the money that he does make from his fan base. And these are
and then he gets paid for this from the street. See, that's what people don't understand. And people have attacked me for, first of all, Bob, you know, I've been a video editor for probably 20 years now, early digital video adopter and everything. I made music videos for all kinds of people in Philadelphia. Like I'm not a professional video editor, but I can look at a film and tell you how much money's on the screen. And he collects $500,000, and then his film consists of a few sit-down interviews and stock footage.
Well, we don't have
half of the film is stock footage. The money's not going where he's saying, I need $500,000 to make a film. And then he makes a film that doesn't cost anywhere near that much, in my opinion. And then he gets paid. He puts it out for profit, and then he gets paid from all the streaming services.
Right. But what
YouTube
I love,
ads eventually when they put it on YouTube
but
and all this other
news.
stuff.
There is good news. There is good news. Screen Media, that I'm doing my films with for now, bought that company essentially that put out some of this stuff. They want to clean up their act simultaneously by me producing higher level documentary programming through that marketing technique. The other good news is that this company that approached me, they'll be bringing a definitive alien autopsy. It looks like, if we work it out, a definitive alien autopsy series that mirrors back all the things you're talking about for a major either cabler or platform.
Oh,
which
that would be awesome to see.
Great,
yeah,
it'll restart the thinking a little bit that this could well be a subject matter that people care about. So I'm really rooting for them to get either one of the broadcast networks or a cable outfit or a HBO Max or Hulu or whatever it might be. Someone needs to step up now and show people love this material. If it's done really well and journalistically and all that, it's great entertainment and it's informative, Steve. But here's what I want your people to know. If you've got 10 people watching or thousands, as you have all subscribers, a guy like me has to adopt a new method for producing. I have to go out now and raise 80% of what Fox would give me before. The company that I'm working with now will put up like 20% of the money, but they won't put up the full amount. So if people really want the good type of programming they know me to make, we're going to have to get some help. It could be from an investor. It could be from people just want to see it. And they get their money back. They get a bona fide agreement done with the SEC or those type of legalities. Very clearly.
That's a little better than just give me $500,000
Right.
and you never get to even see the accounting of that $500,000.
I'm working with
the money goes.
a New York lawyer who explained to me exactly what the rules are, how everybody has to kind of get their investment certificate. As soon as the money starts coming in, they get paid back their investment. If it's $5,000, they get back the $5,000 plus a 30% interest fee. And then they get a percentage of all the profits forever in perpetuity. Tell that to Stephen Ripoff Man Greer.
You said that, not me.
Oh, by the way, we will invite Stephen Greer to be in the documentary. We will invite all the people. Gary Nolan. I've asked Hal Puthoff to be interviewed already. Hal Puthoff, Bob, why are you being mean to me? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? Hal, I met you on the psychic stuff in the early 90s. Welcome back to my journalistic room, it's all about truth. How? Truth. Now, by the way, I don't know this to be true. I heard it's true from very knowledgeable sources. Hal Puthoff apparently was the go-between between Bob Bigelow and the guy who bought Skinner Oak Ranch.
Yeah, well, I think that's in print. That's actually in print somewhere.
Why was that? Why would Hal Puthoff operate as a escrow guy? What?
Yeah. Yeah, he's the one who approached Brandon Fugal and said, "Hey, do you want to buy a Hornet Ranch?" Basically.
Well, anyway, I just think because tonight was about alien autopsy somewhat, I want to make sure people realize there's going to be another round now. There is an attempt by these people, apparently in England, to continue their fraud, to convince people that there was, just so no one gets confused tonight before we end,
yeah.
When Santilli and the alien autopsy was revealed to be a fraud in my first show, World's Greatest Hoaxes, but we didn't debunk the brightly lit scene because we said we don't know who made that film. I found that filmmaker or special effects guy around 2002. He signed a non-disclosure agreement with me, or I should say I signed it, guaranteeing that I would never tell who he was until we got a full documentary so he could reveal the fraud. Santilli and the company in England called Warner Brothers UK, they rushed that movie out there called Alien Autopsy. And that established for everybody for all time the ridiculous claim that he had real film footage. He had a real cameraman played by Harry Dean Stanton, the late Harry Dean Stanton in the movie.
Yeah, and the reality is that when Bob pushed him to talk to the cameraman or get questions answered, they filmed a homeless man in a hotel room and made him pretend that he was the cameraman that filmed this alien autopsy.
The company that wants to maybe pact with me on this new series that will hopefully reestablish this programming on other channels besides History Channel, thank God. I mean, the bottom line is that you have what did you just say? I forgot what I said. You said something a second ago. I was going to comment on that. It was
the fake cameraman, homeless man.
When you hear how they concocted this, they didn't know I was searching for this special effects guy to expose all fraud, but I had already been on that track. So finally, I get a call. It was way before I found the guy. Way before. He calls me up, Ray Santilli, and he says, "Bob, get ready to go to New York. I'm living in California. I had no reason to go back to New York." He says, "I know you have your family in New York. Get ready to visit Mom." I said, "Ray, cut the crap. Why would I be going to New York?" At this point, New York Times wrote an article about our third broadcast. We hadn't done World's Greatest Hoaxes yet. So Ray said, "You go to New York. I'll meet you there, and you're going to meet the cameraman." I can't believe it. I tell Fox, "I'm on my way." They're chuckling. They don't believe. They don't trust this guy at all any more than I do. So I go to New York, and I told this company that wants to make this full series with me the story. So I'm not going to give it all away today, but the story is pretty basic. Ray doesn't show up. His underling Gary Shoefield shows up. I was supposed to walk into this hotel in Midtown Manhattan, which I did. While I'm walking into the lobby, this guy Gary Shoefield says, "Bob, I know you expected Ray to be here, but it's me. But you're about to meet the cameraman's son."
Oh, jeez. So you flew all the way to New York from California, 8-hour flight.
I said, "Gary, I'm fuming. I'm fuming now, you know. Gary, I travel 3,000 miles. And don't bring up my mother. Don't bring up my family. It has nothing to do with me living from New York. You wasted my time. You wasted Fox's time." Because no. I'm telling you, you gave us 25 questions. We had the cameraman look at them. The son helped film the cameraman. It's on tape. It's an interview. I go, "You gotta be kidding me." So, knock, knock, knock. Guy walks in. I'll save the rest for this other show.
Oh, he's the cameraman's son. Yeah, but it turns out to be
you know the history. I mean,
yeah, it turns out to be a homeless man. They paid in a motel room to pretend to be the cameraman. Yeah,
tried to convince me, but you gotta give them a little bit of credit. They recognize they gotta produce material. They can't just tell a story like Grusch. They have to develop something. So Fox is aware I'm in LA now. I got this guy, Gary Shufield, in a hotel room. So sure enough, the Fox executive, Mike, comes to the hotel, looks at the interview, goes, get out of here, we're leaving. This guy is sitting with a hat on. He's answering questions like, no, yes, maybe. And so when I saw the movie Alien Autopsy out of England, I was in shock. They had the audacity to brag how they faked me and the Fox network out. They didn't.
Yeah, and you were not fooled, and even in the least.
But get this one.
But he's really going to try to do a resurgence of this thing, because his original claim is that the footage was real, but it disintegrated, so they made a recreation. So what? Now he's going to show us the real footage, or
So
how are they going to continue this?
The catch is that I mentioned this first alien autopsy that has things coming out of the aliens' private parts and whatever. It's just really ridiculous. That's one part of the audacious, obvious, fraudulent nature of this stuff. But then the cameraman footage pushes it to a next level. However, the next level is if you watch the 17-minute autopsy, Bob Kiviat or Steve Camion, as Ray Santilli claims, and Gary Shufield claims, you can see in one particular sequence the real footage. Somehow the real footage is mixed together with the
recreation.
Footage,
oh, come on.
and he even points to where it is. Now, I will say this. When I show it either in my documentary feature as part of my alien autopsy story coverage to end it once and for all, which I intend to, or the company, which I probably prefer better, does the big series with me with that channel we're talking about, or that platform we're talking about, you're going to see this whole thing play out, Steve. You're going to see how.
Oh, that'll be interesting to get something new out of it.
Yeah,
you know.
You're going to see how ridiculous. And not only that, like I said, the audaciousness of these fraudsters needs to be looked at, because we might find other hoaxers come out in the next few years because of all this government tomfoolery and nonsense. You might see some other audacious hoaxes pop out. We pointed out in World's Greatest Hoaxes that as technology increases and video fakes, as we know, deep fakes, that's the next worry we have, right?
No, what about the AI stuff? Do you know there's already people that are making money? Third Phase of Moon made money off of fake Roswell images, and they were 100% AI generated. I knew it as soon as I looked at them, because there's still problems with the AI photo generators. They don't do feet well. They don't do hands well. They don't do people well in certain scenes. And so people are already faking UFO stuff with AI.
Here's the thing I want to leave your audience with. The reason why I could use the help from the public to make these things, sort of like, imagine PBS. When you watch PBS, and I know people are sensitive to, here's Bob coming on saying we need money for the production. Let's make it clear.
It's no different than people posting a GoFundMe and never giving anybody anything back.
Yeah, when people
it's
realize,
a better system. Yeah.
The opportunity that this marketing method allows people to be part of, which is they can get their investment back, they can feel part of something, they can help bring truth to the society that we live in, and they can have impact. You know, when you watch Nova or you watch PBS, and I still watch sometimes, Frontline, you see that corporations have to fund these documentary programs.
Yeah.
All kinds of grants and all that. Unfortunately, I want your viewers to know today, that is where we are. If you want crap, if you want the Grusches, I'm going to name them right now. Let's just go in linear order. The Gringers, the Corbells, I'm going to weaponize my imagination. You mean you're going to bullshit everybody with George Knapp's lower hanging fruit stories that can never go anywhere, in my humble opinion. Number two, if you want to make a difference, push back on these people. Say, look, you claim Grusch. Who is it you're talking about? What are they showing you? Give us some proof of what you're talking about. If you don't do that, you look ridiculous. Let's go back to the LA Times. When they did a Fox story about alien, and they mentioned alien autopsy a bunch of years ago, and they tagged the end of the article with, the story now is that it was reconstructed from a film that disintegrated, whoever. Why wouldn't that paper even if it took a couple of days, track down the claim, say, look, Santilli, where in the film is the real footage? You claim there's real footage in there. You claim it. Show me where. Now, spoiler alert, there is a place in that 17-minute autopsy that has puzzled me a little bit over the years. By no means does it mean it's a real alien or anything, but it looks slightly different. If that's what they're talking about, let's bring it up.
Well, couldn't it be that they spliced some footage from the other body that you mentioned? They made 2 latex bodies, so maybe they had 2 takes, and they could have spliced some of that in.
I would never say it's been conclusively debunked and conclusively done the right way, because these people are very shady. They don't really want to give you access to the full story.
Sure.
He's been claiming for the moment he appeared in 1995. Bob, we have real frames. Just show us a couple of frames, even.
Then he tried to sell one for $1 million recently, didn't he?
Not one frame, Steve. It was all that. What's that called? You're much more knowledgeable than me. What are those like digital? They're digital valuations. It's not even a real frame. He never showed a frame to anybody, like an auction. I forgot what it's called.
Oh, NFT. Yeah, an NFT. Yeah.
It was never proven he had any frames at all. In fact, he has failed miserably in presenting any concrete evidence. There was a cameraman from Cleveland. There was ever Elvis Presley footage that the guy claimed to be shooting, and that's why he tipped him. Hey, by the way, I got something else to show you, as Jonathan Frakes says for my words I wrote. I mean, it's a great story, but Steve, it's my responsibility to make sure, because I put that out there, to make sure it gets resolved. And it will be resolved, in my humble opinion, probably by that series that this other group wants to make. I believe that.
Yeah, I for one can tell you that I think I speak for everybody. I would totally watch a series that broke down like how this thing was created, the cultural impact, how you and others, how you brought in all these experts, and the aftermath of when it's fake, and the still attempts to profit from it, even after all these years, they're still trying to make money from that thing.
These are the most audacious hoaxers. If you study hoaxing, and you have to, Orson Welles, most people know him to be a great filmmaker. At the end of his life, he was really focused on what's real and what's not. He has a documentary called F is for Fake. You got to see this. It's a very unique documentary.
Oh, check it out. Yeah, I like Orson Welles.
He ties together art fakers. This one art faker who can imitate Picasso and imitate people, artists beautifully. And it took years to track this guy down and prove he was a fraud. Clifford Irving, the Howard Hughes fraud. I mean, there you go. Biography fraud. Not to mention, again, the Hitler Diaries.
The Hitler Diaries was a big one, yeah.
These are case studies, and Santilli is now, I believe, bar none, the most audacious of all.
Well, don't you think, listen, if it turns out that Grusch never comes through with any kind of an evidence, he's kind of close, though. But the cultural impact, one thing I was taking careful note of and noticing, I had a few people that are neighbors, friends, relatives that know what kind of a show I do ask me about this Dave Grusch thing, but only a very few, or maybe, actually, no, I probably had like 20 people. But when Alien Autopsy came out, everybody was talking about it. Like everybody.
I know.
It was so much more impactful. So
well,
I guess you're right.
Yeah, your memories of it are great. And I want to remind you, as a young guy, we brought in 2 of the top pathologists in the world.
I remember, yeah.
Now, truth be told, everybody thought I was kind of like, creating a little more mystique because I brought in Cyril Wecht, because he was well known to believe the JFK assassination was a conspiracy. But because of one particular piece of evidence, not so much the autopsy itself, it's the bullet that was laying on the gurney on where Governor Connolly was laying when they brought him to the hospital in the JFK assassination. Cyril Wecht felt that bullet that was a pristine, out of the box almost, laying on the gurney in the hospital, found by one of these,
how did that break skulls and
how did it
bones
go through bone off Connolly?
Yeah.
Kennedy's bone, it would be a mushed in front. So I believe that Cheryl Wecht might be a conspiracy monger, but he also would be very scientific, and he was. And then, of course, we have C.L. Milroy. This guy had done thousands of autopsies in England. He had no axe to grind. He was not a
Yeah, it was interesting that you got actual experts that have done a lot of autopsies to look at it.
Stan Winston said, which turned out to be true, God bless Stan. He said, I would hire this guy like that if it's fake, meaning it was a level that he could relate to of skill. He could relate to it. So that's why I called him on the way to the airing here on the West Coast, the premiere episode. I called Stan. I said, Stan, as a journalist and a producer, I must hear from you. One more time, tell me what you believe the autopsy looks like to you. He said, Bob, you heard me. If anybody ever came to me and said they made that, I would hire him like that.
That's
don't know.
Interesting. Yeah.
He says, I don't know how it was done, some parts of it. I'd like to know. It's Stan Winston we're talking about here.
Yeah. And
So
back then, and this is before
phones.
this is before everything was CGI.
Yeah. So I said to myself, going to the airing party that we had, I walked in, everybody was ready for the airing. I said, we're good. If Stan feels that, we're not saying it's real, but it justifies being on the Fox network in prime time. And the millions of people that tuned in for 5 different airings, as the executive Mike Darnell tells everybody that will ask, it ran 5 times, and he always says, and it rated every time, which means it got the ratings every time, almost the same rating. Imagine 60, 70 million people.
Stand by. I'm sorry. I was frozen there for a moment.
But 80 million people in the 3 airings, roughly.
Yeah, and I don't think that this Grusch interview got anywhere near that.
Oh my God. I don't even know what, Steve, I'll be frank with you. I came on today with a real goal to make sure people realize this is nothing compared to the buzz that was going on then, not just about alien autopsy, about the belief in UFOs. And there's a reason. We were seeing more and more videos being shot with home cameras than we're seeing now, to, like, I guess, the 10th degree, whatever, minus 10, whatever it would be. So something's going on. Like I said, we're going to do this series development. A group approached me, and they interested in the 100. We're going to call it something like the 100 greatest UFO video hotspots, where we're going to show people 100 videos shot all over the world and space that make this look like a joke. It is a joke. A joke.
I can't wait. I can't wait to see these new.
Your
projects.
kids are younger than mine, right? Your kids. My kids came over recently, and they're watching one of my specials, UFOs Caught on Tape 1, and one of the kids goes, "Dad, there's more footage here."
It beats those 3 TTSA footage things.
It's unbelievable.
That were all turned out to be nothing burgers.
Yeah, I thought when I saw this breaking, I thought it would last a few weeks. I thought a journalist would get involved. Not one.
Well, the problem with the story keeping going here is that there's nothing else for the true believers. So that's just going to go with this, this guy said it, so let's wait for evidence. And now there's supposed to be hearings. And one of the things that's disturbing to me is that if anybody of any different other belief system wanted to waste taxpayer dollars on their belief system, we would not allow that. If the Scientologists went to Congress and said, we want you to prove Xanadu's real and that Scientology is awesome, we wouldn't do that. But the UFO people are doing it.
Only because you brought it up. By the way, I love your show because we can talk about almost anything, and it's great. Scientology has taken on a whole new advertising campaign. Have you seen what's going on television? I don't know if you watch it.
No.
I watch a lot. The reason that I watch pretty much only live sports. Me and my kids love baseball. We love sports. My 2 kids are sports management gurus. They're going to be into that field. The bottom line is, when you watch live sports these days, invariably during the NBA playoffs, you're going to see these Scientology commercials, and they're trying to gloss it up and sound like it's, hey, dude, you're talking about a religion that believes alien entities have somehow come into our bodies.
Yeah.
And need to be
They don't
taken
tell
out.
you that until you're $500,000 in.
And he claims, come down, check us out. Well, the first thing I would do if I saw a commercial like that in prime time during the NBA finals would be, I want to see where you keep the alien research. I want to see where you keep the little researchers, whatever you claim, these things coming into the bodies that you got to remove. But here's what I don't understand. Journalists like the New York Times, they didn't even know that Hal Puthoff is believed to be, was, or probably still is, a Scientologist. Now, the only reason I know that is in the pre-interviews with our CIA expert, he's going to point out, if it's truth be told, truth seekers, that there's a Scientology angle to a lot of this fraud going on. So I think there's two religions in the world, Steve, and I'm not going to talk about the other one today. But I think people will figure it out if they study me a little bit and go to the internet and see things about, I've been involved in different things the last 5 years or so, let's say. There's two religions that seem to not give a crap about truth and aliens. And that's Scientology. L. Ron Hubbard is a science writer. He made up
Science
Scientology.
fiction, yeah.
He made it up like he's writing a book, Dianetics. And then we have this other religion that comes out of upstate New York, where I come from, where I'm from. You know, I went to school, college, journalism degree in upstate New York. And that's where this other religion came from. And that religion doesn't have a problem talking about plates that maybe have given.
Oh yeah, I was going to ask you. So the Mormons, there's a lot of people in Scientology. Well, listen, we've talked about religion here. It's okay. I'll be respectful, but there's a lot of people involved in the UFO world that are either Scientologists or Mormons, both of which have very specific beliefs in alien life and things. So it could be an influence.
Hey, by the way, I'll throw one other genre or business that seems to be prolific in the world you're talking about, Salt Lake City. It would be network marketing.
Oh yeah, they're big on that.
Amway, Newskin. Look into this. The idea that you could bamboozle people for money if it comes with the right intentionality, i.e. your own religious beliefs are maintained, your connection to God, let's say, is maintained because you're doing something for the benefit of mankind, but lying is okay. As long as
I mean, I lost a friend to Scientology years ago, and he still all chips in, and and it's unfortunate, but this guy runs around trying to recruit people, and occasionally I still see him. He still lives in the area, and I asked him one time, do you tell people about the Xanadu and the entities stuck on them when they first start? They don't. Yeah, the Thetas. They don't do that. They come at you and make you take these courses that are like $100 on effective communication, improving your family life, and things like that seem very harmless. And some people do get some benefit from these sort of self-help things, but they make you plow money at them, and they pressure you to max out your credit card. They do so many destructive things.
You can hear now what you just
and
said.
He doesn't tell people that. And he said, no, they'll Scientology will save the world if we could just get this many people clear. And so he's just lost.
Listen, not only is alien autopsy a great mirror to what's happening right now, but what you're describing right now gives like license to people like Stephen Greer and Elizondo and Corbell and all these people to put out bullshit, because you know what? Those religions, they're backing bullshit also. So what the hell? Let's just throw bullshit around. The problem is there is a real UFO phenomenon. There's no doubt there's a UFO
I absolutely agree with you. Yeah.
Presidents have said it. People in the highest levels of the government, not these people. I have an interview that I cherish in UFOs Caught on Tape #1 for Fox. Admiral Bobby Ray Inman, former director of the National Security Agency, deputy director of the CIA, #2 at the CIA. He goes into an entire analysis of our videos that we put on the Fox network. He says he's been misquoted by believers before. That's why he wants to come on the show. I say that to all the people I'll be interviewing, whether it be Gary Nolan, Hal Puthoff. You get your chance to say what you want, but listen, don't blank around here, because if guys like Admiral Inman, who was thought to be maybe Secretary of Defense, but passed up with Clinton, but was going to be before the New York Times, William Safire wrote a bad article about him and didn't want to expose his family to it. He was going to be a Secretary of Defense. This guy who ran 2 of our spook agencies basically is telling the world, I can't explain that footage over Mexico. I can't explain that footage over Air 51. I think they may be military, but I don't know. And those are the kind of videos I want people to start hearing about, talking about. And it looks to me like we have to kind of skip over this 2016 Trump-induced, I believe, almost like psychosis on America.
I mean, I call it the false disclosure movement. You know, they promised us all kinds of things, and all we got was 3 grainy videos that took 5 years to figure out were worthless.
But anyway,
but everybody filled their pockets with lots of UFO dollars, Bob. So it can't be. It's not all bad. If you're the guy selling the stories, you know.
That's why I want people to understand that if they want to enlist me to go out and try to get to all the facts and put into a nice package box called a show or a series, we need a little bit of help. The parameters have changed. The goalposts have changed.
I get that.
There are these streaming models that require self-financing, areas that I've not had to worry about before. Now I do. And so if people have even the slightest interest in contacting me, it's very easy to do, either through Steve or I guess we'll figure out a way Steve will list something. Try to get in contact with me, because we're not talking about a lot of money here. And we can get enough people together and make the Greers, the Corbells, and all that leave the goddamn playing field. Let's get people that know how to do this stuff, who are top journalists, who have been working for major organizations. One last thing on this whole point. Mike Darnell, the Fox executive for Alien Autopsy, and many of my shows, all my shows really at Fox, he goes to the TV Academy to be honored for like the leadership in reality TV, American Idol, and all that stuff he's done at Fox 5 years ago. So he's being honored at the TV Academy. And right away, the host of this thing goes, Mike, it all began with Alien Autopsy. Let's take a look. They show a piece and everyone talks. And who's not going to watch that? Who's not going to watch that? So Mike then says the story about me bringing the footage to him and everything else. But he says the one thing that I really want people to hear. We had to cover the alien vagina. Now, look, both the first film that shows it was a fraud completely, with the things being pulled out of the alien vagina, or the bright lit scene that we know called the alien.
You said orifice before, and I was thinking they were pulling something out of its ear. Now hear we're pulling it out of the vag.
We're talking female here, okay? So Mike said something at the TV Academy, which is on video. We're going to show probably in our show, or maybe the guys that did the series on Alien Autopsy will show it. And Mike says, now when we aired it the second time, it rated really high the first time. So they say, you can show the brain. You can show the brain. He's like, you can show the brain now. You can show more of the brain. But he goes, my broadcast standards, that's right, broadcast standards made me digitize the area by there. He says, but when you saw the footage, there was nothing there. But now when you put that there, it looks like something's there. Now, it's a true and not true. There was something there.
The mystery of the alien vag.
It looked female to me in the lower part, and there were no breasts on the body. So they really were playing around here, whoever did this, right? But he mentions broadcast standards. Thank you. When we make shows for NBC,
there's no standards now. They're gone.
There's no one even watching. I want your people, if they invest a little bit in me to make this next feature doc, right? Do you know that I still feel Darlene, her name is Darlene L. We won't share the last name. I still have Darlene L in my brain, always. What will Darlene think? Darlene was a broadcast standards maven at Fox Network. Literally, she watched every show and made notes of every second. And if she saw one frame, one picture, one thing that didn't look right, a claim that wasn't. It was all vetted.
Yeah.
Steve.
Now the
Where's
problem
the
is
vetting now?
everything since then seems to be just very believer based, and there's no pushback, no verification, there's no
It's all
fact
money.
checking. Yeah,
It's all money. Nobody cares. Clickbait article started off the New York Times. The first moment I read it that Saturday or Friday, it was released on the internet. You could tell it was a paltry job of investigation. They gave Hal Puthoff this illustrious background government guy. Are you kidding me? He scammed the government with CIA faking around. I mean, psychic evidence that really didn't match.
He wasted a lot of taxpayer money on that garbage. Yeah.
Yeah, and he wasn't the only one. There was another guy named Alexander. Have you heard about him?
Yes. Yeah.
So whether you have, I'm naming names now, Steve. We're about to do this politics feature doc. We're shooting interviews starting this month. We're going to do Mandela Effect at the same time we're doing this one. That's the other movie with Screen Media. We are absolutely gearing up for major production. So if everybody wants to make a little extra money. What's wrong with having a piece of a movie that you see a residual income every month? Maybe you invested $5,000 in this movie, and maybe you got back your $5,000 and your 30% back right away. But every month you're getting a little check, $500.
Yeah, with this economy, everybody needs some extra
Who doesn't
income.
want that? So we're giving people the opportunity to come into Hollywood the right way. And by the way, we don't need Darlene L as our broadcast standards. We already think like that. We're not even going to change one bit. We want to make sure no one at home streams the movie and contacts me the next day going, look, you made a mistake. That's not true. That's not right. I'm always worried about being found out or not doing my homework properly as a writer, journalist. So where are the people that care about that, Steve? I don't know where they are anymore. No one seems to care about that.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that you're going to be making new projects, and pleasure to have you here. Don't be a stranger. Thank you for coming. We appreciate it. Yeah.
And look, like if anyone contacts you, like I said, everything is very above board.
Yeah, I might. By the way, I know somebody that may be very interested, so I'll email you off air.
We're ready to shoot next month, so we love you. By the way, we'd love to have you involved. We think of all the shows to profile in the movie. I think Truth Seeker says it all. I think there's definitely a spot.
Yeah, that would be my pleasure. That would
love
be
to turn it around on you.
All right, Bob. Well, thank you very much. And after I throw you out of here, you can just close down your browser and you're good. So don't be a stranger. Thank you so much for what you're doing. Have a good evening. All right. All right. What a great conversation, friends. Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back, old friends and all of the new friends. I've been noticing quite an uptick in new subscribers lately. So if you're new to our channel, welcome to you especially. And of course, welcome to many of you who have been here for quite some time. Tonight, we'll be discussing the disciples of disclosure, principally among them, David Grusch, who made some spectacular claims recently about alien crash retrieval programs and non-human bodies. And I think it's very interesting that the disciples of disclosure went too far this time. In my opinion, they manipulated members of Congress into hearing them out and hearing their evidence. And then they did a hearing that was almost entirely devoid of any evidence. Granted, two pilots, one of whom saw something on a radar screen that he couldn't explain, and the other who saw something he could not explain. But David Grusch is the person who, of course, made these absolutely fantastical claims of aliens and alien crash retrieval programs. And yet, it's been almost 90 days since he first did this interview with News Nation. And despite the many claims of him having all of this evidence, and these claims were being made both by him and, of course, the people that were profiting and promoting his story the most. And what I find interesting is that it is a absolute 100% fact that every person that was promoting and profiting from Dave Grusch's story and coming out as a supposed whistleblower have all been caught selling provably fake stories before. And we have seen the methodology that they use. They overhype and they underdeliver. Inevitably, they overhype and sensationalize stories so much that when it comes time to actually show the proof that the story is a true story, they inevitably underdeliver, which always leads to the big letdown when people realize, oh, this is just a story. There's no evidence attached to this story, and there is no there there. And we have been here so many times before, and we'll be here again. But I find it interesting that currently we are approaching 90 days now since Dave Grusch claimed that he had all of this evidence. Well, why can't we see any of it? Well, there's convenient excuses for why he can't show us any of the evidence. And let me just be clear in saying that I do believe that there are abuses of power and money that take place within the black budget world. Could he have found some of those abuses of power and money? Certainly. But he is essentially claiming that people are stealing from the United States government to fund these UFO-related programs. And I can't say I disagree with that either. After all, it is my personal belief that Harry Reid and friends, Bob Bigelow and all of those guys, stole $22 million from the United States government and gave us a bunch of reports about werewolves and dino beavers and poltergeists, as well as UFOs happening at the famous Skinwalker Ranch, which I call the Skinwalker scam. So it wouldn't be the first time that someone, in my opinion, has stolen money from the United States government in order to study wackadoo nonsense. We also have TTSA that, in my opinion, has stolen millions of dollars by some reports from the United States military to study so-called UFO crash retrieval materials, which is affectionately known as ARTS parts. They weren't alien back when, they were never proven to be alien or material not of this earth back when Linda Moulton Howe was selling that fake story. But TTSA purchased the parts, which essentially amount to manufacturing waste, junk, garbage purchased that garbage metal fragment junk from Linda Moulton Hale for $35,000 and then entered into a multi-million-dollar contract with the United States military, who wanted to study this strange, perhaps otherworldly material. Well, it's been several years, I believe, since that relationship started. So one may question then, where is the evidence of the original claims that were made by TTSA in order to entice the government into, in my opinion, wasting money on garbage pieces of metal? No, it would not be the first time that people, in my opinion, have stolen taxpayer dollars to study wackadoo nonsense that they believed in or believed was alien. So perhaps Mr. Grusch uncovered just such a program where people were taking money from the United States government and studying whatever unidentified aircraft, drones, incursions into U.S. airspace by unknown aerial objects. It doesn't mean that that's proof of alien visitation on Earth. And this is the problem that I have. These people make huge fantastical claims, and then they get upset when people demand evidence for their huge fantastical claims. Now, one group of people who are not demanding evidence, and I think this group of people is the exact group of people that should be demanding evidence, is the disciples of disclosure. You know, I hear a lot of excuses for why Grusch can't show us any evidence. It's been almost 90 days. In 2 weeks, ladies and gentlemen, it will be 90 days since Dave Grusch has made these fantastical, out of this world claims of alien technology in possession, being possessed by the United States government, and even non-human biologicals or non-human bodies. Yeah, I would think that if he actually gave a bunch of people in the United States government proof that those things were true, it would leak and we would have heard about it. And yet it hasn't. Additionally, some congressional staffers heard Mr. Grusch's so-called classified testimony. Remember, he claims that he can't share the information about the evidence that he has because it could be related to classified projects. Yet the United States government, the DOD, cleared him to talk about alien crash retrievals, to talk about non-human bodies and spaceships. Therefore, none of that is classified. Why then does he constantly cop out? Is this like the Lou Elizondo NDA cop out? Every time people demanded evidence of claims made by Lou Elizondo, he copped out. Well, I have these NDAs and my security clearance, so I can't say any more. It's very convenient. If you're going to stand in the public sphere on a worldwide stage and claim that the government's in possession of alien technology, then you damn well better provide some evidence of the claims that you are making. And I don't think that it is a stretch or unfair for people to demand evidence when people are making such fantastical claims. In fact, I believe that they should expect people to demand evidence if you're going to claim that. You know, if I stood in my town square and told everybody there was a werewolf in this town, people would want evidence of the werewolf, right? They wouldn't just go, oh yeah, there must be evidence of a werewolf because this guy said there is. That's testimony. That's evidence. Testimony is evidence. All of the garbage excuses for Grusch fall apart under scrutiny. And now we see the entire circus that is around this Dave Grusch story is it's quite laughable, to be honest with you. We've got a mental patient that forgot to mention that he was confined to a mental institution, you know, a few years ago, testifying before Congress that we're in possession of alien technology, and he's got all this evidence and proof, but he can't show it to us. Then we've got Ryan Graves, who's got his own UFO organization, and he's trying to get government contracts to study UFOs. And now he's going to be teaming up with the biggest UFO hoaxer, perhaps in human history. I don't know. It's close between Jaime Maussan, who he's teaming up with, and Third Phase of Moon. So I would ask you, is Ryan Graves any different than Third Phase of Moon? They also work with Jaime Maussan, and they're big hoaxers. So, you know, what is really going on here? And then, of course, we've got David Fravor, who said that some of these people are just trying to make money, and you shouldn't believe them, essentially. And then, of course, we have Ross Coulthart, who has been caught just by us, 3 separate 100% completely and totally fake stories we caught him selling. 3. You know, the track record of the people who are peddling this story is not good. We've got Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp, who's also been caught selling completely and totally 100% fake stories about aliens and UFOs. Those guys have been caught selling fake stories too. And Leslie Kane and Blumenthal got the Lou Elizondo story completely and totally 100% factually wrong. Lou Elizondo never ran a $22 million secret Pentagon UFO program. He had no assigned responsibilities around UFO when he worked at the Pentagon. Apparently, Lou Elizondo ran a Pentagon UFO program that was funded to $22 million in the land of make-believe. But none of this is supposed to matter. And if you're a disciple of disclosure, you know, you have to just go by faith. The trust me, bro school of aliens are real, and the disclosure movement. In order to believe in this disclosure movement, you have to throw away all critical thinking. You have to ignore that all of these people have been caught selling 100% completely and totally provably fake stories before. And by the way, I'm not arguing with anybody on that point. Those are the facts. And you can cry and complain, right? Or make excuses for them. And by the way, why would you make excuses for someone who keeps deceiving you? Deceiving you in order to profit. And I get it. I talked to someone I'm friendly with today who's way on the disclosures, disciples side and a big believer. And he said, well, you know, they're not hurting anybody. I never gave those guys any money, but you did. And he said, no, I didn't. I said, yeah, you did. No, I didn't. I said, have you watched any of their videos on YouTube? Oh, yeah, I watch all their videos on YouTube. Then you're giving them money. We live in an attention-based economy. And if these people can use deceit, deception, and manipulation in order to sell completely and totally fake stories with monetized ads on YouTube, in my opinion, it's a form of consumer fraud. And they are stealing from people because we live in an attention-based economy. The more attention that you pay these people, the more money they will continue to make. And it's just a sad but true world that we live in now, that if a person can generate attention on themselves by making absolutely fantastical claims, there will be some financial reward, regardless of the ethics or the ethical implications of making completely and totally false claims. And then, you know, things get shady and murky very quickly. Does Dave Grusch know that his claims are false or without merit or without evidence? Or was he convinced by a group of UFO profiteering whores who sell fake stories constantly that all of this is real and he should become a front man and a thought leader? We heard a quote from him. He wants to be a thought leader in this space. Which to me equates to, I'm a guy that doesn't want a job. I just want to talk about UFOs and make huge tons of money. And we've already seen that Mr. Grusch had a documentary deal in place before he ever became a public figure. He already had a documentary deal in place. According to sources who heard the meeting that they had, Ross Coulthart, Gary Nolan, and Dave Grusch had with a Canadian member of parliament. They already had a documentary deal as of May 15th. So is this really about disclosure, or is this about making a lot of money off of stupid people? Is this really about disclosure, or is this just about those UFO dollars? Because let's be very clear. It is a billion-dollar industry selling stories about UFOs and aliens and spooky stuff. It is a billion-dollar industry. And I have become more and more cynical. And, you know, it's interesting. I was in a space with UFO Shane, and Lou Jimenez was there, and UFO Shane was having like a breakdown because he really thought this whole time that David Fravor was one of the good guys and an ethical person and that he cared about disclosure. And then comes the stunning revelation that Ryan Graves will be working with literally one of the biggest UFO hoaxers in the history of UFOs. Scott Brown from In the Field did a graphic and showed 43, or was it 45, completely and totally fake stories that Jaime Maussan has pushed and profited from. I think the most famous one was the Nazca alien mummy stories, in which I don't know if Jaime Maussan paid off the people that did this, but somebody robbed a bunch of graves of human remains and bones and skulls and animal remains they got somewhere. And then they glued together an artificial creature, plastered it all up, made it look like an alien mummy. And Jaime Maussan made huge amounts of money pushing that story. There was a documentary on Gaia TV. That's how you know a story is fake. If it's on Gaia TV, it's fake. And by the way, you know, I'm aware of a paid government, an admitted paid government disinformation agent in the form of Richard Doty, who's on Gaia TV talking about reptilian aliens ruling the world now. And he's there every week, right? Every week, new episodes with a known paid government disinformation agent, admittedly, telling stories about aliens for money. Is any of this starting to, you know, sound shady to anybody else, or am I the bad guy here? Because I've been the bad guy for simply pointing out the logical problems with all of this and the lack of evidence and the shady nature by which these stories are generated, promoted, and profited from. And we'll continue to point these things out despite, you know, we call it the truth tax here. I could make hundreds or thousands or tens of thousands, perhaps, orders of magnitude more income here for our show if I just kept my mouth shut about all of these problems with the supposed disclosure movement, right? And isn't it interesting that all these people that are profiting the most won't debate someone like me or Mick West or Stephen Greenstreet or anybody, Michael Shermer or anybody else who's very skeptical of the claims being made. You know, if your faith-based religion is so lacking in evidence that you know it will fall apart under debate or scrutiny, yeah, you got to run away from debate and scrutiny. But we see time and time again when these people are scrutinized, we get to see what happens. We saw Linda Moulton Howe completely destroyed over one question about one fake story she sold of many, many fake stories. She literally fell apart after one question because she lives in a delusion bubble like many people falsely tell her what great work she's doing all the time, tell her what a great job she does selling those fake stories. So, you know, some of these disciples of disclosure live in a delusional fantasy world where they're doing good things, bringing people the truth. But all their stories are based on deception, manipulation, lies, and lies by omission. So what truth are they offering you? They aren't offering you truth. They're offering you a stupid form of entertainment for very stupid people. And I'm sorry, if you are not scrutinizing these people who get caught time and time and time and time and time again selling completely and totally fake stories, then you are part of the problem. What if everybody shut off Linda Moulton Howe and Jeremy Corbell and Ross Coulthart and all the other people that just keep getting caught selling fake stories? What if everybody absolutely refused to click on any of their videos? Their money would dry up and they would be gone in a few months or a year. They'd be completely gone without the constant attention being heaped upon them by stupid people. So, sorry, not sorry, I blame a lot of stupid people for why these grifters are still here and why these grifters continue to take advantage of this entire subculture, and why they continue to profit unfairly, unethically, and if you ask me, illegally from 100% completely and totally fake stories. There reaches a point where it's not just lazy reporting, it's not just negligence. There reaches a point where it's very clear that these people do what they do, manipulating available data to sell the story. They do it on purpose. You mean to tell me that Jeremy Corbell investigated that flare story for 2 years and he didn't know that the government was dropping flares during a military exercise at the exact date and the exact time of that UFO sighting, and he just by mistake left that out of all of his original reporting? And they investigated the story for 2 years with multiple journalists helping them, remember? No, there is a purposeful intent to deceive happening here. And like any good con, you got to play dumb if you get caught. That's what they do. They use the hoaxer dunce defense. I'm so stupid, I didn't know how to check if there was military exercises going on there, Stephen. Even though John from the Black Vault and Mick West found those 5 minutes after we aired our story. 5 minutes is all it would take to figure out what that object was and to confirm that it was not a UFO. But hey, don't ever let things like facts and evidence, if you want to be a good UFO con artist grifter, don't ever let something like facts and evidence get in the way of a good story you can sell. You just do the lie by omission. Hype up the story and forget to tell everybody about those military flares and exercises that were going on. Right? Do you know how many thousands of dollars Jeremy Corbell made from that story? I don't know exactly, but he made thousands and thousands of dollars from that completely and totally 100% fake story. Wasn't a UFO, it was flares. And that's the big letdown, right? And what did Corbell do in order to make those thousands and thousands of dollars? He overhyped and over-sensationalized. He manipulated the available data, including doing a huge lie by omission. Oh, we forgot to tell you about those flares being dropped by the military right at the exact time, at the exact date, and at the exact location of this UFO sighting we're selling as a craft, an alien craft. I have reached a point of just literally laughing at all of this. All of it. I laugh at it now. I don't really have a choice because this UFO circus has become exactly that. It is a circus of ridiculousness. But again, if you're one of the disclosure disciples, all you have to do is ignore all of the facts that I just gave you and pretend that these people are not. You have to pretend they're not scumballs that are deceiving people on purpose in order to line their pockets with UFO dollars. So, more and more, that's why I called tonight's episode Disciples, Dave Grusch and the Disciples of Disclosure, because this is a faith-based belief system. This is not based on evidence because there is none. This is not based on, verifiable proof because there is none. This is a faith-based belief system, much like a religion or a cult. And of course, there are the cultic aspects of people using fair game tactics from Scientology to destroy critics of their faith-based religion or UFO cult. These disciples of disclosure have doxed people, threatened people, intimidate people, harassed people. And what was the crime of the people they doxed, threatened, intimidated, and harassed? Well, those people told the truth to the disciples of disclosure, and they didn't like that. for a bunch of truth seekers who are so concerned with disclosure and government transparency, when someone actually tells them the truth about what is really going on here, and by the way, we do our best to bring you the truth, they get attacked, threatened, intimidated, humiliated. You know, let's pull out any bit of dirt that we can find on that person to discredit them. Let's threaten their family, their wives, their children, their livelihoods. Let's call their work and get them fired from their jobs because we don't like them screwing up our delusion. And make no mistake about it, if you are ignoring all the facts that we lay out for people here, then you are living in a delusional fantasy land. And this, my friends, is the problem. And I just want to put on the record that this time the disciples of disclosure have gone way too far. This Grusch story is a huge bluff. And there's going to be consequences. Did you disciples of disclosure think that you could wheel a mental patient into Congress to say, aliens are real and we've got bodies and we've got spaceships? And I talked to people who told me that the aliens are real. Did you disciples of disclosure think that you could wheel a mental patient into Congress and say those things? And then after almost 90 days, he still has not provided any evidence whatsoever for the claims he made in public to the public? Did you really think that you could just bluff your way through this with no evidence, no proof, no names? Remember what we were told. This guy's going to name the names of the programs. He's going to name the names of the people that are running the programs and working on the programs. He's going to name the project names and the locations. He's going to name it all. He's going to blow the whistle. This guy has the quiet. He must have a dog whistle because no one can hear him blow his whistle because his whistle, it's like a defanged wolf. This guy is. He is like a defanged wolf. Declaw a wolf, defang a wolf. That wolf is no threat. David Grusch is zero threat. Let's go out on a limb here and say maybe he is right. Maybe the government does have possession of alien bodies and they're lying to us. They're hiding it. Maybe the government does have intact alien spacecraft and they're lying to us and they're hiding it. Well, what you need in order to break through and get actual disclosure and make them admit it is you need smoking gun overwhelming evidence that they have been lying to us. Smoking gun overwhelming evidence that they have alien spaceships, that they have alien bodies. And instead, what we get is Grusch, who is no threat to secrecy when he's not willing to put his own balls on the line here and break security oaths or whatever he has to do to show us the evidence or the proof. If he's so sure he has all this evidence or proof, why doesn't he drop it? Oh, here come the excuses. He's doing it the legal way, Stephen. Did Snowden do it the legal way? This man is no whistleblower. He's a mental case. And now you dummies who wheeled a mental case into Congress just screwed disclosure for the next 5 years. Because now members of Congress are essentially saying they're not doing any more hearings. This was an embarrassment, according to some members of the United States government. This entire hearing was an embarrassment to the government. Why? Because they let a mental patient talk about alien bodies and crash retrievals and aliens, and then the guy didn't have any evidence or proof that he could share. Oh, not in an open hearing. It's all classified. No, it's not classified. It's not classified. DOD said he could talk about alien bodies, crash retrieval programs, all of that. They cleared him to talk about that. Therefore, none of that is classified. Now, do I think perhaps he might have found some financial irregularity? Sure. They lose trillions of dollars a year, but that's not proof of alien bodies and alien crash retrievals or any of this stuff. There's no proof. He's shown zero proof, unless you count a pretty sure a case which most people that are serious researchers on this topic are pretty sure is a completely and totally fake story, because William Brophy was involved in that Italian Mussolini story. And William Brophy is a proven bullshitter who makes up stories for profit, money, and he wanted to become famous. He is responsible for the Trinity UFO hoax case that just embarrassed Jacques Vallée. One clue that it was a fake story would be that Paulina was his co-author. She believes everybody. She believes Bob Lazar and Billy Meyer and Jonathan Reed and all of for David Adair. She believes all the frauds. So his only proof that he offered were some quite likely hoaxed documents. And of course, that story came from Lou Elizondo. So where is his evidence? Where is his proof? Where did he become so clear? Yeah, I'm just going to share this as well. So the members of Congress are understandably embarrassed that you idiots wheeled a mental patient into a congressional hearing who had no evidence and no proof of huge fantastical claims he made. For 3 years, says Lou reviews, we were told and encouraged to contact and push the importance of UFOs to this committee when it comes to disclosure. Today, it means nothing. Why? Because the HOC wants nothing to do with dubious claims made by unreliable narrators. FYI, Schumer doesn't care. The Senate Majority Leader spearheaded UFO legislation, and some folks are saying Congress is stepping back because one committee in the House can't have another hearing. Yeah, that's the important committee that we were all told we had to pressure for disclosure. And now these disciples of disclosure have embarrassed the people involved with this congressional hearing so much that they want nothing to do with UFOs now. We may never get another committee hearing in that committee. We may never get another congressional hearing from that committee on UFOs. Why? Because you clowns, you disciples of disclosure, wheeled a proven mental patient into a congressional hall to tell fairy tales about aliens and alien bodies and offer zero evidence and zero proof. Oh, and you forgot to tell everybody that guy was a mental patient before you wheeled him in there, right? So then after the hearing, it comes out that he's a mental patient. And now everybody that participated in that hearing, all the Congress people look like idiots. Why didn't they vet him and know that he was a mental patient? So now they're all embarrassed and they're all taking a huge step back, hands off the UFO topic. We don't want to talk about UFOs no more. Well, except for a few diehards like Tim Burchett, who, by the way, is launching his own UFO podcast, right? All profiteers and whores. This world is filled with UFO profiteers and whores, including Burchett. So this is where we are at, friends, and this is where we find ourselves. And the disciples of disclosure don't realize, they don't think that what they're in is a religion or a cult, but it is. And I found some interesting comments on that very thing from well-known skeptic Michael Shermer. So we're going to put our fair use banner up. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public and critiquing the video that we are sharing. This is being used for educational purposes. So certainly that is covered under fair use. This is a piece by Michael Shermer called Why Believing in Aliens is Religion in Disguise. See, a lot of these disciples of disclosure don't know they joined a cult, but they did.
So one of my recent columns in Scientific American is what was called Sky Gods for Skeptics, or as I used to call it, aliens for atheists. Basically, the idea is that aliens and extraterrestrials in our imagination, we haven't found any yet. So they're all in our imagination.
Yeah, that's an important part of the whole story. Aliens are imaginary so far. Until somebody proves 100% with smoking gun evidence and proof that other intelligent species exist in the universe outside of us, aliens are imaginary.
Are often portrayed as these almost godlike deities. You know, they're super advanced technologically, scientifically, morally. You know, they've somehow overcome war and poverty and these sorts of things. And so I got to thinking about this. It's very similar to the religious impulse, which is that we're not alone. There is something out there more powerful than us.
And that's a very good point. And by the way, you know, I have been highly criticized for being a Christian, you know, because people come to me and say, well, there's no evidence of that, Stephen. Touche. So, you know, maybe I'm a cult member as well with a faith-based belief system. But so are you if you're one of the disciples of disclosure.
Who knows about us and cares about us, who loves us. You know, that's the kind of deep religious impulse. We're not alone. And that's the same impulse people get when they think about extraterrestrials. Even so, and the crux of my article in Scientific American was there was a new paper published that showed that people that have this longing, you know, so there's variation in this. Some people have more of that longing than others. Those that have that longing but are not religious are more likely to believe extraterrestrials are out there.
There you have it. People who have that longing but are not religious people are more likely to believe that extraterrestrials are out there than people who are religious. And I really do think that you know, aliens for atheists is a very good point. They're always depicted as super technologically advanced, super spiritually advanced, and by the way, how do we know all of this? Where is the evidence to support that? What if there's aliens out there and they're in a caveman stage of existence like we were thousands or tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands or millions of years ago? Why can't there be aliens that are out there that are less technologically advanced than us? Why are they always depicted as more technologically advanced than us? And usually always depicted as much, much more spiritually evolved than us, ethically evolved than us, right? Interesting.
In other words, if you have the religious beliefs, you know, God, Jesus, Muhammad, whatever your religion is, you don't really need the aliens. So you're satisfied with that. But if you don't have that, then you're more likely to go for the extraterrestrial hypothesis as a viable one in the sense that it makes me feel good. Because let's face it, religions have no more evidence for God than scientists have for extraterrestrials. It's all imagination and speculation based on reason and logic and arguments, but we still don't have any empirical evidence. So sure.
Yeah, I don't know. Arguments can be made against that. After all, you know, verifiable miracles may be considered evidence of God. Prophecy being fulfilled may be considered evidence of God. You know, I don't know. I, for one, have a hard time with even the thought of atheism. Maybe it's just too ingrained in me growing up Catholic and having all that Catholic brainwashing. Some call it. They called it an education. I have a hard time wrapping my brain around atheism, and you know, I look at the dials of the universe and how perfectly everything works. And I can't imagine that this vast universe was all just an accident and a perfect one.
Short of that, I find it interesting that that it becomes sort of an emotional appeal, or you know, a deep desire for us to feel like there's somebody else out there, and I'm not alone. And let's face it, that does feel good, and there's nothing wrong with that. But we should always suspend judgment until we actually have evidence for this. We may be the only ones in the cosmos that are sentient beings, and if so, all the more reason we should care for our world and each other, because that would mean this is it.
Yeah. So interesting thoughts from well-known skeptic Michael Shermer. He, by the way, he's very skeptical of religion too, not just aliens. So, but I think that's a fair assessment. I got in a lot of hot water for saying that there's more evidence. There's more evidence that demons are real than evidence that aliens are real. And I'm sure that, you know, people like to debate that issue with me. Maybe after you see my report on demons and demonology and exorcisms, you'll feel differently. See the available evidence and be aware of it all before you make snap judgments. It's always best to have facts in hand before putting mouth in gear. A much wiser man than I once taught me that. So back to all of the people pushing these fantastical fairy tales of Dave Grusch, and you know, all have been proven selling fake stories. And then we have we have News Nation, who I try to add it up and I lost track at hundreds of thousands of dollars. Let's put that on the record. News Nation has made hundreds of thousands of dollars in ad revenue pushing this Dave Grusch story. I'm going to say that one more time. News Nation has made hundreds of thousands of dollars in ad revenue pushing these stories. And again, there's no evidence of Dave Grusch's stories being true. None. It's been 90 days. They're still pushing this story. Now, people are figuring out that they can make some extra money on their own too, because recently, Chris Cuomo, who's a disgraced journalist that got fired from CNN, isn't it great that all the people involved in this story are disgraced journalists that got fired or contracts not renewed? Ross Coulthard is a disgraced journalist from Australia. He's working for News Nation pushing this story and doing the interview. Chris Cuomo is a disgraced journalist who was fired from CNN. He's pushing this and defending this story as true, all with no evidence. And again, News Nation has made hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars pushing this story so far and has provided no evidence of Dave Grusch's claims. None. And in fact, I believe that they have purposefully manipulated the available data. We hear that line constantly from the disciples of disclosure, that the intelligence community inspector general found Dave Grusch's claims to be urgent and credible. Well, which claims did he find urgent and credible? Show me in writing that the intelligence community inspector general found Dave Grusch's alien body claims, alien spaceship claims, claims of alien crash retrieval programs. Show me in writing where the intelligence community inspector general found his alien claims, crash retrieval claims, alien body claims urgent and credible. He never did, and he never will. But yet, News Nation, Ross Coulthard, and all the disciples of disclosure keep repeating that lie. No, he found his complaints of retaliation urgent and credible, just as he finds every complaint he receives urgent and credible and worthy of investigation. So there's this purposeful manipulation of the available data, these layers of deception that are used to sell this story at all costs. We want to thank Local 556 for a kind and generous $10 super chat, who says, UFO believers often support known hoaxes and hoaxers, while skeptics consistently make accurate predictions time and time again. Why the unwavering confidence? The answer, this is an IQ issue. I try to be kind, Local 556, and I try to stop using the term stupid people. For a while, I was using the term vulnerable people, desperate, vulnerable people. But really, I truly believe, Local 556, that, yeah, some of these people are just stupid and they don't have the gray matter required to do the critical thinking and really evaluate whether this so-called groundbreaking information these people are selling is true or not. And remember, I keep repeating this mantra. These people aren't telling stories. They are selling stories. There's a difference. Would I find Grusch more credible if he didn't already have a documentary deal signed before anybody even knew who he was? Yeah. If he tried to profit zero from this, if he kept his real estate job going and he didn't try to speak at UFO conferences or get documentary deals or book deals like Elizondo or TV show deals, certainly if he was telling the story, not selling the story, I would find him much more credible. But when money becomes involved, you have to consider that that's a motivating factor for them to push these stories, especially stories that are faith-based, trust me, bro, stories that don't have evidence. But thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. It's much, much appreciated. We have the support of many people who want to see us continue this journey. And many of you are helping us to praise the cash. And we thank each and every one of you for helping us. Thank you, Local 556, for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
We're praising it up in this bitch tonight. Thank you, Local 556. We're doing our best to try to praise the cash. If you're just joining us, we're doing a special report on Dave Grusch and the Disciples of Disclosure. We want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. I'm looking at the live chat and I'm kind of confused by the conversations being taken place, but it is what it is. All right, we're going to get into, yes, John Punch says, show me the money. Yes, absolutely. So we're going to get into, I mentioned that people are figuring out that they can make money on their own too. So it's not just News Nation, who, by the way, is owned by Nexstar Media, who also has ownership stake in George Knapp's Mystery Wire and George Knapp's local news station that George Knapp works for, and also owns, you guessed it, News Nation. They've made collectively probably millions of dollars off of the UFO topic. Millions of dollars in ad revenue. So when we get into a situation where the potential to make millions of dollars exists, do you think that maybe people's, ethics might go out the window a little bit? And if you can't even imagine that or acknowledge that as a contributing factor to the plethora of completely and totally fake stories that are being put out and pushed and promoted, then you're probably a disciple of disclosure and you don't care. It's interesting that Mr. Grusch came out and just confirmed what the disciples of disclosure all already believed, right? They all already believed in alien crash retrieval programs, that the government has bodies and intact spacecraft and debris from alien technological spacecraft that they've recovered. All those things were already believed by the disciples of disclosure. So isn't it a little suspicious that along comes Dave Grusch to confirm all those things that these people already believe? I think that it's really, really telling that he just basically confirmed everything that the disclosure disciples already believe. Now, friends, we're going to get to this interview because Chris Cuomo is cashing in not only with News Nation, but he's also cashing in on his own because he has his own podcast now, the Chris Cuomo Project, and he's going to bring alleged UFO expert Jeremy Corbell on, so he too can cash in on and get some UFO dollars on his own outside of getting paid through News Nation. So how much money has Chris Cuomo made off of this story so far? Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars, perhaps? I would venture to guess that Chris Cuomo has already made hundreds of thousands of dollars off of this story. Could that perhaps maybe be influencing his complete and total support of the story? Remember, when a reporter came out and told everybody the truth that Dave Grusch was a mental patient, he lost his mind, and he had to go on News Nation and do a piece calling it a hit piece, and how dare they report accurately that this man is a mental patient. He saw the money drying up, and they're going to do whatever spin they have to do to keep this money going. So this is an interview with Jeremy Corbell, of all people. And, that's another thing. Jeremy Corbell puts himself out there as a UFO expert. The guy doesn't know the difference between flares and an alien spacecraft. The guy doesn't know the difference between a real government scientist and a convicted pimp fake scientist. But he's an expert. He doesn't know the difference between a camera artifact and a pyramid-shaped spacecraft. But he's a UFO expert. And again, with the massaging of the data, all these people profiting from the Grusch story and UFO stories in general, they bring in Jeremy Corbell and call him a UFO expert, but they forget to tell you that he has been caught selling 100% provably fake stories time and time and time and time again. Would any audience take him seriously as a so-called UFO expert if they knew that he keeps getting caught time and time and time and time again selling completely and totally 100% fake made-up stories? No. And an example that I think of is, UFOs is the only field of study, I suppose, where you can just declare yourself an expert. If you want, you could just say, I'm a UFO expert. And you are. In any other field, whether it be religion or archaeology or, chemistry, I don't know, rocket propulsion, aviation, if you're going to call yourself an expert, you need some kind of education and credentials in that subject matter. But UFOs, you could just say you're an expert, and you are. Even to stupid people in the media that don't check and find out that you keep selling fake stories. And that's another issue. What if I just declared myself an expert in archaeology, and then I constantly was clickbaiting and selling completely and totally fake stories about my archaeological discoveries that all turn out to be fake? Would the news media have me on as an expert on archaeology, knowing that I keep getting caught selling completely and totally fake stories related to archaeology by clickbaiting and faking evidence or massaging data to pretend the evidence suggests one thing when it really is nothing extraordinary? Of course not. But somehow Jeremy Corbell gets a pass for being a bottom-feeding, garbage-peddling bullshitter. That's all you can call him. He's a bottom-feeding, UFO profiteering whore that keeps getting caught selling completely and totally fake stories. Why is he on CNN as a UFO expert or anywhere as a UFO expert? If I was a producer of a television show, I would laugh if somebody suggested that we bring on Jeremy Corbell as an expert. He's an expert in garbage peddling. He's an expert at manufacturing completely and totally fake stories about UFOs and aliens. He's an expert at making millions of dollars off of a completely and totally fake convicted pimp, fake scientist with a fake education. He's an expert at deception and manipulation and clickbait and over sensationalize and under delivering on so many fake stories. That's what he's an expert at. He's not an expert on UFOs. If he was, he would know the goddamn difference between flares and a spaceship. All right, I'm getting upset. I'm going to lose my temper here. My level of cynicism and frustration is reaching epic levels, right? I sit back and I watch this UFO circus, and I cannot believe what bullshit people believe. I've reached a point now where it is completely and totally unbelievable, and nothing displays that point better than a recent post by, speaking of the UFO circus, we got the UFO circus update today. And here's some more 100% completely and totally facts that you disciples of disclosure have to put your blinders on. Oh no, shit! He's telling the truth about all this nonsense. We can't listen. We can't see. And make sure you attack him. Make sure you attack him and threaten him and intimidate him, dox him, bring up some shit posts that he did from 18 years ago, right? And say he's a racist or a Nazi or this or that, right? But Stephen Greenstreet nailed it in this post. This is the UFO circus update. 2 UFO celebrities who promote fake UFO stories are considered, quote, experts and witnesses, unquote, by Congress. Congress UFO witness number 1, who never saw a UFO, is now pairing up with an infamous UFO hoaxer who has faked dead alien mummies. Congress UFO witness number 2, who never saw a UFO, had mental health issues and is connected to crazy ghost hunters. Yeah, he's connected to all the crazies from Skinwalker Ranch. You know, the people who thought werewolves and poltergeists followed him home. In fact, one of those guys was his boss. His boss thought poltergeists and werewolves followed him home and haunted him and his wife, right? Great. Congress UFO witness number 3, who saw a UFO for 10 seconds 19 years ago, thinks some of the sources that his own testimony is based on are, quote, just trying to make money, unquote. Congressman 1, who believes in Bigfoot, thinks aliens are real because they're in the Bible. Congressman number 2, who thinks the 2020 election was stolen, thinks he saw an alien spacecraft. Congressman number 3, who supports Crusade for Christ's, thinks UFOs might be angels. Yeah, he actually said that. Senator number 1, who spearheaded government UFO hunts, now thinks the UFO whistleblowers might be crazy. That's right. Senator number 1, who spearheaded government UFO hunts, now thinks that the UFO whistleblower might be crazy. Senator number 2, who also spearheaded government UFO hunts, now thinks the UFO whistleblowers might be making it up. Senator 3 has created far-reaching legislation on UFOs based on his legacy of a paranormal enthusiast who funded ghost and werewolf hunts while looking for evidence of his Mormon God. Most congressional leaders have either not heard of any of this or don't care. When asked if she thinks aliens are visiting Earth, a NASA director recently laughed out loud and said, absolutely not. So there's an update on the UFO circus. Isn't it great? Now we're going to get to this interview. This is fair use. This is a transformative work. And I love how Chris Cuomo is all of a sudden a deep thinking expert on other species in the universe and aliens and UFOs. Suddenly he's a goddamn expert. And then who does he bring on to be his expert? A garbage peddler, right? So we've got a disgraced journalist pushing UFO and alien stories with a known hoaxer. I would call Jeremy Corbell a hoaxer. He had to know that last story was flares. So he hoaxed a UFO story to make money. If you don't want to call him a hoaxer, then Jeremy Corbell is just the world's worst UFO expert on planet Earth. Ooh.
There's no such thing as a UFO. There are only known objects and unidentified sources of transparency in our government. I'm Chris Cuomo. Welcome to an episode of the Chris Cuomo Project.
I don't even know what the hell he's saying there.
We are going to the heart of what matters most today. And I know you're thinking, what? I thought you were going to talk UFOs again. And I was like, oh boy, really? Boy, do you have it wrong. I hope you subscribe. I hope you follow. I hope you watch on News Nation.
I'd love to know who does his editing too, because it is cringeworthy jump cuts. And also, this guy couldn't put an original thought together if his life depended on it. If he had an original thought, it would die of loneliness. He basically just watched a bunch of Jeremy Corbell, and he's going to repeat Jeremy Corbell's talking points. Really ridiculous. And it's cringeworthy watching this guy, but I feel like we have to get through some of this.
At 8 and 11 p. Eastern. And if you're a free agent, check out that merch. You should be paying a lot more attention to the UFO hearings and not simply.
Yeah, why isn't nobody attacking him for selling T-shirts? But I get attacked almost an awful lot for selling T-shirts.
Because of a fascination with little green men. Although I don't know where the arrogance comes from anybody saying there's no way there's any other life anywhere. But there's no such thing.
Yeah, and that these are stupid talking points, because how many people have you heard say there's no way there's intelligent life elsewhere in the universe? I haven't heard almost anybody say that. I've heard people say there's no proof of intelligent life elsewhere in the universe to date, but I don't hear people making sweeping absolutist statements like there's no way there could be aliens anywhere else. So it's almost as if they just make things up to fit their talking points.
Thing is unidentified flying objects and whether or not they exist. Of course they exist. That's the object part. We know they're real. Sometimes they get explained as geese or a plane or a balloon or something else.
Or flares.
What's the something else?
Or flares, like your expert.
Why, if somebody
Flares.
knows this something else, if decades have been spent and your money and the personnel that are supposed to work for you and your interests have been working to find out what is something else, why do you know nothing? Why do I know nothing? That's what this is about.
Well, I would think Chris Cuomo knows nothing because he's an idiot. But, you know, poor little rich boy. This guy never had to work a day in his life. And I'm sorry, but working at CNN is not a job, right? He anchored the news for like an hour a day. So what do you have to be there 3 hours a day, getting paid millions of dollars, right? Yeah.
Transparency, which breeds trust. Okay? And
by the way, his daddy paid for his college and got him all of his jobs too.
That is what is really the boogeyman, not some far-fetched notion that these things are real. They are real. The question is, what are they from where? And the government knows a lot.
These are Jeremy Corbell's talking points, right? And they're stupid talking points, because I think that most people would agree that UFOs are real. There are unidentified flying objects that sometimes we can't identify very easily. It doesn't mean they're aliens. And this is a false equivocation that the disclosure disciples use, right? Oh, the government's admitted that UFOs are real. Well, yeah, there's unidentified flying objects in the skies at times. It doesn't equate to they're aliens. But somehow, in the minds of the disciples of disclosure, if somebody says, yeah, I definitely believe in UFOs, they're saying they believe, or I believe UFOs are a real thing, that they're admitting that aliens are here. No, they're not. It's a false equivocation, and these people do this all the time.
A lot more. Why won't it tell you? Simple explanations are simply lacking. Well, national defense. What? I don't understand. What do you mean? Why? Whose technology? How come we never hear about it from any of the other countries? Since when is it always true that someone who has great capabilities keeps it quiet? I think history has told us the opposite lesson.
No, the Soviets tried to hide their nuclear tests from us. People who have great capabilities don't always make it public. It is a tactical advantage if your enemies do not know you have that capability. Again, stupid, piss poor argument from a stupid, piss poor, discredited journalist, a disgraced journalist.
Look at Reagan in the 80s with Star Wars. Really worked to settle down the Cold War by letting them know we had a new missile defense system that could also be an offensive system. So I don't buy that. So what is the reason? That's why I'm asking the questions.
Well, one of the reasons that the disciples of disclosure never take into account is that the government may not know anything more about unidentified flying objects than we do. Sometimes things just go unidentified and are true mysteries. It doesn't mean they're hiding something. Though, do I believe the government hides things from us? Probably. I mean, look at that health situation.
Okay, not because I'm kooky, not because it's a conspiracy thing. That's all nonsense. Jeremy Corbell is with us today, and he has been researching this as a journalist. He's got the contacts.
He's not a journalist. He's a garbage peddler. There's a big difference between a journalist and a garbage peddler. A journalist does not get caught selling completely and totally fake stories for cash constantly. A journalist does not get caught lying and saying that he's got access to classified information. A journalist doesn't get caught pimping a literal pimp out there as a government whistleblower, former government scientist, when neither of those things can be proven. A real journalist doesn't do that. A garbage peddler does. So let's just be clear. Jeremy Corbell is not a journalist. He's a garbage peddler.
That helped precipitate the hearings we just saw.
Yeah, he helped wheel a mental patient into Congress and make this entire subject matter the subject of ridicule again. Great job, Jeremy.
And he has a great way of relaying why you need to care. Jeremy Corbell.
Who does this guy's editing? It's
Jeremy, what is the truth?
About what, Chris?
Oh, you know about what?
Man, I am searching for the truth. That's the thing. I can tell you from
somebody who's searching for the truth does not sell a story that's really about flares as an alien spacecraft. A garbage peddler does that.
Formed point of view, what I believe the truth to be. But the issue we have is we don't know what the truth is, and that's a problem for strategic surprise.
This is the cringiest interview that I've ever have to sit through, because it's just two completely cringeworthy, disgraced garbage peddlers trying to cash in on the UFO thing, right? And it's already up to, let's see, 200,000 views. Great. So, yeah.
We're talking about UFOs. UFOs, unidentified flying objects, now currently known as UAP. It's the same thing, unidentified anomalous phenomena. That's what they call it now. That's what we're talking about.
That's the CIA calls
So what's
it.
the truth on that? That's what we're all trying to figure out. Now, I've got an informed opinion, but it's an opinion, Chris.
That's where they get us.
And by the way, Chris Cuomo made somewhere between $1,200 and $2,500 so far on this garbage interview with a garbage peddler that sold a convicted pimp fake scientist as a former government scientist.
They get us, and they try to limit us to little green men and make absurdist notions. And look, that part I think is very easy to deal with. I want anybody who
I know,
believes
Robert,
in God
it's ridiculous
to tell me that it's nonsense to believe that there is the potential for life beyond our own, and swallow that arrogance while making the same choice to have faith in a higher power. So for me, that's the beginning and the end. Do we need proof? Of course. Otherwise, we wind up in the same place we are with faith. With you never.
Yeah. Do we need proof? Of course we need proof. Then why would Chris Cuomo get 100% behind Dave Grusch, a mental patient, telling stories with absolutely no proof or evidence of his claims? He just said we need proof, but he's willing to push a story that has absolutely no evidence or no proof, as long as it's financially lucrative for him to do so.
You never prove it. Here it's about science. But for me, it's about transparency.
Cringe
and
off.
The idea
Yeah.
of, well, you don't know, so why are we even talking about this? No, the question is why I don't know.
Exactly.
And
the amazing
who gets
Mystico.
to say
Yeah.
what I know and I don't know. That's what this is about for me. And I hope that the country
it's a prop.
can understand the two different ideas here. Whatever we learn, we learn.
Communist News Network. Oh, no.
But their desire to not tell us for the bullshit reason of national security. Yeah, because that really hurt us during the Reagan years with Star Wars. They talked about what we were doing, and it totally changed the Cold War dynamic, where everybody gave America a couple of notches more respect because of what we were working on. So the idea that they can't talk.
Yeah, the idea that they can't tell us, again, that's his opinion. Did they tell us about stealth when they first developed it? Did they tell our enemies about stealth when they first developed it? We didn't know that they had stealth aircraft for what, 20 years until they finally revealed that?
Talk about our abilities is a non-point. But where do you think we've gotten with these hearings? Are we on the road?
Yeah, and by the way, we've just described to you that some of the people involved in those hearings think that Dave Grusch is crazy, and that some of the people are just making this stuff up for profit or other reasons, and they've essentially washed their hands of the UFO topic. Thanks to UFO profiteering whore Jeremy Corbell wheeling a mental patient into Congress to testify about alien bodies and alien spaceships, and then offer absolutely no proof or evidence of it. And Jeremy Corbell knew the guy was a mental patient, but forgot to tell everybody that when he was selling the story, just like he forgot to tell everybody about the flares when he was pushing the flares as an alien spaceship. Convenient. And now Corbell is gonna try to spin those congressional hearings as really big and important. No, they weren't. They made this subject the subject of mockery again, because you guys, you disciples of disclosure, wheeled a mental patient into the halls of Congress to testify about alien bodies, but then offer no evidence or proof of alien bodies. It's laughable what they did. It's quite possibly the biggest UFO or alien bluff ever. The biggest bluff, or one of the biggest hoaxes since the alien autopsy hoax. At least that had evidence. Their evidence was fake, but they had some evidence, and it took a while for that story to come crashing down once people analyzed the evidence. But these guys are smart. They just put a storyteller out there, called him a whistleblower. He told all kinds of stories about aliens and offered absolutely no evidence, so that people could neither prove or disprove that his claims were true or false. Very convenient. And if you ask me, a purposefully constructed grift designed to make sure that it couldn't be debunked.
Okay, so jumping right in, we can do that, but let me just give you an analogy, man. Germs are real, so are UFOs. It's as simple as, until we catch up, this is not magic. It appears like magic, but until we catch up scientifically.
Yeah, and here's the arguments, right? Oh, these things defy the laws of physics. You can't show me any tangible evidence or proof that they defy the laws of physics. You can't. But people say that all the time. Oh, they appear to be like magic to us. Prove it. Show me sensor data. Show me radar tape. Show me evidence that they defy the laws of physics. They never do. It is research by proclamation. And somebody is mentioning that Mr. Corbell's safe has the hinges on the outside, which would be the stupidest safe ever, because you could just smack those hinges with a sledgehammer and get that door right open. So this is just a prop behind him. Look, I've got top secret files behind me. Sure you do, Jeremy Corbell.
And with our material science, we need to try to fight to explain how there are craft of unknown origin that seem to be able to function. They do function in our world with a lack of our understanding scientifically of how they can propel themselves. So the bottom line here is, it's not a question anymore.
Here we go again. No visible means of propulsion. I'm not sure if you're aware, but there are drone companies right now making drones that have no visible means of propulsion. And if there are commercial drone companies making those, what kind of drone technology do you think the black budget projects have?
More if UFOs are real, they're tangible, they're physical, or there is a physical, tangible aspect to it. However, just because we don't understand it yet, like before the invention of the microscope and our understanding of how like the common cold transmits, then we're in a place where we are blinded to the natural world. So we are going to have to eventually, we're going to have to write a new map, write a new story.
Oh yeah, we're going to need a whole new science to figure this thing out. Well, what happens when you let existing science look at the evidence? They laugh at the disciples of disclosure for their piss poor fake evidence.
about what it means to be human in a world that includes what we are calling UFOs. But to answer your question directly, I'm not sure where your audience is coming from right now. I don't.
Now he's going to talk down to the audience because he's a huge expert and he's fully informed of all this stuff, and everybody else is stupid.
Know how educated.
That's part of the cult-like dynamic. Just pretend that everybody that doesn't share your particular belief system about this topic is an idiot. Talk down to them.
Everybody is. So check it out. We had UFO hearings in Congress. These were historic. Why were they historic?
They were historic because a bunch of UFO profiteering whores wheeled a mental patient with no evidence into Congress and made him talk about alien bodies. From that perspective, this was a historic hearing. You all made the Congress a subject of mockery. Look, they've got a mental patient in there talking about mental alien bodies, and he has no evidence and no proof.
Back in the day, we had a couple hearings. It was always government suits sitting there, and they have the impetus to, they have the cause to try to shield the American and global public from truth. This was different. This was different.
Claims of a United States government cover-up have been existing for decades. And again, I would submit to you, maybe they just don't know what some of these things are. The unexplainable cases are sometimes a true mystery. But just because something cannot be explained 100% doesn't mean it's aliens. And this is the jump that the disciples of disclosure make.
I helped organize.
If we can't explain it, it's got to be aliens. Now, of course, he takes credit. He helped organize this congressional hearing that made the subject of UFOs a mockery among congressmen and senators, made congressmen and senators make statements like these people must be either lying or insane.
This was different because for the first time.
Now we get a completely and totally lies here. Let me back it up just a second.
The first time we don't have bureaucrats in suits with cause to lie and continue the cover up. We have direct firsthand, just impenetrable records of these individuals.
Direct firsthand. No. David Fravor saw something for 10 seconds 19 or 20 years ago. Ryan Graves never saw anything with his own eyes, and Dave Grusch was repeating stories that other people told him. These are not direct witnesses. They are not. They're not witnesses. Two of the three are not witnesses, and the third, David Fravor, once apparently claimed that what he saw wasn't aliens, but secret United States technology, like a super advanced drone program or something being test flown. So Corbell just straight lies and said, "Oh, this is historic. We had 3 firsthand impeccable witnesses." Well, most people would agree with me that a guy that got put in a mental institution against his will by a judge is not an impeccable witness, especially when he has no evidence to share, no proof to share of his out of this world fantastical claims.
1 whistleblower, 2 pilots, Top Gun aviating motherfuckers. These guys that talked, I will tell you about them. They're friends of mine. I know them. That's why they were there. So
they're friends of his. That's why they were there. It's all a big club. Look, we'll get you to testify in front of Congress and we're all going to make money off of this.
That's why this was different. They told you, I engaged UFOs. We were absolutely powerless to their technology, whatever they are, wherever they're from. Don't care. I know you're Roman Catholic. Let's talk about religion too. But here we go. Then we have this one guy that says, if it was about anything other than UFOs, the world would be front page everywhere. But he said, I found misappropriation of funds, which, by the way, just you're a lawyer. That means theft.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't be the first time that people, like I said earlier in the broadcast, it wouldn't be the first time that people stole money from the United States government to investigate things they believed in, like werewolves and dino beavers and poltergeists and shape-shifting skinwalkers, right? Somebody stole $22 million from taxpayers to study that. So could Grusch have found some misappropriation of funds? Yes. It does not confirm any of his claims, period.
So he found theft in black programs, in compartmentalized secret access programs.
By the way, we've seen no evidence or proof that he found theft. These are just claims being made by Grusch and his UFO profiteering whore partners like Corbell, Knapp, and Ross Coulthard. They're claiming that he found these things. We haven't seen evidence or proof that he found those things. So are we just supposed to trust that claim is true? Just like we're supposed to trust that the claims of alien bodies are true? Just as we're supposed to trust that the claims of recovered alien spacecraft are true? All with no evidence. Claims made without evidence should be dismissed.
If it wasn't about UFOs, this would be huge. But because it's about UFOs, they got us. Now it's stigma. Well, the world is changing. You're either going to be informed or you're going to be uninformed. And that's up to you. So thank you for doing this. So what happened at the hearings? We heard for the first time under oath by direct firsthand witnesses that are absolutely impenetrable.
Direct firsthand witnesses that are absolutely impenetrable. Again, only one of the three people was a direct firsthand witness. The other two, Ryan Graves never saw anything with his own eyes. So he's not a direct firsthand witness. That's a factually inaccurate statement. David Grusch never saw anything with his own eyes. Therefore, he is not a direct firsthand witness. Do we see the manipulation of the data points? He just lied through his teeth and said, we heard from 3 direct firsthand witnesses. No, you heard from 1, not 3. 2 of them were not direct firsthand witnesses to anything.
To stigma, impenetrable, to ridicule, and they are impenetrable because of their impeccable service to this nation.
They are impenetrable. They have impeccable reputations. Yeah, except for that time that one guy, Dave Grusch, got put in a mental institution against his will by a judge for a mental evaluation after going on a drinking binge and threatening to kill himself and begging his wife to kill him. I would submit to you that to most sane and rational people, people that aren't members of the Disciples of Disclosure, that's not an impeccable witness. That's a very, very flawed witness. He also has autism, which is an issue because scientific studies prove that people affected by autism cannot tell when they are being lied to or manipulated, as well as a person not affected by autism. So did a bunch of people manipulate this very vulnerable man with mental problems and autism into a belief system? Very well could be.
That's what people saw on Wednesday. No holds barred.
What I tell people, and it sounds like I'm joking, but I'm not, is when they're like, yeah, but I just wish you would focus on Hunter, Biden, or Trump and this and that. I say, there's an irony in that. Forget about my feelings about the poison of the two-party system and how we're just allowing opponents to attack each other.
Yeah, could be Chicago 420.
Not ours.
Maybe that's where he got his proof.
You learned more in that UFO hearing than I've really learned in any of the Trump or Biden hearings. How? There is more real information to know about what is absolutely in the air. Okay.
Yeah, of course, there's always more information to be known. This is such a stretch that these guys have to do to sell this garbage.
Okay, the only part of the UFO or UAP
he just lied through his teeth, UFO Shane.
There is an object.
Facts matter. That's another thing. Maybe if you're trying to have convincing arguments, you should not just straight lie to people that you're trying to convince. To sit there and say, we heard from 3 direct firsthand witnesses when that's a completely and totally factually inaccurate statement It proves that they're willing to deceive people, use deception, and just straight lie through their teeth in order to sell the narrative that they are selling. It's a narrative that they are selling.
There are multiple objects. They're real. It's not made up. They're not fake videos. So they're not.
Many of them are fake videos. See, this is where Chris Cuomo bluffs his way through this interview. Does he know that Jeremy Corbell is one of the people that put out a whole bunch of fake videos claiming they were things they weren't? Yeah, there is fake videos. He just said they're not fake videos. Well, Jeremy Corbell's videos are mostly fake. Ridiculous. Ridiculous layers upon layers upon layers of deception.
Not even really phenomena because the government has explanations for a lot of it. Unlike what we're learning with Trump questions and Biden questions, which just lead to more questions, but we're not getting any answers. We know there are answers here. The frustration is...
Yeah, there's definitely answers. Like some of these things are flares and not alien spaceships. And garbage peddlers like you're working with right now, Chris Cuomo, shouldn't sell flares as alien spaceships. But he did. He did that. And now you're interviewing him and calling him a UFO expert and a journalist, you dummy.
The people who know the answers feel like they don't have to show up. And that's why I am so interested to see in how Congress deals with this. And I'm so shocked that the Biden administration hasn't grabbed it. If I were in power right now, this is the only no-brainer, full consensus, doesn't matter what stripe you are issue people care about. And forget about deep state. I would grab hold of this and say, yeah, I'm gonna find out more. This and the Kennedy assassination.
Okay, then
I'd say, you know what?
We'll give him
I'm gonna release more information. I'm going to go call NASA. I'm going to call whoever it is, whatever clearance you need, I have.
Okay.
So I'm going to call them and I'm going to say,
on the safe thing.
Yeah. You're going to show me what more information you can give right now. And I'm going to put it out because I said so. And I don't know why they don't accept what you're talking about, the stigma. But if people see it as transparency and who's working for whom,
Thrill Seeker wants
I think you
Corbell to get abducted and taken to another planet.
This has been a long search of mine for why this obfuscation. So we will get to ground zero today on what is going on with UFOs. Like we'll do that. But I just want to drill into something you just said. You said they're real. You're right.
Yeah, they
UFOs are real. And there's a technological component to UFOs. But how do we know that?
Yeah, UFOs are real. I don't think anybody would dispute that there are unidentified objects sometimes seen in the sky. But again, Corbell equates UFOs being real to aliens being real. It's a false equivocation that they use all the time, these disciples of disclosure.
So let me just clarify for your audience if they're not caught up, because I'm not upset people aren't caught up. It's not their fault. This has been a planned darkness, so people don't know about it. And I understand why it was done, and I understand why we need to get past that now.
Well, that's true.
How do we know that UFOs are real? Here's how we know.
I agree.
UFOs have been part of the human experience since the beginning of recorded human history. You can look at that. Now, what are UFOs? I'm not touching that yet. I'm just saying, are they real? Here's the difference today. The difference today is it's not Uncle Joe, not even Uncle Joe, the fighter pilot, that says he saw something. We have corroborative, visual, and tactical evidence when it comes to multi-platforms picking this up using artificial intelligence and integrating the systems. So you've got
now he does a big bluff about all the available evidence. So we've got multiple sensor platforms and we've got visual evidence, and how come he's never put a case like that together and shown us the incontrovertible proof with all the sensor readings, etc.? He's bluffing. He's just making shit up. Again, if he's willing to lie and say that we heard from 3 firsthand impeccable witnesses, now he's lying and saying we have multiple sensor platforms and artificial intelligence systems and visual evidence. Why do we not see a case like that from him with visual evidence, with multiple sensor readings from multiple sensor platforms, with AI picking these things up? He's never shown that. He's never proven that this is a true and accurate statement. He's bluffing. The big bluff. It happens all the time, friends.
Got a pilot saying, I chased the UFO like Commander David Fravor. You've got a guy saying, I filmed the UFO like Commander Chad Underwood. However, you got these people saying it not as the first point of understanding. You have these people saying it because it's being picked up on multiple sensor platforms, from thermal to infrared to our weapon systems.
And why don't we see all that sensor data ever? Why do we never see the sensor data? If that sensor data all exists, thermal, infrared, weapon system sensors, why do we never see the sensor data confirming that he's not bullshitting here? We never see it. People claim it exists, but we never get to see it.
UFOs are real. They are physical and they are tangible. And that's why you know that, because we have evidence and we have proof. And now the question is.
Yeah, and his evidence and proof is things like flares being, dropped during military exercises. That's evidence to Jeremy Corbell. Bokeh camera artifact effects that make things, every light source within the frame, look like a triangle. That's evidence to Corbell. A convicted pimp fake scientist who, by the way, whose wife was a convicted murderer at the time, who had just declared bankruptcy and could have never gotten a job working for the United States government at the time. It was the height of the Cold War, telling stories. That's evidence to him. Grusch telling stories with absolutely no evidence. Well, that's testimony. That's evidence. The so-called evidence is so piss poor, we never get any real or smoking gun evidence or proof. But these guys love to talk about all the evidence they have. Why don't they show all this evidence instead of constantly talking about it and never showing it then? More bluffing.
Who are they? Where are they from? Who makes them? Where are their shops? What do they want? All the small little questions. But I'm glad we got there. The world is there now. We know they're real. Now we have the bigger questions to ask.
Yeah, look, they wouldn't have the agencies. They wouldn't have, the different black operations if they didn't need them. Nobody's going to waste their time on this kind of stuff. And, the idea that, well, if we find out that these are some kind of Iranian or technology, that will hurt America. So, you really
we can talk about that point. How much of the footage would be confiscated by official sources? NASA, on the record, shuts down feeds when bogeys pop up into frame. Well, I don't think they've ever admitted they do that, and it could be coincidence that the feeds go down. I do think that's rather suspicious. But it could also be that some of the things being filmed are a national security issue because they are top secret or black projects being flown out of Area 51 or other test sites, technology that is being developed, and therefore they wouldn't want videos of that new technology being shown. So sure, they may confiscate some things. But again, the evidence for alien visitation is so piss poor, but we have people like Corbell claiming that there's a mountain of evidence, but they never can show us that mountain of evidence. Instead, we get shit like videos of flares or bokeh effects, right? Or piss poor, grainy, still images that he claims are certain things with no evidence or proof that they are actually what he's claiming they are. No Bold Truth says plenty of unidentified things, most made by the people who gave Grusch the green light to disclose a nothing burger. Yeah, I would tend to agree with you.
Shouldn't be even asking this. One, thanks, but no thanks. I'm out of the trust game. I'm in the trust but verify.
Well, I didn't know that, Chuck Graham. That's
and
interesting.
Two, that's okay if it's from China and not from
I agree,
another planet.
Patty.
I that's not my concern. Would I rather it be from another planet? Yeah. Why? Because I think it would be incredibly restorative of the beauty of humanity and of being open and of believing in more and better. I think it would be great to have more possibilities of understanding.
I agree,
wouldn't
David.
default to some stupid movie where they're here to destroy us. If that's what was going to happen, we'd be gone. The only thing that's actively trying to destroy us is us. That we know also demonstrably. So I'd rather that'd be amazing to have something extraordinary. But if it's Iran,
that's interesting.
Okay. And I get it. You don't want them to know. But as we always know, and I've learned this early in this game
evidence is
journey,
that Brokeback
I remember
Mountain, yes.
once after 9/11 doing a story.
Yeah, I've heard that they do shut
about
it down.
anthrax and anthrax being weaponized in Subway.
You're
by
right. That's interesting.
throwing it in after the train
I
goes
remember
by,
that.
and it would go all over the place. And people went batshit crazy. You're
Bananas.
telling the terrorists how to kill us. And I was taken by surprise by that because I was like, wait a minute.
Exactly.
Where do you think I got this information from? This is online in books and manuals and planning. They know already. And similarly,
I agree, Chuck Bam.
the idea that the Iranians don't know that they just happen to lose one of their probes or whoever it is, or
Nothing
whatever
Burger,
it is,
6
they
cents.
know
Yes, it
that
was
we
Nothing
have
Burger.
it. So that game doesn't work for me. The only game that works is this hurts us if we say what we know. Okay. Tell them.
Again with the skiff. Everybody loves the skiffs all of a sudden.
And then let them communicate to us why it's okay that we don't know, but they know. That's how our system works.
You're at the heart of it. So check this out. I want to really be clear with you because I feel like you really want to know. So you can communicate by leading by example. Let's talk about this.
Oh, yeah, sure. Let's talk about this.
Why do we know for a fact that this isn't China or Russia, or you said Iran? Like, how do we know that for a fact? We got to get there, ground zero. Let me give you a few points so you understand.
Points from Corbell.
And your audience understands.
So far, Corbell has provably 100% lied during this interview twice now. And we're only 16 minutes in. That's pretty bad ratio of making completely and totally factually inaccurate statements in a international interview available on YouTube worldwide. He provably lied twice already in this interview. We're only 16 minutes in.
Understands. Because I don't know where your audience is at. So this is not China.
Corbell's
this is not Russia.
points.
And sadly, this is not the United States.
Another completely and totally factually inaccurate statements. It's already been proven that some of the alleged or so-called drone incursions into United States airspace over military vehicles were Chinese drones. Proven they were Chinese drones. He just said these aren't China. These aren't Russia. Sometimes they are China and sometimes they are Russia. We're up to his third completely and totally factually inaccurate statements 16 minutes into an interview.
With these vehicles. So again, these have been observed, like Lieutenant Ryan Graves talks about the cubes with spherical auras. I'll give you an article from the 60s where a military pilot and a commercial pilot, and this was reported in the probably Alamogordo News, which is right around the nuclear areas. I believe it was that one. I'll give it to you. I showed it on Rogan's show, right? This document. Exact same thing. Been happening for a while. But also, here's how you know.
People seeing similar unknown objects in the sky, again, this is false equivocation. Well, somebody in the 1960s saw something like Ryan Graves described, which, by the way, could just as easily be a radar reflector as it could be an alien spaceship. But he forgets to tell you that there is cube within a sphere radar reflectors that, are filled with helium and float in the sky and are released by military people. He forgets to tell you that. That's the lie by omission.
I mean, I know because I talk with people who their jobs were to go on these ships. When I reported the 2019 swarms of UFOs over 10 Navy warships, and I have all the sources, all the videos, and I give that shit to the Pentagon, and I say, I'm running this story tomorrow. They didn't have some of the footage that they captured that I was able to obtain. they confirmed that what I put out was UAP. Now imagine my sources that allow me to understand these are not ours. These are not our black technologies. Great. Let's worry. Were they China's? Were they Russia's? We've excluded China. We've excluded Russia.
Who excluded China? Who excluded Russia? He didn't exclude anything. Nobody excluded anything as a possible explanation. Unidentified means just that. That means they could be Russian. That means they could be Chinese. They could be from India. They could be from, Korea, for all we know. He did not exclude anything. That's the fourth completely and totally factually inaccurate statement that he's made 18 minutes in. He's already lied through his teeth 4 times.
Because we're worried about strategic surprise and a leapfrog of technology. All you got to know is that in the 80s, George Knapp, my mentor in journalism, came back with classified documents during Glasnost and Perestroika. He's the only reporter that went over there, and he talked with the guys that ran the UFO programs, came back with classified documents at his own peril, and it
got to mention your mentor, right? Your garbage peddling mentor. Yeah, he really taught you well to peddle garbage, Jeremy. You should be proud. You learned to peddle garbage, fake alien stories from one of the best fake alien garbage peddlers there is, who's been doing it for 30 years, selling provably fake stories. But to his credit, he did go over to Russia and get some once classified Russian documents describing UFO encounters. Doesn't mean that's proof of aliens visitation on Earth, again with a false equivocation.
Exposed all of this, that they know they're not from here. They know we're researching. They know how many satellites we had dedicated to UFOs. Additionally, China has its own UFO study program, official government program. So does Russia. And they've been durational. If they're theirs, why are they studying them? In these documents, they say they know they're not ours. So let's dismiss that right now.
He stole his earpiece from CNN, yes.
I've talked to pilots. They've been the UFO. I've talked to pilots and people have misidentified their craft. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the other machines. We're talking about machines that Commander David Fravor said outpaced, outmaneuvered, and outperformed his capabilities in the most badass FA-18, that he was a Top Gun head.
No, in some cases, they are provably lying. Facts matter, we own a farm. He lied and said that in the congressional hearing, we heard from 3 firsthand witnesses. That's a completely and totally factually inaccurate statement. It's not just that I don't believe what he said. It's a completely and totally factually inaccurate statement. One person was a firsthand witness of the 3 witnesses. The other 2 were not firsthand witnesses to anything. So, I think that language is important. And if you say completely and totally fake facts to support your arguments, I think that should be noted, that you're using fake facts to support your arguments. And if your arguments are so piss poor and you're building your arguments on a house of cards that includes lies, deception, and lies by omission, or just completely and totally factually incorrect statements like we excluded Russia and China, could have been them. Who excluded Russia and China? Nobody excluded Russia and China as the source of those drone incursions, period. And he even admits they're drones. They called them a drone swarm. So whose drones were they then? They had to belong to somebody, and drones are earthly technology, not alien technology.
Of the Black Aces, this is the closest you get to Tom Cruise on planet Earth. He was powerless. The maneuverability, the material science, the capability was so far beyond. And by the way, this is a guy, he can't say it, but this is a guy that has a job right now that would know what we are projecting to do with our material science and our warfare machines for the next 30 years. That's his job right now. I can't say it, but he did. That is the position he has. So what we're dealing with, it made me sad. They're not ours. So now we got to figure out.
How do we know they're not ours? We don't know they're not ours. Some of them remain unidentified, which means we don't know who was in command of said craft. Again, a complete and totally factually inaccurate statement. They're not ours. Well, you have to have evidence to prove they're not ours, and you don't. And, I, for one, find it a little bit suspicious that there's a drone testing base right near the Tic Tac sighting, where that Tic Tac sighting took place. There's a drone research base right near that location, right? But we're not supposed to consider that because that won't sell as well as a story about aliens.
Whose are they? And I don't remember your original question, but I wanted to make sure your audience understands we got to get on the same page with what we know. We know they're not ours.
There's only one box.
We don't know they're not ours. And in some cases, they have proven to be ours. A completely and totally factually inaccurate statement. This guy just keeps lying to support his belief system. And that's how you know that the disciples of disclosure go too far. If they're willing to lie to people, lie through their teeth to pretend that this is all aliens, when we know it's, in some cases, it's drones. In some cases, it's balloons. His own mentor sold stories that he claimed were alien spacecraft that turned out to be a Batman balloon. He sold stories where he claimed it was an alien spaceship that turned out to be flares. This is laughable. This is laughable. And this man lives in a delusional fairy tale world.
There's one box other than it's extraterrestrial. The only other box is what, interestingly, and I was a little surprised by this, not to sound mean, but I was surprised. AOC, I thought she was just making a straight I hate the man play when she was talking about corporations. But there is space, no pun intended, for that line of questioning here. Are these private corporations that are producing things that our government doesn't even know about? Not that they're government contractors.
That very well is a good possibility. And maybe that should be considered before you go jumping straight to aliens among us like Corbell always does. Corbell's default position is it's aliens.
Let's dismiss that now. Let's get there, because if that were to be the case, Elon Musk should get a refund, man. What's going on is, I will tell you this, I know for a fact, which is that
anytime he says he knows something for a fact, he's probably lying.
These programs, and I can prove it to you, Chris, if you want, these programs have been sequestered into private industry illegally as a way to avoid Freedom of Information Act requests on these technologies. I have personally spoken with people that have gone on record with me that have worked on non-terrestrial craft, not made here on Earth, as famously said in the New York Times by Dr. Eric Davis, who was read into a UFO programs for a weapon system.
Yeah, this is great. So here he claims that he has on the record sources that told him they worked for non-terrestrial UFOs. They worked on non-terrestrial alien technology. And he has on the record sources. Great, great. Can we get their names so I can interview them and verify that you're not just making this shit up? Of course not. This is another huge bluff. If he had on the record sources confirming alien technology programs, why would he not publish them? Why would he not publish those sources? Why would he not publish a story and cite that source? This is anonymous garbage peddlers, right? This is what garbage peddlers do. When pressed and you really need to prove your point, use anonymous sources because nobody can prove you wrong. You can't prove that you're telling the truth, but nobody will be able to prove you wrong. It's another bluff technique that Corbell uses all the time. And notice that he mentioned Eric Davis, who claimed 3 years ago that the government was in possession of alien technology, and so far has not proven his claims. So is that his source, a garbage peddler? It's the wackadoo prover maneuver. That's when one person telling tall tales uses another person who tells tall tales to reinforce their own tall tales. Another method of deception.
These are not our private industries as we know them.
Nobody can replicate this technology with our current material science, which would require printing on the atomic level to create the metamaterials. And if people don't know what metamaterials means,
this is another bluff. Huge claim. We can't recreate the material. Prove it. Prove it, Corbell. But he never does. Again, making really fantastical claims. So he's got an on-the-record source that's told him that we're working on alien technology, but he can't share the source. And, oh, by the way, we can't recreate these materials. Prove it, Corbell. Prove it. He never does, and he never will. So Corbell is just like Grusch. He makes absolutely huge, out-of-this-world, fantastical claims, but he can't offer any evidence or proof of the claims that he is making.
I will walk you through it because I'm kind of thick-headed, and I've been on like a 10-year journey to understand stuff, and I've been let into rooms I never thought and scientifically understand things now that I didn't before. These are not, sadly, our private industry. Now they may be working on this and getting what they call derivative technologies.
How does he know that it's not earthly technology? Is he a materials scientist? Does he have a degree in physics? Oh, no, that's right. He's a former yoga instructor and a failed artist and a failed martial artist. That's his training. So what does he know about materials scientist? How is he qualified to make this proclamation that we cannot replicate the materials? Well, great. Then show us some of those materials that we can't replicate. Let's study it and see if you're telling the truth when you make these fantastical claims. He doesn't ever prove these claims. These are talking points that he uses over and over and over again in interviews, but he has yet to provide a single shred of solitary shred of evidence to support that the claims that he is making are true and accurate statements. This is trust me, bro research. Trust me, bro is not proof, Jeremy Corbell. Trust me, bro is what garbage peddlers do when they have no real proof, when they have no real evidence.
We did not make these. Where are they from? UFOs.
Again, he has no evidence or proof that we did not make these. Hold on one second, friends. 1 second here. Let me get through the 1 second here. All right, I will share my screen again here. And interestingly, I just want to bring this up again because it's a point of contention with me. Jeremy Corbell and Chris Cuomo can go on YouTube and provably lie. And Chris Cuomo's videos on YouTube that include 100% lies and completely and totally factually inaccurate statements from his guest, Jeremy Corbell, known garbage peddling UFO profiteering whore that sells fake stories constantly. They can go on YouTube and be fully monetized selling lies. Jeremy Corbell provably 100% lied several times during this interview already, most notably saying that during the congressional hearings, we heard from 3 impeccable firsthand witnesses. No, we didn't. 2 of the 3 witnesses never saw anything with their own eyes. So that's a complete and total lie, a complete and totally factually inaccurate statement. Yet Chris Cuomo's video is completely and totally fully monetized. Now, I will check in with our monetization. Some of you are aware of this issue that our live streams get demonetized. They're monetized the moment they go live. And then as soon as we go live, they get demonetized. And interestingly, today, ours didn't. That's the first time. Yesterday's did not. Initially got demonetized, but then got quickly reviewed in just, I think, within an hour of the end of our broadcast, they turned the ads back on. So hopefully we're at the end of our situation we were in. The point I was going to make is that these guys can lie during their YouTube videos and they can be fully monetized. But if I make a video pointing out that they're lying and proving it, we usually get our videos demonetized. Let's continue with the garbage peddling fest.
Their planet.
I'm not sure what I believe on that.
Well, if they're not ours, I thought you meant like humankind's.
There's a huge barrel of options that we can go through, about 5 or 7 of what that means to be non-human technology. But
yeah, here he says, well, I'm not sure they're aliens. It's non-human technology then. Great. He's not saying they're aliens, but it's definitely non-human technology. And that is another situation that all of these guys do this. They all cop out. It's essentially like the meme. I'm not saying it was aliens, but it was aliens. But when pressed, they try to run from the aliens, right? I didn't say it was aliens. I said non-human technology. Grusch did the same thing, and it's absolutely ridiculous. If it's non-human technology, what is it? Is it goddamn monkeys up in them spaceships? What is non-human technology? Are gorillas making flying spaceships that defy the laws of physics? Or could be crypto-terrestrials, could be time travelers, could be interdimensional beings, could be demons, could be angels. We just said it was non-human technology. And Dave Grusch did the same thing, by the way, here.
When you say crash retrieval, what do you mean?
These are retrieving non-human origin technical vehicles, call it spacecraft if you will.
Mr. Grusch is quite clear that he's not saying it's necessarily extraterrestrial.
Non-human origin.
That he's not saying it's necessarily extraterrestrial.
Call it spacecraft if you will.
That he's not saying it's necessarily extraterrestrial.
Then what are you saying? Oh, hey, little space monkey.
Non-human origin technical vehicles, call it spacecraft if you will.
Space monkeys. It's non-human, friends. It's space monkeys. They're all doing it. All the people that are promoting and profiting from this story are doing the alien cop-out. Why? Everything's aliens to them, but they won't say, yeah, it's definitely aliens. It's definitely alien spacecraft. They call them spacecraft, but it's not aliens. It's non-human technology. It's some kind of cop-out. I don't understand it.
But anyway, go on. Why was I sad? Let's talk about that.
Well, why would you be sad if it's non-human technology? Other than like if we're now going to get caught in the Matrix, you know what I mean? And that like machines are making stuff to take over on us. Because then even a guy who's got your skill set isn't going to be safe because, eventually someone will twist you up because they'll be made out of platinum.
I don't know my skill set anymore, man. I'm a different guy than I was. For your audience, I'm a reformed martial athlete. I can't train the same way anymore, Chris. So I'm not a tough guy. I'm a curious guy. So
he's not a tough guy. He's the creator of quantum jujitsu, a whole form of martial arts that doesn't exist that he just made up and took money to teach people. Yeah. Among other things, he was a yoga instructor too.
Check this out.
I think it was quantum yoga too.
Sweetest men that I know are because of their capabilities. So guys like you and my instructors and coaches are always so sweet, got zero bully in you, so nice because you need to prove nothing to any other man and they can say whatever they want.
Oh, now he's licking Jeremy Corbell's butthole. Oh, Corbell, you're so sweet. You don't have to prove anything.
To you, and you are ready for it. It is, I thought about it the first time I met you, and I looked you up, obviously. And in doing the homework, I was like, oh, this is why this guy is so non-confrontational, because he's a jiu-jitsu black belt. You know what I mean? This guy is...
He's a jiu-jitsu black belt in his own made-up martial arts. I'm sorry. I'm just going to make up my own martial arts. We're going to call it Truth Seekers Fu. And I'll be selling black belts. Praise the cash.
Been rolling around.
And I'm going to give myself a black belt.
Around and understanding the interplay of even, how to bring in your best capabilities with yoga and martial arts. That's why. He doesn't worry about hype or any kind of posturing because it doesn't affect you because you know what to do if you have to do it.
but I am pugnacious by nature, so I might be non-confrontational, and I do think that, you know, we have to love each other more. But the deal is this, man.
Oh, we have to love each other more, but the deal is this, man.
And you know, at my core, you know, everything you've done in your life informs you to this day. You know, I am fighting for something that I want to know about, and I'm fighting really fucking hard. And
yeah, he's fighting hard by selling completely and totally fake stories to the tune of millions of dollars. He's made so much money selling these fake stories. He hasn't had a real job in, I think, since at least 2015. Jeremy Corbell hasn't had a real job. And he has made millions of dollars selling fake stories. So please spare me the I'm fighting for disclosure narrative. He's fighting to fill his pockets with UFO dollars. And I'm going to add to the video description Chris Cuomo video shared. 1 second here, so that if you want to view this ridiculous garbage peddler team up without my commentary, you'll be able to do so. So the video has been added to the description of the video, of our video and podcast here.
And I'm doing it sometimes, and I know that I push hard on it, but how else are we going to get there, dude?
Oh no, the warrior spirit applies in this. You know, you don't.
Yeah, he's a warrior for disclosure. What a crock of shit. He's a warrior for his own pocket, Chris Cuomo. And he has just recently purchased $1 million home, all with money made from selling mostly provably fake stories. I'm going to say that one more time. Jeremy Corbell recently purchased $1 million piece of real estate. And since he hasn't had a real job since, I think, at least 2015, maybe 2014, he must have made that $1 million selling his completely and totally fake stories, because he's been caught selling these completely and totally fake stories many, many, many times. And, you know, that's another issue that bothers me about the disciples of disclosure. I don't know about the rest of you, but every time I go to the gas pump, I get pissed off because of the prices of gasoline. Or every time I go to the grocery store, I get pissed off. Even though I go to a discount grocery store, you know, I still get pissed off because of the prices of everything. And meanwhile, you know, this is our reward for being moral or ethical people, or actually doing something of value with our time. For example, here with this show, we do our very best to try to provide our viewers with value. You come here because we have valuable, true, and accurate and real information. We have an 8+ year track record of getting stories factually accurate and correct. Meanwhile, Corbell has been caught selling fake stories time and time and time and time again, to the tune of millions of dollars. So all you disciples of disclosure, when you go to the gas pump and you're worried that you might not have enough money to make it through the week, or you go to the grocery store and you're putting items back, I do that. You know, maybe I don't need, you know, I'm trying to lose weight too. So it's kind of helpful. Like, oh, I don't need the ice cream. We'll put it back. We'll just get the ice cream for the kids because they like certain kinds that I can't stand. We can't agree on things like ice cream here in our house. But when you are at the grocery store putting items back because you have a limited budget, because you're not a garbage peddler that's making and raking in millions of dollars selling fake stories, I want you to think about Jeremy Corbell buying $1 million property with ill-gotten gains, with money he made lying to people, deceiving people, and selling fake stories. Do you think he cares about the price of gasoline? Do you think he's ever had to put something back out of his grocery cart this whole time he's been peddling these fake stories? All of you disciples of disclosure need to realize that when you click on his videos and when you buy his garbage products like documentaries full of lies, half-truths, and lies by omission, that's what you're supporting. You're supporting his $1 million lifestyle while you're struggling. And do you think he gives a shit about you? Absolutely not. He cares about his next big payday. And this Grusch story was supposed to be his big payday. And sure, they profited an awful lot, but the story's already falling apart due to lack of evidence.
You don't have to have your ears filled up with fluid for you to be in there battling it out. And that's what you're doing. And I appreciate it. And I want your insight. So the idea of being sad that it's not us, why instead of excited?
It is exciting. Maybe I'll clarify. But I mean, I remember the first time where I had a substantive conversation with somebody in position to know. And I can't describe the situation just because of.
Oh, it's top secret. It's classified. I can't. Oh, I talked to somebody who knows all about the aliens, but I can't tell you his name or tell you about that conversation we had because it's all top secret. So so far he's lied provably 3 or 4 times in this interview, and now he's on to citing a second anonymous source to bolster his narrative here. If you need 3 lies and 2 anonymous sources, that's a pretty good indication that you're full of it. It's getting deep in here. We need waiters.
The people involved, but why I was sad was that I really thought we had cracked it. I thought humanity was about to be able to emerge into a new understanding of the fabric of our relationship to the universe around us, a new era of material science. I thought if these are ours, man, then we got it, man. We're going to evolve to the point of non-destruction to humankind. But when I realized that we've been hiding this and criminally keeping the scientific community from collaborating by keeping these compartmentalized.
Again, these are claims being made, and he has offered no evidence of this grand conspiracy and cover up and, more claims. And this claim is based on an anonymous source that he won't share, just like the last anonymous source. It's more, trust me, dude.
I realized we haven't cracked it. Whoever cracks it first, they fucking win. There is no turning back. These propulsion systems, I will tell you, fact, are considered at the level of weapons of mass destruction by our intelligence agencies.
Who considers UFOs weapons of mass destruction? Can we have a source that told you that? Now we're on to 3 or 4 lies and 3 or 4 anonymous sources to support his bullshit arguments. This is BS. His entire narrative is BS. And anybody who has a brain in their head that can critically think and, use a little discernment here, any sane or rational person listening to this man, knowing that he has lied provably and offered completely and totally factually inaccurate information 3 times, and now we're on to 3 anonymous sources. 3 lies and 3 anonymous sources for you to believe this man.
I know that is a fact, Chris.
It's a fact. It's a fact to him. It's not a fact until you prove it, Jeremy Corbell.
So that is disturbing that we haven't been able to replicate and duplicate. We get some like derivative technologies. So it made me sad because I was like, for human beings, man, we have to be able to understand and harness this type of technology so we do not self-destruct. Now, they can be flipped the script the other way, right? And these things are really deadly serious when it comes to whoever replicates it first. That's why we're in a secret Cold War right now. And we are with other nations that might not use it the same way. I was also kind of...
There's no proof or evidence we're in a secret Cold War concerning alien technology with foreign nations or adversarial nations. There's no evidence or proof of that statement. Again, does this guy do nothing but bluff and lie and use anonymous sources to support his belief system here? Because it's falling apart under this level, my level of scrutiny. Which granted is, my level of scrutiny is pretty high, higher than most people. Most people, especially the disciples of disclosure, will just listen to this and feel all warm and fuzzy. Jeremy Corbell, sure, the aliens are here And he's got anonymous sources that told him this stuff. And even though he can't share those anonymous sources so we can verify he's not lying, we believe him. You know, even though he's been caught selling a whole bunch of fake stories before, we believe him when he lies 3 times in one interview and provides completely and totally factually inaccurate statements and uses anonymous sources no one can verify said those things. We just believe him.
Sad about it because go America, like we've been on it. We've had these longer than anybody. I mean, I'm a patriot. You know, I will not do something as a journalist, nor would you to harm our nation. But what we're gonna do is inform the public.
He wouldn't do anything to harm our nation, but he did put out material from classified briefings, possibly illegally. I would think that would harm national security. So that's another factually inaccurate statement.
Let's check this out. You know, the truth is the illness, the sickness, the disease, the corrosive acid, that's the secrecy. And the only medicine is transparency. Because if we don't know, I've never asked Daddy to tell me there's no such thing as, you know, the boogeyman.
Yeah.
Right? I want to know. Right. I never told you to shield me from what the reality and the truth of the world is. So that's where I'm coming from. And that's why
again, with the grand conspiracy to cover this all up. Do you have any idea if they really had alien technology, how many thousands of people would have to work on it? You would have to bring in materials scientists, aviation experts, propulsion experts, NASA engineers, right? And somehow thousands of people have had to work on these programs and this alien technology. We'd have to bring in biologists and pathologists to work on the alien bodies, thousands and thousands of people. And yet no verifiable evidence of these programs and all the people working on them has somehow leaked. I'm sorry, I just don't buy the grand conspiracy. And we want to take a moment to recognize Lisa Savoy, who says, I'm a lifetime experiencer. I don't care for Grusch and the other supposed whistleblowers and all of the grifters out there. It's embarrassing, terrible. Well, it's nice to see, Lisa Savoy, that even some people who are lifetime experiencers do not buy the lie. Don't buy the lie, friends. This is the fake disclosure lie narrative. This isn't real. It's a for-profit, profit-driven fake narrative designed by UFO profiteering hucksters to fill their pockets with millions of dollars. Do not buy the lie. And what do I mean by that? Well, even if you click on one of their videos, in fact, I contributed to buying the lie by covering this tonight, but I thought it would serve the greater good. Again, attention-based economy. If you click on their videos, they make money. Don't buy the lie. Starve them of the clicks and views that they so desire to keep the money rolling in. Starve them of your attention, and the grifters go away. It's the only solution is to boycott these people. And thank you, Lisa Savoy, for your wonderful comment.
Public knowledge is important on this above almost anything. The only world where I can understand you hold part of this back is if it can be used to just detonate the world.
I agree,
and to
B. Baker.
Implode it. Now, everybody knows we have the atomic program.
I agree.
Everybody
Amazing
knows that,
Mystico.
but we don't go around giving out schematics to build micro atom bombs. So it's the same kind of thing. We have a need to know.
No, it's
The American public and the global public have a need to know, not just a right to know. We have a need to know. And I feel a duty to find out. And I'm going to say it.
Yeah.
And we're all going to say it. We're going to say it together. That's why we're having this conversation, because when we learn more, we're going to report on it. You and me.
So what are the buckets of possibility?
These are fun, dude. These are like thought experiments, right? So just to, because a lot of people don't think about this. I get it, man. Like people don't know this about me, so I'm going to just be real with you. I have a bunch of businesses. My businesses are real estate. That's how I make my money. No one's ever asked, so I've never told, but I'm telling you.
right?
That's a lie. His daddy owns real estate. I'm not aware, except for the $1 million business that he owns, and he owns some B&B, not B&B, Airbnb, off-grid place in the middle of the desert that you could rent. He's going to try to deflect that most of his money comes from UFOs.
So for me, this UFO thing is pure passion, weaponized curiosity. I'm like, I can't be a passive consumer. I have to be an active participant. So for me, this is passion. So what is it? This is the most fun stuff to talk about because I don't know the answer. So one,
I do.
Extraterrestrial. What does that mean? That means either
praise
not
the
from
AI
here
gods.
originally
They left
and
our
living
money
here,
on today,
or that means not from here and visiting here. Okay. Then you have the idea of extratemporal. That maybe these are just humans from another time coming back to make sure we don't push the red button. So extraterrestrial, extratemporal. Then there's one way above my pay grade, which is extra dimensional. What that means is almost like a layered cake and you can push a knife through it.
Nice to know they're fully
Everything's
monetized.
here all at once, all the time. But you're seeing these perforations in that firmament of something we don't understand about the nature of the reality that surrounds us. I
Maybe it's
believe that's a
dogs.
good explanation.
Dog
for
men.
extra dimensional, but get a
Smoking
physicist
dog
on,
men, B.
somebody
Baker.
without too much hubris, that can talk to you about it. But that's hard to do. Then, one of my favorites is this idea that whoever these operators and builders of these machines are, they were here before us.
We're not going to go there.
That wouldn't be extraterrestrial. Some sort of hidden breakaway civilization that evolved.
A lot of people have suggested that, but the money required to hire a lawyer to really fight with them over it is just not within our budget, unfortunately. So we're going to try to be good citizen journalists here, and if we have to, contact them with our spreadsheet, because I made a spreadsheet of all of it. John asks, did you just say quantum jujitsu? Yeah, that was the jujitsu that Jeremy Corbell invented, gave himself a black belt in, and taught other people. Yeah. Sorry, I'm way behind in the live chat. Alien Scientist is here. Shout out to Alien Scientist. I know he's a really big fan of Jeremy Corbell. That's why he's here. He wants to hear everything that Jeremy Corbell has to say. If you're just joining us, Jeremy, so far we're a half hour into this, and we've caught Jeremy Corbell provably lying 3 times, and he used 3 anonymous sources so far. So 3 lies and 3 anonymous sources to support his delusional belief system. And I would just submit to everyone within the sound of my voice that if you need 3 lies and 3 anonymous sources in the space of 30 minutes during an interview to bolster your arguments, then your arguments are piss poor. Your arguments are piss poor if you need 3 lies and 3 anonymous sources to support your arguments.
Maybe from directed panspermia, the idea that intentional directed panspermia to seed, the planet Earth, because there's tons of us. There's tons of planet Earths. But my favorite one, Chris, because now we're just spitballing, right? Understand the difference. I'm telling you the difference. We're spitballing because, this can get weird when we talk about UFOs. But my favorite one is this idea I call techno-terrestrial, just for fun. But some of the evidence does lead me to feel this way.
Yeah.
Which is that there's an innate.
Alien Scientist is correct. His parents own the real estate. He's the guy that goes and unclogs the toilets. He's the maintenance man, That is very different from I own businesses and I own all this real estate. Though he did just purchase $1 million property, probably with the Bob Lazar money, Alien Scientist.
Human drive to technologically advance, that this was built into us, our curiosity.
No, he's not a real estate
that there was
agent.
a directed kind of panspermia thing of genetics, that this is going on everywhere.
Good point,
and that
Victor.
the idea is life itself is so precious that any habitable place you want to put it, let it grow, let it develop, let it be part of a larger kind of internet of community of beings in our just ginormous multiverse. I don't know. So that's like the most fun. So I just gave you like
yes, and these are all explanations for possible origin of UFOs. He left out demons and angels, however. Bastard, I'm sorry, Bestad and Bestadenkan with a kind and generous £5 says, Stephen, what is your thoughts on the Pentagon declassified UFO footage? Very unlike any human technology, but possibly highly advanced DARPA-esque tech. Well, you know, I believe that they could be misidentifications, or they could be very terrestrial, black budget or black, you know, unacknowledged special access projects developing drone or other aerial technology. I am completely and totally unconvinced that those videos show anything like an alien spacecraft in our atmosphere. I think that out of the 3 videos, 2 of them could very well be completely and totally misidentified things, like perhaps a bird in one case. The Tic Tac could be an airplane off in the distance and misidentified. The Go Fast wasn't going fast. It was going 40 miles an hour. So all of that so-called data was carefully manipulated to sell a narrative. And remember, when Elizondo got those declassified and then, you know, borrowed them out of the Pentagon to get a movie deal, to get a television deal and a book deal, and TTSA pumped those up. You know, when they were declassified, the paperwork itself says drones, balloons, and there was one other term used, not alien technology. So I believe the government knew those were not alien technology. They were labeled that way on the declassification form, that they were drones and balloons. So what I believe about the Pentagon declassified UFO footage is that it is known. They're not even UFOs, according to the government, right? Not even UFOs. Interesting videos, but they don't prove anything. But we thank you very much, Bestad and Kun, for your kindness, generosity, and support. And I'm going to laugh every time I have to say that, right? But we thank you very much for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. And of course, for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
Thank you very much for your kindness, generosity, and support. Much, much appreciated.
4 of what it could be, and I know there's more. That's why David Grusch, like a baller, stood up there and he said, I like to call them NHI, non-human intelligence. Why? Strategically, to keep all options open for what it is, scientifically, what it is that we are seeing, experiencing, have recovered, and studied. Does that make sense?
Why would time travelers be flying around in spaceships, though? Why would interdimensional beings be flying around in spaceships if they're not aliens? It doesn't make sense to constantly push that these are spaceships, these UFOs are spaceships, and then cop out when it comes to saying these are alien technology, aliens from another star system.
Make sense?
It does, because I'm open. The burden here is, and it shouldn't be this.
Oh, I was wrong. Check that out. So remember, I was complaining earlier about the demonetization issue. Our video has been set to little or no ads due to content identified as not suitable for most advertisers. So once again, Jeremy Corbell can go on a public live stream on YouTube and lie through his teeth 3 times, provably lie, and use anonymous sources that no one can verify he's not lying about. And Chris Cuomo and him are completely and totally fully monetized. But if you make a video and correctly point out that he is provably lying and making completely and totally factually inaccurate statements on a public live stream, your monetization will be pulled. And again, this really does make me think, this situation has made me think that someone has their thumb on the scale and is trying to stop people from being critical of these narratives. These things have all the hallmarks of a government perception management psyop. Why would they stop someone from making money for telling the truth, yet reward people for making money to lie to people? It makes no sense, friends. And the persecution of the truth here on Truth Seekers continues. That's why I want to thank each and every one of you Patreon supporters and YouTube channel members and super chatters, because you guys help make up for the lack of ad revenue. We've had no ad revenue for a month here, and it just keeps getting worse. It just keeps getting worse. Every single video before the broadcast is over, it was on earlier. Usually it's 5 minutes into the broadcast, it's already demonetized. Before I've even said anything, in some cases, our video is demonetized. I don't know if it's the titles, the subject matter. We're not cursing. Corbell dropped F-bombs through this whole interview, fully monetized. We didn't drop any F-bombs. Maybe it was his F-bombs that got us, but you know, it's every single video of ours. Every single video of ours gets demonetized before we're even finished the broadcast. Alien Scientist says, I picture him renting to crackheads or meth labs or something. Yeah, Imperator Seminium, a jet airliner in the distance was one possible explanation for the Tic Tac, I believe. All of Corbell's UFOs have an easy explanation, says Randy. Yeah, I would tend to agree. Chuck Bam with a kind and generous $1, helping to make up for a lack of ad revenue tonight. We thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. And we thank you for helping us to praise the cash, Chuck Bam, longtime show supporter. Thank you.
Where's the cash? 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 Where's you?
Praise it, friends. We're praising the cash. We have to, because we're not allowed to make ad revenue on YouTube for telling people the truth. But Chris Cuomo is allowed to make ad revenue with Jeremy Corbell straight lying and making completely and totally factually inaccurate statements. That's advertiser friendly. But correcting the record that people are lying through their teeth on public YouTube videos gets your video demonetized. That's not ad friendly, telling people the truth. Lying to people, completely and totally YouTube ad friendly. This is going to be an ongoing issue for us, right? I was encouraged when I saw that the video was still monetized earlier in the broadcast. Normally, they do that 2 minutes in before I've even said anything.
It really shouldn't be as simple to dismiss as it is for people, because there are people who believe all kinds of crazy shit. Okay. Yeah. We have, the actor who's at the middle of one of the biggest movies in America right now really believes that the three-letter agencies are out to get him and that the Democrats run a pedophile ring. And so there's lots of crazy shit that people believe. But halfway through your explanation, they want to say, oh, what's he talking about? Wakanda? Did these things come from Wakanda? Is that where they're from?
Like, I don't know, though. We're spitballing. We don't know.
But what I'm saying is the idea that, well, this is crazy. This guy's talking about different dimensions. Yeah. And you're talking about half the political system being a sex trafficking ring. And you're okay with that. That's going to inform your vote. But this guy being open to the idea that, well, there must be a wild explanation for something no one can explain.
I agree, Jeremy.
That's too much for you.
Okay,
that's
but
too
these
much.
I hear you, but this is not a wild explanation. These are just
I agree, Matthew.
options that are open. I'm
Yeah,
even
not me,
open to
them,
the
I know.
options that I am unaware could exist. But the thing is, we can all agree. So 10 years ago, you can see a video clip of me saying this. I say the question we're asking is wrong.
Apparently,
we're
yeah.
asking, do UFOs exist? That's if you know anything
Exactly.
about this. That's the wrong question. The question is in people's mind, which is also wrong back then, and I was saying it was wrong, was are they coming here? Now, why did I say that? Because the universe is so vast. You talk to any physicist, any scientist, any astronaut.
Yeah, most learned scientists believe that there very well could be life in the universe. But so far, there's no evidence to support that belief. Is it likely there is? I believe it's very likely based on the vastness of the universe and just the rules of chance. It worked in our favor, the rules of chance did, to seed life here on Earth, and evolution created intelligent life and even conscious intelligent life in the form of human beings. So the possibility that has exact thing has happened on another planetary sphere, there's estimates that there's billions of exoplanets out there, billions or trillions of other planets out there. If the rules of chance worked in our favor and just by chance life sprang up here, why couldn't it happen elsewhere? I don't think anybody really argues that there can't be intelligent life out there in the universe. Many scientists I've talked to, including physicists and astrophysicists and astronomers, all believe there likely is, and someday we'll discover it.
Astrophysicists, astrobiologists, they'll tell you the universe is so vast. This is before we found like tons of exoplanets. Of course, life is somewhere else. Of course, there are what we call extraterrestrials, maybe even just microbial form, even in our
Pipe
own solar
down,
system.
doorbell.
It's not too wild to say that. But back then I was saying we got that wrong too, though. The hubris of human beings thinks that distance matters, that we have to travel. Like when we had horses, could you imagine at that time a Tesla car?
Thank you,
No,
William
you couldn't.
Runner.
I mean, you really couldn't. You'd be a special person if you did. So where we're at with this is everybody agrees that there's life out there. It's got to be statistically.
Oh, thank you,
And then
William
people
Runner.
didn't agree on our physics and how things could be traveling here. Well, how?
His arguments are nonsensical, really piss poor arguments. But we want to take a moment to recognize and thank William Runner for a kind and generous $10 super chat, helping us to praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support, William Runner, and for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, 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 praise the cash. Subscribe and hit the like button. Smash it like it's hot.
Smash it like it's hot, friends. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Longtime show supporter, William Runner. We appreciate you guys, all of you. I get exhausted with all the lies in this world. I want to move off the grid into a forest and live off the land. Yeah, me too. Yeah. And by the way, this weekend, I'm almost sure I'm breaking ground. I might not get very far on this new cabin in the middle of that beautiful forest I showed you all that we purchased land in, but I'm going to be there. And, one thing I've found about making dreams a reality is you got to show up and you got to put the time and the effort in. I've never been given anything in my life. I always had to work super hard to make things happen for myself. And building an entire sort of compound on this land in the middle of the forest is going to be the most challenging thing I've ever done, especially because there's no power there. I have to do everything with hand tools and axes, like an Amish guy. I was thinking about getting an Amish outfit just for fun. I'm going to be breaking ground on that this weekend, and I'm going to be building. The first building is going to be a 10 by 12 sort of tool shed and temporary shelter because there's too many bears there, and that's making me nervous. There's no place to hide. If a bear were to get too close or get aggressive, there's nothing to do but run. And I don't like that idea. It'd be good to have a good permanent hard structure that's bear proof that I could go inside of in the event that a bear gets too close or aggressive. So that's the first thing I'm doing. That, and I don't need any permits to build a 10 by 12 shelter or 10 by 12 shed. I'm still waiting for the permits for the big cabin. And I have to figure out all the dimensions of that and everything. But thank you for your kind comment. I agree with you. I definitely want to get out of here and go live in the woods. Yeah, and we're not going to do much more of this. There's another 25 minutes of this. I don't think I could take any more of this because it's devolving into word salad nonsense and Jeremy Corbell pretending to be an astronomy expert and an astrobiology expert and a physics expert. He's an expert at everything except telling us the truth. He's an expert liar, that's for sure. He's an expert garbage peddler, that's for sure.
These craft operate based on observational data and extensive research for decades. They manipulate, if not generate, gravity. So if that...
There's no proof that any UFO or UAP case in history, there's no proof that any UFO or UAP generated its own gravity. That information came to him from a convicted pimp fake scientist in the form of Bob Lazar, who never worked at Area 51. S4 did not exist and is another UFO fairy tale huckstering UFO whore.
That's the case. This is what flipped my script. You didn't ask me how I got interested in this. How I got interested in this, I heard this dude talking on the radio named Bob Lazar, the most controversial figure in this whole thing.
Yeah, how did I hear this? Bob Lazar told me they generate their own gravity. And he's a fake scientist space pimp, so he must be telling the truth.
Right? Because he said all of this in 1989 to George Knapp. That's how you know about Area 51, right? At that time, in 1989, this idea that you could travel from point A to point B, but that we have to have the full speed of light to get there. I realized my script was flipped when I was 13 years old. If it is true these are gravitationally propelled, then space and time we know is interconnected, where you could literally fall into place. Imagine pushing your fist on a bed with a bowling ball on it. The bowling ball falls to that divot you've created in the bed. So I realized.
So now we're using Bob Lazar talking points to prove that the aliens are real. Great.
We might be wrong with how we think these things travel. I said, we're still asking the wrong questions. We're still asking the wrong questions. Are they coming here? Whatever this is likely not from here.
Likely not from here. But he has no proof they're not from here. This is research by proclamation. Jeremy Corbell is great at research by proclamation. It's the trust me dude argument. I don't have evidence, but I'm just going to proclaim they're likely not coming from here. I don't have evidence to support my claim. I'm just going to claim it. It's research by proclamation, friends.
This demonstrates a physical capability that we have yet to wrap our head around, but does not break our understanding of known physics. And that's important for you to know. It's not that weird for me to put these options on the table until they're dismissed because of what we already know about the function of the universe and our physics.
Great. Another commercial. Oh, you know what? I think we're going to call it there, friends. I can't listen to much more of Jeremy Corbell being an expert on everything. In my experience, when somebody is an expert on everything, their real expertise is bullshittery. That's pretty much it. Yes, Thin Lizzy Borden reminding everybody 4 more likes to 100. Let's go. Hit that like button. Smash it like it's hot, friends. And now is a good time for me to remind you that we are a viewer-supported show. And unlike people that get to lie to people on YouTube and remain fully monetized, when we tell you the truth on YouTube, they decide that our broadcasts are not advertiser friendly, even though I keep reading the guidelines, and I'm so sure that we're not doing anything that's against advertiser-friendly guidelines. Maybe it's the whole subject matter of UFOs is demonetized, but then why is Chris Cuomo allowed to talk about UFOs and be fully monetized, but not me? I really am disgusted with the whole situation. And I'm not asking for anything crazy. I'm asking for a level playing field. If Jeremy Corbell can get on a public YouTube channel with a well-known disgraced journalist in the form of Chris Cuomo and provably lie and give completely and totally false information, like at the congressional hearing, we heard from 3 firsthand impeccable witnesses. No, 2 of the 3 were not firsthand witnesses to anything. That's a completely and totally factually inaccurate statement. So if you want to make completely and totally factually inaccurate statements on YouTube or lie, depending on your definition, you could be fully monetized. But if you make a video pointing out the lies and the ridiculousness of this guy using 3 or 4 lies plus 3 or 4 anonymous sources to claim that aliens are here and we have crashed bodies and all this stuff, you could be fully monetized. But if you make a video pointing out the ridiculousness of it, you're not allowed to be monetized. You're not allowed to earn any ad revenue. And by the way, yes, alien scientist, I'm telling you, there is a reason that there's a thumb on the scale, friends. There is a thumb on the scale. They are trying to stop or at least slow down the people who are exposing the op, in my opinion. And I'm entitled to my opinion. It makes absolutely no logical sense that you can lie in a public YouTube video and be fully monetized. But if you tell people the truth and you peel back the layers of deception like we do here virtually every night, demonetized. And Jeremy, let me know, how is your videos doing? Are you getting demonetized the minute that you go live? Because we are here and we have been for over a month. Coincidentally, we've been covering the Grusch story for about a few months. Actually, this has been happening for 2 months now. 3. June, July, August. It's been happening to us for 3 months. The moment that we started critically analyzing the Grusch claims and stories, all of our videos were instantly demonetized as soon as we went live or before the broadcast even ends. This is a continuing issue. Alien Scientist says, I've been trying to launch YouTube memberships and it won't let me. Maybe you got a thumb on your scale as well. Who knows? And now is also a good time to talk about Alien Scientist. You're one of the content creators I want to send over there. There's a new social network. It's a free speech network. There's no censorship. There's no demonetization. You're fully monetized as a content creator. They won't demonetize you for cursing or pointing out people lying in videos or exposing CIA perception management operations, psychological operations being launched and perpetrated against the worldwide public. They're a free speech network. It's called pilled.net. And I highly encourage you to sign up. Just go to www.pilled.net. And there it is an incredible combination of all different things. It's like they took the best parts, in my opinion. They took the best parts of Facebook and Twitter and YouTube and Discord chat and slammed it all into one cool application. I've been using it for some time now. I'm enjoying my experience over there, and I think you will too. So go to www.pill.net and sign up. And if you're a content creator, send me your email address that you use to sign up, and I'll send it over to the creative team there and help expedite the switch being turned on. When you first sign up, you're not automatically a content creator. They got to flip the switch, but I can help you. When you sign up for pill.net, they'll ask you who referred you. Just put my name, Stephen Canby, in that referral line. We want them to know that we're sending them users. After all, they have been incredibly kind to us. They gave me unlimited space over there. They're promoting my videos in the promo section. They have ways to boost people's views. They're doing that for us over there. And they gave me unlimited space, and I'm already making money over there. The instant they turn on you're being a content creator, you're instantly monetized. You can have memberships over there. People can throw money. They have their own form of currency called gold pills, but you can extract or withdraw that money anytime you want to. Any day can be payday for you. You just need a Stripe account to withdraw the money. So I think, especially considering this increased censorship and the thumb on the scale, and the unfair, quite honestly, the system on some major platforms is unfair. The perfect example is our situation here. We're not doing anything wrong. We're not doing anything against YouTube ad-friendly guidelines. And yet all of our videos are getting demonetized and we earn no ad revenue. Meanwhile, people completely and totally lying. Linda Moulton Hale still has her fake orange gray alien video up, fully monetized. Ross Coulthard still has his fake Patchgate story up, fully monetized. We did videos critical and showing you why those stories were 100% fake. Ours got demonetized. Theirs stay monetized.